Konoha 63. Ninja School. Tomorrow is a day off. You should prepare for the graduation exam. Go home and practice the three-body technique. If anyone dares to drag you down during the graduation exam, don't blame me for being rude. On the podium, after the teacher announced, he turned and left the classroom. Great, it's finally a holiday. What's the point of reviewing the three-body technique? That's right, it's too simple. I've already mastered the three-body technique. The teacher said that to that loser. It's funny that you can't call on chakra and still want to become a ninja. After the voice fell, many students in the classroom looked at Rock Lee with confused eyes. Rock Lee looked at the surrounding environment and felt very strange. A strange memory flooded into his mind, wherethrough, in his previous life, Rock Lee was the overlord of the underground boxing world and was preparing to compete for the final world boxing champion throne. As a result, on the way to Dragon City, he didn't notice and gave performance to the truck in the other world. Okay, Rock Lee saw Hyuga Niji, who was about to leave the classroom from the corner of his eyes. Only then did he confirm that he was really wearing it. No one would mistake that pair of white eyes. I didn't expect to be wearing it as Rock Lee. Rock Lee was almost the strongest genin in Konoha in the early stage. But unfortunately, he became a joke in the later stage under the theory of bloodline. This is the bloody reality. To get along in Konoha, you have to have bloodline and background. It's useless to know how to fight. Rock Lee stood up. He ignored everyone's gaze and left the classroom. Walking on the road, the rain was weaving lightly and the clouds were hanging low. His thoughts also began to drift to the future. The peace of Konoha will not last too long. There will be several wars in the future that will affect Konoha. In addition to the Chunin exam, there are also Jinchuriki monsters like Gaara waiting. Rock Lee doesn't want to be crippled. For people who practice physical skills, once their hands and feet are crippled, even if they are cured with medical ninjutsu later, it will affect their body and the progress of their practice. Unconsciously, Rock Lee came to the northernmost suburb of the village. Here are dense trees and sparsely populated. Going further north, a dilapidated wooden house appeared in front of Rock Lee. The wooden house is simple, with some broken wooden walls and some leaking roof. Is this my residence? Rock Lee smiled bitterly. He walked towards the wooden house. In his previous life, Rock Lee also climbed up from his slums, so he could accept the dilapidated wooden house. After all, this is Konoha, the land of fire, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. In Rock Lee's memory, such a dilapidated wooden house was bought with his parents' life savings. He walked into the house. After a simple dinner, Rock Lee began to practice Bajikwan in the dim light. As a black boxer in his previous life, he was proficient in various ancient martial arts and fighting techniques. Physical skills can still be used in the early stage, especially the killer moves such as Taishanko and Dingshin Elbow. After getting close, they burst out and have great lethality. It's a pity that there are too many gods in the later period. Rock Lee sighed inwardly. Ding! Simplified system has been bound. Simplified system? Rock Lee was stunned. Things like systems are already everywhere. Rock Lee is still very clear in his heart that time travelers must have golden fingers. Another panel appeared in front of him. Name: Rock Lee. Age: 12 years old. Ninja: 1 physical, 8 illusion, 1 sage, 3 strength, 6 speed, 8 energy, 6 seal, 2 ninjutsu, none physical, none bloodline limit, none. It is detected that the host is practicing Bajikwan. Do you want to spend 1 or 2 to simplify Bajikwan? Simplify. Simplifying. Simplification completed. Bajikwan elbow raise. Elbow raise. Rock Lee was stunned. He gently raised his right elbow. Bajikwan 2100 beginner Rock Lee's left and right elbows kept rising and falling. The proficiency of Bajikwan is also increasing. 1 hour later, Bajikwan 31,000 intermediate. All kinds of insights into boxing and strength techniques flooded into his mind. As the proficiency of Bajikwan was raised to the intermediate level, Rocco Lee carefully discovered that the 8 representing physical talent on the panel in front of him had turned into 9. I wonder if it can be raised to 10 after reaching the great perfection. Rocco Lee's elbow kept rising and falling. He looked at the rain outside the window and couldn't help but sigh. If there was such a system in the previous life, boxing champion would not be a dream. Since ancient martial arts can be simplified, then ninjutsu. Rock Lee made seals with both hands. Detected that the host is practicing transformation. Should it cost 50 taels to simplify it? 50 taels. Rock Lee smacked his lips that he touched his wallet. There was only 30 taels on his body. This was too expensive for him. It seems that the other world also needs money. He sighed. I can only wait until the subsidy is issued next month to simplify the training. I am afraid that I will not be tested on physical skills or 3 body skills in the graduation exam. If I cannot graduate and become a genin, it will be difficult to maintain my training with the subsidy alone. At this time, a voice sounded outside the wooden house. Waste, did you forget something? You actually let Brother Suzuki come to ask in person. You deserve to die. Lockley walked out of the wooden house. There were 3 yellow-haired people in front of him, staring at him unkindly. Oh, what? I was busy practicing and forgot. Lockley said coldly. These 3 people are the bully trio in the same class. In memory, these 3 people are uneducated and unskilled, and even if 3 body skills are half-baked, but relying on their family power, they often bully civilian classmates, and no one dares to resist. Little Lee is the one who is bullied the most. You left quite fast. Did you pay the money today? Suzuki Genji has yellow hair and is unruly. He tilted his head and looked at Rock Lee impatiently. No money, Rock Lee said stiffly. Not to mention that he really has no money. He won't give it to me even if he has money. He has no parents or family to rely on, and he receives Konoha's relief subsidy every month. His life is already difficult. After being sucked by these people, he can't even maintain a normal life and practice. Well, have you lived enough? Brother Suzuki, this kid exercises every day. I'm afraid he's become stupid. He is also mentally retarded if he doesn't exercise. Normal people don't know ninjutsu and jinjutsu, but they still dream of becoming a ninja every day. Rock Lee was surrounded by 3 people. Brother, he doesn't take us seriously. Disable his 2 hands. Let's see how he can pass the graduation exam tomorrow. Suzuki Motoji listened to the advice of the 2 younger brothers and shook his head. He looked at Rock Lee with murderous intent in his eyes. Disable both hands? Suzuki Motoji turned the kunai in his hand and aimed it at Rock Lee. It just happened to rain. The ground is wet. Break his hands and feet, bury him alive here, and burn his broken house. Let others see. This is the consequence of not paying the money, Suzuki Motoji said viciously. After hearing this, Rock Lee took a step back unconsciously and lowered his head. Rock Lee's body seemed to be shaking. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. What's the big deal if I beat you to death? No one cares about this kind of thing, and no one cares. It's not like we haven't done it before. We have a family behind us. What do you have? Who are you? Suzuki Motoji looked arrogant. Suzuki Motoji shouted. Besides, there are few people here, and no one will know if you are buried. If you dare not pay the money, you have already met your death. Suzuki Motoji aimed at Rock Lee's head and threw a kunai. Rock Lee tilted his head slightly to avoid the kunai thrown by Suzuki Motoji. He raised his head and grinned. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Chapter 2. You have chosen your path to death. Lee Loaka moved swiftly, rushing to Suzuki Motoharu's side. With a twist of his hips and a powerful elbow strike, he executed the move flawlessly. Bang! The impact of Lee Loaka's right elbow struck Suzuki Motoharu squarely in the chest. A tremendous force erupted from his elbow, sending Suzuki crashing to the ground. His ribs shattered, blood spilling from his mouth, leaving him unable to move. The 2 henchmen beside him had just thrown a few shurikens and were utterly unprepared for the sight before them. Their leader was gravely injured, on the brink of death. Yet, Lee Loaka did not relent. He accelerated, his form a blur as he dodged the shurikens and seized one of the assailants by the neck, applying immense pressure. Crack! The crisp sound of a neck breaking echoed in the air. The last of the trio, paralyzed by fear, had only ever engaged in brawls. They had never encountered someone as ruthless as Lee Loaka. Efficient and merciless, Lee Loaka did not hesitate. His hand became a blade, brutally shattering the last thug's throat. Rest assured, this place is desolate. No one will know if I bury you here. Even if discovered, the most I would face is a year at the Temple of Fire. Reciting scriptures. In the midst of the night, beneath the curtain of rain, blood mixed with the downpour streamed down Lee Loaka's face, amplifying his cold demeanor as he slowly approached the barely breathing Suzuki Motoharu. Fear flickered in Suzuki's eyes. He had always perceived Lee Loaka as a hot-headed underachiever, someone timid in everyday life. He never anticipated that Lee Loaka would exhibit such decisive brutality. Cough, kill me, my family. Boom. The ground trembled slightly. You have chosen your path to death. With a forceful kick, Lee Loaka drove Suzuki's head into the mud. Suzuki Motoharu gasped his last breath. Lee Loaka then searched Suzuki's body, retrieving a wallet before returning to the wooden cabin. When he emerged again, he wielded a shovel. Bury it deeper. After a brief period, Lee Loaka handled the 3 thugs and sat in front of the cabin, opening the wallet. 9,000 Rio, A substantial sum for Liloaka. Streamline. Liloaka formed hand seals. Transformation technique streamlining in progress. Successful. Transformation technique. Change clothes. Change clothes. Liloaka removed his attire and donned it once more. Transformation technique 100. Beginner. He could feel the chakra flowing within him, as Liloaka sensed the chakra coursing through his cells and meridians. A bold idea took root in his mind. If chakra could be perceived as inner strength, then perhaps it could be utilized to enhance ancient martial arts. A glint of determination sparkled in Liloaka's eyes. Iron Mountain charge. He sprang to his feet, striding forward, retracting his shoulder before launching himself forward. Boom. A tree, thick as a man, splintered under the force. Elated by such power, Liloaka reveled in his newfound strength. 8 Extremes Fist 5 1000, Intermediate. The chakra was limited, allowing him only a single Iron Mountain charge. The lethal move of the 8 Extremes Fist could only serve as a trump card. Clearly, he would need to find a way to increase his chakra. With determination, Liloaka formed more seals. Detected that the host is practicing the Shadow Clone technique. Would you like to spend 50 Ryo to streamline? Streamline. Shadow Clone technique streamlining in progress. Successful. Shadow Clone technique, mirror image. Mirror image? Liloaka approached the mirror. Shadow Clone technique 100, beginner. He glanced into the mirror once more. Shadow Clone technique 100, beginner. Both the Shadow Clone and transformation techniques could be streamlined if he wished to avoid failure in Tomorrow and Appo's graduation exam. He might as well streamline the substitution technique as well. Liloaka formed seals again. Detected that the host is practicing the substitution technique. Would you like to spend 50 Ryo to streamline? Streamline. Substitution technique. Paper doll. Liloaka grabbed a pair of scissors from the table, fashioning a rough paper doll from scrap paper. Substitution technique 100, beginner. After a moment's thought, Liloaka positioned the mirror before him. He began undressing while simultaneously raising his elbow, all the while cutting out the paper doll. He immersed himself in his training, unaware that everything he did was being observed from the shadows by Niji. A figure emerged from the shadows of the trees. Niji had intended to lend a hand, hoping to dissuade Liloaka from continuing down the perilous path of a ninja, lest he face dire consequences in the future. However, he was taken aback by the depths of Liloaka's hidden capabilities. Niji's heart was conflicted. He had come to this place after overhearing the thug's intentions to kill, intending to intervene and assist Liloaka. Now, he could only feel a chill running down his spine. Liloaka's decisive brutality was evident even in the act of burying the bodies. His eyes betrayed no emotion. Activating his Byakugan, Niji peered into the cabin to observe Liloaka, hoping to glean the powerful martial arts techniques he was developing. What he saw left him bewildered. Hyperactivity, narcissism, exhibitionism, and what appeared to be a form of malevolent jutsu. Niji retracted his gaze. For the first time, he wished his Byakugan would fail him. What have I just witnessed? He retreated swiftly, disappearing into the rain-soaked night. The following day at the Ninja Academy, Liloaka fought off drowsiness. He had spent the entire night practicing the three-body technique, managing only 3 hours of sleep. He nearly arrived late. Coinciding with him in entering the classroom was Hyuga Niji, who, unable to shake off thoughts of Liloaka's peculiar training methods, found himself unable to sleep. Good morning, Liloaka greeted cheerfully, recognizing Niji as a future teammate. Niji, though cold in demeanor, was reliable as an ally. In the original tale, he had stood up for Liloaka, creating enmity with the Sound Ninja trio. Liloaka held a favorable impression of him. Niji replied curtly, quickly distancing himself from Liloaka. Unbeknownst to Liloaka, Niji had witnessed everything from the previous night. He assumed Niji was simply aloof and paid it no mind. Inside the classroom, Yamada Ryo observed Niji and Appo's timely entrance with a smile and a nod. As a member of the Hyuga clan, even as a branch family member, he held a higher status than an ordinary chunin like Yamada. Niji returned the gesture before settling into his seat. Yamada then turned his attention to Liloaka, a trace of disdain evident in his gaze. To him, Liloaka was nothing but a waste of space. He believed that instructing Liloaka was a futile endeavor. This year and Appo's graduation rate would undoubtedly suffer due to this incompetent fool, delaying his promotion to special jonin. What a bother. Yamada sighed inwardly, but he remained hopeful for the substantial rewards promised by the Suzuki family. As he pondered, he frowned. Has anyone seen Suzuki Motoharu? What about Ono Katsumi and Itakawa Kei? Yamada scanned the room, but the students merely shook their heads. Niji cast a glance at Liloaka, who maintained an expression of calm ignorance. Such psychological resilience could indeed qualify him as a ninja. While Niji found Liloaka and Appo's behavior unusual, he still recognized his potential. The formidable power of Taizhan Kyo lingered incessantly in his mind. He pondered silently whether the technique could withstand such formidable physical prowess. After a brief pause, Teacher Yamamoto glanced at the clock and rose to address the students gathered below the podium. No more waiting. We shall commence the graduation examination. He cleared his throat. The focus of the graduation assessment will be on transformation techniques. Subsequently, those whose names are called will proceed to the adjacent classroom. Chapter 3, The Betrayal of Comrades. No one can save you. Across the examination hall, within a commonplace classroom, two figures were keenly observing the unfolding events. The individual who had just entered the classroom alongside Hinata was the young boy you have high hopes for, correct? Kakashi appeared rather nonchalant. He had received orders from the Hokage to cease his involvement in Umbu affairs and instead select 3 genin from the Ninja Academy to nurture new talent. Guy had also come at the behest of the Hokage. Thus, the Ninja Academy was effectively under their joint authority. Indeed, I can see the flames of youthful passion. Guy, clad in his signature green jumpsuit, gazed with fervor at Rock Lee within the classroom. Kakashi followed Guy's gaze. Another ninja relying solely on taijutsu, is it? Kakashi remained silent, though internally he held a degree of disdain. The Hatake clan had once been a prestigious lineage in Konoha. Might Guy possessed a family heritage of secret techniques and considerable strength, which allowed him to be Kakashi and Appo's friend. However, the boy named Rock Lee, whom Kakashi had briefly investigated, had no familial legacy, could not harness chakra, and exhibited virtually no traits befitting a powerful ninja. Guy had even gone out of his way to greet the boy, altering the graduation exam content, a clear violation of Konoha regulations. Kakashi deemed this wholly unnecessary. Even if Lee were to become a genin, his future potential was evidently limited. Nevertheless, since Guy endorsed him, Kakashi refrained from voicing his reservations, choosing instead to feign ignorance out of respect for Guy. Tilting his head, Kakashi gazed out the window. Reminiscing about the time since he graduated at the age of 5, it had been long since he returned to the academy, and the images of Obito and Rin seemed to flicker before his eyes. This truly was a haven, far removed from the bloodshed and machinations of the world. As Yamamoto announced the content of the graduation exam, Guy's brows began to rise in astonishment. No taijutsu exam. Kakashi finally snapped back to reality. Oh, it seems Yamamoto has forgotten your suggestion. The exam will still consist of the basic transformation technique. That boy will have to wait until next year. Kakashi remarked indifferently. However, he was acutely aware that this was influenced by the Suzuki family. As a former Umbu, Kakashi understood the paramount importance of intelligence. During his investigation into Lee, he had uncovered the involvement of the Suzuki clan. It appeared the Suzuki family was preparing to declare war on the ancient Hyuga clan. A gentle breeze wafted through, the shadows of the trees swaying, gradually leading Kakashi's thoughts adrift. Within the examination classroom, students emerged, some jubilant, others crestfallen. Outside the examination hall, Niji observed Lee approaching. Besides the transformation technique, there would also be an exam on the replacement technique. With that, Niji hurriedly departed. Thank you. Lee clasped his fists and entered the examination hall. Yamamoto cast a glance at Lee, a trace of mockery glimmering in his eyes. It can commence now. He lowered his gaze to the roster. The next candidate was Suzuki Jinji. Yet, he was puzzled as to why Jinji had yet to appear. The Suzuki family, with its burgeoning business over recent years, wielded substantial influence throughout the Land of Fire. However, their origins in the underworld had led to their disdain from many of Konoha and Appo's ancient clans. Yamamoto had also discreetly accepted substantial bribes from the Suzuki family, intending to provide Jinji with an advantage. Should Jinji pass the exam, he would be officially recognized as a genin of Konoha. With the Hokage and Appo's endorsement, the Suzuki family would have a chance to ascend to the ranks of ancient clans. Has the Suzuki family had a change of heart? Yamamoto pondered the situation surrounding Jinji. He did not notice that Lee had already performed the transformation technique. Yamamoto-sensei? Lee had stood for a while, unable to restrain his curiosity. Yamamoto, engrossed in his thoughts, only realized mid-sentence that Lee had transformed into Niji Hyuga. This useless boy can perform the transformation technique? Yamamoto nodded. He had no intention of proceeding with the replacement technique. This way, the graduation rate would appear more favorable. Taking out a pen, he inscribed the word pass in the roster. However, just as he was halfway through, 3 warriors burst into the examination hall. Hold on. Suzuki Akira swiftly moved beside Yamamoto, placing his hand over the roster to halt the proceedings. The 2 warriors flanking Akira advanced toward Lee, creating an implicit encirclement. Brother Suzuki? This is the graduation exam for the Ninja Academy. You cannot. Yamamoto furrowed his brow, recognizing Akira. However, the Ninja Academy was directly managed by the Hokage, and Akira and Appo's overt interruption of the graduation exam left Yamamoto at a loss. Rest assured, my dear Yamamoto, we have come at the behest of the Hokage. Akira retracted his hand, focusing intently on Lee. We have traced the last known location of the young master to right outside your residence. A murderous intent radiated from Akira's eyes. He was originally the protector of Suzuki Jinji, tasked with safeguarding his young master. On that fateful day, the Branch family youth, Niji Hyuga, initiated an attack under the guise of sparring. Bound by his identity, Akira had no choice but to engage Niji in combat. He was not overly concerned for Jinji's safety, as they were still within Konoha. The Suzuki family and Appo's reputation held considerable weight. No fool would dare to brazenly assassinate the heir of a prominent clan within the village. However, once he concluded his duel with Niji and pursued Jinji's whereabouts, the young master's trail vanished entirely. This left Akira utterly alarmed. Should anything happen to Jinji, he would pay the price with his life. For an entire night, Akira mobilized his subordinates and spies in a relentless search for Genji. Yet, it was as if Genji had evaporated from the mortal realm. Ultimately, Akira fixed his gaze upon the unassuming Lee, who lacked any background or proficiency in ninjutsu. Observing Lee's familiarity with Niji, he had been quietly watching, waiting for the opportune moment to act, until Lee executed the transformation technique. It must be him. Akira approached Lee. His actions were not sanctioned by the Hokage, nor did he have the Suzuki family and Appo's approval. This was purely his personal endeavor. He needed to ascertain the fate of his young master. If Genji were alive, he would slay Lee and then seek forgiveness from his clan. If Genji were dead, he would kill Lee in a fit of rage and become a fugitive. Akira gazed at Lee, who had dispelled the transformation technique and wore a composed expression. Suddenly, a gentle smile graced his face. You are Rock Lee, are you not? Do not be afraid. We are members of the Suzuki family. Our young master has gone missing, and my investigation has traced his last known whereabouts to outside your residence. Akira inquired with a smile. Have you seen our young master? I have not, Lee replied succinctly, offering no superfluous words. This elicited a slight twitch at the corner of Akira and Appo's eye. After contemplating for a moment, he exited the classroom with Yamamoto. Moments later, Yamamoto hastily re-entered the classroom, his face flushed with anger as he advanced toward Lee, pointing an accusatory finger. Rock Lee, your actions have been revealed. The betrayal of comrades. No one can save you. Chapter 4. Gaining recognition, true esoteric knowledge. 8 gates of Duanjiao within the examination hall. Xiao Li, the teacher, understood that Suzuki Genji had often bullied his peers. It was not unexpected that a conflict would arise, leading to the unfortunate incident of his demise. Yamada Ryo then turned his gaze towards Rock Lee with a gentle demeanor. You should speak honestly with me. I have some connections with the Suzuki family and will plead your case to Lord Hokage. A year of seclusion at the Temple of Fire should suffice for your transgressions. A look of gratitude illuminated Rock Lee's face. Thank you, Teacher Yamada. Yes. Just speak your mind, and I will advocate for you. Understood, teacher. Rock Lee looked up at Yamada Ryo. Sir, I have never encountered Suzuki Genji. It was raining that day, and I retired early, unaware that he had been near my residence. A hint of derision flickered in Rock Lee and Appo's eyes. He was all too familiar with such tactics. If he were an ordinary youth, he would have confessed, hoping for leniency. However, with over 20 years of experience in his previous life, Rock Lee was acutely aware that there was no evidence against him. Confessing would lead to severe repercussions, while maintaining silence could allow him to return home for the new year. He had buried the truth deeply. The heavy rain had erased all traces. Furthermore, Rock Lee and Appo's usual demeanor was harmless and naive, leading no one to suspect that a mere boy could bury a person with a flip of his hand. How bold! Yamada Ryo and Appo's expression darkened. He barked again. It's not too late to confess. Teacher, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Enough. Before Yamada Ryo could voice another word, Suzuki Akira strode in from outside. I suspect you are colluding with outside forces to abduct Suzuki-sama. If you confess now, I might allow you to keep your right hand. I do not understand what you are saying, Rock Lee resolved firmly. He was determined to remain silent about Suzuki Genji and Appo's affair. The situation had already caught the attention of Kakashi and Guy, who were discreetly observing. This is intriguing, Kakashi mused, his casual demeanor fading as he began to admire Rock Lee. A complex expression crossed Kakashi and Appo's face. To others, killing a comrade was a heinous crime, but he could understand the intricacies of human nature, where moral judgments are not always clear-cut. Guy shook his head, choosing to trust in Xiao Li. The guards of the Suzuki clan were preparing to strike, and it was time to put an end to this farce. Guy stretched his limbs, and suddenly, both he and Kakashi displayed a flash of shock. Body flicker technique. How is this possible? In the examination hall, Suzuki Akira brought his katana down with a swift motion. The sound of the wind slicing through the air, the blade menacing. Rock Lee and Appo's form was cleaved in two. What? Suzuki Akira felt no resistance. The sensation of striking flesh absent. In the next moment, he felt a chill behind him. Could the Suzuki clan slay a mere apprentice ninja at will? The murderous intent that accompanied the voice seeped into Suzuki Akira and Appo's ears like whispers from the abyss. Rock Lee glanced at the panel. Substitution technique 10,000. Perfect completion. Replaced by body flicker technique. Body flicker technique 100 beginner. Upon reaching perfect mastery of the 3-body technique, it would transform into a higher level version. Rock Lee instantaneously mobilized his chakra, his arm and shoulder muscles coiling like steel, his elbow transforming into a flash of cold light, exploding upon contact with Suzuki Akira. This was also a result of the ultimate mastery of the 8 extremes fist. Elbow strike. Boom. The entire examination hall trembled. The eyes of the candidates turned towards the commotion. A gaping hole was torn in the classroom wall, and Suzuki Akira lay sprawled in the corridor, his body resembling a broken doll, the scent of blood permeating the air, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The 2 guards of the Suzuki family, witnessing this, fled in terror. Rock Lee then turned to Yamada Ryo, who was slumped on the floor, scrambling to escape the examination hall. You did well. Behind Rock Lee, Kakashi and Appo's figure appeared, offering his unreserved praise. Besides the body flicker technique, Rock Lee had executed a physical technique powerful enough to rival an A-rank ninjutsu. It could be said that unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Rock Lee was destined to become a Jonin. Kakashi silently acknowledged, I misjudged him. This Rock Lee is a true genius. Guy, ever enthusiastic, pulled out a green bodysuit. Young man, I recognize your talent. Embrace your youth. Rock Lee's eye twitched slightly. He accepted the green bodysuit, but had no intention of wearing it. Never would he don it. Seeing that Rock Lee accepted the token of youth, Guy picked up the booklet Yamato Ryo had discarded and inscribed the word pass upon it. Return now, and remember to train diligently, Kakashi advised. Rock Lee nodded and returned to his residence. On the panel, the values representing his physical talent and hand seal talent remained at 9. It seemed that even perfect mastery did not grant the ability to summon what he desired at will. However, Rock Lee's hand seal speed had improved. He could now perform 6 seals in 1 second, which was his current limit. Lying in bed, Rock Lee felt relieved that he need not worry about the affairs at the Ninja Academy. Kakashi and Guy would handle the chaos that had unfolded there. This was the advantage of strength. In the ninja world, the weak are trampled upon. Rock Lee sighed. Had he not employed the body flicker technique and the ultimate elbow strike, Kakashi and Guy might not have come to his aid. He could have easily become a casualty of the Suzuki clan. Rock Lee had demonstrated his worth, a future Jonin far surpassing the value of the Suzuki clan. A candidate worthy of Konoha and Appo's nurturing. A wave of weakness coursed through him. His chakra reserves were still insufficient. Increasing his chakra became an urgent goal. He pondered various methods to enhance his chakra, practicing sage arts, implanting Hashirama and Appo's cells, training in the 8 gates of Duinjia, or becoming a Jinchuriki could all be viable options. The 8 gates of Duinjia. Rock Lee had gained Guy and Appo's recognition. It was only a matter of time before he acquired it. However, it was a technique that exacted a heavy toll. Ultimately, Rock Lee decided to become a Jinchuriki. Currently, only the 3 tails remained unsealed, and he needed to enhance his strength quickly and learn a sealing technique. Rock Lee had determined his future training direction. Feeling the fatigue within him, he gradually succumbed to the embrace of sleep as night fell. The following day, Team Guy gathered. Rock Lee arrived at the meeting point, a rooftop that offered a panoramic view of Konoha. Good morning, he greeted with a smile. Niji ignored him completely, while Tintin responded with enthusiasm. Unfortunately, she was bound to Niji. Rock Lee held no romantic notions towards Tintin. She remained single all the way to Boruto and had never glanced at him. At this moment, Guy turned to Shaoli. Why aren't you wearing the bodysuit I gifted you? Rock Lee fell silent. I worked up a sweat during training last night and washed the bodysuit. It and Appo's still damp. He offered a vague excuse. Guy gave him a thumbs up. Youth must be ignited. Guy then produced 5 more green bodysuits. Lee Luoka truly wished to inform Kai Huang that this item was nothing but dirt. However, he refrained from doing so and reluctantly accepted it. Kai Huang appeared quite pleased. He smiled as he addressed the crowd, proclaiming, You are all individuals I endorse. From this day forth, you shall be known as genin. At that moment, Lee Luoka finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being a genin signified an official status within Konoha, enabling them to undertake missions and commissions, which presented numerous lucrative opportunities, far surpassing the meager assistance they received monthly. He continued, Now, I shall impart to you the way of youth. Kai Huang gazed at the 3 with an enigmatic expression gracing his features. Chapter 5. Simplifying the 8 gates of Duinjia. 8 gates of Duinjia. Kai and Appo's voice resonated, capturing even Niji and Appo's disinterest. It was here, Rock Lee and Appo's eyes sparkled with fervor. The 8 gates of Duinjia, the ultimate secret of taijutsu, a technique capable of slaying gods. Lee had anticipated that Mike Guy would subject them to further trials before bestowing this knowledge, yet it was granted with unexpected ease. Guy did not single out little Lee but imparted the teachings equally among the 3. Observe closely. The chakra within Mike Guy surged and coalesced. Open. The first 4 gates, open. Rest, life, and injury, unfurled sequentially, unleashing a tremendous torrent of chakra. Lee was awestruck. Before him stood Guy, not merely a man but an ancient beast, capable of obliterating anything with a mere gesture. This was an exhibition of absolute power. Was this the secret art of the Might clan? Niji activated his Byakugan, perceiving the flow of chakra toward the 8 gates with greater clarity. Now, diligently practice this technique. I hope that by the time we embark on our next mission, you will have achieved progress. Of course, do not force yourselves to learn it. Otherwise, you may suffer harm. Guy refrained from opening the 7th gate, merely directing chakra toward it for demonstration. He turned to the 3. Dismissed. Yes. With that, Team 3 dispersed. Lee hurried back to his dwelling. This was the taijutsu he had long awaited, the 8 gates of Duinjia. Chakra surged within him as he began to train in the 8 gates. Detected that the host is practicing the 8 gates of Duinjia. Would you like to spend 5,000 ryo to simplify the 8 gates of Duinjia? 5,000 ryo. This was all the money Lee possessed. Yet he hesitated not for a moment. Any opportunity to swiftly enhance his strength was one he could not forego. especially when it concerns such a formidable technique. Simplify. 8 Gates of Duanjia simplification in progress. Simplification successful. 8 Gates of Duanjia, open gate. The open gate. Li rose and approached the door of his bedroom, gently pushing it open. 8 Gates of Duanjia 1000, first gate. Ah, this makes perfect sense. The essence of the 8 Gates of Duanjia is indeed to open the gates. Li dove into his training. Days passed. Inside the wooden cabin. Open. Chakra surged rapidly toward the open gate. A faint sound echoed. The chakra within Li burst forth, breaking through the first gate, the open gate. In an instant, Li vanished from the room, reappearing outside the wooden cabin. He unleashed a punch, a mere ordinary strike, yet it shattered a massive tree. This was the speed and power gained from opening the first gate. Li glanced at the panel displaying his taijutsu aptitude. Strength, 15, speed, 17, breaking through limitations. And this was merely the first gate. With a whoosh, the effects of the first gate dissipated. A wave of immense fatigue washed over him, nearly causing him to falter. Li collapsed onto the ground, gritting his teeth. He felt his chakra entirely depleted, and his muscles screamed in agony. Fortunately, his regular training allowed him to endure the first gate. Reflecting on this, Li couldn't and oppose. He helped but admire the original little Li. He had simplified the process to master and open the first gate so swiftly, while the ordinary little Li in the original story had persevered to attain the fifth gate through sheer effort. Such determination and taijutsu aptitude were formidable indeed. Li raised his gaze to the panel. 8 Gates of Duanjia, 1/10,000, second gate. Li gasped for breath, waves of pain coursing through him, nearly unbearable. It was an arduous endeavor. Each gate opened increased proficiency tenfold. At this rate, to fully unlock the 8 gates, he would need to open the gates a staggering 1 billion times. Li contemplated the battered door of his cabin, now in ruins, and fell into deep thought. In the future, merely affording new doors would be a significant expense. Nonetheless, the ability to open the first gate so rapidly felt worth it. He tidied up and left the wooden cabin. At the Hyuga estate, Niji was diligently practicing the 8 Gates of Duanjia. He struggled to gather chakra at the first gate. Forcing it open would lead to his body's collapse. What am I, a genius? Niji lamented, his chakra nearly exhausted, and ultimately he was compelled to surrender. At that moment, a guard announced Li and Appo's visit. Niji ceased his training and approached the estate entrance. What brings you here? My home was robbed. Robbed? Niji raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What kind of fool would choose to rob a dilapidated wooden cabin over a wealthy merchant and Appo's home? What could possibly be worth stealing from your home? Niji couldn't and Appo's resist asking. Li and Appo's face contorted with anger. That wretched thief. Upon discovering I had nothing of value, he smashed my door and my bed. So, you came here too. I was hoping to stay for a while, Li admitted awkwardly. Niji sighed. He was merely a branch family member, his authority limited. Within the Hyuga clan, he was considered second class, barely above the guards and maids, with little influence. The Hyuga clan was a prominent family in Konoha. Commoners could not simply move in at will. Moreover, he distinctly remembered Li's peculiar habits, such as frequently stripping to admire himself in the mirror, an act that would not escape the scrutiny of the Byakugan-infused Hyuga household. If word spread of Li and Appo's eccentricity and his friendship with Niji, it would spell social disaster for him. No, absolutely not. Niji firmly rejected Li and Appo's request. He retrieved a pouch from his robes. Here, there's 10,000 ryo. Use it to replace your door and bed. And the remainder can be used to renovate that ramshackle cabin of yours. Niji tossed the pouch to Li. Consider it a loan. Return it when you can. Thank you. Li said, thoroughly satisfied. This was precisely his intention. He was merely too embarrassed to directly ask for money. Hence he contrived a more awkward request to put Niji in a difficult position. As the saying goes, if you wish to open a window, you must be willing to raise the roof. Niji, astute as he was, recognized Li and Appo's underlying motive, yet he remained unconcerned. As a branch family member of the Hyuga clan, money was not a pressing issue for him. Little Li, how is your training in the 8 Gates of Duanjia progressing? Niji inquired hesitantly. Not very well. It's quite challenging. Niji sighed in relief upon hearing Li's response. He was torn between wishing his friend well and fearing Li's potential success. I've only opened the first gate. As he spoke, Li demonstrated the first gate. Open. As the cerebral restrictions lifted, his speed and power multiplied, exuding an intense aura. Niji was left speechless. In just a few days, while he struggled to unlock the first gate, little Li had already mastered it. Niji and Appo's composure began to fray. Alas, this fellow is not driving a Range Rover, but rather a Bugatti Veyron. I have some matters to attend to. You may turn left and proceed straight to exit the Hinata residence. Niji, with a gloomy expression, silently made his way to the training ground. Rock Li, observing Niji's dismissal, had no choice but to leave the estate. A hint of sourness lingered in the air. Rock Li pondered for a moment. He ventured into the bustling streets of Konoha. The array of shops was plentiful. As he passed each establishment, he paused at the entrance. incessantly opening and closing the door until the proprietors grew impatient and urged him to leave. Thus, time passed until dusk, under the disapproving gaze of the lumber store owner. Rockley hoisted the wooden door he had purchased and returned to his humble abode. 8 gates technique 310,000, second gate. The journey ahead is arduous. Having acquired more than 20 solid wooden doors from the lumber store, he reinstalled them and resumed his training. Another fortnight slipped by, and Rockley received a summons. Team 3 was to assemble urgently. An urgent assembly? Chapter 6. The first mission, Emergency Assembly? On his way, Lee Rock observed numerous ninjas vigilantly scanning the streets. While covertly, the Umbu had mobilized. Had something occurred in Konoha? As he hurried to the assembly point, Lee Rock pondered this unsettling thought. At this juncture, Naruto and Sasuke had yet to graduate, marking one of the few tranquil times in Konoha. Lee Rock donned his forehead protector and inquired of a patrolling ninja. But the latter, visibly tense, refrained from divulging any specifics, which only heightened Lee Rock's curiosity. Upon reaching the assembly location, he found Niji and Tintin already present. Do you know the reason for this emergency assembly? Lee Rock asked them. Being a civilian, he was often out of the loop regarding such matters, but Niji, hailing from the prominent Hyuga clan, might have heard some whispers amidst the winds of change. It's related to you, Niji replied as he stretched his limbs. Suzuki Jinji has gone missing, leading to mutual suspicion between the Suzuki clan and the village's higher-ups. Ultimately, they betrayed the village, the clan leader fled, and all members of the Suzuki clan within Konoha were executed. Niji's voice bore no trace of emotion, as if he had grown accustomed to such grim realities. It was only then that Lee Rock grasped the gravity of the situation. His earlier worries about potential retaliation from the Suzuki clan now seemed unfounded. It was likely another scheme orchestrated by Danzo. This indicated that the higher-ups of Konoha had made a choice between him and the Suzuki clan. A potential elite jonin versus a clan with mafia origins, the decision was rather straightforward, for elite ninjas were a coveted resource, whereas the Suzuki clan could easily be replaced by the Mizuki or Suji clans. Soon, Might Guy and Kakashi arrived at the assembly point. Guy's expression was grave. Suzuki Run has defected with vital information about Konoha. The Umbu have already been dispatched, and current intelligence suggests that he remains within the Land of Fire. Guy outlined the task, indicating Suzuki Run's last known location in the Land of Fire, specifically Aoyama City. You 3 will each patrol 3 designated areas. He opened a map and pointed to 3 locations in Aoyama City. Niji, you will patrol the eastern part of the city, Tintin, the southern, and Lee Rock, the northern. Understood. They replied in unison, dispersing accordingly. Kakashi, however, lounged leisurely nearby. Aren't you going to accompany them? Especially Lee Rock. If Suzuki Run learns of his involvement, he may seek him out directly, Kakashi remarked, observing the departing ninjas. Though Suzuki Run lacks advanced ninjutsu, his combat experience is considerable. There's no cause for concern. Guy replied confidently, gesturing to the map. Suzuki Run isn't foolish. If he doesn't expedite his departure from the Land of Fire, he may find it impossible to leave. The eastern route of Aoyama City is the best exit. Hence, I assign Lee Rock to the northern patrol. As their conversation progressed, an Umbu member appeared. Kakashi, a former captain of the Umbu, had been tasked by the Hokage to oversee all operations for this mission. The Umbu member delivered the latest intelligence. Kakashi unfurled the scroll. There's no trace of Suzuki Run outside Aoyama City. It appears Niji will be the one to complete this C-rank mission. He continued to peruse the scroll until his expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Yet, Guy remained composed. Kakashi, one must not panic in the face of adversity. You are an elite jonin after all. Ignoring Guy, Kakashi hastily scanned the latter part of the scroll. Suzuki Run has injured 5 genin in Katsuragi Mountain, and the Umbu sensed Orochimaru's chakra at the scene. Before he could finish, Guy vanished in an instant. We must ensure the safety of these 3, particularly Lee Rock. 3 days later, Aoyama City. Upon their arrival, the trio was warmly welcomed by the city lord. They were treated to a lavish banquet, complete with song and dance, leaving Lee Rock utterly bewildered. Tintin felt somewhat out of place, yet did not resist the festivities, while Niji appeared unfazed. After the banquet concluded, Lee Rock could no longer contain himself. Are we to feast like this every day? I thought we were here to complete a mission and locate Suzuki Run. Aren't we worried he might escape? What's wrong with enjoying a banquet? Tintin retorted, biting into a piece of venison, somewhat disgruntled. Who asked you? Niji interjected, turning to Lee Rock. This is a customary practice among noble families. To decline would be a breach of etiquette. Currently, Aoyama City is under lockdown, and it's only a matter of time before Suzuki Run is captured. Agreed. At that moment, a group of scantily clad maidens approached, one particularly striking maid carrying 3 briefcases, one for each of them. Upon opening the cases, they revealed an abundance of money. This is a token of appreciation from the city lord. Lee Rock was taken aback. In addition to free meals, they were also receiving money. Is this customary for your noble families? He inquired. This is not for us. Niji clarified, shaking his head as he explained the significance of the funds. The city lord was appointed by the daimyo, and given Aoyama City's proximity to Konoha, the village's stance could influence who would be the next city lord. This money isn't for us. It's for the higher-ups. After all, if he doesn't take it, how will the Hokage? If the Hokage doesn't take it, how will the daimyo? If the daimyo doesn't take it, how will the city lord remain in power? The waters are murky, and the fish must navigate accordingly. Very well, I shall report the city lord's intent faithfully. I plan to rest for a while. You may leave. As the maidens departed, Lee Rock opened his briefcase and counted the contents. 280,000 ryo. He shook his head in astonishment at the peculiar amount. After some deliberation, he extracted 30,000 ryo to add to his wallet. 30,000 ryo is mine. 50,000 is for Guy-sensei. But he is a man of integrity and wouldn't he take it. He then withdrew another 50,000 ryo, placing it in his wallet. If Guy-sensei doesn't accept it, I shall treat him to a meal later. Lee Rock was in need of funds, for the costs of training in the 8 gates would soon accumulate to a staggering sum. Niji and Tintin exchanged glances, but said nothing. They were well aware of Lee Rock's background and chose to feign ignorance. Niji opened his briefcase only to find a total of 1 million ryo, leaving Lee Rock utterly dumbfounded. He turned to Tintin, who let out a wry smile as she opened her own briefcase. The money in the suitcase pales in comparison to Niji, yet it surpasses that of Rock Lee by a considerable margin. Indeed, the commoners are worse than dogs. Rock Lee exclaimed vehemently, "What good is it to belong to a prestigious family? From the moment of birth, one's fate is already inscribed." Upon hearing Rock Lee's lament, Niji remarked, leaving Rock Lee with no retort. For the time being, he had no means to liberate himself from his gilded cage. "Why don't we switch places? You discuss with the Hyuga clan leader, and I shall endure your hardships while you take refuge in my humble wooden abode," Rock Lee suggested earnestly. "I cannot hold my liquor well. I feel rather inebriated." Niji mumbled, his words somewhat slurred. Rock Lee vehemently berated Niji for being heartless. Niji, however, remained unperturbed. He recognized the efforts of little Lee and genuinely appreciated him. Over the last few days, as they grew familiar with one another, Rock Lee had not refrained from jesting. The three accepted the Lord's gracious invitation. As evening fell, the Lord of Always City once again sent a trusted confidant to invite the trio to dine. However, this time, the Lord seemed preoccupied and did not attend the banquet personally. Instead, it was presided over by Captain Harusui Shinji. Chapter 7. The appearance of Suzuki Jun at the banquet. Masashi Hayamizu incessantly praised the young Niji, extolling his talents and the beauty and kindness of Tintin. In stark contrast, Lee Rock received a rather simplistic evaluation: eat more vegetables. To this, Lee Rock merely shrugged, not harboring any resentment. When it came to attire and demeanor, he indeed paled in comparison to Niji, who hailed from a prestigious family, even falling short of Tintin. Symbolically taking a sip of his drink, he excused himself from the banquet, citing his inability to hold his liquor. Hayamizu and the others paid him little mind, their true focus resting solely on Niji, the young scion of the Hyuga clan. Both Niji and Tintin were aware of Lee Rock's aversion to such gatherings and did not attempt to dissuade him from leaving. Meanwhile, within the fortress of the Lord's residence, the lifeless body of Lord Aoi lay still on the ground, while a man draped in a black cloak sat regally upon a stone chair. "What has transpired?" he inquired of the 4 ninjas stationed below him. "Suzuki Jun should have commenced by now," one of the ninjas responded. The cloaked figure nodded, expressing a hope that this experiment would not disappoint Lord Orochimaru. As he removed his hood, it was revealed to be Kabuto Yakushi. He addressed the 4 ninjas, "Go forth. All for the glory of Lord Orochimaru." The ninjas responded with fervent cries of enthusiasm. In the northern part of the city, Lee Rock returned to his secondary residence. Upon entering his room, he opened the door with a creak. 8 gates. 8806-10,000, second gate. Today, he believed he could fully master the second gate. Lee Rock repeatedly opened and closed the door, disregarding the myriad distractions from the outside world. With Aoi City sealed off and his samurai sufficient in number, there was no need for Lee Rock to concern himself with patrols. The discovery of Suzuki Jun was merely a matter of time. As night fell, Lee Rock gazed at the thoroughly damaged door, remaining silent. The door, once exquisite, was of lesser quality than the wooden door of his dilapidated hut. He sighed inwardly, lamenting the unscrupulous merchants. Fortunately, he had achieved progress. The 8 gates were indeed arduous. Lee Rock observed the panel. 8 gates. 10001 100,000, third gate. The third gate required an astounding 100,000 proficiency points. He could hardly fathom what other gates could endure such strain. With the door broken, he turned to other forms of training, beginning to practice the 12 forms of Shingi. This internal martial art was beyond Lee Rock's current capacity to become a Jinchuriki, as his chakra was limited. An idea struck him. If chakra could be seen as internal energy that could stimulate ancient martial techniques, could one potentially cultivate internal energy through ancient martial arts to enhance chakra? He struck vigorously, executing cuts and thrusts with precision. Moving like the wind and falling like an arrow, his movements resonating like thunder, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Detection indicates the host is training in Shingi Quan. Would you like to spend 1 silver for simplification? Simplify. Shingi Quan simplification successful. Shingi Quan, roar roar. Lee Rock was momentarily bewildered. As realization dawned upon him, he understood the implication of the roar. Xing Yi Quan primarily rested upon the foundations of the 5-element fist and the 12 forms, with Lee Rock being particularly adept at the latter. The roar likely entailed a simplistic mimicry of animal sounds. With a tentative roar, Lee Rock attempted to vocalize. Xing Yi Quan 100 beginner. He sensed a slight increase in his chakra, albeit minimal. Nonetheless, the potential for growth was promising. Thus, Lee Rock resolved to continue his arduous training. He lay on his bed, persistently roaring. The guards stationed near the secondary residence exchanged perplexed glances, initially unaware of the source of the sound. Once they discovered its origin, they pondered whether such peculiarities were common among the ninjas of Konoha. Perhaps it was a method of relaying information in the dead of night? Was he communicating with an ape? Consequently, rumors of Lee Rock's eccentricity began to circulate among the guards. Lee Rock caught wind of this, yet paid it no heed. However, the absence of Suzuki Jun lingered. It seemed as though he had vanished completely from the city. As the night deepened, Lee Rock shed his training attire, preparing for slumber, intending to request a new door from the Lord's residence the following day. As he lay down, drowsiness enveloped him. Suddenly, Lee Rock's figure vanished from the bed as several cross-shaped nails pierced the mattress. "Who goes there?" he exclaimed, casting his gaze toward the corner of the room. A figure emerged, Suzuki Jun. Lee Rock's expression hardened. Although the visage before him differed slightly from the wanted poster, recognition was swift. "I ask you but once, is my son alive or dead?" Suzuki Jun's voice was hoarse and weary, the toll of days spent in hiding evident. "Alive," Lee Rock replied without a moment's hesitation. "Where have you hidden him?" "Right behind you," Suzuki Jun retorted, not bothering to glance back. With a cold smirk, he drew his blade and lunged at Lee Rock. The strike was powerful, aimed directly at Lee Rock's head. Lee Rock sidestepped the attack, shifting his palm into a knife-like form, aiming a ferocious thrust towards Suzuki Jun's heart. Yet, Suzuki Jun disregarded the assault entirely, redirecting his blade upward toward Lee Rock's throat, his speed rivaling that of Lee Rock's strike. Realizing the tenacity of Suzuki Jun, Lee Rock understood that he was no mere brute. He was a reckless fighter with considerable experience. Even if Lee Rock's strike were to pierce Suzuki Jun's heart, he would still fall victim to a fatal cut across his throat. Suzuki Jun fought with the intention of trading lives. The blade gleamed ominously in the night, moving with the grace of a silver serpent, entwining around Lee Rock and leaving him no avenue of escape. The two engaged in a deadly dance beneath the cloak of night, the sounds of their struggle minimal, yet imbued with an atmosphere of lethal intent. This was a genuine fight for survival. Any misstep could spell doom for either combatant. Lee Rock evaded Suzuki Jun and Oppo's strikes, remaining unperturbed. Youth often underestimated experience. Furthermore, Suzuki Jun's days of evasion had drained his stamina and energy, and as long as Lee Rock could prolong the confrontation, Suzuki Jun would inevitably reveal a flaw. Indeed, moments later, Suzuki Jun's strikes began to falter, one blade slicing only air. "Now's my chance," Lee Rock thought, propelling himself forward, adopting a low stance as he unleashed a powerful elbow strike. Boom. The sound of the impact reverberated through the northern vicinity, drawing the attention of nearby samurai. Hayamizu and a cadre of warriors rushed to the scene, their faces painted with shock at the sight of Lee Rock's residence reduced to ruins. Lee Rock exhaled, collecting himself. "Suzuki Jun ambushed me. He is now dead. The rest is for you to handle." Before he could finish, a voice emerged from the rubble. "You underestimated me. Konoha youth. Tonight, no one can save you." A primal roar echoed from the debris, as an overwhelming chakra erupted forth, sending everyone flying. For massive purple pillars shot skyward. Ninjutsu, 4 purple flame formation. For ninjas emerged from the shadows, unleashing a sealing technique that ensnared Rock Lee and Suzuki Rin within its confines. Chapter 8. 8 Gates of Duinjia. The next day, after the hospitality had concluded, Niji Hyuga was vigilantly surveying the vicinity of the city gate with his Byakugan. No shadow in the darkness could elude the scrutiny of his keen eyes. "Sensei Guy truly holds me in high regard," he mused with a light chuckle. Aware that his assignment to the eastern city gate was to apprehend Suzuki Run and achieve a flawless evaluation for the C-rank mission. Suddenly, Niji's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an overwhelming surge of chakra emanating from the north of the city. "This is bad, it's Lee." Without a moment to relay instructions to the samurai, he launched himself toward the northern district. Upon his arrival, he found Tenten had already reached the scene. However, an immense barrier prevented them from entering within 100 miles of the city gate. What is this barrier technique? Niji wondered, recognizing it as the work of Suzuki Run. Something seemed amiss, as the boy appeared to have undergone some form of transformation. With the Byakugan activated, Niji observed Suzuki Run's chakra materializing into a terrifying serpent. "Lee," he exclaimed, noticing that Lee was battered but seemingly uninjured. Amidst the rubble, a pair of crimson eyes flickered ominously from the dust. Rock Lee felt as if he were being hunted by a ferocious beast. What kind of ninjutsu is this? He focused intently on those red eyes. feeling an oppressive aura reminiscent of the pressure he had experienced when Guy opened the sixth gate. Rock Lee's heart raced violently in his chest, a frigid sensation enveloping him. This was the palpable weight of impending death. Emerging from the debris, Suzuki Run was shrouded in intricate scales, his eyes transformed into slitted pupils. Thanks to the forbidden drugs bestowed by Lord Orochimaru, is this the true essence of power? He sneered, directing his gaze at Lee. You shall accompany the Suzuki clan to the grave. In an instant, Suzuki Run vanished from Lee's sight, reappearing with his blade poised above Lee's head. The force of his attack reached Lee before the blade did, causing a tightening sensation at the back of his head. Reacting swiftly, Lee evaded the strike but felt the blade graze his shoulder, resulting in a wound that bled profusely. How swift, he thought, realizing he hadn't even caught a glimpse of Suzuki Run's movement. It had been too long since he had experienced such a thrill. Lee exhaled softly, the fear in his eyes dissipating, replaced by an unyielding spirit and exhilaration. Open. Chakra surged within him, unlocking the first gate. Not enough. Second gate, open. With that, his chakra surged violently. What? Suzuki Run gasped in shock, unprepared for the overwhelming chakra emanating from the 12-year-old genin before him. A dragon's roar echoed through the northern district as Lee, embodying the form of a dragon, executed a powerful kick that struck like a dragon's tail against Suzuki Run, a move from the 12 forms of intent. Suzuki Run attempted to parry with his blade. Crack! Lee's left hand transformed into a claw, shattering the samurai sword effortlessly. You know nothing of ancient martial arts, he declared, soaring through the air. As he transformed his attack from dragon to eagle, he lunged at Suzuki Run with a mighty claw strike. Flash! A large swath of flesh was torn from Suzuki Run's chest, yet he seemed impervious to pain, retaliating with a strike to Lee's abdomen. Bang! A fragment of wood materialized before Suzuki Run's eyes. Lee had employed the substitution jutsu. As Suzuki Run's slitted eyes shifted, he swung a punch backward. Lee appeared behind Suzuki Run, standing firm as he engaged him in a direct clash of fists. Boom! Suzuki Run was sent reeling, crashing through several structures in the process. The battle left Niji and Tintin outside the barrier in utter astonishment. Lee is so formidable. Tintin's eyes widened in disbelief. Having known Lee for a considerable time, she was only now realizing the extent of his strength and resilience against formidable foes. Though Niji was already aware of Lee's capabilities, witnessing him in battle was a revelation. Inside the barrier, Lee propelled Suzuki Run into the air with a powerful kick. The bandages on his hands unfurled, swirling in the wind as they ensnared Suzuki Run tightly. Niji, watch closely, this move is for you, Lee declared as he began to spin rapidly. Petal Lotus. With a tremendous force, Lee's spinning body sent Suzuki Run crashing into the ground. The shockwave was so intense that Niji and Tintin, even from 10 miles away, struggled to maintain their footing. Madman! Niji exclaimed in shock, realizing that Lee was intent on ending Suzuki Run. 5 kilometers away, even Niji's Byakugan could not penetrate the barrier. Kabuto, equally astounded, had not anticipated this outcome. The task assigned by Orochimaru was to gather intelligence on Niji Hyuga, believing the Byakugan to be of great interest. He had miscalculated. The true strength lay not with the Hyuga scion, but with this watermelon-headed boy. As Kabuto consolidated the intelligence onto a ninja card, he gestured to the four-sound ninja lurking in the shadows. Retreat. Understood. The four-sound ninja dispelled their shadow clones and vanished alongside Kabuto, with the barrier dissipating. Niji and Tintin rushed to Lee's side. That move consumed an immense amount of energy. Lee stood weakly amidst the haze, supported by his friends. In the distance, Suzuki Run lay lifeless, the beast seal dissipating along with him. What kind of forbidden drug was he using to gain such strength? Niji pondered, recognizing that the beast seal was likely tied to Orochimaru and needed to be reported to the Hokage promptly. After speaking, Lee succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. In the land of rice, within a concealed cave, a lifeless body lay upon a stone bed, covered in an array of intricate seals. Orochimaru gazed at the corpse, disappointment flickering in his golden slitted eyes. This test subject is far too weak. Behind him, Kabuto approached. Lord Orochimaru, I believe I have discovered a rather intriguing test subject. He presented the ninja card to Orochimaru, who perused its contents with interest. 8 gates of Duinjia, you say? Indeed. It appears that the boy named Rock Lee from Konoha possesses the ability to unlock the second gate, wielding formidable power. As a test subject, his physical resilience should not be underestimated. Kabuto recalled Lee's combat performance and added, he seems to have knowledge of martial arts beyond Konoha, which are also remarkably potent. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then coughed lightly. This body is reaching its limits. I must hasten to find a new vessel. The 8 gates require prolonged training, unsuitable for me. What about the Byakugan boy? We failed to gather combat intelligence. His disappointment was palpable, but it was fleeting, as excitement soon flickered in his gaze. I have recently discovered a pair of even more promising eyes. Orochimaru extended his tongue, licking his lips in anticipation. Let us make our way to Sunagakure. I have a grand gift to present to Lord Sarutobi. Chapter 9. filial piety, and parental kindness at Konoha Hospital. Lee Rock slowly awakened. You are awake. Tian Tian and Ning Si had been vigilantly watching by his bedside. Lee Rock ignored the two of them and rubbed his hands together. Where's my money? He croaked. Here. Ning Si produced a wallet from his pocket and placed it beside Lee Rock's pillow. Lee Rock sighed with relief. It was indeed his wallet. His body was wrapped in bandages, and even turning his neck felt uncomfortable. Don't move around too much. The doctor said you need at least half a month to fully recover. During this time, focus on healing, Ning Si advised. The difficulty of this mission has been reassessed and classified as A. You completed it perfectly and earned a reward of 300,000 Ryo. Remember to collect it from the Hokage's office once you're healed, he continued, glancing at Tian Tian. Tian Tian nodded, retrieving a scroll. This contains the time, location, and details for your next mission. Be sure to check it once you're better. After saying this, she and Ning Si left the hospital room. Once they departed, Lee Rock glanced at the scroll. The next mission was at least 2 months away, so he felt no rush. Lying in bed, he let out a gentle roar. Xingyi Quan 36-100, beginner. Even if his body was immobile, his training could not cease. During his recuperation, Lee Rock occasionally let out roars, which the hospital staff had grown accustomed to, assuming it was merely the result of his wounds reopening. Guy and Kakashi had visited Lee Rock, bringing him some fruit. Before leaving, Guy made sure to leave behind a green jumpsuit, urging Lee Rock to wear it after his recovery, promising that he would be even more invigorated in the next battle. Lee Rock accepted it, but was resolute in not wearing it. He planned to get a haircut once healed and purchased several new outfits, fully leveling up his 3-body technique before anything else. The 8 gates of Duinjia also required urgent training. However, he couldn't move now, making training impossible. Half a month swiftly passed, and Lee Rock finally discharged from the hospital. He did not rush to the Hokage's office to claim his reward. Instead, he first visited the Konoha shopping street. After getting a haircut, he bought a large bag of inexpensive clothes, then returned to his dilapidated wooden house. The previous watermelon hairstyle had significantly affected his image. Standing before the mirror, he was thoroughly pleased with his current appearance. Shadow Clone Technique 66-100, beginner. Shadow Clone Technique 67-100, beginner. Shadow Clone Technique 68-100, beginner. As he stood before the mirror, the proficiency of his Shadow Clone Technique continued to rise. He began to softly roar. Xingyi Quan 30-100, beginner. Xingyi Quan 31-100, beginner. Chakra was increasing. Lee Rock felt quite satisfied. His skills were still insufficient. Facing an ordinary warrior was manageable, but against Suzuki Jun, who had activated the Beast Curse mark, he would be no match without opening the second gate of the 8 gates. Once activated, he would also enter a period of weakness. This was the consequence of having too few trump cards. Currently, the only genuine means he had to determine victory was through the 8 gates and the grand completion of the 8 extremes fist. Chakra was produced from the cells in his body, flowing through his meridians. If one were to damage the internal organs and meridians. As this thought crossed his mind, Lee Rock gently closed his eyes, allowing his arms to fall naturally with palms facing inward, his breathing subtly harmonizing with nature. Taiji. He assumed the starting position of Taiji. Detected that the host is practicing Taiji. Would you like to spend 1 Ryo to simplify? Simplify. Taiji, wave hands, wave hands. Lee Rock extended his right hand, moving it up and down. Taiji 1-100, beginner. Chakra was increasing, and the speed surpassed that of Xingyi. Lee Rock continuously swung his arms. He decided to temporarily set aside the practice of Xingyi, as constant roaring was a strain on his throat. However, Taiji was different. The up and down motions were nearly second nature for Lee Rock, who often practiced body techniques. He intended to prioritize mastering Taiji to its grand completion. Both Taiji and Xingyi belonged to the internal martial arts, yet their upper limits differed. Taiji not only increased chakra but also cultivated strength. Once mastered to perfection, it could unleash hidden strength. This hidden strength could damage an opponent's internal organs, conserving considerable chakra. Lee Rock felt a surge of anticipation. In future battles against formidable foes, as long as he could make contact with their bodies, he could inflict damage to their vital organs through the activation of hidden strength. This truly was a lethal weapon, death upon contact. The hidden strength could serve as a trump card, remaining difficult to detect. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Lee Rock rubbed his shoulders and arms. For 7 consecutive days, aside from eating and sleeping, he had nearly non-stop waved his arms. Even with his frequent practice of body techniques, his arms felt somewhat sore. Such training intensity would leave others incapable of lifting their arms within 3 days. Yet, he was fine. Though his body felt fatigued, his spirit soared. On the panel appeared, Taiji 10,000, grand completion. Lee Rock stepped out of the wooden house and picked up a leaf from the ground. He gently brushed his palm across the leaf before placing it back down. He could now unleash hidden strength. Upon closer inspection, the leaf that had just been brushed showed all its veins irregularly severed. This was the manifestation of hidden strength striking an enemy invisibly. Next, it was time to train the 8 gates of Duinjia. Standing outside his wooden house, Lee Rock gently opened the door. 8 gates Duinjia, 15691, 10000, 3rd gate. Lee Rock pondered for a moment, moving the mirror in front of the door and retrieving a large bag of clothes. Mere effort alone could not surpass genius. He looked at his reflection in the mirror. Shadow Clone Technique 69-100 Beginner. Thus, starting today, I shall become a diligent practitioner. Lee Rock adjusted his clothes while looking at the mirror and opening the door. The proficiency of the 8 gates of Duanjia, Shadow Clone Technique, and Transformation Technique began to rise steadily. A month later, all the doors were broken. Lee Rock gazed at the ground strewn with shattered door panels, feeling quite distressed. 8 gates Duanjia, 17003, 100000. Third gate. He was still far from the 4th gate. Fortunately, both the Shadow Clone Technique and Transformation Technique had reached grand completion. Aside from the 8 gates, there had been no significant improvements in other areas, so he decided to visit the Hokage's office. An hour later, Lee Rock arrived at the Hokage office building, located in the center of Konoha. This building served as the hub for all decision-making and intelligence dissemination. Lee Rock looked up at the Hokage building, adorned with the sculptures of past Hokages, each gazing forward in different postures, as if silently guarding this land. Unfortunately, this aura of majesty and sanctity was being ruthlessly disrupted by a small child. Haha, you guys wouldn't dare do this like me, would you? I'm just too awesome. 2 ninjas were fervently pursuing Naruto. Rock Lee let out a sigh as he gazed at the Hokage rock, marred by Naruto-esque graffiti. Among them, the depiction of the 4th Hokage was the most poorly rendered. A son's devotion to his father was evident, yet Lee shook his head. The prince, Naruto, was about to make his grand entrance. The good days in Konoha were drawing to a close. Lee entered the Hokage building, choosing to disregard these matters. His current strength was insufficient to partake in such significant affairs. He arrived at the Hokage's office and gently tapped twice on the door. "Come in," came a voice that bore a hint of age. Lee stepped inside. Chapter 10. The invitation from the 3rd Hokage within the confines of the Hokage's office. The space was modest, dominated by an exquisitely crafted desk made from premium wood, occupying a significant portion of the area. Rock Lee's nostrils twitched as the scent of tobacco wafted into his senses. He turned his gaze towards the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who sat with his back to Lee. Clad not in the traditional Hokage robe, he appeared more like a benevolent elder at that moment. However, Lee was acutely aware of Sarutobi's formidable reputation as the longest-serving Hokage in the history of Konohagakure, having weathered 2 great wars. His strategic prowess and intricate scheming were far more profound than one might perceive at first glance. Nevertheless, Lee observed Sarutobi's evident weakness in dealing with the Uchiha clan and Orochimaru, as well as the unfortunate demise of his companion, Hiashi Hyuga's father, all stemming from the Third's inability to take decisive action. To Lee, this was a reflection of Sarutobi's own helplessness. While the Third was lauded as the strongest Hokage of all time, Lee mused that this strength was somewhat superficial. More accurately described as the mightiest among mortals, a title that became a mere jest in the face of divine beings or peerless adversaries. In the aftermath of the Ninetales incident, and amidst the transitional phase of the village, Sarutobi's calls for peace outwardly and his attempts to purge the troublesome Uchiha from within were acts born of desperation. He had secured an opportunity for the peaceful development of Konohagakure. What resonated most with Lee was the Third's declaration, "Wherever the leaves dance, the fire shall burn eternally." The village indeed represented Sarutobi's unwavering foundation, a line not even his beloved disciple Orochimaru could cross. Yet, when it came to addressing Naruto's concerns, the Third's handling was strikingly lacking. Lee's assessment of Sarutobi was mixed, with praises and criticisms balancing each other. After a while, Sarutobi turned to face Lee. "You are Rock Lee, correct? Your performance on the recent urgent mission was commendable, and here is your reward." As he approached, he handed Lee a banknote of 300,000 ryo, patting him on the shoulder. "Would you be interested in joining the Umbu? I can offer you a position as a squad leader." This proposition was nearly an unprecedented promotion for someone still classified as a genin. Lee shook his head. "I apologize, Hokage-sama, but I believe my skills are insufficient for such a role in the Umbu." He firmly declined the Third's offer. The Umbu, though directly under the Hokage's command and shrouded in mystery, came with significant constraints. The missions were either exceedingly challenging or monotonous, with rewards that did not compensate the risks involved, anathema to Lee's aspirations of self-improvement. Furthermore, the Umbu were tasked with the Hokage's protection, often embroiled in major events. "Oh, your abilities are more than adequate for an Umbu position. With some refinement, you could shoulder even greater burdens in the future." Lee, however, was determined. "I have yet to fully master the teachings of my mentor, Gai-sensei. I yearn to absorb more of his wisdom." Lee once again rejected the Third's offer, perceiving it as mere empty promises. Heavier burdens? Without connections or lineage, how heavy can the burden be for a mere chunin? Moreover, Lee contemplated the transient nature of power. You may not have long left, and what the Third Hokage promises may not be recognized by the Fifth. Lee felt no need to endure perilous missions for personal growth. He was confident that following the system would suffice. He only believed in his own strength. Without strength, all else was meaningless. "Thank you for your consideration, Hokage-sama." With that, Lee exited the Hokage building and returned to his modest abode. He unfurled a scroll detailing his next mission. The daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Frost had been publicly targeted after visiting the Land of Fire, with even casual samurai falling victim to assassination. Thus, the princess sought the protection of Konoha's ninjas to escort her to the borders of the Land of Earth. Lee tucked the scroll away, feeling no particular interest in the princess but piqued by the bounty. The Land of Frost, though not one of the 5 great nations, maintained a cordial relationship with the Land of Fire. Such an audacious bounty on a princess could only be initiated by the likes of the Exchange Bureau. Interacting with the Bureau, taking on occasional side jobs, and quickly amassing wealth seemed a promising venture. However, Lee did not know the exact location of the Exchange Bureau. He only recalled that there was one near a public restroom close to the Fire Temple. The other 4 locations were vaguely described: a sewer, a tower in the forest, a small cabin by the river, and a brick building also by the river. Lee was equally intrigued by the enigmatic figure behind the Exchange Bureau. Was it Orochimaru, the other village leaders, or perhaps a coalition of feudal lords? Lee quickly dismissed the notion of Orochimaru being the mastermind. While Orochimaru had an interest in corpses, the bodies acquired through the Bureau were unlikely to be of any significant caliber for his experiments. Moreover, Konoha was well aware of the Bureau's 5 locations but had never eradicated them, indicating a wariness of their power. If Orochimaru were indeed behind the Bureau, Konoha would have acted decisively long ago. A gleam of determination flickered in Lee's eyes as he stowed the scroll. Once this mission was complete, the Chunin exams would be upon him. Counting the days, he noted that it was already March, with the exams set to commence in early July. After this mission, Guy would likely cease all activities to ensure Team Guy was fully prepared for the exams. That monster. Lee mused as he replaced the door to his newly acquired home. 8 gates, 17031, 100000, 3rd gate. With renewed vigor, he plunged back into his training. Time passed swiftly, and soon the moment for the mission arrived. On the rooftop, Niji was seeking guidance from Guy regarding the 8 gates. Having been astounded by Lee's prowess after opening the 2nd gate, he thought to himself, I am a genius as well. I cannot be incapable of opening even 1 gate. Fueled by this conviction, Niji returned home and embarked on an intense training regimen. He even sought out Guy to devise a rigorous training schedule for himself, aspiring to endure the same arduous path as Guy. After contemplating for a moment, Guy shared his training plan with Niji and presented him with a green spandex suit. Only by wearing this can you truly grow stronger. Niji, trust me. Niji, however, was skeptical. After accepting the plan, he commenced a fervent training spree. As of today, he felt a subtle inclination towards unlocking a gate. Where's Lee? Tintin mused, setting up a grill on the rooftop. Initially, she had also endeavored to train vigorously like Niji and Lee, but soon realized it was not her forte and shifted her focus to space-time ninjutsu instead. Discovering her natural aptitude in this area, she decided to embrace her role as a supportive ally, conjuring ingredients for barbecues from her scrolls. Has he perhaps trained so hard that he forgot about today's mission? Tintin remarked as she offered Niji a piece of grilled meat. Niji's Byakugan detected Lee 500 meters away, his peculiar training method once again eliciting a strange expression on Niji's face. Chapter 11. The escort mission begins on the streets. Rock Lee dragged a makeshift wooden house with one hand. The structure stood about half his height. As he walked, he repeatedly opened and closed the door with his right hand. 8 gates. 30004 100,000, 3rd gate. 8 gates. 30005 100,000, 3rd gate. Only a wooden house of that height could enhance his proficiency. Smaller structures would not suffice. In recent days, Rock Lee had assembled several small wooden houses from broken doors, intending to take them along on his mission, thereby enabling him to continuously train in the 8 gates technique. Initially, he aimed to build a compact wooden house, but after numerous attempts, the proficiency meter remained unchanged as he opened and closed the door. Ultimately, he concluded that a house of half his height was the minimum requirement. Rock Lee climbed onto the roof, where he caught a whiff of delicious roasted meat from afar. I'm ready to indulge. Without hesitation, he set the wooden house aside, using one hand to grasp the roasted meat while the other continued to open and close the door. Tintin did not find this behavior peculiar. She had heard Niji mention Rock Lee's training methods, which he described in 4 words. Very strange, don't look. At that moment, Tintin was preoccupied with eating the roasted meat, choosing to ignore Rock Lee's odd actions. Was this truly his training method? Although she held back her curiosity, her peripheral vision lingered on Rock Lee's wooden house. Lee, what are you doing? Kai's gaze was filled with astonishment as he took a bite of the roasted meat while watching Rock Lee. I am training, Rock Lee replied, savoring his meal. Kai paused for a moment. Then his eyes glimmered with enthusiasm. I see. Then I shall join you in igniting our youth. In an instant, he vanished from the rooftop, only to reappear moments later, carrying a hammer and wooden boards. Soon, a larger wooden house took shape on the roof. Kai-sensei, that's enough. Tintin's eyes twitched in surprise. Amidst her astonishment, Niji, with a stoic expression, leaped down from the rooftop. When he returned, he too bore an additional wooden house. You guys. Tintin sighed as she watched the 3 men incessantly open and close doors on their wooden houses. I shouldn't have joined the taijutsu class, she lamented, feeling quite helpless. Before long, everyone had eaten their fill. The three men handed the wooden houses over to Tenten. Her expression was one of dissatisfaction. Although she could store a substantial amount of materials in her space-time ninjutsu, those were typically useful items, and this broken wooden house, with its damaged door, was of no use in her inventory. Ultimately, it was Niji who spoke up, prompting Tenten to reluctantly seal the three wooden houses into scrolls. I will not participate in this mission. The Hokage has assigned me another task. You three, led by Niji, will carry out this mission. Kai addressed them. Despite this mission's B-rank classification, you must ensure one thing. The princess of the Land of Frost must not perish within the borders of the Land of Fire. Otherwise, it will not only result in mission failure, but it will also implicate all of Konoha. Understood. Rock Lee, Niji, and Tenten arrived at the gates of Konoha. Before the gates, two porters carried a rather exquisite pink wooden palanquin, accompanied by a young warrior, holding a sword at the side. Princess, we are the Konoha ninjas responsible for this escort mission. I am Hyuga Niji. Niji stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Tenten, a member of the escort team. She added, followed by Rock Lee's introduction. However, the palanquin remained silent for a while. Rock Lee glanced at the warrior, who maintained a firm grip on his weapon. His hands calloused, exuding a strong aura, a skilled fighter. Noticing Rock Lee's gaze on his blade, the warrior became wary. Then, a voice emerged from within the pink palanquin. Are you from the Hyuga clan? Inquired the princess of the Land of Frost. From the branch family, Niji replied. Very well, let us proceed. Upon receiving the command, the porters lifted the palanquin and moved forward. The journey was uneventful. Rock Lee instructed Tenten to summon the wooden house for continued training. Showing little concern for the mission at hand, the bounty on the princess of the Land of Frost was merely 3 million Ryo, not enough to attract formidable opponents. Speaking of which, would 3 million Ryo even be enough to lure that scoundrel Kakuzu? A sense of unease crept into Rock Lee's mind. As he opened the wooden door, he approached Niji. With Niji's Byakugan activated, they were nearly impervious to threats and traps within a 3-kilometer radius. Is something troubling you? Niji inquired as Rock Lee drew closer. The sky is darkening. Is this escort mission too tranquil? Rock Lee surveyed the surroundings, which felt unnaturally quiet, leaving him uncertain. Could it be that Kakuzu had come? At their current level of strength, if Kakuzu showed up, it would be chaos, and the three of them would stand no chance. Did you sense something amiss? Niji scanned the area. We've fallen victim to a genjutsu. This place was just visited 10 minutes ago. Niji delicately brushed his hand against a nearby tree, revealing a mark he had made with a kunai earlier. Release. Rock Lee formed hand seals, but failed to dispel the genjutsu. What is going on? Is it a layered genjutsu? Rock Lee frowned. Do not worry. At a bearing of southeast 53 degrees, approximately 2,000 meters away, there are 3 ninjas who have employed a concealment technique, Niji whispered. All right, I will take care of them. Rock Lee nodded in understanding, glancing in Niji's direction, then added a cautionary note. Niji, if your Byakugan reveals any hidden assailants possessing 5 hearts and garbed in a red cloud cloak, ignore the mission and the princess. Flee as far as you can with Tenten. Though perplexed by the notion of someone having 5 hearts, Niji nodded, recognizing the seriousness in Rock Lee's demeanor. Understood. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away, 3 rogue ninjas from the Phantom Hidden Village wore expressions of cruelty. Konoha has sent 3 mere children to escort the princess of the Land of Frost. They truly underestimate us bounty hunters. Having fallen into 5 layers of genjutsu, they awaited the moment their stamina waned before seizing the princess. I've heard the princess possesses both beauty and grace. Don't be greedy. I'll go first, and you can line up behind me. The trio chuckled softly. At that moment, a cold voice pierced the air behind them. Next time, remember to strike sooner. That way, you won't have to wait in line. Their expressions shifted dramatically. How is it possible to see through 5 layers of genjutsu and approach us undetected? Just as the 3 rogue ninjas of the Phantom Hidden Village prepared to unleash their ninjutsu, Rock Lee was already leagues ahead of them. Before they could complete even 2 hand seals, Rock Lee swiftly seized them by the neck, ending their lives with ease. Then he flipped and incapacitated the last remaining rogue by breaking both his arms and legs. I have 2 questions for you. Answer truthfully, and I shall leave. The man's expression shifted from agony to excitement upon hearing this. I will answer truthfully to what I know. Indeed. May I inquire if you received your bounty mission from the exchange? The individual from the Hidden Mirage Village paused, taken aback by the simplicity of the question. Yes. It was indeed a mission acquired from the exchange. Lee Locke expressed his satisfaction with the demeanor of the rogue ninja from Hidden Mirage Village. And where might the exchange be located? In the Land of Fire, within the sewers of Shortbook City, on Shortbook Street. Lee Locke gently patted the shoulder of the rogue ninja from Hidden Mirage Village. In an instant, his figure vanished. The rogue ninja, whose limbs were shattered, let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest. A wretched scream escaped his lips as the rogue ninja from Hidden Mirage Village collapsed. Chapter 12. What is that technique? As Niji's Byakugan perceived the departure of Rock Lee, An unusual force surged into the body of a rogue ninja from a hidden mist village. It was the dark energy. Li, unreserved, promptly demonstrated the Tai Chi technique. This martial art, known as Tai Chi, when cultivated to its zenith, grants the practitioner the ability to harness dark energy. Niji and Tintin made a mental note of it. A warrior nearby regarded the technique with disinterest, perceiving it more as a dance than a martial discipline. The group continued their journey toward the land of frost. Along the way, with Tintin's summoning scroll at their disposal, the group found little need to worry about provisions. The night was serene, with stars twinkling against the dark sky. A fire crackled as they discovered a cave to serve as their lodgings for the night. The princess of the land of frost descended from her palanquin, revealing her graceful figure and beauty to all. Rockley busied himself with the door of the wooden hut, casting a sidelong glance. Naturally beautiful and strikingly alluring. This was Li's assessment. Yet, the princess paid him no heed, instead approaching Niji. Bathed in the firelight, Princess Ik Yin appeared even more enchanting, albeit somewhat cold. The proximity of her presence carried an ambiguous undertone. Niji, engrossed in his Tai Chi practice, delved into the essence of the technique, oblivious to Yin's words. However, Tintin, who was inscribing the summoning scroll, began to feel anxious. Noticing Niji's lack of response, Yin drew closer. A man engrossed in his training indeed exudes reliability. Standing before Niji, her voice resonated softly. Niji, from the moment I laid eyes on you, my heart was stirred. I am the princess of the land of frost. When my father passes, the throne shall be yours. Is it not superior to the Hyuga branch of the Leaf Village? The mention of the Hyuga branch caused Niji, mid-practice, to momentarily halt. Tintin, witnessing this scene, nearly broke her brush in her grip. She harbored feelings for Niji, yet the disparity in their backgrounds had always held her back from expressing them. This sentiment lay deeply buried within her. Niji stepped aside, resuming his fluid Tai Chi movements, gradually mastering the technique. Princess of the land of frost, please respect your boundaries. Niji stated coldly. This response relieved Tintin, who resumed her writing of the summoning scroll. Yin's face flushed with embarrassment. As a princess, she was accustomed to men falling at her feet, yet here she faced rejection. Kill him. Yin commanded a nearby warrior, frustration evident in her tone. The young warrior hesitated. Me? Yes, you. Do you not fancy me? Eliminate that Byakugan brat, and I may consider your proposal. Upon hearing this, the warrior drew his blade. But before he could rise, Li seized his wrist. Firmly gripping the warrior's arm, Li snatched the weapon from his grasp. In the cool night, the blade felt weighty and sharp, indeed a fine sword. With a swift motion, Li crushed the warrior's wrist. Ah! The warrior cried out in agony. You dare! I am a warrior of the land of iron. Li smirked coldly. Are you certain of that? It dawned on the warrior that if he were indeed a warrior of the land of iron, openly attacking a Leaf Village ninja could lead to severe diplomatic repercussions. Grimacing in pain, he dared not speak further, glancing at Princess Yin, who regarded him with disdain. Fool, boasting of your prowess yet incapable of defeating mere Chunin. Yin raised her hand to strike Li. Peasant, if you dare not strike Niji, do you think I would fear you? In an instant, Li dodged the slap and retaliated. A resounding clap echoed as Yin's face swelled from the impact. Niji made no attempt to intervene, observing the scene. My companion, unlike myself, hails from humble origins. He knows no restraints. Do not mistake him. Even against a princess of the land of frost, he would not hesitate to act. Niji warned, moreover. Should he choose to eliminate you here, he could easily report that you fell to bounty hunters, and we would merely face failure in our mission. Of course, Li would never truly kill the princess. Failure was one thing, but jeopardizing the relationship between the land of fire and the land of frost would invite scrutiny from Konoha. Niji's words had an effect. Yin, sensing Li's growing hostility, began to fear him. Li raised an eyebrow, his feelings toward the beautiful princess entirely absent. Silence. Speak another word tonight, and I shall tear your mouth asunder. With a firm hand upon Yin's head, he applied pressure. She trembled, her face paling. Just as she prepared to scream, the coldness of Li's gaze stifled her voice. Very well, Li turned to Niji. I shall take the first watch. Niji nodded in agreement. Li was indeed suited for the first watch. Tintin, having expended much chakra summoning food, required rest. Niji, with his Byakugan, was best suited to watch during the vulnerable hours just before dawn. With arrangements made, the group settled into the cave, where tranquility enveloped them. The night sky was adorned with gently falling snow, shimmering like silver. Niji, Tintin, the warrior, and the bearers all sank into a deep slumber. Li remained vigilant by the fire, keeping watch over their surroundings. He gazed at the interface before him. 8 gates, 98603, 100,000, third gate, tomorrow. He should be able to fully master the third gate, the opening of life. The half-height wooden door had deteriorated, so Li retrieved a thick plank from behind and repaired it, continuing to enhance his proficiency. The night swiftly passed. At dawn, the snowfall eased, and the group resumed their journey. Along the way, they encountered several rogue ninjas and assassins seeking the bounty. However, their adversaries were weak and dispatched before they could even draw near. thanks to Niji's Byakugan and Lee's swift action, with a bounty of 3 million. It was unlikely they would face formidable foes, merely lowly adversaries. Lee mused inwardly as he progressed. Suddenly, Niji's expression shifted, peering intently with his Byakugan. He soon broke into a cold sweat. Lee, 30 degrees southeast, 1,000 meters ahead, 5 heartbeats, clad in red cloud ropes. Upon hearing this, Lee's countenance also changed dramatically. How could he fixate on a mere 3 million? Just as Lee Locke was contemplating an escape strategy, the princess of the Frost Kingdom abruptly dashed out of the wooden palanquin, her madness apparent. In her flight, she was headed straight towards the direction of Kakuzu. Curse it. Chapter 13. The Last Assassin on the Mountaintop. Kakuzu leafed through the bounty handbook in his hands, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. After a brief moment, his fingers halted, revealing the visage of a middle-aged man alongside details of his identity and the bounty. According to the intelligence, the daimyo of the Land of Rivers would pass through this area. I shall lie in wait here. Just as Kakuzu contemplated concealing himself, a sound from a distant valley caught his attention. An escort? Are they ninjas from Konoha? Kakuzu swiftly flipped through the bounty handbook. These 3 Konoha ninjas were not listed within its pages. Suddenly, his hand paused. Wait, the princess of the Frost Country. 3 million? Excitement flickered in his dark green pupils. I shall promptly deliver you to the exchange. In the valley, the princess of the Frost Country turned back with a smile. A group of men below. I merely wished to jest, yet you all took it seriously. I shall flee now. Let us see how you protect me. Enough. Lee Rock fumed, his murderous intent barely restrained. The group had the opportunity to retreat in time, yet the princess of the Frost Country had chosen this moment to act recklessly. Were it not for their mission, Lee Rock would have relished the chance to kick this princess to her demise. At that moment, Niji activated his Byakugan. Lee. That man in the red cloud robe is charging towards us. Upon hearing this, Lee Rock immediately dashed forward, delivering a swift strike that rendered the escaping princess unconscious. Split up. Rendezvous at the Snow Fox Mountain. He hoisted the unconscious princess and headed westward, while Niji and Tintin made their way north. In the blink of an eye, the valley was left with a disarmed samurai and 2 bewildered bearers standing in place. Kakuzu observed as Lee Rock fled with the princess in his grasp, his countenance darkening with fury. That is my bounty. Where do you think you're taking her? Positioned on the mountainside, Kakuzu quickened his pace, a desire to eliminate Lee Rock surging within him. However, upon hearing Kakuzu's voice, Lee Rock instantly opened the 3rd gate. The 8 gates release, open. Without a backward glance, Lee Rock sped away. His chakra erupted, leaving cracks in the ground with each step, dust swirling around him. As the dust settled, Lee Rock had vanished from Kakuzu's sight. Konoha-'s taijutsu? Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback, his senses dulled. In the blink of an eye, Lee Rock had already covered 5 kilometers. Such speed, he mused, was beyond his reach to pursue. Chase. Kakuzu, with his extensive experience, quickly deduced that Lee Rock's taijutsu could not be sustained for long. Just as he prepared to utilize Earth Release to continue the pursuit, a procession appeared along the mountain path. Dozens of horse-drawn carriages lined the road, each surrounded by samurai and ninjas guarding them. In the center, a palanquin bore 2 large flags, emblazoned with the character for river. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers. Kakuzu gazed towards the valley, where Lee Rock's figure was gradually fading from view. He sighed. A choice had to be made. 30 million Ryo or 3 million Ryo. Kakuzu could discern the more substantial prize. First, I shall deal with the daimyo of the Land of Rivers, then pursue that Konoha genin. Lee Rock sprinted forward, now within the borders of the Frost Country. Yet, he dared not pause. He could maintain this pace for another 10 minutes, calculating the distance in his mind. He concluded that 10 minutes would suffice to reach Snow Fox Mountain. The mountain was perpetually shrouded in snow, capable of concealing all traces. I can only hope that Kakuzu abandons this trifling bounty, Lee Rock thought to himself. Niji's Byakugan had only spotted Kakuzu, but the latter wore the red cloud robe, indicating his affiliation with the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki operated in pairs when executing missions. Lee Rock could not ascertain whether Kakuzu's partner lay hidden or had been sent to the exchange. He dared not gamble. One Kakuzu was already formidable. Should another member of the Akatsuki ambush them, Lee Rock feared that he, Niji, and Tintin would not survive to return to Konoha. Soon, a towering snow-capped mountain emerged before Lee Rock. He looked up at the azure sky, yet the area around Snow Fox Mountain remained engulfed in swirling snow. It was said that within Snow Fox Mountain dwelled a mythical beast, the Snow Fox, capable of controlling the weather. Lee Rock was skeptical but aware that the world of ninjas did hold terrifying creatures. His chakra was nearly depleted. A wave of weakness washed over him as he leaned against a rock for shelter from the wind and snow. The princess of the Frost Country tumbled from his armpit into the snow. The icy water jolted her awake. This is. Yulian felt a soreness in her neck and gently rotated it, surveying her surroundings. This is Snow Fox Mountain. A sigh of relief escaped her. Now within the borders of the Frost Country, she no longer had to fear relentless pursuit. Why are you lying down? Yulian approached Lee Rock. You lowly commoner, failing to please me while pretending to be aloof. Now I offer you the chance to serve me. All you need to do is silence. I could crush you with a mere finger. Lee Rock retorted, raising his right hand and pointing a single finger at the rock behind him. Bang! The rock instantly bore a fist-sized hole. The sheer power startled Ihuain, compelling her to step back in fear, too afraid to move. At that moment, amidst the wind and snow, a figure cloaked in black appeared at the end of the road. The wind whipped around him, making his robe flutter. It was neither Kakuzu nor an Akatsuki member, which relieved Lee Rock considerably. As he scrutinized the figure, the swirling snow lifted the hem of the man's garment. To his astonishment, Lee Rock noted that all 10 fingers of the man were severed. In other words, the last assassin was neither a samurai nor a ninja. An ordinary person? Lee Rock let out a quiet shout. His chakra began to slowly replenish. The cloaked man approached and removed his hood, revealing a youthful and innocent face. The princess of the Frost Country's expression shifted upon seeing him. Do you know him? Lee Rock, perceiving the tension between them, noted the assassin's low growl and the intense anger in his eyes. A mute? This struck Lee Rock as peculiar. Yuan, however, sighed, slowly recounting a tale. Years ago, amidst a snowstorm, a coup d'etat unfolded in the Frost Country, and I was pursued. I encountered him here, and we shared a beautiful time together, but alas. Then what happened? Lee Rock nonchalantly interjected. Having seen countless romantic tropes in his past life, he was familiar with this narrative. The next part would likely involve love and conflict. Indeed, Yuan's expression shifted from nostalgia to bitterness. Then, as the coup concluded and the dust settled, I provided him with wealth and introduced him to the influential, aiding his rise to prominence. Yet, once he attained a high position, his heart changed. She brushed the snow from her shoulders. Men, not a single one is worth anything. Chapter 14. Mission accomplished at Snow Fox Mountain. With each utterance of the Frost Kingdom princess, the fury in the eyes of the man in the black robe intensified. Lee Rock formed a hand seal. Binding technique. The binding technique is a commonly employed immobilization skill. There exist more unique forms of immobilization, but those are esoteric teachings that Lee Rock cannot master. The princess of the Frost Kingdom must not perish, at least not by my hand. Lee Rock regained a small measure of chakra to perform the immobilization technique, which was a desperate measure. Amidst the swirling snow, the man remained frozen in place, unable to move. His roar echoed like that of a beast. His gaze filled with a murderous intent. Upon witnessing this scene, Ihuain breathed a sigh of relief. She continued recounting her history with the man. His ambition had swelled to the point where he dared to dream of usurping the Frost Kingdom and replacing my father as the Lord. Ultimately, my father became aware of his plans, and his family was annihilated by my father's hand. He vanished without a trace, only to be found here. Lee Rock showed little interest in her tale. He glanced into the distance, where a throng of warriors approached rapidly. A sense of unease gripped him. He was currently weakened. Not to mention dozens of warriors. Even 3 might prove too much to handle. Fear not, they are warriors of the Frost Kingdom. At this moment, Ning Xiai arrived at Snow Fox Mountain. He and Tian helped Lee Rock to his feet, turning their gaze down the mountain. The warriors of the Frost Kingdom had arrived, signifying the conclusion of their mission. Let us return to Konoha. The remaining matters are no longer our concern. Indeed, the 3 descended the mountain. Lee Rock cast one last glance back. The young man in the black robe had already fallen into a pool of blood, his body severed. Yet those eyes remained fixed on Lee Rock. Self-inflicted misfortune. Lee Rock was not afraid of a corpse. Lacking the ability, yet daring to plot for power. Failing to understand the necessity of survival, and preparing for a comeback, he had only targeted a woman. Although Lee Rock disdained to use such a term, he felt compelled to utter, "What a fool." He turned back, and with Ning Xiai and Tian, vanished into the swirling snow. Upon returning to Konoha, Tian and Ning Xiai devoted themselves to preparing for the Chunin exams, refraining from taking on any further missions. However, Lee Rock found himself in need of funds. He refrained from accepting missions above rank C. Meow. Lee Rock caught a large orange cat in a tree. He cradled the feline and approached a mansion, gently knocking on the door. "Excuse me, is this your cat?" Lee Rock inquired. "Indeed, it is my beloved orange tabby." The noblewoman handed him a banknote worth 50,000 Rio. This was the maximum reward for a D-rank mission. Lee Rock accepted the bill, noting that wealthy families are quite generous. Previously, when searching for pets for ordinary folk, he had only received rewards of a few hundred Rio. This time, however, the reward for the pet retrieval task was 500 Rio, but the noblewoman's generosity exceeded 100-fold. Lee Rock calculated that the money in his wallet would suffice for a while. He returned to his dilapidated wooden cabin. A month had passed since he last escorted the princess of the Frost Kingdom. Lee Rock looked at his status panel. 8 gates. 360481 1000000. 4th gate. With approximately 3 months remaining until the Chunin exams, he should be able to reach the level of the 6th gate. Upon attaining the 6th gate, he could utilize the morning peacock technique. Against Gaara, he might stand a chance, but against the one-tail Shikaku, he feared it would not be enough. Nevertheless, Lee Rock did not intend to engage in a prolonged conflict with Shikaku. Defeating Gaara would suffice, as others would handle the beast. Time passed swiftly, and another month slipped by. One day, Lee Rock received a mission to locate a missing person. Initially, he had no intention of accepting it, as such missions typically required extensive travel to gather information, which was a considerable waste of time. However, Upon seeing the details of the missing person, he hesitated. Kang Yinzhong, male, 23 years old, unable to speak, all 10 fingers severed. Please help me find my son. The reward is 1 million Rio. Li Lok furrowed his brow. Wasn't this the same individual who had attempted to assassinate the princess of the Frost Kingdom? After some contemplation, he ultimately accepted the mission. Li Lok did not retrieve the corpse from Snow Fox Mountain. Instead, he sought out the requester, an elderly man, stooped and silver-haired. His face etched with deep wrinkles. Kang Yinzhong has perished, Li Lok stated plainly. Is that so? The old man's murky eyes glistened with tears. He slowly recounted a tale starkly different from that of the Frost Kingdom princess. 5 years ago, Kang Yinzhong encountered Yi Huayin. However, their vast disparity in status left him feeling inferior, preventing him from confessing his feelings, and he remained by Yi Huayin's side as a friend. During this time, he selflessly provided her with financial support and aided her in evading numerous assassination attempts. His feelings for her deepened throughout this period. At last, beneath Snow Fox Mountain, Kang Yinzhong summoned the courage to confess. Yi Huayin did not overtly reject him, but explained that due to the unresolved palace coup, she could not live freely and preferred to maintain their friendship until the power struggle within the Frost Kingdom concluded and her father ascended to lordship. Yi Huayin suddenly announced her intention to marry the prince of the River Kingdom, claiming Kang Yinzhong's pursuit was merely a case of a toad wishing to eat swan meat. This revelation was intolerable for Kang Yinzhong. He stormed into the wedding, revealing the events of the past years and presenting evidence. Upon hearing this, the prince of the River Kingdom annulled his engagement to Yi Huayin, leaving her utterly humiliated. In retaliation, she commanded the warriors to capture Kang Yinzhong, severing his tongue and executing his entire family. Were it not for Kang Yinzhong's desperate struggle to allow his father to escape, Li Lok would not have received this mission. After Kang Yinzhong was captured, Yi Huayin ordered the warriors to sever his fingers, rendering him a cripple. She took satisfaction in this act of revenge, thinking, "You have caused me distress, so I shall return the favor." Upon finishing the old man's tale, Li Lok remained silent. "I will retrieve Kang Yinzhong's remains." Days later, Li Lok returned with Kang Yinzhong's body and assisted the old man in giving him a proper burial. After receiving the 1 million Rio reward, he returned to his wooden cabin. He leisurely enjoyed breakfast, calculating that it was time for the dark energy to take effect. At that moment, in the Frost Kingdom, under the cover of night, Yi Huayin lay on a bed adorned with soft bedding. Her sleep had been troubled. A few nights prior, she had abruptly awakened in the dead of night, feeling a hand resting upon her head. The weight of that hand was eerily reminiscent of Li Lok's touch during the escort mission. Was it a dream? Yi Huayin thought, touching her head but finding nothing there. She lit a lamp, confirming her solitude before attempting to fall asleep once more. However, her sleep remained elusive in the ensuing days. Today, Yi Huayin awoke early. Her maidservants brought her breakfast. Suddenly, with a clatter, one maid gasped in shock upon seeing Yi Huayin, dropping the tray she held. "Audacious! How dare you interrupt my morning repast? You deserve 1,000 deaths." It was then that Ayanon realized her voice had grown exceedingly hoarse and aged. The maidservant hastily dropped to her knees, trembling as she pointed toward the mirror. Bewildered, Ayanon approached it. Within the glass, her reflection revealed hair streaked with silver, thinning at the crown, teeth slightly loosened, and a sallow complexion marred by faint bloodstains. "Ah! What has happened to me?" Ayanon was seized by terror. Overnight, she seemed to have aged decades. She could not accept this cruel reality. "Go! Summon the physician at once, quickly!" she shrieked in panic. The maidservant, obeying without hesitation, fled the chamber to call for aid. But it was too late. Blood seeped from Ayanon's 7 orifices as she collapsed lifelessly upon the floor. By the time the physician arrived to examine her, it was discovered her vital organs had all deteriorated beyond remedy. No art of healing could restore her now. Chapter 15. The proper way to embrace the Byakugan in the barbecue restaurant of Kanahagakure. Prior to the CH-NIN exams, Rock Lee invited Team 3 for a small gathering. Guy was absent due to a special mission issued by the 3rd Hokage. It was rumored that shinobi from other villages would also participate in this CH-NIN exam. The barbecue was hosted by Lee, who diligently turned the meat on the grill with a skewer, ensuring it did not burn. Tintin swiftly snatched up a perfectly grilled piece of meat. "This first piece is mine," she declared, blowing gently on it before savoring the taste. "There's nothing to worry about. No one from any shinobi village is stronger than Niji or you," she remarked. This was indeed a truthful statement, and Lee nodded in agreement. "Don't be too overconfident. I've heard that many of the lower-ranked shinobi from other villages have trained for 2.5 years. Niji cautioned, though inwardly, he felt quite confident. Thanks to Lee's teachings in Tai Chi, he had gained a deeper understanding of gentle fist and the rotation technique. Moreover, Niji had even mastered the second gate of the 8 gates. He kept this progress to himself. Even Guy was unaware. "Little Lee, I look forward to our match in the CH-NIN exams," Niji thought, stealing a glance at Lee, who was too engrossed in his meal to notice. Post-feast, Lee returned to his wooden cabin to continue his training. The looming presence of Gaara, the Jinchuriki, in the upcoming exams weighed heavily on his mind. Li was aware that his strength could not yet confidently surpass Gaara's. He entered the storage room, a newly built simple wooden structure filled with wooden panels. With half a month remaining until the exams, he felt pressed for time. Li examined the panels. 8 gates. 16543131 100 million. 6th gate. The 6th gate was currently his strongest secret weapon, and combined with his dark energy, it would suffice. As Li trained, Niji approached from a distance. Is something the matter? Li inquired directly. Having undergone several missions together, Team 3 had developed a profound trust in one another. Niji, known for his diligent training, often outshone Li. There are aspects of Tai Chi I still do not comprehend. I came to seek your guidance, Niji humbly stated. Upon hearing this, Li released the doorknob and contemplated for a moment. Have you mastered the receiving and issuing techniques? I've grasped all 13 types of Tai Chi energy, yet I have yet to condense dark energy, Niji admitted, a hint of frustration in his voice. He had been stuck at this juncture for a month without progress. But you can use the rotation technique, right? Li asked. Indeed, Niji replied. Then isn't dark energy simple? It operates on the same principle, channeling energy through your body and releasing it through your pores, much like how rotation emits chakra through the pores, Li explained. Niji's eyes widened in realization. Understanding the technique of dark energy would naturally lead Niji to master it. Observing Niji's serious demeanor, Li pondered for a moment before voicing his thoughts. Niji, I believe your fighting style has drifted off course. Niji was taken aback. Drifted off course? Precisely. If you were ordinary like me, then mastering dark energy or diligently practicing the 8 gates would be no issue. However, you possess the Byakugan. Li sighed. What is the most formidable aspect of being a Hokage? It is undoubtedly the aesthetics, fashion, colored contacts, eye makeup, tattoos. Colored contacts rank second. The Byakugan's abilities are extraordinary. Aside from its lack of proficiency in long-range combat compared to the Sharingan, it excels in other areas and is even more stable. Your Byakugan grants you long-distance vision and X-ray capabilities. Why compete in close combat? Li flicked a piece of wood from the ground into his hand. For instance, like this. In an instant, he vanished into the shadows. With a swift motion of his wrist, a piece of wood shot out from the darkness towards Niji. Niji tilted his head to evade it. Boom. The wood pierced through the trunk of a large tree with precision. You saw my position, which is why you could easily dodge that attack, right? Li reappeared before Niji. Indeed, within 2 kilometers, no enemy can hide from the gaze of my Byakugan, Niji acknowledged. Li slapped his thigh in excitement. Exactly. What a pity. You possess the ability to see through and perceive limitless distances. Why reduce your capabilities to a mere action RPG? Niji was perplexed by Li's terminology, but recalling Li's earlier demonstration, he began to understand. Li continued, have 10 draw scrolls for you to carry, enhancing your long-range vision. Imagine striking down foes from 800 miles away with a single palm of chakra. No, eliminate your enemies. Li exclaimed. That sounds amazing. Niji and Amp, Appo's, eyes sparkled with newfound possibilities. Yes, that and Amp, Appo's, it. Utilize the Byakugan to pinpoint your opponent and Amp, Appo's, vulnerabilities, then practice archery to release concentrated, high-density chakra projectiles from a distance, striking with lethal precision. Li elaborated. This is the true application of the Byakugan. Niji trembled with excitement, mumbling to himself, archery, long-distance vision, X-ray. He gradually walked away, and Li chose not to call him back. Changing one's combat style is challenging, but with the Byakugan, transitioning from close to long-range combat should not pose much difficulty. After Niji departed, Li prepared to resume his training when Tintin emerged from the shadows. Are you two never done? Li sighed, one after another. Fortunately, his circle of friends was small, limited to Niji and Tintin. I'm envious of how you both are growing stronger, Tintin admitted, a hint of sadness in her tone. She had explored various paths to strength, ultimately resigning herself to the role of a support character. What about me? Little Li, if you can offer Niji a way to grow stronger, what about me? Tintin suddenly looked up, hope glimmering in her eyes as she gazed at Li. Li fell silent for a moment, taken aback by the question. He had not considered how to help Tintin grow stronger. There was a method, but it would have to wait until after the CHNIN exams. After much contemplation, Li finally said, moreover, this method heavily relies on talent. For now, focus on enhancing your chakra, and after the exams, I will teach you. Thank you. Satisfied with Li's promise, Tintin departed. Once she was gone, Li gently wiped the blade in his hand. This was the sword he had obtained from the guards of the princess of the land of frost, far superior to ordinary market swords. As you both grow stronger, I cannot fall behind. Li began to practice his swordsmanship, exploring the 4 levels of the sword: sword energy, blade light, sword intent, and sword will. Li Lok wielded his blade with a sudden flourish, the glimmer of the sword dancing through the air with remarkable agility. Within the forest, the brilliance of the blade shone. Yet the wielder remained unseen. Indeed, the art of swordsmanship can be simplified. Detected that the host is performing the Bagua knife technique. Would you like to expend 1 unit for simplification? Simplify. Bagua knife, Vegetable chopping, vegetable chopping? Lilock muttered to himself. He attempted to sever a leaf with his knife. On the interface, his proficiency remained unchanged. Very well, I shall purchase a chef and Apos' knife tomorrow. Lilock sheathed his blade and proceeded to the door once more, intent on practicing the 8 gates of Duinjia. Chapter 16. Why did you bite Sasuke? You should bite me. Half a month later, the Chunin exams commenced in earnest. Team 3 gathered before the examination hall. Niji had altered his usual attire, donning a wide robe and carrying 3 enormous scrolls on his back. What do you think? Lilock approached, inquiring about Niji's outfit. Taikula, Niji replied, which prompted a nod of approval from Lilock. This is youth. Nearby, 10-10 sighed. The 3 massive scrolls on Niji's back were the fruits of her labor over the past fortnight. It's all up to you in the written exam, 10-10. Lilock encouraged, patting her shoulder. 10-10 perked up. Don't worry, supporting is my specialty. Soon, everyone entered the examination hall and took their seats. Mori no Ibiki signaled for silence and announced the commencement of the written test. Lilock glanced at the test paper, initially intending to challenge himself, but fell silent upon seeing the questions. These were questions even a seasoned shinobi would struggle to answer. He sighed, observing his surroundings. Over 100 candidates were present, including Naruto, Sasuke, and the rest of the Konoha 12. What a bunch of underachievers, Lilock noted, spotting no more than 5 serious test takers, all from Konoha. The remainder employed a myriad of cheating methods that left Lilock astonished. Niji's Byakugan was a given. However, Lilock was most taken aback by Sasuke. In his line of sight, Sasuke and Apos' gaze was fixed elsewhere, his hands moving frantically. If only I had such methods in my past life. My exam results wouldn't have been so dismal, leaving me no choice but to fight in underground matches. Suddenly, a glimmer flashed from the ceiling, 10-10 signal. Lilock quickly glanced up, adjusting his forehead protector in response. Before long, the written exam concluded, and Team 3 passed without a hitch. Bang! A kunai shot through the window, embedding itself in the blackboard. Prepare for the trials of the Forest of Death tomorrow. No one echoed this proclamation, leaving Akamichi a bit embarrassed. The Forest of Death. Lilock felt a surge of excitement. This was what he had been waiting for. That evening, before a dilapidated wooden cabin, Lilock retrieved a freshly purchased kitchen knife. For now, he had only managed to advance to the 6th gate of the 8 gates, and there were no further improvements to his ninjutsu or taijutsu. He picked up some wild grass from the ground. Snap! The knife fell, severing the grass in 2. 8 trigrams knife technique. 100 beginner. As long as it's useful, Lilock sighed in relief. He had exhausted a fortune on the 8 gates, leaving him with just 100,000 ryo. If he needed to use a kitchen knife for training, it would only worsen his already dire financial situation. Fortunately, the wild grass was edible, a form of wild vegetable. Snap, snap. With each slice, Lilock and Apos' knife technique improved. He spent the entire night honing his skills, managing only 3 hours of sleep. At dawn, he checked his progress. 8 trigrams knife technique. 5602 10,000. Great perfection. A plethora of insights into knife techniques flooded his mind. With a swift motion, he swung the knife, sending a wave of energy that shattered trees within a 10-meter radius. Just barely adequate. I still have a long way to go to master the knife and Apos' essence. He sheathed the knife at his waist. If he could reach the pinnacle of his technique, he wouldn't and Apos' to even need to draw the blade for the trees to splinter before him. The road ahead is long and arduous. Glancing at the time, he set off for the site of the Chunin exams, the Forest of Death. This was a venue rife with poisonous creatures and wild beasts, necessitating vigilance not only against enemies but also against nature's threats. After Akamichi announced the exam rules, everyone collected their scrolls. Let's go, Niji declared. Glancing at Lilock and 10-10, the trio nodded and dashed into the Forest of Death. Along the way, Niji activated his Byakugan. We have obtained the Heaven Scroll, he stated. I previously surveyed the teams with the Earth Scroll using my Byakugan and memorized their positions. Lilock grinned at this revelation. Having a Byakugan user on the team was indeed a relief, sparing them needless conflicts. We should ambush near the central tower and observe any teams carrying the Earth Scroll before engaging. Niji devised a strategy which undoubtedly seemed prudent. However, Lilock shook his head. The Earth Scroll is practically within our grasp. It poses no challenge for Team 3. Oh, what and Apos' your plan, Lee? Niji inquired, surprised by Lilock and Apos' descent. We need to locate Team 7, Lilock asserted confidently. Niji pondered this for a moment, unsure of Lilock and Apos' reasoning, but chose to trust him. Let us go. Their progress shouldn't be too swift, as many are eyeing the 9 newcomers in the village. Niji scanned their surroundings. 10-10 and I will pair up, while you search alone. Once you find Team 7, signal us. Understood, Lilock replied, vanishing in an instant as he headed north. Meanwhile, in the Forest of Death, Sasuke encountered his life mentor, Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru exuded an intimidating presence, appearing both eerie and formidable. Sasuke offered no chance for Orochimaru to impart wisdom. Sharingan, manipulate the windmill, 3 blades of technique. At merely 12 years of age, Sasuke displayed extraordinary combat talent against a shadow-level master like Orochimaru. After trapping him, he unleashed a fire technique. Fire style, dragon flame technique. Flames surged along the wire. And Orochimaru screamed, "Ah, I'm going to die." Just kidding. Orochimaru broke free from the wire, his expression calm, eyes gleaming with amusement. To master the Sharingan at such a young age, you truly embody the Uchiha name. With a swift motion, Orochimaru elongated his neck like a snake, lunging at Sasuke. Just as he was about to strike, a figure appeared before Sasuke. Bang! Lee Rock delivered a powerful kick that sent Orochimaru and Appos' head flying. Oh! Orochimaru's head soared through the air, eventually locking eyes with Lee Rock. Sasuke and Sakura were stunned. "Hey, you with the thick eyebrows. Shut up. If you mention my eyebrows again, I'll let Orochimaru bite you." Sakura recoiled at this threat, fear washing over her, memories of Orochimaru's terrifying presence haunting her. Sasuke slumped to the ground, overwhelmed. "You fled with Sakura, we are no match for him." Sasuke had not finished speaking. Rock Lee waved his hand dismissively. "You misunderstand. I am not a rival to Orochimaru, nor do I wish to engage him in battle." "What? Then who are you?" Sasuke was taken aback. "You neither flee nor express a desire to fight. What do you intend to do?" Even Orochimaru, from a distance, could not comprehend. The golden slits of his eyes reflected the figure of Rock Lee. Rock Lee smiled gently. "Why are you biting Sasuke?" He shouted vehemently. "Why are you biting me?" Chapter 17. Tattoo of Joy, the Forest of Death. The little demon of the 8 gates. Well, according to the intelligence, he is quite a suitable experimental subject. Orochimaru and Appos' head moved slightly as he swiftly darted towards Rock Lee. Snap! Orochimaru sank his fangs into Rock Lee, then subtly twisted to bite Sasuke and Appos' neck. It seems he cannot forget Sasuke. Once Orochimaru and Appos' neck returned to normal, he frowned at Rock Lee, his golden slit pupils filled with confusion. "Why do you not evade?" "Because I am not afraid," Rock Lee replied nonchalantly. In stark contrast to Sasuke, who sat on the ground clutching his neck in agony, Rock Lee appeared distinctly unfazed. Yes, splendid. This is the sensation." Rock Lee was enraptured. Detected that the host is practicing the cursed seal. "Would you like to spend 50,000 Ryo to simplify the cursed seal?" "Simplify? Cursed seal, simplified drawing." Rock Lee snapped a branch and drew a smiley face on the ground. "Cursed seal, 1,000, cursed seal 1, boom." His chakra surged dramatically. Even in the state of cursed seal 1, his chakra was already comparable to the 3rd gate of the 8 gates. This is the power of tattoos. The cost of 50,000 Ryo for simplification seems reasonable. After all, enduring this grants immediate power, a straightforward and brutal method, saving one from extensive arduous training. This power is simply marvelous. Rock Lee laughed heartily. Sasuke and Sakura, witnessing this scene, were left wide-eyed. "Madman." Sasuke couldn't help but curse. Orochimaru was equally astonished. He could not comprehend how Rock Lee could activate the cursed seal merely by drawing a circle on the ground. Yet, he felt exhilarated. Previously, Orochimaru did not regard Rock Lee as a perfect experimental subject. Now, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. While the genius Sasuke struggled, Rock Lee could activate Cursed Seal 1 in mere seconds. This could no longer be described as mere genius. Rock Lee was a person born for the Cursed Seal. Who would have thought I misjudged him? Truly an unexpected gain. I eagerly await the moment you come to find me. Orochimaru's form began to meld slowly into the tree trunk. "Wait, hold on," Rock Lee shouted. He spotted Hinata and Tenten rushing over. "Come, quickly," Rock Lee bellowed. Tenten and Hinata were still unaware of what had transpired, maintaining a safe distance from Orochimaru. "Come, Hinata, don't dawdle, hurry. You should let him take a bite too." Rock Lee felt a wave of weakness wash over him. This was a side effect of the cursed seal's fading. However, Rock Lee was unconcerned. The fleeting sensation of chakra surging was simply irresistible. "Hinata, with tattoos and those beautiful eyes, you'd be invincible. Hurry," Rock Lee urged anxiously. Orochimaru seemed displeased, vanishing at an even swifter pace. Has the youth of Konoha become so impolite? Orochimaru formed a hand seal and instantly disappeared from sight. "Hey, why not wait for others?" Rock Lee lamented as he watched Orochimaru vanish. Hinata, seeing Orochimaru's disappearance, finally exhaled in relief. The aura he exuded felt exceedingly perilous. A sense of danger that suggested one could die at any moment. What exactly happened? Hinata glanced at Rock Lee and Sasuke, both sporting a cursed seal on their necks. He recalled the caged bird. "This thing. It's a valuable item, but unfortunately, you were a step too late." Rock Lee shook his head. The cursed seal would be under Orochimaru and Appos' control, but this power was undeniably tangible. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Sasuke would likely turn the tables on Orochimaru, thereby nullifying the latter's constraints. As for the issue of excessive natural energy flooding into the body, Rock Lee was indifferent. Eventually, he could locate the true source of sage arts, whether it be Mayaboka Mountain or Richi Cave, and practice sage arts to expertly control the influx of natural energy. Rock Lee appeared regretful as he gazed at the unconscious Sasuke. Next, we shall guard over Sasuke and Naruto until they awaken. Rock Lee turned his attention to Sakura. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Rock Lee frowned. Why are you blushing? Can't you take care of others? Have you not seen that Sasuke and Naruto are gravely injured and unconscious? Rock Lee scoffed. You are too weak. I wonder how you dare show your face as their teammate. Pathetic little insect. His words nearly shattered Sakura's composure. Remembering Rock Lee's earlier frenzied state, she dared not retort and silently attended to Naruto and Sasuke. Hinata looked at Rock Lee. Why protect such weaklings? I have no interest in wasting time on them. This was Hinata's attitude and true sentiment. Only the strong would earn Hinata's respect. Of course, Tenten was an exception. As for Sakura, Hinata wouldn't even grant her a glance. She was too feeble, akin to a cockroach, too disgusting to even crush. Orochimaru would send someone to eliminate Sasuke, and since he was a shinobi from the Sound Village, protecting them was merely incidental. I see. Hinata finally relaxed, concealing his presence as he waited in the shadows. Before setting out, he had taken note of the team that acquired the Book of Earth. The three from the Sound Village had indeed obtained the Book of Earth. Meanwhile, Tenten did not step forward to assist in caring for Naruto and Sasuke. She felt no obligation, and as both Rock Lee and Hinata held little regard for Sakura, she naturally refrained from approaching. By the way, what exactly is this cursed seal? Can it truly bolster strength? Tenten, having just witnessed Hinata and Rock Lee's treatment of the weak, couldn't help but feel concerned. Her abilities had already begun to lag behind those of Rock Lee and Hinata. If this continued, she feared becoming a second Sakura. She even entertained the thought that perhaps the cursed seal could indeed grant her strength, leading her to seek out Orochimaru. After utilizing the cursed seal, my strength might reach the level of opening the third gate. Rock Lee perceived Tenten's thoughts. However, the repercussions of enduring the cursed seal could be dire. Your strength cannot bear it. Is that so? Tenten fell silent. She felt her abilities were no longer on par with Rock Lee and Hinata. This situation was untenable. Do not worry. You are doing just fine as you are. Hinata gently patted Tenten's shoulder. She felt a sigh of relief wash over her. Yet her desire to grow stronger remained unchanged. Rest assured, after the Ch-Nin exams, I promised you that patience will be rewarded. Rock Lee offered his reassurance. Yes, thank you. We are teammates, no need for formality. Suddenly, a squirrel dashed toward them. Hinata looked at Rock Lee. Let me try a new combat technique. Please. Rock Lee gestured invitingly. Hinata nodded, raising his sleeve. Whoosh. The sleeve arrow struck precisely in front of the squirrel, startling it into fleeing. Boom. Once the squirrel scampered away, the explosive tag on its back detonated. They had been discovered. That adversary possessed formidable strength. In the shadows, T.S. cautiously observed Hinata. He felt as though those Byakugan eyes had long since detected his hiding place. Toss, swiftly deal with them. Sak eagerly revealed his presence. Air slash. A formidable wave of energy surged toward Niji. In an instant, Niji retreated violently, leaving the sound ninjas oblivious to his aura and whereabouts. He fled. Toss stood frozen, astonished. He had not anticipated that the seemingly formidable figure with the Byakugan was, in fact, a facade of strength. Huh, such trash, Toss you. Before Sak could finish his words, he was met with a shuriken. Following that, a barrage of concealed weapons erupted toward Sak. What? The sound ninjas did not even perceive from whence these projectiles originated. Chapter 18. The preliminary matches begin. TOS and Sheen appear. Sak, that guy with the white eyes, can see our hiding spot and excels in ranged attacks. You take care of him. I will handle the one with the thick eyebrows, and Sheen, you are responsible for the one with the bun. The sound ninjas each confronted their respective opponents. TOS observed Rock Lee. By nature, he was cautious and would not recklessly attack with full force until he gauged Lee's abilities. Is he also skilled in ranged attacks? TOS threw a kunai as a test. Lee slightly tilted his head to evade. It turns out he specializes in taijutsu, but may possess other techniques as well. In an instant, TOS deduced Lee's area of expertise. He smirked coldly. Since it was taijutsu, there was no way Lee could evade his assault. Just as he was about to make his move, Lee's figure vanished from his sight. What? Where did he go? TOS was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a voice called from behind him. TOS? Lee had appeared at his back. In the original story, this sound ninja was swiftly eliminated by Gaara in the third exam, a hasty exit. Lee felt a tinge of regret. This TOS was quite an intriguing character. The disparity in our powers is too vast. I do not recommend you engage. After speaking, Lee activated his cursed seal and opened the second gate. The surge of power in that moment instilled profound fear in TOS. This fear was akin to what he had experienced with Orochimaru, an absolute suppression of strength. TOS felt a chill run through him. He swallowed hard, his right hand twitching slightly. Are you going to use that porous armor? Give it up, you will truly die. Lee extended a finger and flicked it gently. Boom. His body was propelled several dozen meters away, crashing through multiple trees. He coughed up blood. Before he could comprehend the situation, Lee was already before him. This is my final warning. If you make another move, you will have no chance left. Lee's voice was cold. He admired TOS. But that did not mean he would show mercy. If TOS made another move, he would be considered an enemy, and against enemies, Lee had only one approach: mercilessly eliminate them. TOS was drenched in cold sweat, soaking the ground beneath him. He struggled to maintain control over his body, even refraining from trembling, fearing that a mere involuntary twitch of his finger might lead to his demise at Lee's hands. "I am willing to offer the Book of Earth. Can you let us go?" TOS inquired. "Yes," Lee nodded. TOS had said us, not me, and it was this spirit that Lee appreciated. If TOS had attempted to escape alone, Lee might have felt compelled to plant a dark force within him. Lee released the cursed seal and the 8 gates. He extended his right hand, his intent clear. Only then did TOS dare to move, retrieving the Book of Earth. "What about my other 2 companions?" TOS hesitated but mustered the courage to ask. "They should be here soon. Let us wait a moment. Also, I will seek you out among the sound ninjas. I wish to establish an organization and require someone as meticulous and trustworthy as you." Lee placed the Book of Earth into his pocket. "Before that, keep your distance from Orochimaru and strive to survive." TOS trembled at the implication. He understood Lee's meaning and realized Orochimaru viewed them as mere pawns. "I see, thank you. It is indeed an honor to serve someone like you." TOS respectfully stood behind Lee, awaiting further instructions. After a brief moment, Tian swiftly defeated her opponent. The girl named Qin Shui specialized in attacks that were perfectly countered by Tian. Currently, no one excelled in ninja tools more than she did. "Why has Team Niji finished yet?" Tian held the unconscious Qin, glancing anxiously into the distance. "No need to worry. Niji is honing his skills." "The timing is about right," Lee reassured. Indeed, just as he spoke, the sound ninja named Sak appeared, trembling as he stumbled from the woods. He knelt, looking utterly fatigued. "I couldn't even catch a glimpse of that wide-eyed guy. I couldn't land a hit with my void slash. How infuriating." With a thud, Sak collapsed. Completely spent. He had exhausted himself. This method of combat proved effective. Niji's figure emerged, the scroll on his back vanished. "It's just that I ran out of scrolls." Niji glanced at Tian. Tian smiled wryly. "No worries, I'll cover the scroll issue." Niji nodded. He turned to Lee and TOS. "What should we do with them? Should we kill them?" Niji asked. Lee shook his head. He looked at TOS, who understood and hoisted his 2 companions. "Let them go. We have the scroll now," Lee stated. Indeed, Niji had no interest in such weaklings, and naturally, neither did Tian. TOS glanced back at Lee. He said nothing and turned to leave. "Let us head to the central tower and conclude this exam as soon as possible." "Move." The 3 swiftly advanced toward the central tower. Throughout the journey, Niji's Byakugan proved immensely beneficial. The enemies around the central tower were dense, many having set traps to ensnare unsuspecting prey. However, with Niji's Byakugan, they were not even visible before being repelled by his arrows from a distance. Lee also showcased his remarkable taijutsu, with just a slight display of their abilities. All those concealed near the central tower reached a consensus. These 3 were not to be trifled with. They were genuinely formidable. Lee and his companions arrived at the central tower without incident. He pushed the door open. After a brief rest, all the genin who had passed the second exam gathered in the arena. The 3rd Hokage regarded the assembled genin with approval. In the 3rd's eyes, there was admiration. Most of the other genin from Konoha had family support. Even Sasuke possessed the Sharingan. Only Naruto and Lee had ascended from the very bottom, step by step. As the Moonlight Gale saw the crowd had gathered, he announced the rules for the preliminary matches. Next, everyone took their places in the viewing stands. Guy looked at Lee. His brow furrowed. "Why aren't you wearing your youth battle attire?" Lee felt a deep sense of suffocation at the remark. "Stop fixating on that tattered green outfit. Teacher Guy, you're no longer youthful." Lee replied softly. "Oh, Lee, what did you say?" I said. Teacher Guy watched closely. Lee retrieved a scroll from his pocket. This was the summoning scroll drawn by Tian. As the scroll unfurled, a set of black flying fish attire appeared before Guy. Lee donned the outfit, and instantly, his entire demeanor transformed. Clad in black robes, he stood as imposing as the night, like a black blade poised between heaven and earth, radiating sharpness. "Now this is youth," Lee proclaimed. Guy's eyes widened. He had never seen such attire before. At this moment, Lilac stood there, exuding the aura of a master. Kai immediately requested a change of attire from Lilac. "Is there another set? Grant me one. Youth should be embraced with such flair." Lilac had anticipated this and handed Kai a mystical scroll. Once adorned in his new garments, Kai expressed his satisfaction, exclaiming, "I feel invigorated." "Kakashi, after the examination concludes, let us engage in a rematch while I don this attire." Observing their exchange, the others found the dynamic between the mentor and disciple rather peculiar, especially the Sand Shinobi. Gaara regarded it with disdain, thinking, how laughable. The weak believe that a mere change of clothing can confer strength. Truly, it is a folly. Chapter 19. The disdain for those without eyebrows. In the first match of the preliminary rounds, Sasuke faced off against an Odonin spy, successfully suppressing the cursed seal. This achievement elicited great excitement from Orochimaru, who was concealed in the audience. He found himself at a loss, uncertain of whom to favor, as he was quite pleased with both of his forms. Orochimaru licked his lips, while Rock Lee cast a glance at him. Noting how well he had disguised himself as a large feline. Leaning gently against the wall, Lee's fingers danced across its surface, sketching simple drawings. Curse Seal, 506-1000, Curse Seal I. He found himself utterly uninterested in the upcoming matches. The preliminary rounds and the subsequent official matches were nothing but a farce. This was not a true competition. It was merely a performance, a transaction of interests. Even the banner above, randomly selecting opponents, elicited a scoff from Lee. In the first match, Konoha had used Sasuke to eliminate a spy, and the subsequent matchups pitted the elite offspring against the commoners. The preliminary rounds were merely a means to filter out the less significant contenders and allow the nobility of the 5 great ninja villages to engage in frivolous play. Lee glanced at the disheartened Shikamaru and Nara beside him. Among the Konoha 12, he was the first to recognize this troubling reality, which later prompted his exclamations of trouble. To arrive at a resolution satisfactory to both upper echelons was indeed a matter of complexity. What struck Lee most about Shikamaru was not the preliminary rounds, but rather his conduct during the official matches against the Sand Village's Temari. Despite possessing over 200 strategies to secure victory, he chose to concede. This was a remarkably elegant choice. I could win, but I will concede voluntarily. In doing so, he preserved Konoha's dignity while granting Temari her due respect, perfectly aligning with the true intentions of the higher-ups regarding this contest. Simultaneously, he garnered Temari's favor. A trifecta of gains. Who, if not Shikamaru, deserved to be promoted to Chunin? If Niji or himself, Rock Lee, had taken the stage and decisively defeated the Sand Princess, it would have caused quite a stir in Konoha. Soon, it was time for Tintin's match. Tintin remained in the audience, raising her hand gently. I concede. An uproar ensued. How could someone who had made it this far concede so easily? Particularly Tintin, a teammate of Niji and Rock Lee. From what was widely regarded as the strongest trio among Konoha's new generation. It's all right, Niji whispered in comfort. Tintin smiled faintly, saying nothing, yet her heart was heavy. This had been prearranged before the match. Lee had informed Tintin's opponent in advance and disclosed all the information regarding Temari's techniques. For 3 consecutive nights, Tintin had been formulating strategies, but she found herself powerless. Neither Lee nor Niji had any feasible solutions, and ultimately, it was Niji who encouraged Tintin to concede. Thus, she relinquished her chance. In the arena, Naruto had already triumphed over Kiba. After all, he was the prince. Lee was not surprised by this outcome. In the next match, Niji faced Hinata. He stretched his neck and looked over at Tintin. I'll win this one for you. Niji stepped into the arena. Lee had initially intended to dissuade Niji, suggesting he follow Shikamaru's example and grant the princess some dignity, winning without making it too effortless. Yet, he held his tongue. After all, who would relish a life as a caged bird, enslaved forever? Moreover, this was Niji's personal affair. Regardless of their closeness, it was best to remain an observer in such matters. Once he had grown stronger, he would find a way to assist Niji in overcoming the shackles of his fate. Lee resolved that since he had come, he would genuinely alter Niji's destiny and reshape the dynamics of Konoha and the ninja world. Although Naruto ultimately became the 7th Hokage, he changed little. Should the likes of Naruto and Sasuke perish, the ninja world would inevitably repeat the devastating wars in the absence of external threats. This time, it would be Lee to rewrite the future. He observed the arena, noting the anticipated overwhelming victory. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to cheer for Hinata. Lee sighed, thinking it futile. It was best to concede. What did you say? Naruto exclaimed furiously, charging towards Lee and grabbing his collar. The strongest genin of Konoha. No, indeed. The strongest participant in the entire examination was Hyuga Niji. Lee easily pushed Naruto away, straightening his collar. Naruto attempted to charge again, but Sakura intervened, fearful that Naruto might anger Lee. In the arena, a victor had been determined. Niji returned to the audience, and Naruto turned to him, declaring, I will definitely defeat you. Niji chuckled softly, ignoring Naruto's bravado. The banner above the arena rotated once more. Rock Lee versus Gaara. Both contenders entered the arena. Kakashi glanced at Guy. That sand ninja is quite formidable. The intel from Akatsuki suggests he possesses at least Chunin-level strength, and during the Forest of Death exam, they were the fastest group, unharmed. Guy remained silent, having been frequently dispatched on special missions, leaving him somewhat unaware of the capabilities of his team. Kakashi, my student. Guy's words trailed off as Kankuro approached. It's futile. That guy excels in taijutsu, but any form of taijutsu is useless against Gaara. Kankuro glanced at Naruto and Niji. You said this Byakugan user was the strongest genin? You were not mistaken, but Gaara is no mere genin. He is a jonin. Kakashi and Guy were taken aback. What? A jonin? As jonin themselves, they understood the vast chasm in strength between jonin and genin. While Niji might be the strongest genin in the arena, in their eyes, he still fell short. But jonin were an entirely different matter. The disparity lay in the fact that a jonin's chakra reserves were sufficient to learn A-rank and forbidden techniques. And they could even attempt to master S-rank techniques. The emergence of an A-rank technique would leave a genin with no chance for resistance. It would be a complete rout. Niji and Tintin exchanged worried glances. They understood that Lee could briefly unleash immense power through the 8 gates and cursed seals. But a Jonin's chakra and techniques could easily outlast that moment of explosive strength, allowing them to methodically overpower their opponent. Little Lee, Niji activated his Byakugan. Just as he looked at Gaara, a wave of dread washed over him, as if Gaara were an insatiable beast, ready to devour him whole with a mere glance. Guy-sensei, that guy is not right, Niji exclaimed urgently. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, sensing the same ominous presence. Gaara exuded an unfathomable aura, leaving even him uncertain of victory. Guy, let that child concede. His taijutsu stands no chance against A-rank or even S-rank techniques. In the hands of a Jonin is merely a plaything. Guy hesitated, his resolve wavering. On the other side, this match has garnered the attention of the third Hokage. He recollected the moment when Rock Lee had previously declined to join the Umbu. The youth, brimming with vigor, could benefit from a bit of restraint. This setback would surely bring him to submission. Devoid of resources and lacking a supportive background, relying solely on his own abilities, his future appears bleak. How he longs for the days of his youth. The third Hokage continued to contemplate what position might be suitable for Rock Lee. In the arena, Rock Lee declared, "To be honest, you and I are not compatible." He gazed at Gaara, adding, "Because I absolutely detest individuals without eyebrows." Chapter 20. The appearance of One-Tail. Gaara's eyes narrowed slightly. His response was simple. Sand coffin. Sand poured forth from the gourd on his back, gradually forming a cascade that surged toward Rock Lee. The sand engulfed Lee, who grimaced in pain. "Damn it, I can't move." Gaara chuckled coldly. "Honestly, I despise those with bushy eyebrows." He extended his right hand, slowly forming a fist. Sand funeral. The sand transformed into a storm of grains, swirling across the arena. Kankuro feigned a sigh, his laughter loud enough for all to hear. Niji scoffed, "You're celebrating too soon." "What?" Kankuro looked toward the arena. Lee's figure appeared on the ninja stone statue. "Is this all you've got?" In an instant, Lee activated his curse mark. Dark patterns spread across half his body. He had merely tested Gaara's strength, which was utterly insufficient. Lee was no longer inclined to play. He had other plans. "Open." Lee opened the first gate. "You know nothing of taijutsu?" The chakra within him surged, greatly enhancing his physical vitality. Sixth gate, open. Enormous chakra enveloped Lee, almost taking on a tangible form, filling the arena with a wild energy. Nirvana. This was Lee's unique technique from the sixth gate. Chakra transformed into a blue phoenix, soaring toward Gaara. Under the augmentation of the curse mark, the terrifying chakra rivaled that of a tailed beast. A resounding phoenix cry echoed through the air. Under Nirvana, all things were obliterated. Boom. The entire arena was devastated. The power of this move exceeded everyone's expectations. Kakashi, Guy, Orochimaru, and the third Hokage were momentarily at a loss, unable to intervene in time. What astounding strength. Kakashi was astonished. He too could utilize the 8 gates, but had only mastered the third. Beyond that, he faltered. Yet Lee, at merely 13, had adeptly mastered the 6th gate. Kakashi, my disciple, he is a true genius of taijutsu. Guy laughed heartily, his words signaling his unwavering stance. A genius of taijutsu. He would protect his student at all costs. Even if Gaara perished, Konoha would seek retribution, but Guy would stand firm in defense of his pupil. Kakashi shook his head at this. Although Konoha would demand accountability, it would not go so far as to extinguish a future taijutsu prodigy. The specifics of the situation were still up for debate. However, one thing was certain, Gaara was doomed. The third Hokage's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the arena. His expression grim. Gaara was indeed finished. The subsequent handling of the situation posed a complex dilemma. Yet before he could ponder further, the dust began to clear. In the arena, Gaara had vanished, replaced by a massive, terrifying creature. What is that? Kakashi activated his Sharingan, gazing in horror at the scene. Everyone was taken aback by this development. No, one tail has appeared, cursed Orochimaru inwardly. This was a tactic he had reserved for the official match to lure Konoha, but now it had been prematurely revealed. Lee, well done. Orochimaru no longer concealed his intentions. Upon witnessing One Tail's emergence, the Sand Ninja commenced their plan to annihilate Konoha. Sarutobi-sensei, we've kept you waiting. Orochimaru instantaneously appeared behind the third, a kunai poised at his throat. Orochimaru, it's unexpected to see you again. This time, I won to show mercy. The 4 purple flames formation activated, and the 2 engaged in battle, while the other Jonin clashed with their sand counterparts. The scene descended into chaos. No one noticed that Lee's figure had vanished from the arena. On the streets of Konoha, civilians hid in their homes, too frightened to venture outside. The roads were rife with conflict. At this moment, a young man clad in a Sand Ninja forehead protector and a white hooded cloak, draped in an ochre mantle, walked through the streets. Lee had disguised himself as a Sand Ninja. He was intimately familiar with Konoha's layout, skillfully evading battles and navigating through shadowy alleys. Defeating Gaara was not his true aim. His genuine objective was the Book of Seals. Lee understood that with Shikaku's exposure, a battle between the Sand and Konoha was inevitable. At that time, chaos would engulf Konoha, and the third Hokage would be embroiled in a fierce struggle. Everyone would converge around him, leaving the location of the Book of Seals, the Hokage's residence, vulnerable. Lee paused not far from a building. He had just opened the sixth gate and the curse mark, and his energy was significantly depleted. He needed a moment to recuperate. Lee retrieved a scroll from his pocket. This was a summoning scroll prepared in advance by Tintin. With a bang, a white porcelain bottle materialized before him. As the bottle opened, 10 soldier pills fell into Lee's hand. He swallowed one and began to gesture repeatedly. The chakra within him began to replenish rapidly. An hour later, Lee's stamina was fully restored, although his chakra only recovered to about half. Time was running short. He rose and made his way toward the Hokage's residence. Soon, Lee arrived at a house. Sand Ninja, you've come to the wrong place. 5 ANBU members appeared, blocking his path. Lee remained silent. He activated the third gate and drew his long blade from his waist. In a flash, 5 ANBU members clutched their throats and collapsed. The blade's radiance required only physical strength, not chakra. Lee realized the true power of his swordsmanship. He had initially believed it effective only against ordinary ninjas. However, having opened the third gate, his speed had surged, and with a single strike, the 5 Jonin were caught off guard and met their demise. Such potency rivaled S-rank ninjutsu. And this was merely the blade's brilliance. He could only imagine the strength he would wield upon mastering the intent of the sword. Lee gazed at the door of the Hokage's residence. He did not rush to open it, instead opting to shatter the door with a piece of rubble. There were no hidden powerful techniques. The Hokage was indeed quite carefree. No wonder Konoha's forbidden jutsu always attracted attention. Lee stepped inside. The room was sparsely furnished, a wooden bed, a simple wooden table, a bookshelf on the left, an open kitchen on the right, and the bathroom at the far end was easily visible. There's a hidden chamber. Lee began searching the room. Ultimately, he discovered a mechanism within the bookshelf. With a click, Lee twisted a scroll, and the bookshelf began to rotate slowly. This must be the place where the Book of Seals is hidden. As he stepped inside, he instantly spotted the Book of Seals at the center. Out of caution, Lee tested the area around the book with his ninja tools. Confirming that there were no traps, he seized the Book of Seals. With a swish, Lee opened the book. His goal was the 4-symbol sealing technique contained within. Once mastered, it would enable him to learn the 8 trigram sealing technique, a method capable of sealing tailed beasts. The technique of multiple shadow clones. This is the first forbidden jutsu recorded in the Book of Seals. Lee Rock's eyes swiftly scanned the contents of the technique. Next, he had come this far. He might as well indulge fully. He would learn every technique inscribed in the Book of Seals. Impure world reincarnation. 8 gates of bypass. For symbol sealing. Corpse demon ban. Flying thunder god technique. Explosive tags of mutual activation. Lee Rock's mind raced as he committed these forbidden arts to memory. After half an hour, he closed the Book of Seals and returned it to its rightful place. Lee Rock departed from the residence of the Hokage. At this moment, the chaos enveloping Konoha was gradually being quelled. The Sand Shinobi seemed to have received some order and began a methodical retreat. Within the shattered wooden house, Lee Rock received the news of the passing of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He did not mourn for the third. This was the fate destined for him. Orochimaru had also been released by his own hand. Now, everything lay scattered in the winds. The life of the third Hokage was nearly devoted to Konoha, born of fire. He witnessed the flames rise. Wherever Konoha dances, the fire endures eternally. Chapter 21. The exchange house. The rain fell softly, saturating the earth with sorrow. A delicate veil of gray cloaked the sky, adding an air of chill and melancholy to the mournful atmosphere. All the ninjas of Konoha had gathered here today for the memorial service of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Dressed in plain garments, they stood without umbrellas. Each raindrop seemed to carry boundless grief, slowly weaving an invisible net that enveloped the entire world. At the funeral of the third Hokage, individuals approached one by one, placing white chrysanthemums before the coffin. Rock Lee cast a glance to the side, where Sarutobi Konohamaru's tears streamed down his cheeks, and he gradually began to sob. Naruto, hearing his cries, felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. With a sigh, Lee stepped forward and laid down a white chrysanthemum. You may have let many down, but you have no shame before Konoha. I once thought you were too weak. Perhaps I was mistaken. In your advanced age, you answered the call in times of peril, bringing prosperity to Konoha. You truly deserve the title of the strongest Hokage. With that, Lee turned to leave. He did not share the same depth of sorrow over the third's passing as Konohamaru and Naruto. To him, it felt akin to the sudden loss of a revered elder, evoking a bittersweet reflection. Dying for Konoha was indeed the best resting place for the third. In this era of peace, even the highest-ranking Hokage could perish. One could hardly imagine how ordinary people survived in times of greater chaos. Returning to the dilapidated wooden house, Lee felt acutely aware of his inadequacies. He began to form hand seals with remarkable speed. Presently, the stat sheet displayed an ability value marked at 10. He could now execute 32 seals in a second. Even the most complex seals could be completed within that brief span. For symbol seal, detected that the host is practicing the 4-symbol seal. Would you like to spend 50,000 Ryo to simplify? Yes, simplify. 4-symbol seal, Constructing a house. Constructing a house. Lee paused momentarily, glancing at the ramshackle wooden house behind him. It seemed quite reasonable, for wooden walls and a roof could indeed seal a person within. However, the question remained, where would the funds for this construction come from? He peered into his empty wallet, which contained only a 400 Rio note. The last 50,000 had already been utilized for the simplification of the four-symbol seal. The 400 Rio would only suffice for meals. Drawing his long blade, Lee struck decisively. With a single stroke, several trees were severed at their bases. He skillfully chopped and sliced, transforming the timber into a dozen planks. Doubt crept in. Could he truly build a house? Undeterred, Lee set about constructing a simple wooden shelter. Before long, the structure was complete. However, the proficiency panel concerning the four-symbol seal revealed no change. As expected, only materials purchased specifically for construction would count. Returning to the wooden house, Lee fetched some food from the refrigerator, prepared a simple meal, and thus resolved his lunch. It is time to visit the exchange house. He changed into a new outfit and departed from Konoha. Days later, in Short Book City, Lee donned a samurai outfit and ventured onto the streets. Gazing at the maze of intersecting sewers, a sense of confusion washed over him. Oh no, I forgot to ask which sewer the exchange house is located in. To his surprise, the entrances to the sewers on Short Book Street numbered in the dozens. Observing the patrolling samurai, he realized that it would be unwise to probe each one, lest he be mistaken for a suspicious character and apprehended. According to the intel Lee had received, Konoha had stationed ninjas in Short Book City, led by the elite jonin, Andu Reiku. This individual enjoyed the trust of Konoha's higher-ups and frequently undertook missions related to the Land of Fire. Given that Short Book City was a significant tourist destination, it was not unusual to have an elite jonin stationed there. Lee did not fear Andu Reiku's strength, but was rather apprehensive about the trouble that could arise. Engaging with a jonin from Konoha would invite scrutiny. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, it was exceedingly simple for Konoha to investigate an individual. After a moment of contemplation, Lee feigned a casual stroll before checking into a hot spring inn. As night fell, he employed the technique of invisibility, blending into the shadows of the night and swiftly traversing the streets. Moments later, his figure vanished from sight. After a while, a man emerged from a casino. He had not walked far when he exclaimed, "My luck is terrible." Climbing out of a sewer, he wore a disgruntled expression. Damn it, who stole all the manhole covers? At that moment, the streets of Short Book City erupted in curses. This commotion caught the attention of the patrolling samurai, yet they merely glanced over before losing interest. Thieves were a daily occurrence, and capturing them was an endless task. If a thief stole from tourists, it would require considerable effort to apprehend them. However, if a manhole cover was stolen, it was the responsibility of another department to address it. After marking the sewer entrance with a warning sign, the samurai resumed their patrol. Disregarding the situation, as deep night settled, the vibrant signs lining the streets gradually dimmed, leaving only a few bars still in operation. Lee exited the hot spring inn, only to stumble into a sewer. Not this one, he muttered, climbing back up. This incident went unnoticed by the patrolling samurai. Too many people fell into the sewers on this night, a common occurrence. Continuing his exploration, Lee fell into yet another manhole. He searched the tunnels, but this too was not the right place. Thus, he continued until he reached the 8th manhole, where he finally discovered a hidden door. The exchange house. With a swift kick, he forced the door open. Inside lay darkness. Suddenly, a spark of fire illuminated the room. Looking to exchange bounties? A distant voice echoed, drawing nearer to Lee's ears. I am here to collect bounties. Are there any under 500,000 Rio available? Lee inquired. Gazing at the overseer of the exchange house, a disheveled middle-aged man with a deep scar across his cheek. Upon learning that Lee sought bounties, the man handed him a ledger. This ledger is updated monthly. You can return here for the latest information. Flipping through the pages, Lee noted bounties ranging from 50 million to 100,000 Rio. A few names caught his attention. Hataki Kakashi, strength, elite jonin of Konoha, possesses Sharingan, capable of replicating jutsu. Bounty, 40 million Rio. Names like Asuma, Gaara, and even the lords of various countries were prominently listed. How audacious, Lee thought, realizing the identity of the exchange house's backers. The lords of the 5 great nations and their kin were conspicuously absent from this ledger, indicating a clandestine agreement among them. Is there anything else? The middle-aged man inquired. His brow furrowed. No worries, I shall take my leave. Lee Rock departed immediately. At this moment, it was already the early hours of the morning. The streets were nearly deserted, with scarcely a patrolling warrior in sight. A middle-aged man clad in a crimson outer garment, wearing wooden clogs and a forehead protector inscribed with oil characters, was aimlessly wandering the streets with Naruto. Alas, it was a pity that the vibrant nightlife was drawing to a close so swiftly. Jiraiya sighed. Naruto raised an eyebrow, noting that they were supposed to be searching for Tsunade while training, yet each day seemed to lead them into establishments of ill repute, rendering their training futile. One cannot dismiss it so easily. This is an exercise for your character. Cultivating the mind is indeed a form of training. A weak disposition may attract malevolent spirits. Jiraiya stated earnestly, pointing towards a well. For instance, it has been rumored in Shortbook City that a monster has been frequently roaming the nights, stealing away manhole covers. Should all the covers be taken, it would then proceed to steal the hearts of children. As he finished speaking, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Lee Rock emerging from the sewer grate. Chapter 22. The location of Mayaboko Mountain on Shortbook Street. Rock Lee emerged from the well, only to find Naruto and Jiraiya looking at him awkwardly. Fortunately, he had employed the transformation technique, a flawless disguise that even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, could not easily discern. Jiraiya's gaze was not one of surprise. Rather, his eyes narrowed. While others may not have been privy to the information regarding the exchange center, Jiraiya, who had long been gathering intelligence, was well aware. Let us go? That is not a monster, just someone who accidentally fell into a well, Jiraiya said softly, leading Naruto away swiftly. However, Lee called out to him, unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. Wait, one of the legendary Sannin, I've been searching for you for a long time. He altered his voice to sound somewhat hoarse. Oh, who are you? Jiraiya turned, scrutinizing Lee closely. After a few glances, he deduced that Lee had used a transformation technique, though he could not ascertain the specific faction from which he hailed. Cautiously, he shielded Naruto behind him. Rest assured, I'm not looking for that child. I'm here for you, Lee asserted, indicating his lack of malevolent intent. On the street, a cold breeze swept through, causing Jiraiya's red cloak to flutter in the wind. After a moment, he chuckled. Ah, since you're looking for me, why not we discuss this at the tavern ahead? Please. Lee walked ahead, with Jiraiya and Naruto following him. The trio entered the tavern and took their seats. After a couple of drinks, Lee felt a pleasant buzz. I wish to exchange information with you, he began. Exchange information? Let us hear what you have to say. Jiraiya replied. I possess intelligence on the Akatsuki organization and wish to trade it for the location of Mayaboko Mountain, Lee stated directly. Such exchanges need not be shrouded in secrecy. Both parties could benefit. Of course, Lee assumed this was only valid given Jiraiya's reputation as an upright individual. Were it Orochimaru instead, the situation would have turned deadly, with Orochimaru killing Lee to seize the information. Jiraiya did not immediately agree. He certainly needed information about the Akatsuki. But the specific location of Mayaboko Mountain held tremendous value. If the information Lee provided regarding the Akatsuki was merely hearsay, then the exchange would be inequitable. Lee sensed Jiraiya's hesitation. He poured a drink. To express my sincerity, I can first share a piece of less significant information. He downed his drink. The leader of the Akatsuki is an Amigakure and controls Hanzo the Salamander, who is currently the de facto leader of that village. Consider this information a gift. Not enough, Jiraiya exclaimed. Then let me add another piece. You've seen him, the leader of the Akatsuki. Lee stated matter-of-factly. Is that so? Jiraiya mused, trying to recall anyone he had met, but he could not pinpoint who it might be. Can we exchange now? I have even more compelling information, Lee said, a mysterious look on his face. He noticed Jiraiya's silence and took his time sipping his drink. After a while, Jiraiya resolved himself. All right. Mayaboko Mountain is located within a cave at the foot of the Labyrinth Mountain. Once at the cave, find the Toad Sage guarding the entrance to access the true Mayaboko Mountain. He sketched a map, marking the route from Konoha to Labyrinth Mountain and the exact location of the cave. Good. Lee calmly tucked away the map, though he was exhilarated within. The curse seal was merely an imitation of sage techniques with adverse effects, while the sage arts of Mayaboko Mountain represented a genuine method to harness natural energy. Corpses? Jiraiya frowned, finding this information rather bizarre. He shook his head, feeling deceived. This information is not worth the exchange for the location of Mayaboko Mountain. A murderous intent began to swell in his eyes as he coldly regarded Lee. Lee remained composed. Someone is controlling the 6 paths of pain. I can reveal this individual's identity, but that is a separate piece of information. I can guarantee the accuracy of this information to be 100%. 100%? Jiraiya sneered. Very well, I will trade you another piece of information. If your claims cannot withstand scrutiny, do not blame me. Not everyone can benefit from me. After downing another drink, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at Lee. Should Lee make any sudden movements, he would be prepared to strike him down without hesitation. The overwhelming aura of lethal intent sent chills down Lee's spine. It was a different kind of killing intent from what he had felt in underground fighting. Jiraiya was forged from the remnants of countless lives lost in the Second Shinobi World War, an utterly terrifying presence. Lee took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. I will exchange with you the training method for the Rasengan. Oh, you know quite a bit about me? Jiraiya remarked, intrigued. Not much, just a bit. Considering you are one of the renowned Sannin. Very well, speak. Jiraiya raised his cup again and drank. The true leader of the Akatsuki, who controls the 6 paths of pain, is your former disciple, the one with those eyes. Crash. Jiraiya's cup shattered in his hand, startling Naruto, who could not comprehend the gravity of their conversation but had never seen Jiraiya so agitated. Hey, pervy sage, are you all right? Naruto exclaimed, noticing blood trickling from Jiraiya's palm where the shards had pierced. Yet, Jiraiya remained unfazed, his gaze locked onto Lee. Lee felt a cold sweat break out, his back drenched. He sensed the imminent threat of death. If Jiraiya wished it, he could perish in an instant. Lee forced himself to remain calm. Moments later, Jiraiya stood, leaving a scroll on the table before departing with Naruto. "You settle the bill," were Jiraiya's parting words. Lee felt a wave of despair wash over him. The suffocating sensation of impending death overwhelming. He realized that even if he opened the sixth gate and activated the cursed seal, Jiraiya could still end him in a heartbeat. "I still have a long way to go to match those top-tier powerhouses." Lee gently opened the scroll, which contained the training method for the Rasengan. Time to gather some funds. Both the forbidden techniques and the Rasengan require substantial resources. After leaving 300 Ryo on the table, he exited the tavern. Months passed. Lee, carrying 2 suitcases, returned to Konoha, weary from his travels. Throughout these months, he had been claiming bounties, visiting the exchange center more frequently than Kakuzu. However, Lee often targeted lower-value bounties. He desired a significant score, but lacked the strength of Kakuzu, forcing him to accumulate small gains. As he approached the gates of Konoha, he glanced around. The guards at the entrance appeared lax, yet he sensed a greater number of hidden ninjas in the shadows. Had something happened in Konoha? Chapter 23. The simplification of forbidden techniques. Lee Rock entered the village of Konoha. The 2 guard ninjas at the gate conducted a brief inspection before allowing him entry. Upon entering, Lee Rock chose not to return to his dilapidated wooden shack, but instead made his way to Tenten's home. Unfortunately, Tenten was absent, as she was on a mission with Shikamaru and Ino. Left with no choice, Lee Rock proceeded to the Hyuga estate. "Is there something you need?" Neji observed Lee Rock approaching with 2 suitcases. He presumed Lee Rock had come to borrow money again. With those suitcases in hand, it seemed more like an attempt to seize funds than to request them. A bead of cold sweat formed on Neji's forehead. He felt Lee Rock had overestimated his own capabilities. As he glanced at the suitcases, his eyebrows raised in surprise. With the Byakugan, he could see through the contents, revealing they were filled with cash, approximately 30 million Ryo. Such an amount would be considered substantial even within the Hyuga clan. Neji was curious about where Lee Rock had acquired such wealth but refrained from asking. "You must have seen that my rickety shack has been targeted by thieves. I initially intended to ask Tenten to summon a spirit to safeguard my scrolls, but since she is unavailable, I had to turn to you," Lee Rock explained candidly. The Hyuga estate was far more secure than his shabby abode, and the family would hardly notice such a sum. "Very well," Neji agreed. As they walked through the Hyuga estate, Lee Rock was astonished by its expansive size. Traversing the corridors, he was met with a stunning view of a lush green hill that seemed to stretch endlessly. He couldn't help but marvel at the privileges of noble families. "Has anything significant occurred in the village recently?" "The security seems to have intensified," Lee Rock inquired. Neji nodded. "Sasuke has defected, and following the 3rd Hokage's demise, the position of Hokage remains unfilled." Realization dawned on Lee Rock. He had been so preoccupied with bounty hunting that he had forgotten about these crucial events. It appeared they were in the final throes of vying for the position of Hokage, with Danzo attempting to garner support. Any disturbance in Konoha during this period would inevitably be of great consequence. Lee Rock mused inwardly that the eventual victor would likely be Tsunade. In the approaching mission to retrieve Sasuke, several clan heirs had been saved by her, and thus, the Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, and other families would likely rally behind her. Furthermore, being of the Senju lineage and a granddaughter of the legendary Hashirama conferred a prestigious status that made it nearly impossible for Danzo to challenge her. "By the way, where do you usually keep your money?" Lee Rock inquired without hesitation. He anticipated his financial needs would only increase, and the constant back and forth was impractical. Neji's face flushed slightly. All right. Having endured a moment of embarrassment, Lee Rock departed the Hyuga estate. It seemed the establishment of a bank would need to be prioritized. He intended to focus on creating the bank after mastering the forbidden techniques. In front of his wooden shack, Lee Rock wielded a hammer and planks, diligently constructing a modest wooden structure. For symbol sealing technique, 1-100, beginner, fortunately. It was not overly arduous. Lee Rock retrieved a kunai and inscribed a series of seals upon it. Flying Thunder God technique. He hurled the marked kunai, which embedded itself in the trunk of a nearby tree. However, he did not teleport to its location, chuckling ruefully to himself. "It seems I lack the talent for space-time ninjutsu." Yet, he had the system to rely on. Detected that the host is training the Flying Thunder God technique. "Would you like to spend 50,000 Ryo to simplify?" "Simplify. Flying Thunder God technique. Throwing kunai. I may not possess the aptitude to control chakra, but with the system's assistance, I can still train in the body flicker technique and space-time ninjutsu." Lee Rock swiftly formed hand seals, completing them in nearly a second. Multiple shadow clone technique. Detected that the host is training the multiple shadow clone technique. "Would you like to spend 30,000 Ryo to simplify?" "Simplify. Multiple shadow clone technique. Clone technique." Oh, Lee Rock had anticipated that the simplification would result in mere reflections, yet it turned out to be the clone technique instead. He proceeded to simplify the explosive tag technique as well. Explosive tag, sticker, this certainly saves money. Lee Rock then opened the scroll left by Jiraiya. He spread his right palm but found that it did not trigger the system as simplification. Is this not feasible? After contemplating, He inserted his fingers into the earth and formed a small ball of clay. Detected that the host is training the Rasengan. Would you like to spend 50,000 Rio to simplify? Simplify? Rasengan, grabbing the white snowball. This is a bit challenging for me. Visiting a certain establishment would require at least 100,000 Rio, far beyond Lee Rock's means. He chuckled wryly, reflecting that if Jiraiya had access to his simplification system, he would have soared to greatness long ago. Was this the system's way of urging him to settle down? Lee Rock stood up, brushing the dirt from his clothes. Open. He activated the second gate, and with a rush of energy, he began to sprint through the woods. As he ran, he formed his hands into claw shapes, and with the wind whipping around him, he gradually found a familiar sensation. This was a secret technique he had discovered in a past life while riding in a vehicle, simply opening the window and extending his hand out to form a claw. Feeling the wind as if he were touching the snow. The intensity could be adjusted according to the speed of the vehicle, making it quite convenient. However, one must be cautious to ensure no other vehicles or trees were nearby, as extending one's hand could result in injury. Rasengan, 1000, beginner. As long as it proves useful, that is sufficient. Lee Rock released the 8 gates and sat on the ground, panting heavily. Even the consumption from the second gate was not to be underestimated. Now, as for the next technique, Lee Rock hesitated. Only one forbidden technique remained. The Reaper Death Seal. He was hesitant to approach it. Once the hand signs were completed, the Shinigami would appear to claim the user's soul, while other simplifications required Rio. This one demanded a life. He faltered, unwilling to attempt it. Never mind, I shall postpone this matter until I can exploit it like Orochimaru. Lee Rock put aside thoughts of simplifying the Reaper Death Seal and dedicated himself to constructing the wooden shack, thereby enhancing his proficiency in the 4-symbol sealing technique. And so, 3 months passed. 4 symbols sealing technique. 10,000, perfected. Lee Rock activated the cursed seal, his chakra surging. For symbol sealing. Boom. He opened a blank scroll, quickly forming hand seals and pressing it against the newly constructed wooden structure. Bang. The shack was sealed within the scroll, which now bore the intricate seals of the 4-symbol sealing technique. Lee Rock gasped for breath, exhausted from the effort. He originally intended to cast another 4-symbol seal to form an 8-trigram seal. However, his chakra was insufficient. This was still in the state of activating the cursed seal. It seemed he needed to journey to the land of rice. Rock Lee simply packed some soldier pills. The distance from Konoha to the land of rice was considerable, nearly traversing half of the fire country. He had 3 tasks to accomplish in the land of rice. The first was to seek out Toss and establish a bank. The second was to locate the position of the 3 tails and become its Jinchuriki before the Akatsuki made their move, thereby addressing his chakra deficiency. The final task involved an urgent mission soon to be issued by Konoha, the retrieval mission for Sasuke. If all went as anticipated, the Sound Ninja Quartet had likely infiltrated Konoha by now. Chapter 24, Pursuit of Sasuke. Within the Hokage office, Tsunade reclined in her chair. Having merely expressed her desire to ascend to the position of Hokage, she quickly garnered the support of a significant portion of the higher-ups. The Uchiha clan's young scion. Tsunade glanced at the intelligence scroll. Shortly after her appointment, the Uchiha heir had defected, showing a blatant disregard for her authority. It seemed that the Senju and Uchiha clans were indeed born to be adversaries. Tsunade was acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's terrifying potential. She had perused some records and intelligence left behind by the 3rd Hokage, which detailed the grim truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre. If left unchecked, Sasuke's growth would present Konoha with 2 exceedingly formidable adversaries in the future. Summon Shikamaru, she commanded. Yes, Ino immediately complied. Before long, Shikamaru, recently promoted to Chunin, stood before Tsunade. With the Jonin of the village engaged in special missions, this urgent task required your leadership. What say you? Can you accomplish it? Shikamaru appeared languid. Tsunade's forehead twitched in irritation. With a swift motion, she exerted force, and the entire desk shattered into 2. Shikamaru was taken aback. Having perceived Tsunade as more lenient than the 3rd, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been when the desk splintered. Instantly, he adopted a serious demeanor. Very well, I shall select the necessary personnel. Understood. Shikamaru exited the Hokage office, traversing the streets. What a nuisance. I hardly know Sasuke. Why must I involve myself in this? I wonder what that fool Naruto is up to. Shikamaru contacted Naruto to explain the mission, who immediately agreed to participate. He then enlisted his friends CHG and Kiba. The 4 formed a temporary task force. Let us proceed. I shall bring back Sasuke. Naruto exclaimed enthusiastically, heading straight for the gates of Konoha. Wait, Shikamaru halted. He was acutely aware of the team's capabilities. What is it? Naruto questioned, puzzled. It's nothing, just a bit troublesome. It would be advantageous if we could enlist those 2. Shikamaru sighed. Though his family was also prominent, they paled in comparison to the Hyuga clan, and they lacked any significant ties. Kiba, could you ask Hinata to request Niji's participation in this mission, and perhaps also invite Lee? Shikamaru recalled Lee's formidable 8 gates technique from the Chunin exams. Such strength would provide him with peace of mind. However, Lee was a commoner. The Hyuga clan might assist due to their shared heritage, but Lee's involvement was uncertain. Thus, Shikamaru planned to bring Niji in first, who could then extend the invitation to Lee. I'll go inquire. Kiba moved swiftly away. In less than 10 minutes, Kiba returned with a peculiar expression. What happened? Is Niji not around? Shikamaru felt a twinge of worry. With Hinata's involvement, Niji would likely join, but he feared Niji might be absent. Is that so? Shikamaru mused. The mission had just been assigned. From Hinata's words, it was evident that the Hyuga clan was unaware of this urgent task. As for Lee, Shikamaru doubted a commoner could access information from Konoha's upper echelons. Perhaps Niji was aware of Sasuke's defection. The higher-ups would surely act to retrieve him, just as the Hyuga clan would if one of their own were to defect. With these thoughts, Shikamaru led the group to the gates of Konoha. Too slow, Niji remarked. Displeased, Lee stood silently beside him. Apologies, gathering personnel took a bit longer than expected. Shikamaru recognized Niji's pride, and him joining was already a considerable favor. Let us go? The sound ninja should not have strayed far. Shikamaru guided the team onward. Akamaru diligently tracked Sasuke's chakra. Lee, clad in a loose black robe with a blade at his waist, remained silent, tracing a smiley face on the tree trunks as they passed. Curse mark, 65-10,000. Curse mark 2. Lee felt pleased with the progress of his curse mark. He understood the nature of this task, barring Kimimaro. The rest of the team could handle the situation. Moreover, once Tsunade tended to their injuries, it would further solidify her position as Hokage. This scene did not escape Shikamaru's notice. Lee, we shall be relying on you and Niji this time. Not a problem. Contributing to Konoha is my duty, Lee replied. Thank you, Shikamaru said, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He observed Lee's finger movements and wondered if they were some form of marking. For whom was he marking? It seemed there were no other individuals involved in this mission. Shikamaru could not fathom Lee's intentions. He felt an instinctive sense that Lee, unlike Niji, had his own agenda. However, Shikamaru refrained from probing further. His strength did not allow for it, and he found it troublesome. If conflicts arose, allies could easily become foes, which would be disastrous. To Shikamaru, the only priority was the successful completion of the mission. Everything else was inconsequential. You're welcome, Lee replied, turning his gaze forward. After all, he was merely passing through. Moreover, he wished to delay the sound ninja, preventing Sasuke from falling into Orochimaru's clutches too soon. Orochimaru was likely growing impatient. He would have already initiated the reincarnation process, and the next opportunity would not arise for another 3 years. Lee thought to himself, if he could stall until Sasuke matured and then turn the tables on Orochimaru, half the threat posed by the curse mark would vanish. The remaining threat could be addressed after he returned from the land of rice, where he would pursue the study of sage techniques. Before long, they discovered the location of the sound ninja. They're close, Kiba remarked. Niji activated his Byakugan. I see them, approximately southeast, 10 degrees, 1,300 meters ahead. For individuals are resting, he reported swiftly. Very well, let us formulate a battle plan. Shikamaru rapidly devised several strategies in his mind. Listening to Shikamaru's analysis, Lee nodded. In terms of intellect, he was indeed a genius. Aside from combat prowess, he was nearly flawless in every aspect. Soon, the group advanced cautiously according to Shikamaru's devised plan. Lee withheld information about the Sound Ninja Quartet, as it did not align with his goals. As long as he could delay them, Sasuke could not be truly reclaimed. If they genuinely intended to retrieve Sasuke, Lee could simply open the 6th gate and easily defeat the 4 Sound Ninja, ensuring Sasuke's return. However, in doing so, Sasuke would be permanently confined. Lee feared that due to the curse mark, he too would be monitored by Konoha, a scenario he wished to avoid. In a flash, Lee noticed the surrounding webs. Insufficient intelligence. Shikamaru's tactical plan had maximized concealment, yet he remained unaware of Kido Maru's abilities. The webs surrounding them were all Kido Maru's surveillance. The moment someone touched them, their presence would be revealed. There, Naruto exclaimed impatiently, swatting away a web. Chapter 25. The appearance of Kimimaro within the depths of the forest. The Sound Ninja Quartet was taking a brief respite. The burden of the cursed seal was proving to be too great. There's no helping it, after all. They are too Jonin, Ken gasped, suggesting they press on. Let us hurry. Lord Orochimaru is waiting. At that moment, the threads in Kid Maru's hand twitched. The other 3 shared a moment of alarm. Without hesitation, Ken hurled 3 kunai into the shadows. Boom. The kunai, embedded with explosive tags, detonated, revealing Shikamaru and Rock Lee, who were caught in the explosion's radius. We've been discovered. Shikamaru exclaimed, panic etched on his face. Kid Maru smirked coldly, flicking his fingers once more, ensnaring Naruto, CHG, Kiba, and Niji with sticky threads. Damn it, what is the stuff? Naruto shouted. Swish. Niji swiftly severed Kid Maru's threads with a precise strike, surprising Kid Maru. Oh, I thought you were all worthless, but it seems you have some capable fighters. He positioned himself before the others. You take Sasuke and go ahead. I'll handle this. Ken nodded, seizing the coffin that contained Sasuke and making a swift exit. Niji had similar intentions. A chase ensued once more. Before long, they caught up with the Sound Ninja Quartet again. This time, it was CHG who stayed behind to confront Jur B as they distanced themselves from one another. Rock Lee assessed their team, Naruto, Kiba, and Shikamaru, making 4. While only 2 of the Sound Ninja remained. Based on the distance, it was only a matter of time before they would catch up. This one to Lee thought. We're moving too quickly. We are still deep in the land of fire, not to mention how far we are from the land of rice. Even the Valley of the End is still half a day's journey away. Suddenly, he spotted 2 figures approaching in the distance. They are strong, not weaker than the Sound Ninja, and their presence feels familiar. They must be Sand Ninja. Kiba halted, his partner Akamaru also sensing the 2 unfamiliar scents. Shikamaru furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It was a choice. Deal with the Sand Ninja, or continue pursuing Sasuke. We pursue Sasuke, Naruto declared with a serious look at Shikamaru. Shikamaru hesitated. If the 2 Sand Ninja were enemies, their team would be caught between 2 foes. He turned to Rock Lee. Lee, can you hold them off? With Neji absent, Lee was the strongest fighter available. Only he could ensure their team wouldn't be ambushed. This suited Lee perfectly. He had anticipated that Shikamaru would ask him to cover their retreat. No problem. Let you blaze forth. Lee feigned the demeanor of an enthusiastic fool, which earned Naruto's approval. That's the spirit. Thick eyebrows, it's all on you. Shikamaru, let us go? Without waiting for a response, Naruto dashed ahead. Honestly, I'm the leader here. This fool is such a nuisance, Shikamaru muttered, following alongside Kiba. Once they were gone, Lee turned his attention back to the distant figures. After about half an hour, the 2 Sand Ninja appeared before Lee. It's you. We boom. The 8th gate, the 3rd gate, open. Rock Lee unleashed a torrent of chakra, startling Temari and Kankuro. The memory of Lee opening the 6th gate during the CHNIN exams was still fresh in their minds. Wait, we are here to cut the chatter. The 4th gate. Open, Lee shouted, despite the embarrassment it caused. Nevertheless, the effect was immediate. Temari and Kankuro instinctively retreated at the mention of the 4th gate. Seeing the 2 Sand Ninja backpedal, Lee pressed on. The 5th gate. Open. Boom. The overwhelming chakra obliterated the surrounding trees. Temari braced herself with her iron fan to withstand the force, while Kankuro readied his crow. But our mission is to assist, Temari protested. Nothing is more important than surviving. I cannot lose another brother, Lee called out. Noticing their hesitation, Lee decided to escalate his tactics. He deliberately raised his voice, speaking slowly. Sure enough, when Temari and Kankuro heard the words 6th gate, fear flashed across their faces, and they immediately withdrew. Phew. Lee hadn't truly opened the 6th gate. He merely sought to drive away the Sand Ninja and buy time. With his current strength, opening the 6th gate would leave him vulnerable. The 6th gate is not for you, he thought, knowing that Kimimaro was still a threat. No one in their team could defeat that formidable opponent, and Lee was determined that his comrades would not perish here. The ninja from Konoha played a crucial role in his grand design. Ahead, Shikamaru, Naruto, and Kiba were stunned by the immense chakra emanating from behind. What a monster! Shikamaru felt the overwhelming power and compared Lee to Asuma. Ultimately, he concluded that even Asuma might not possess such chakra. How could a commoner achieve this level of chakra? Kiba's Akamaru trembled with fear. If this distance could cause such a reaction, Kiba was thoroughly alarmed. I heard he trains solely in taijutsu. Aside from eating and sleeping, he is always training. That guy is incredibly strong. Naruto realized that even combined with Sasuke, they might not stand a chance against Rock Lee. The 3 recalled the stunning moment during the CHNIN exams when Lee had opened the 6th gate. Fortunately, he was their ally. With him around, the approaching Sand Ninja, whether friend or foe, would find it impossible to breach Lee's defenses. Feeling reassured, Shikamaru devised a simple plan. The trio would work together to retrieve the coffin. Naruto, you go first, Shikamaru instructed. Naruto nodded, clutching the coffin as he soared backward. Swish. As soon as he moved, a shadow appeared behind him. Kimimaro kicked Naruto aside. Evading the coffin, Ken and Dy exchanged alarmed glances. You, what are you doing here? You were too slow. I'm here to reclaim Lord Orochimaru's dream. Kimimaro vanished with the coffin. Hey, Naruto exclaimed, feeling the Nine-Tails chakra within him surge as he instinctively chased after Kimimaro. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Kiba held back Dy and Ken, allowing Naruto to pursue. He intercepted Junmaro and unleashed a barrage of shadow clones to assail him. This was his signature ninjutsu. However, before a master of taijutsu like Junmaro, it proved utterly inadequate. As Junmaro dispelled all the clones with ease, the coffin behind him shattered. Sasuke achieved the 2nd state of the cursed seal. Is this what power feels like? He recalled the terrifying chakra of Rock Lee. So, the cursed seal is this formidable. No wonder he coveted it. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Sasuke's emotions began to waver. He paid no heed to Naruto's words and strode toward the borders of the land of fire. Hey, wait. As Naruto prepared to pursue, Junmaro obstructed him. That vessel is Lord Orochimaru's aspiration. Do not interfere. Junmaro charged at Naruto. Suddenly, he halted his assault and retreated swiftly. Who? A figure approached from the distance. At last, you have made your appearance, Junmaro. Rock Lee had arrived. Chapter 26. Understanding the blades intently, Locke cast a glance at Naruto. Go after Sasuke. I'll handle things here. Understood. Naruto replied without a moment's hesitation. Among their group, Locke's prowess was nearly unrivaled. With him present, Naruto felt a sense of reassurance. Junmaru made no attempt to stop Naruto, as he sensed Locke's formidable strength. To his surprise, the hidden Leaf Village also harbored a master of taijutsu. Junmaru cautiously regarded Locke, yet he mused, Sasuke has chosen to align himself with Lord Orochimaru. That boy won't be able to bring Sasuke back. I never believed Naruto could retrieve Sasuke. Locke responded coolly. Then why do you impede me here? As Junmaru's body began to manifest a layer of cursed seal, he retorted, your strength is impressive. I possess a means to cure your affliction. Come with me, how about it? Locke dangled the most enticing bait. No one desires death. The yearning for life is potent enough to shatter anyone's psychological defenses. However, Junmaru was different. He smiled, pointing his fingers toward Locke. The bones in his digits suddenly shot forth. Bone bullet. Locke refrained from activating his curse seal. He vanished in a blur, adeptly evading the onslaught of such swift attacks with merely his ordinary state. A fervent follower of Orochimaru, Locke thought regretfully. He had intended to subdue Junmaru and utilize him for certain inconvenient tasks, while also seizing Hashirama's cells. However, judging by Junmaru's demeanor, that seemed increasingly unlikely. Very well. If it is to be this way, I shall grant you one final dance. Locke slowly drew his long blade, its edge glinting as it cleaved through the air. Clang. Junmaru's bony palm blocked the blade's arc. You possess a cursed seal as well. I heard from Kabuto that you are one of Lord Orochimaru's potential vessels. Why do you not activate it? In a flash, Junmaru's speed surged. His bone blade thrust at Locke from a bewildering angle. Locke raised his weapon to parry. Whoosh. From a direction beyond his line of sight, another bone blade slashed toward him. Junmaru wielded his palms like blades, his form as ethereal as a feather. His steps light as the wind, causing the wild grass to dance chaotically. Locke's narrow sword entwined with Junmaru's bone blade. At that moment, Niji had assisted Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba in defeating their opponents, arriving just in time to witness the clash between Locke and Junmaru. In a vast expanse, the blade's light shimmered like a dragon. Both combatants moved with a grace that resembled gliding upon clouds, their sword shadows and palm winds intertwining, swift as a thunderstorm, vanishing in an instant. Amidst the swirling grass, their figures flickered, ethereal as spirits, yet each strike was fierce and unmatched, like a mountain collapsing into the sea, unstoppable. This spectacle left Niji and the others in awe. Shikamaru observed with a sense of dread. Thank goodness Lee is his ally. If he were an enemy, Shikamaru could not conceive any means of resistance. The strength of a single blow can shatter myriad techniques. Shikamaru finally grasped the essence of Locke's training. Exquisite speed and power, capable of annihilating foes, rendering all schemes and plots futile beneath a single stroke. That fellow is merely 13. Shikamaru couldn't help but marvel. He dared not imagine how formidable Locke would become as he matured. Compared to Locke, those who faced him were equally strong. Could Locke prevail? Kiba, sensing Akamaru's trepidation, exclaimed in shock, no, that guy is not as strong as Lee. Niji asserted confidently, I can see Junmaru bears a cursed seal. Lee also possesses a cursed seal, but he hasn't activated it, which means Junmaru hasn't forced Lee to unleash his full potential. Both Kiba and Shikamaru were astonished. Even from a distance, they could perceive the chilling aura emanating from the blade's light. Yet this was not Locke's full strength. Ahead, Locke still had the energy to glance at his status panel. 8 trigrams blade. 10,000, perfected. Locke swiftly retreated, distancing himself from Junmaru. Next, I shall deliver just one strike. If you can withstand it, I will turn and depart. In an instant, Locke activated his second cursed seal state, slashing his narrow blade diagonally. The stroke sent tremors through the flora. However, this strike bore no visible blade light, merely resembling the swing of an ordinary practitioner. Has he missed? Or has he exhausted his chakra? Junmaru furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. He sensed that Locke's strike had transformed. Is this your strongest blow? Junmaru too activated his second curse seal state. His body and appearance underwent a drastic transformation. His skin darkened to a rich brown, black patterns appeared on his face. His back bulged significantly, and a tail sprouted. In this state, his strength, speed, and defense were greatly enhanced. Even if Locke's strike was formless, Junmaru felt confident he could withstand it. What on earth is wrong? That unsettling feeling continued to linger in Junmaru's heart, intensifying into fear. It's the blade. Something is off about his blade. At that moment, Junmaru's gaze snapped to the weapon in Locke's hand. Boom. The entire world was suddenly engulfed in darkness. The realm transformed into a chaotic night, silence enveloping all. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the chaos. The blade's light appeared, the heavens opened, and life emerged. Junmaru felt something pass through his chest and abdomen, yet he paid it no mind, remaining entranced by the profound spectacle before him. Locke deactivated his cursed seal and sheathed his blade. He turned to Niji and the others. Let us go. Go. Kiba and Choji were bewildered. glancing at the unmoving Junmaru. Let us go, Choji Kiba. That fellow is likely dead now. We must pursue Naruto. Although Shikamaru was equally perplexed, he could discern the situation unfolding. Lilac sheathing of his blade spoke volumes. You should chase after Naruto. I have some matters to attend to. Junmaru is quite capable. No one beneath Orochimaru's command should surpass him. You can pursue without fear of obstruction. Having spoken, Lilac began to walk slowly towards the borders of the Land of Fire. His direction diverged from that of the Valley of the End. He had no intention of going there. At this moment, Naruto had probably met defeat. Sasuke's path to Orochimaru was now a foregone conclusion. Lilac consumed a soldier pill, gradually restoring his stamina and chakra. The recent understanding of the blade's intent and the execution of that strike had drained much of his energy. Had he not been in cursed seal state, he would have lacked the energy to channel the blade's intent. Orochimaru should be departing from the Land of Rice soon. His defection from the Akatsuki would undoubtedly draw pursuit, and his base in the Land of Rice was no longer a secret. A month later, Lilac crossed the borders of the Land of Fire, successfully stepping onto the territory of the Land of Rice. Chapter 27. The taxation arrived 500 years late within the borders of the Land of Rice. Lilac had recently entered. What he beheld along his journey was a scene of utter devastation. The inhabitants of the Land of Rice appeared haggard, their clothing insufficient to cover their bodies. Had a war just occurred in the Land of Rice? Lilac furrowed his brow, perplexed. That should not be the case. He recalled that prior to the Fourth War, although there were minor skirmishes among the nations, there had not been any large-scale conflicts. Why, then, was the Land of Rice in such disrepair? Observing the roadside intently, he noted that it was summer. The fields were lush and green, crops thrived, and a bountiful harvest seemed imminent. The farmlands were evidently not abandoned, which left him somewhat bewildered. Days passed as Lilac traversed various cities and villages, each resident's gaunt face and emaciated form telling a tale of hardship. Surely, Orochimaru could not be conducting experiments on these ordinary people. Initially, Lilac suspected Orochimaru's involvement, but he soon reconsidered. Orochimaru would hardly find these commoners worthy of his attention. Upon arriving in the capital city of the Land of Rice, Fenghua City, Lilac was momentarily taken aback by the vibrant scenes that unfolded before him. This place starkly contrasted with the desolation he had witnessed elsewhere. Perhaps this was the nature of small nations, where only the capital flourished. He mused as he took up residence in a modest lodging near the daimyo's estate. Subsequently, he marked a symbol on the wall before retreating to his room to await the arrival of his acquaintances. After a brief interval, 3 figures materialized within Lilac and Appo's chamber. My lord, Tors stood respectfully to the side, flanked by Sak and Chin. Previously, Lirac's warnings had instilled caution in Tors regarding Orochimaru. To avoid becoming a pawn in Orochimaru's machinations, Tors had returned to the Land of Rice from Konoha, maintaining a transformation technique and assuming the role of the daimyo's bodyguard. Since then, Orochimaru had not made any attempts to contact them, which provided a measure of relief for the trio. They had been eagerly awaiting Lirac's arrival until today, when Tors recognized the Konoha symbol etched in the corner and followed it to find Lilac. By the way, what is the situation with the residents of the Land of Rice? Lilac inquired. He intended to establish a bank in this region, yet the impoverished state of the populace suggested that few would have the means to deposit funds. My lord, you have arrived too late, Tors responded, a sigh escaping his lips. The taxes in the Land of Rice have not been collected for 500 years. What? Lilac was taken aback. Taxes have not been collected for 500 years. Tors slowly elucidated the circumstances in the Land of Rice. The region imposed 8 types of taxes: property tax, land tax, agricultural tax, head tax, water tax, wind tax, road tax, and miscellaneous taxes. This extensive taxation burdened the populace significantly, allowing the daimyo and nobility to indulge in lavish lifestyles. The other taxes are understandable, but what are the head tax and wind tax? Lilac asked Tors. My lord, the head tax is a levy on meals, charged per person. For instance, a family of 3 pays 9 taels of tax for their meals. As for the wind tax, Tors grimaced. What a disgraceful burden imposed by the wealthy elite. Lilac chuckled. The daimyo and nobility of the Land of Rice were taxing their subjects to the brink of extinction. Such practices could not be sustained. They would inevitably lead to ruin. Lilac tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, deep in thought. Tors, starting tomorrow, find a suitable location to establish the bank. Tors nodded, already aware of Lirac's intentions and possessing a general understanding of the bank's purpose. However, he hesitated momentarily. Glancing at Lilac, my lord, the residents of the Land of Rice no longer possess money to deposit. That is of little concern. We shall first encourage the daimyo to deposit funds, and once the nobility follows suit, the commoners will inevitably follow. Once the money is secured, the daimyo's and nobility's funds will be deposited into the bank, while the commoners' funds will be divided on a 3-to-7 basis, Lilac stated, gazing out at the affluent estate of the daimyo. The daimyo is quite wealthy. As night fell within the daimyo's estate, Nakamuya Ko, the daimyo of the Land of Rice, regarded a photograph in his hand, momentarily torn over whom to summon for the night. Never mind. I shall have them all. Bring them to me, he commanded. The guards, upon receiving the order, hastened to a few households within the city. After the guards departed, Nakamuya patted his ample belly. I am feeling a bit hungry. Summoned the kitchen to prepare a meal. Outside his door, silence reigned. Where is everyone? Have they lost their minds? Nakamuya fumed. Before he could rise, a kunai was pressed against his neck. Regretting his inquiry, he realized that the assailant would likely remain silent. To his surprise, the intruder spoke. We are the Akatsuki organization. Our purpose is to make the world feel pain. Lee Rock and Chin, clad in red cloud cloaks, confronted him. Where's your money? Lee Rock demanded coldly. Nakamuya-ko's flesh twitched in fear, the kunai's chilling presence rendering him immobile, though internally, he sighed with relief. It was preferable to lose money than to lose his life. If the money is gone, we can always impose a poverty tax later, he thought. Inside the room, Chin had already retrieved 5 suitcases from beneath the bed and corner. The suitcases contained currency from various nations, the precise amount beyond her ability to discern. Do you feel the pain now? Lee Rock inquired as he stowed the suitcases. He could not resist a morbid jest. Indeed, I feel it, I truly do. Nakamuya hastily nodded. The wealth he had toiled for over many years had been confiscated in a single night. How could he not feel the sting? It is exceedingly painful. Lee Rock nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the outcome. Chin followed him out of Nakamuya-ko's chamber. The Akatsuki organization is truly formidable. It was sheer fortune to acquire such a vast sum of money. Xiaonan, let us not grow complacent. If Nakamuya-ko's money were stored in a bank, it is likely we would never have retrieved it. Indeed, the bank's defenses are so formidable that even if we, the Akatsuki, were to join forces with all 5 Kage, we would struggle to breach it. Precisely. Now, we must proceed to ensure the daimyo of the Land of River feels the pain as well. As their voices faded, Nakamuya etched 2 names into his memory, Akatsuki and Bank. The Akatsuki, I know those madmen, but what is this bank? He murmured to himself. The following day, news of the Akatsuki's heist against the daimyo of the Land of Rice spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki organization, stationed in the Land of Rain, acted decisively. They issued a statement claiming responsibility for the incident, which immediately garnered widespread attention and condemnation from the entire ninja community. Simultaneously, Nakamuya received another piece of news. Within Fenghua City of the Land of Rice, a shop named Bank had quietly opened its doors. A bank. He immediately set off towards the establishment and Oppo's location. Chapter 28. The Essence of Operation. Fenghua City on the most bustling commercial street. A shop named the Ninja World Bank has officially opened its doors. Passers-by pause to glance, and soon a crowd gathers before the bank. What is the purpose of this establishment, and why are the feudal lords inside? Unfamiliar with the situation, I hear it is a place for depositing money. Deposit money? Handing over one's wealth to others? Surely, that is a jest. Inside the shop, Lord Nakamura Yasu shares a similar sentiment. Are you jesting? Do you have any idea how much wealth I possess? 50 taels would not even fit in a cart. Accompanied by his samurai guards, Nakamura exudes an imposing presence. He seizes the collar of Toth. Hey, you scoundrel, can you truly safeguard my wealth? Toth remains unfazed. With a casual wave of his right hand, 2 samurai behind Nakamura collapse in agony. My lord, if we cannot protect your wealth, then there exists no safe haven in this world. This display indeed silences Nakamura, who recalls the harrowing experience of being robbed the night before. The Akatsuki acknowledge their involvement in the theft. Given this admission, it seems the individuals backing this bank are not to be trifled with. Nakamura transitions from anger to amusement, clapping heartily. Very well. He instructs his subordinates outside to bring 430 briefcases. Inside are 300 million taels. I entrust you with their safekeeping. Toth nods at the attendant, Chin, who reaches for the briefcases to begin counting. Wait. Nakamura halts, turning to Toth. What if my money disappears while in your care? 300 million is merely 1/10 of Nakamura and Oppo's total fortune, and he considers this a mere experiment. Yet, a lingering doubt remains. Rest assured, my lord, you are our most esteemed guest, and we have prepared an agreement. Toth smiles, producing a custody agreement from his robe. My lord, please review this document. Should you deposit your funds with us and any loss occurs, we will fully compensate you and grant an additional 10 million taels as recompense. Oh, at this, Nakamura and the observing nobles are intrigued. Some even contemplate ulterior motives. All right, I shall sign. After a glance at the simple agreement, he promptly affixes his signature. Excellent. My lord, we shall safeguard your wealth, and you may retrieve it at your convenience. Toth gestures for Chin to begin counting. Once the amounts are confirmed, the transaction is successfully completed. With Nakamura depositing his money, the nobles follow suit. In just one morning, the Ninja World Bank and Oppo's deposits soared to 2 billion taels. These nobles are indeed affluent. In a dim room within the bank, Lee Locke expresses his astonishment. Toth enters, clutching a stack of freshly signed custody agreements. These are the agreements just signed by the feudal lords and nobles. Toth offers the documents to Lee Locke, who waves his hand dismissively. No need. You are in charge of the bank. Thank you for your trust, my lord, Toth responds gratefully. Had it not been for Li Lok and Apos' warning, he would likely have perished at Orochimaru and Apos' hands. The staggering sum of 2 billion taels makes Toth's hands tremble merely counting it. Such an immense amount of wealth. And yet Li Lok does not even glance at it. What tremendous confidence this reflects. Toth is overwhelmed with an indescribable feeling. He vows to follow his lord to the ends of the earth, believing Li Lok far more reliable than Orochimaru. Li Lok, however, remains unfazed. Such unwavering loyalty is nearly impossible. The ancestors have long understood this truth. In this world, all are driven by self-interest. As long as Li Lok ensures his strength remains formidable and his enterprise flourishes, Toth will naturally follow. Enough, go about your tasks. Tonight is bound to be tumultuous. As night falls, the bank closes its doors, and the shadows in the streets grow sparse. A few rogues ponder, do they truly think they can guard my money? They remain naive, as I will deposit the funds, sign the agreement, and later reclaim them in secret. The bank will have to compensate. There is no quicker means to acquire wealth. Hokuryu, clad in night attire, arrives at the bank with his family's samurai. The warriors raise their blades, striking down at the entrance. Crack. The door shatters. Charge. Return my money. Yes. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darts past Hokuryu and his warriors. Clang. Their weapons drop to the ground. You guessed correctly, Li Lok and Toth emerge from the shadows. It was inevitable. Had I been in your position, I too would have deposited then stolen, seeking compensation. Li Lok replaces the bank and Apos' door. Before them, Hokuryu and his samurai stand frozen. Their insides and meridians utterly ravaged by Li Lok and Apos' hidden energy. As dawn breaks, onlookers gasp in astonishment. ISN and Apos, Tivet the lord of the Hokuryu clan? Why does he stand motionless at the bank and Apos' entrance? Stop looking, something seems amiss. Gradually, people begin to notice the irregularity. A normal person cannot remain standing still for so long, especially with their swords scattered on the ground. At this moment, Toth posts a notice. This is the fate of those who dare to rob the bank. In an instant, the noble circles of the land of rice are abuzz. They are aware of Hokuryu's attempted heist, which was tacitly approved by the feudal lord, merely a test of the bank's mettle. Now, none dare to entertain thoughts of robbing the bank again. Toth returns to the dim room, curiously inquiring, my lord, why do the nobles not simply cast us aside and establish their own bank? Li Lok chuckles at the question. They do not trust one another, each wary of revealing the true extent of their family fortunes. Oh, I see. Toth calculates the current deposits. My lord, there have yet to be any commoners depositing funds. That is of no concern. With the feudal lords and nobles depositing, it is only a matter of time before the commoners follow suit. The current situation merely reflects their lack of funds. Li Lok turns to Toth. Spread the word, a grand opening with enticing offers for commoners. Deposit for a month to receive 1 point interest, or for a year to earn 3 points. Additionally, those who deposit within 7 days will receive 50 pounds of rice or flour each. Toth furrows his brow at the proposition. You still fail to grasp the essence. Li Lok begins to elucidate. A bank, in its essence, is merely a financial playground. For instance, the village of Qingyu to the north of the land of rice has thrived on fishing for generations, exchanging fish as currency. However, during the sweltering summer, fresh fish are difficult to preserve, and we happen to possess a natural cold storage cave. Li Lok patiently explains the rules of this financial game. At this juncture, we can employ guards to oversee the cave, offering to store fish for the villagers free of charge. It may appear as a continual expenditure, a losing venture. Yet you overlook a critical aspect. In winter, the lake and Apos' surface freezes, making it exceedingly difficult for the residents to catch fish. During such times, fishing rod shops and a myriad of related industries experience a downer. We could lend them fish, and when summer arrives, the bustling season, they would return fish to us. This is the foundation of our continual operation. Li Luaka cast a glance at the thick custody agreement in Tosi and Apos' hand and let out a cold smile. What you hold is not merely a custody agreement, but rather a debt agreement. Chapter 29, a financial package of retribution. Thus, I comprehend. TOS was enlightened. He pondered over Li Lok's recent words and began to realize that, despite his youth, Li Lok possessed not only formidable strength, but also exceptional intelligence. Following him would undoubtedly lead to a promising future. A vision of the future in the land of rice fields surfaced in TOS and Apos' mind. Housing, transportation, public facilities, ninja villages, schools, there would be ample opportunities for expenditure. And at that time, we shall reap considerable rewards. Li Lok waved his hand. All right, get back to work. Yes. TOS disseminated the news regarding the interest on civilian deposits. In less than half a day, civilians began to flock to the bank. Their motivation was not merely the interest, but rather the 50 pounds of rice and flour. Will I receive 50 pounds of rice and flour if I deposit 100 taels? A brave civilian inquired. Of course. TOS responded with a smile. For 100 taels, one could only procure 1 pound of rice or 1 pound of flour in the land of rice fields, whereas at the bank, one would receive 50 pounds. Word spread rapidly, and soon, the bank was inundated with civilians. Were it not for Sack standing at the entrance with a fierce demeanor, the crowd might have succumbed to greed and attempted to seize the offerings. Form a line. Everyone line up. It's first come, first served. Boom. Sack unleashed a wave of energy that toppled a tree several meters away, restoring calm among the civilians. Before long, Chin and TOS, drenched in sweat, completed their tasks. And the satisfied civilians departed with their provisions. There was little profit to be gained. Over 3,000 civilians combined contributed less than the deposits of a single noble. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Chin expressed her dissatisfaction. I've labored all afternoon without a single incentive. Patience, good days are yet to come. TOS replied with a grin. Given Chin's youth and naivety, he chose not to elaborate. At that moment, the disgruntled nobles, having heard of the developments, stormed into the bank with an air of indignation. Those commoners receive interest on their deposits, yet we nobles do not? Do you look down upon us? The nobles, having failed in their covert endeavors the previous night, resolved to switch tactics. If brute force would not suffice, then they would employ cunning. If the bank does not provide interest today, do not expect to remain in the land of rice fields. Indeed, do you hold us in contempt? If you do not produce 10% interest today, do not expect to continue your operations. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered into his eyes. But recalling Locke's admonition against violence within the bank, he subdued his anger. Resolving matters through force was truly frustrating. In previous times, such insolence would have warranted immediate retribution. My lords, the interest rates are rather steep. Please allow me a moment to confer. TOS said as he retreated to the back room. Locke had already observed the unfolding situation outside. He handed TOS a freshly drafted financial agreement. TOS scanned the document and felt a tremor in his hands. My lord, 30% interest for 1 month. This would bankrupt us. Locke chuckled coldly. The denizens of the ninja world are still quite naive. The agreement stipulates that the second party bears the associated financial risks. In finance, profits and losses are commonplace. Locke regarded TOS. To sign a financial contract with these plump sheep, ensuring their complete loss at maturity, leaves no room for interest. Your insight is unparalleled. Locke was unperturbed by the potential wrath of the daimyo and nobles. Within the ninja realm, the validity of agreements was paramount. Once signed, they were in effect. This seemed to be an unspoken rule of this world. Locke had learned from Niji that in both Konoha and the 5 great nations, agreements superseded all else. And to date, no one dared to contravene them. Of course, this was merely the surface. Violations did occur, but it was sufficient for Locke's purposes. He envisioned numerous possibilities. The financial agreement was but one avenue. Should the daimyo and nobles become enraged, the bank could swiftly produce the contract. As for the aspect of force, the bank had no fear of the noble samurai. This was also the reason Locke felt secure. Upon witnessing the exorbitant 30% interest, the nobles were elated. This was certainly more lucrative than pillaging the impoverished. This financial plan is splendid. I shall deposit an additional 10 million taels. The nobles eagerly signed the agreement before departing in satisfaction. In the ensuing days, the bank's business flourished remarkably. It was during this time that, following Locke's instructions, TOS commenced lending. Initially, only business owners were granted loans, with a 6-month term during which they were to repay the bank with 2% interest. Even at 2% interest, borrowers continued to emerge, creating a closed loop. Gradually, the bank began to stabilize. Locke, assured of the bank's trajectory, retreated to the back room to commence his training. He glanced at the various statistics displayed on the panel. Name, Locke, age, 12, ninjutsu, 9, strength, 10, genjutsu, 3, wisdom, 7, power, 9, speed, 10, precision, 8, seals, 10, position, Jinin, ninjutsu, advanced body flicker technique, flying thunder god, spiraling sphere, mutual explosive tags, shadow clone technique, taijutsu, 8 trigrams fist, tai chi, xing'ai chuan. 8 gates of might, bloodline limit, none. Locke scrutinized the taijutsu and ninjutsu listed on the panel. 8 gates of might, 468116669 100 million, 6th gate. First, I shall strive to unlock the 7th gate. Locke instructed Sack to procure wooden planks and numerous doors. He began assembling the planks and doors into a wooden house. Thereafter, Locke formally commenced his rigorous training. As a month elapsed, nobles continued to arrive to augment their deposits. In a mere month, the bank's deposits soared from over 2 billion taels to 40 billion taels. Business owners also sought loans. Overall, profits outweighed losses. However, as the month concluded, the civilians arrived first to claim their interest. Initially, they had little hope, but TOS granted them their interest, leading to their overwhelming joy. They once again deposited a small portion of their funds along with the interest, and TOS welcomed them all. The nobles, too, came to collect their interest. I'm sorry, but the financial plan has incurred losses. TOS feigned sorrow. Losses? How can this be? Your losses are your concern. I simply demand my interest. If not, none of you shall leave today. Indeed, do not forget the compensation stipulated in the agreement. The samurai behind the nobles stirred restlessly, brandishing their weapons. TOS remained unfazed. He calmly produced the financial agreement and highlighted the clause regarding risk-bearing. In that moment, the nobles were left stunned. Very well, so this is how you intend to play? You dare to consume our funds. You possess audacity. Enraged, the nobles commanded their samurai to advance. Unfortunately for them, Sak was an exceedingly competent bodyguard. Void slash. Boom. The nobles and their samurai fell lifelessly to the ground. The news swiftly circulated within the noble circles. At the Hojo family residence, mourning banners were hung, and all donned somber attire. Previously, Hojo Hiroki had intended to rob a bank under the cover of night, but his endeavor ended in failure, and he was killed. Now, the Hojo family is in the midst of funeral arrangements. My lord, the bank's guards are exceptionally formidable. Our samurai are no match for them. A retainer reported the events that transpired at the bank. An expression of anger flickered across the aged visage of Hojo Muzu. Go, summon the Akatsuki organization, and offer a bounty of 100 million ri. I demand that all those from the bank pay with their lives for my son. Chapter 30. A reunion with Kakuzu in the land of rain. The incessant rain draped the streets in a melancholic haze. Along the thoroughfares lay remnants of decay. As emaciated children sat motionless in the corners, their vacant stares betraying a profound despondency. The food clutched in their hands had long succumbed to the dampness, now festering with mold. Yet, they numbly swallowed their meager rations, rendered even more helpless by the relentless downpour. Their eyes filled with a nebulous fear and uncertainty about the future. Within a statue of a Buddha head, vibrant illusions coalesced. This was Pain's technique of the six paths. Hey, Kakuzu, did you seize the daimyo of the land of rice? I'm only interested in the bounty. Who was behind this? I don't recall the leader assigning such a task. Silence ensued, hinting at clandestine dealings with the organization's funds. At this moment, the 9th and 10th illusions manifested. Pain and Conan, amidst the clamor of dissent, fell into contemplation, directing their gaze toward Kakuzu and Haydn. Their essay request within the land of rice to eliminate an organization called the Bank. You too should investigate. Understood. The illusions of Kakuzu and Haydn gradually faded. In the land of lightning, Haydn bore the bloody scythe of March, the two-tails Jinchuriki draped across it. Kakuzu, you did seize the daimyo of the land of rice. Didn't you? Be silent. I've already told you it wasn't me. Show me some respect. Kakuzu felt a headache coming on. While other partners could easily miskill, this newcomer proved to be a challenge. Difficult to kill, and hailing from Dunhuang, replete with murals. What is this organization called the Bank? Haydn pressed on. How should I know? Then what do you know? Be quiet. The duo first returned to the land of rain to hand over the two-tails Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki members convened. Pain initiated the sealing technique, and the chakra of the two tails was gradually extracted from the host. 7 days later, the two tails was completely sealed away, and Kakuzu and Haydn departed the land of rain. Soon, they arrived in the land of rice, where Kakuzu commenced his information gathering. Oh, you're inquiring about the bank in Fuhua City, are you? Hoping to deposit some money? A resident of the land of rice chattered away. After a while, Kakuzu and Haydn questioned several more residents. They exchanged glances. Even Haydn, known for his lack of intellect, grasped the situation. Kakuzu, lend me 100 million Rio, and I'll repay you in a month. A fool like you shouldn't dabble in finances. You'll lose it all. Kakuzu sighed. As the treasurer of the Akatsuki, he considered himself a financial wizard. Today's revelations were truly enlightening. Kakuzu, you've wasted over 90 years. You're not even worth a hair from this bank. Kakuzu remained silent. All the while, Haydn's incessant chatter continued unabated. This time, Kakuzu did not express irritation. Instead, he found himself intrigued by the bank. Soon, they arrived at Fuhua City, following the crowd to the front of the bank. Ninja World Bank, what a grandiose claim. With a swift motion, Haydn slashed at the sign, shattering it into fragments. The civilians inside, there to deposit their savings, scattered in terror. Who was causing trouble? A fierce-looking figure named Sak emerged. Haydn chuckled. Do you wish to join the cult of the evil god? Or perhaps the bank? Sak retorted. Huh. Haydn was momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. The evil god is indeed the Akatsuki. My master has been waiting for you. He has a lucrative business proposition. 10 times the bounty. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sak's forehead, his earlier ferocity dissipating, replaced by apprehension. I'm not interested in money. I told you to invite your master to join the cult. Haydn brandished his scythe, charging forward. Bang. Hey, what are you doing? Kakuzu interposed himself before Haydn. I am interested in money. He turned to Sak. Lead the way. I wish to see if your master is capable of safeguarding my funds. Please. Sak exhaled in relief, leading the way while keeping a wary eye on Kakuzu and Haydn, the pressure they exuded rivaling that of Orochimaru. What about our mission? Haydn complained. Kakuzu offered no response. He too was uncertain how to proceed, yet the allure of 10 times the bounty proved irresistible. Kakuzu, are you planning to wrap up this job and retire in the land of hot water? I can't be bothered to converse with a fool like you. The duo followed Sak into a dimly lit chamber. There, Lee Rock was incessantly opening and closing the door of a wooden hut. Thank goodness it's just the two of you. Lee Rock sighed in relief. Days prior, he had visited a currency exchange, intending to acquire a few corpses with bounties to practice his Edo Tensei. However, he discovered he had made the bounty list himself, with a staggering price of 100 million Rio. The exchange's manager had warned him that the bounty would double by the next day. Upon seeing the bounty, Lee Rock immediately thought of Kakuzu. That guy would undoubtedly come sniffing around. Thus, Lee Rock contemplated discussing matters with Kakuzu. Little did he know that behind this organization stood a mere teenager. Kakuzu's dark green eyes flickered, glancing at Haiden, who immediately comprehended Kakuzu's intention. Kid, your head is now the property of the evil god. Haiden lunged forward. The distance between Lee Rock and Haiden was less than 10 meters. As Haiden's words fell, the scythe was already poised above Lee Rock's head. With this strike, I can cleave through gods and demons. Lee Rock instantly activated his cursed seal. Drawing his short sword from his waist, he sliced through the air. In an instant, Haiden's body halted, the scythe suspended before Lee Rock's forehead. In his eyes, the chamber was devoid of anything but himself. The violent blade aura suffused the room, poised but unyielding. He envisioned a multitude of offensive maneuvers. Yet each would see him reduced to mere fragments before they could even commence. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Haiden's forehead. I cannot move. Even the slightest twitch of my finger would reduce me to ashes. Kakuzu observed Haiden, who had inexplicably ceased his assault, standing before Lee Rock. Bewildered and drenched in cold sweat. Yes, sir, welcome. I shall not strike you today. With a hiss, Lee Rock sheathed his sword. The blade aura before Haiden dissipated, allowing him to regain his senses. Kakuzu stepped forward. That alone is insufficient. He formed hand seals. Earth release, earth spear. His skin hardened as he swiftly approached Lee Rock, delivering a powerful punch. Is that so? Then how about this? Lee Rock glanced at his status panel. 8 gates. 196816418 billion. 7th gate. Open. 7th gate. Boom. The overwhelming chakra obliterated the chamber, shaking the very street beneath them. Kakuzu and Haiden were flung back, their expressions horrified as they beheld the sheer force of chakra. Now, we can have a proper discussion. Lee Rock released the 7th gate. Kakuzu faintly sensed a familiarity with this martial technique. Suddenly, he recalled that during his pursuit of the daimyo of the Land of Rivers, he had encountered this technique once before. So it was you. Chapter 31. Cooperation with the Akatsuki. Your physical prowess cannot be sustained for long, can it? Kakuzu inquired, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at Rock Lee. Indeed, but I possess many other means. However, this time, I wish to discuss business rather than resort to violence. Lee instructed Sak and Tors to reconstruct the hidden chamber while he took a seat nearby. If you deposit your money with me for a full year, I can offer you an interest rate of 10%, Lee proposed, directing his gaze at Kakuzu, ignoring Haiden's presence. Moreover, I can provide the Akatsuki with operational funds monthly, without charging interest, under one condition. What condition? Kakuzu asked. You must join the bank, Lee replied. Kakuzu hesitated, contemplating the pros and cons. Seizing the moment, Lee pressed on. Isn't life itself a pursuit of wealth? Watching your riches grow is the true essence of existence. Here, I can count money until my hands cramp. And what of this bounty? Kakuzu queried. Lee smirked. The most effective way to resolve an issue is to eliminate the source of the problem. That makes sense, Kakuzu conceded. Falling prey to Lee's monetary persuasion, he and Haiden subsequently plundered the feudal lords and aristocrats, executing their schemes with even greater ruthlessness. In a single night, the feudal lord and his nobility in the Land of Rice perished, and not even a bird witnessed the dawn in their mansions. Kakuzu deposited the spoils into the bank. Turning to Lee, I have dominion over my money now, but matters of the organization must be discussed with the leader. Kakuzu still harbored concerns regarding Payne's formidable power. If he disapproved, their collaboration might falter. Rest assured, Payne will agree, Lee asserted confidently. Days later, Haiden returned to the Akatsuki, while Kakuzu remained at the bank. A few days passed before Haiden relayed news that Payne had consented to the transaction, assigning Kakuzu the responsibility of liaising between the organization and the bank. This revelation brought relief to both Lee and Kakuzu. This is the true meaning of existence, far superior to following that fool around. Kakuzu mused, gazing at the open vault filled with over 100 billion Rio. Money was his sole tether, yet he sensed an absence of something vital. Do you feel something is missing? Lee queried with a knowing smile, wiping the narrow blade in his hand, which bore a minuscule flaw, a testament to its mortal nature. With Kakuzu stationed at the bank, stability was assured, barring an incursion from one of the Kage. Lee stored away the narrow blade. Do not fret. There are ample opportunities for you to unleash your thirst for blood. He gestured towards the vault, which overflowed with deposits, rendering expenditure impossible. With money stagnant, actions must be taken. His earlier instigations for Kakuzu to eliminate the feudal lords and nobility served to satiate Kakuzu's bloodlust while cleansing the upper echelons of the Land of Rice. Lee summoned Tors. From today, you are the feudal lord of the Land of Rice, overseeing all affairs while leaving the bank to Kakuzu. Understood, Tors replied, and Lee patted his shoulder. Next, I need you to consolidate the power of the land of rice within a year and initiate a war, with all expenses funded by the bank. Targeting the land of iron. Tors was taken aback. But the land of iron is immensely powerful. We are no match for them. This is akin to throwing eggs against a stone. My lord, we cannot confront the land of iron. Li closed the vault door. Despite the demise of the feudal lord and nobility, tensions between the upper and lower classes in the land of rice had reached a boiling point. War was the only viable path. The objective of this war was not victory, but merely to dissipate conflict. Once war commenced, the land of rice would unify against an external foe, alleviating internal strife. Following the war, the land of rice would require reconstruction, as would the land of iron, necessitating vast sums of money. At that juncture, the bank's role would be paramount, allowing Li to economically undermine the land of iron. This was his true ambition. Li elaborated on this strategy to Tors, who was left astonished. My lord, such tactics are truly remarkable. Li chuckled lightly. This is but the surface. He calculated the time elapsed since arriving in the land of rice, over 6 months. It was time to return to Konoha. Kakuzu, the bank is in your capable hands. The forthcoming war will provide ample opportunity for you to indulge your bloodlust, but remember to conceal your identity. Of course, Kakuzu affirmed. Li imparted the operational rules of the bank and how to manage loans and interest rates. What if the loans cannot be repaid? Kakuzu hesitated, finding this new realm intriguing. If they default, have hide and hang around their front door daily until they comply, Li advised, emphasizing the importance of maintaining civility. Once Kakuzu grasped the essentials, Li departed from Finghua City, his sights set on the Three Tails. Li was uncertain of the precise location of the Three Tails within the land of Rice's lakes. Nor had he inquired about it from Kakuzu. Such matters were too closely tied to the Akatsuki for Kakuzu to divulge. It would be futile to ask, potentially diminishing their rapport. Li recalled that Konoha possessed relevant intelligence. Back to Konoha it is. A month later, in Konoha, Li returned to the dilapidated wooden house. Nostalgia washed over him. Everything had begun here. Now, the funds in his possession were sufficient to renovate the structure, yet he chose not to. The humble abode served as a constant reminder not to neglect his training. Achieving the 8th gate would require considerable time, and mastery of his swordsmanship would demand even longer. Contemplating, Li invited his teammates from Team 3 to gather. They reconvened at the familiar barbecue restaurant. Where have you been? Niji, Gai-sensei, and I have been quite worried. Tintin exclaimed, spearing a piece of meat. My apologies, I ventured out to train alone, Li replied evasively. Guy gave a thumbs up. Solo training is commendable, but one must also engage with comrades to truly ignite the spirit of youth. Back in Konoha, amidst the camaraderie of Niji, Tintin, and Guy, Li felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Memories of past adventures with them flooded his mind, evoking warmth. Indeed, overtraining can burden the body. Balance is essential. Niji concurred. Prompted by Niji's words, Li suddenly recalled a method to enhance his strength. Speaking of training, I have discovered a technique to amplify my abilities. He lifted a piece of meat. He gazed at Niji, Tintin, and Kiba. I have discovered the location of Myaboka Mountain. Once I arrive there and pass the trials, I shall be able to cultivate the art of ninjutsu. Chapter 32. The Testament of Loyalty. Upon hearing the term sage techniques, Kai and Apos' expression grew solemn. Li, do you comprehend the peril associated with sage techniques? Kai paused his actions. The cultivation of sage techniques is exceedingly arduous. To my knowledge, within the entirety of Konoha, nay, even throughout the entire shinobi world, only Lord Jiraiya has successfully mastered them. As an elite jonin, Kai possessed a modicum of information regarding sage techniques. Indeed, they are challenging to cultivate. I have acquired more detailed intelligence. Rock Lee nodded as he picked up a piece of grilled meat. He glanced at the others. Whether you join me in the pursuit of sage techniques depends entirely on your own decisions. Upon hearing this, Tintin immediately agreed without hesitation. I am eager to give it a try. Her desire for strength had been steadily increasing, yet she was hindered by her limited talent. Finding her potential constrained and gradually falling behind Team 3, even lagging behind the other 12 strong. Since Tintin is going, I shall accompany you as well. Niji did not verbalize his thoughts, but he perceived that Rock Lee had returned to Konoha with augmented strength. If he could not keep pace with Rock Lee's prowess, it was likely their futures would diverge. Truly my disciple shines, Kai exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He resolved to accompany them to Mount Myaboku. Rock Lee nodded. The group shared a bond of mentorship and friendship. He did not wish to witness a growing chasm in their abilities, hence he mentioned Mount Myaboku. However, the decision to pursue sage techniques ultimately lay with each individual. Fortunately, all of them harbored a longing for improvement. Rock Lee consumed another piece of grilled meat and sipped some orange juice. Their choices were entirely rational. In the realm of shinobi, one's fate is often dictated by their power. Should one neglect to enhance their abilities, they would inevitably become prey to others. This is the inevitable choice dictated by the laws of the jungle. As their gathering concluded, Rock Lee settled the bill, and Team 3 set forth on their journey to Mount Myaboku. Along the way, Kai seized the opportunity to inquire about the training progress of the three. Rock Lee merely mentioned that he was preparing to open the seventh gate, having made some advancements in his swordsmanship, but offered no further details. If he were to reveal a plethora of forbidden techniques, such as the Flying Thunder God technique or the Impure World Reincarnation, Kai would likely not respond with delight. Rather, he would promptly apprehend him. These forbidden techniques were inscribed in the scrolls, beyond even Kai's capability to learn. Should Rock Lee demonstrate them, it would undoubtedly be akin to self-sabotage. Kai did not press further, harboring trust in Rock Lee. Without guidance, he could already open 6 gates. It was only a matter of time before he mastered 8 and inherited Kai's legacy. He then inquired about Niji, who had now attained the ability to open 3 gates. His 8 trigrams arrows could unleash 2 projectiles, and his proficiency in close combat techniques like Gentle Fist and 8 trigrams palm was remarkable. His skills could be deemed quite comprehensive. Kai nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Tintin wore a look of disappointment. She felt as though she was treading water. Do not be disheartened. Tintin, each individual possesses their own strengths, and your abilities are invaluable. In times of great conflict, your skills can ensure the survival of others to the greatest extent. As a teacher, Kai had imparted all he could. Personal talent was inherently limited. He believed that everyone should strive within their areas of expertise rather than forcing themselves into pursuits where they might falter, ultimately squandering their potential. Rock Lee observed in silence, choosing not to intervene. As night fell, Tintin summoned tents and bedding for the group. She took the first watch while the others retired into the tents to sleep. In the dead of night, Niji and Tintin exchanged watch duties. After half an hour, Tintin fell into a deep slumber. Rock Lee's form appeared beside Niji. Is there a solution? Niji did not turn around. The flickering firelight illuminated his worried eyes. Although Tintin had remained silent, Niji could perceive her disappointment. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. He thought of Rock Lee. If Rock Lee had managed to discover the legendary location for learning sage techniques, surely he could devise a means to bolster Tintin's strength. Rock Lee remained silent, leaving a scroll with Niji. During my training, I obtained a technique at the ruins of the Uzumaki clan. Rock Lee cast a sidelong glance toward the direction of the tent, aware that Tintin and Kai were likely still awake. The commotion here would not escape their notice. Flying Thunder God technique. Rock Lee softly articulated the forbidden technique inscribed within the scroll. Boom. Rock Lee distinctly sensed a powerful aura of killing intent emanating from Kai's tent. Niji felt it too. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately accepted the scroll, understanding Rock Lee's intent. The Flying Thunder God technique was invented by the second Hokage and perfected by the fourth Hokage. It was inconceivable for an ordinary person to possess it. Rock Lee's claim of acquiring the technique at the ruins of the Uzumaki clan was patently implausible. A commoner obtaining a forbidden technique once practiced by a Hokage was an affront to the very order. Regardless of where Rock Lee had obtained the Flying Thunder God technique, the higher-ups in Konoha would undoubtedly subject him to intense scrutiny, perhaps even lifelong imprisonment. I discovered this technique during my training at the ruins of the Uzumaki clan, Niji stated, taking responsibility for the matter. Rock Lee nodded. The endeavors that lay ahead of him were far grander than merely pilfering a few forbidden techniques. This situation served as a test. Having received a boon from him, they must share the risks together. This is the essence of loyalty. As long as Niji, Tintin, and Kai did not decline this opportunity, it signified their genuine commitment to mutual support in the future. In prosperity and adversity, we stand together. Remember to advise Tintin that this technique should only be employed in dire circumstances. Understood. Niji gazed into the firelight, lost in thought. Inside the tent, Kai remained motionless, and Tintin did not speak. Rock Lee entered the tent, and the night passed in silence. At dawn the following day, Kai, Tintin, Niji, and Rock Lee resumed their journey. None mentioned the events of the previous night, as if nothing had transpired. After 2 months of travel, they finally arrived at the foot of the Maze Mountain. According to the map, the final cave should be just ahead, correct? Kai inquired as he examined the map. They trekked for another 10 minutes before finally reaching the cave. Where's the sage toad? Tintin asked as she peered into the cave. The cave was modest in size, easily surveyed in its entirety. The group saw no sign of the sage toad, and Rock Lee appeared equally perplexed. Jiraiya should not be deceiving us. Could there be a mechanism at play? Tintin continued to explore within the cave. Niji shook his head at the sight. Byakugan. He surveyed the entire cave. There. Niji extended his right hand, reaching for a specific spot on the cave stone wall. Ribbit. A resounding croak echoed throughout the cave. Chapter 33. Simplified sage arts within the cave. Just as several individuals heard the croaking of frogs, the scenery before them abruptly transformed. They had arrived at Maiboku Mountain. Lee Locke surveyed his surroundings, where towering peaks undulated, shrouded in mist. A delicate veil of fog floated gently, imparting an air of mystery and ethereality to Maiboku Mountain. Streams meandered through the mountains, crystal clear and melodious, the water flowing with a delightful tinkling sound, akin to celestial music, cleansing the souls of those present. Lush forests flanked the paths, ancient trees reaching for the sky, their foliage dense and vibrant. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting a patchwork of light and shadow, draping this ancient sacred land in a golden cloak. Are you lost wanderers of my Boku Mountain? A red frog leapt down from a large leaf, regarding them with curiosity. Lilac shook his head. We are subordinates of Lord Jiraiya, come to learn the sage arts. Upon hearing this, the red frog's eyes sparkled with recognition. Ah, Jiraiya. Then follow me. Lord Fukasaku should be expecting you. Lilac and his companions followed the red frog as they advanced, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Even Guy could not suppress his astonishment. It's the first time I've seen a talking frog. Before he could finish, a small green toad with white whiskers and eyebrows appeared before them. How rude of you, subordinates of Jiraiya. The red frog, upon seeing this, became exceedingly respectful. Lord Fukasaku. Yes, I shall take my leave. I will handle the matters here. The red frog hopped away into the distance. My apologies, my experience is somewhat limited, Guy quickly offered. Fukasaku dismissed the matter with a wave, turning his attention to the group. You have come to practice sage arts? Indeed, they replied in unison. Then follow me, Fukasaku said, leading them to the Toad Oil Waterfall. Since you are Jiraiya's subordinates, you should be aware of the risks involved in practicing sage arts. Yes? We are, Lilac affirmed. Fukasaku nodded, dipping his finger into the toad oil and applying it to the wrist of each individual. Now, feel the natural energy. The group began to cultivate as instructed by Fukasaku. Watching them, he observed their states of mind. They are indeed from Konoha. That little rascal Guy. I have seen him once in the Hokage office with Jiraiya. Fukasaku mused internally, which was why he did not rigorously test them. However, he had not received any requests from Jiraiya or Konoha, indicating they had accidentally entered my Boku Mountain. Nevertheless, this mountain is known for its open doors to all. Since they could reach my Boku Mountain, combined with Jiraiya and Appo's connections, it suggested they had a fated opportunity for learning the sage arts. Stop. Bang. A iron rod materialized in Fukasaku's hand as he struck Guy. Ah, pain. Guy, immersed in the wondrous sensation of natural energy entering his body, had undergone significant transformation. Fukasaku's strike jolted him back to reality. Practicing sage arts requires a tranquil mind. Yes. Guy resumed his focus on absorbing natural energy. Fukasaku glanced at the others. These few are quite promising, they can calm their minds. That little fellow possesses Byakugan. He must be from the Hyuga clan of Konoha, making him particularly suited for sage arts. Fukasaku's gaze fell upon Niji. He recalled what the great sage Toad had said regarding the Byakugan. Suddenly, he sensed an immense surge of natural energy and turned his attention to Lilac, who had developed orange-yellow markings around his eyes, indicating mastery of sage arts. Lilac opened his eyes, revealing a frog-like gaze. Indeed, sage arts can be simplified. He looked at the interface before him. Detected host is practicing sage arts. Would you like to spend 200,000 Rio to simplify sage arts? Simplify. Sage arts, stay up late. Ah, staying up late to cultivate is quite reasonable. Lilac mused, feeling the vast natural energy within him. He approached a giant stone toad. Rise. Boom. With a single hand, Lilac lifted the massive stone toad. What? Fukasaku was astounded. In merely 2 hours, Lilac had mastered sage chakra, surpassing even the legendary talent of Otsutsuki Kagaya. I cannot comprehend. Fukasaku shouted, darting deep into the toad forest. Lilac chuckled softly. With the simplification system at his disposal, it was no wonder Fukasaku struggled to understand. His gaze shifted to his companions. Guy-sensei. Bang. Lilac once again roused Guy, who had fully transformed into a toad, with parts of him beginning to petrify. If this continues, he might turn into a stone toad. Have you already mastered the sage arts? Guy inquired, feeling an overwhelming pressure from Lilac's transformation. Guy-sensei. Lilac clenched his fist. Youth is akin to rebirth. It must first extinguish before it can blaze. Extinguish before it can blaze? Guy contemplated this phrase, settling back down to find his focus once more. Lilac then turned his attention to Niji and Tintin, surprised to see Tintin able to concentrate and absorb natural energy. Lilac observed their forms shifting. Even in their toad-like state, they could swiftly revert to human form, indicating their potential to master sage chakra. Lilac formed hand seals, summoning 5 shadow clones. Join me in staying up late. Time flowed steadily. Deep within the toad forest, in a temple, Fukasaku hurriedly approached the great sage toad. Old fool. Something monumental has occurred. Toad Maru lifted a sake bottle to his lips, taking a swig. He glanced down at Fukasaku through bleary eyes. Who goes there? Several empty sake bottles littered the ground beside him, his gaze clouded with intoxication. Stop drinking. A human just arrived at my Boku Mountain. Mastering sage chakra in just 2 hours. Crash. The sake bottle slipped from Toad Maru's grasp, shattering on the ground as he snapped to attention. What did you say? Mastered sage chakra in 2 hours. Toad Maru's hazy eyes cleared instantly as he leaped from his seat. Is that human the prophesied one? He retrieved a crystal ball, which displayed Lilac's visage and actions. He does not resemble the figure I saw in my previous dream. His form and stature do not match. After a moment of silence, Toad Maru turned to Fukasaku. I wish to enter a dream. Yes. Fukasaku immediately took his position outside the temple, preventing anyone from approaching. In the midnight hour, Toad Maru fell into slumber. In his dreams, beneath the vast heavens, stood a grand hall adorned with gold and jade before a throne. A youth clad in flowing robes embroidered with celestial patterns and a roaring black dragon ascended step by step. He sat upon the throne, casting his gaze over the world. To either side of the hall, several figures emanated formidable chakra, respectfully gazing at the young man in black robes. In the distance, tens of thousands of ninjas and all the common folk stood below the throne, chanting 8 powerful words in unison. The dragon commands the realm, and the imperial might knows no bounds. The roar of the masses surges like a tidal wave, shaking both heaven and earth. Chapter 34. The Last Supper. Toad Maru opened his eyes in astonishment, awakening to a future even more shocking than he had ever envisioned. It was an era where every individual shone like a dragon, dazzling as the stars, a pinnacle of prosperity. This dream far surpassed his previous visions of the prophesied child, leaving him utterly stunned. The gentle warmth in Toad Maru's dim eyes vanished, replaced by an overwhelming yearning. He summoned Shinzaku. From today onward, you must wholeheartedly support those few individuals in their cultivation of celestial arts. All resources of Miamu Mountain shall be unconditionally at their disposal, and we must expedite the signing of contracts. With a swift kick, Toad Maru sent a wine bottle flying. From this day forth, we shall abstain from alcohol. The very words sent a shiver through Shinzaku's spine. For centuries, this was the first time the great Toad Sage had chosen to renounce wine. Furthermore, the great Toad Sage was willing to offer the entirety of Miamu Mountain's support to those 4 outsiders. This indicated that among them, there was one far more significant than the prophesied child. Understood, Shinzaku replied, turning away from the temple. Upon returning home, he instructed his wife, prepare a sumptuous dinner. We have distinguished guests from Miamu Mountain. The mention of distinguished guests made her heart race. She hurriedly nodded and began preparing the feast. After a while, Shinzaku arrived at the Toad Oil Waterfall, where several individuals were immersed in their training. Li Rock, however, lay asleep nearby. He had summoned 2 shadow clones, one diligently practicing celestial arts and chakra, while the other kept watch over Tintin and Niji. This young Li Rock possesses commendable talent, but his laziness is a grave hindrance, Shinzaku mused. He felt compelled to encourage them. A stern teacher cultivates exceptional disciples. Bang! Ouch! What the? Li Rock was jolted from his slumber. Old, he nearly exclaimed, but caught himself. Master, indeed, your talent is promising, but you must exert greater effort. Do not squander your gifts. Yes, Li Rock conceded, recognizing the importance of maintaining appearances while learning celestial arts. Otherwise, if Miamu Mountain deemed him insufficiently diligent, he could face expulsion, a most unfortunate fate. Your progress in absorbing celestial chakra is commendable. Next, I shall teach you the 2-body technique and the frog hand seal. Shinzaku assessed the situation and determined that it was indeed suitable for training in those techniques. Excellent. Li Rock had no objections. He dismissed his shadow clones. Allowing himself to relax a little, Shinzaku produced a scroll from his robes. Upon seeing the scroll, Li Rock's expression suddenly shifted. Bang! As the smoke dissipated, Shinzaku summoned a variety of delectable dishes. He seized a worm-filled bread and popped it into his mouth. Eat up. Replenishing your nutrition is essential. Only with a full stomach can you train effectively. Shinzaku relished the feast. Li Rock gazed at the colorful worm banquet, nearly retching. Yet he had no choice but to partake. Not eating would be a sign of disrespect, and disrespect would jeopardize his training in Miamu Mountain. Observing Li Rock's grimace, Shinzaku smiled. These delicacies were meticulously prepared by your mother. Rest assured, they will aid in your cultivation. Li Rock's internal struggle persisted. It was not merely a question of preparation. This food was hardly fit for human consumption. Well, I shall dig in, he declared, grabbing a piece of worm bread. What is that? He exclaimed, pointing in astonishment at a massive black bird soaring overhead. Ah, you Haven and Ampos, you seen a crow before? Shinzaku replied, bemused. He turned back to find that every piece of worm bread had vanished from the platter. This. Shinzaku noticed Li Rock's ongoing chewing. It appeared the bread was too delicious. Though impolite, his reaction was understandable. Shinzaku said nothing further. As lunch concluded, Shinzaku began sparring with Li Rock using the frog hand seal. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 figures danced through the air, a blur of movement. Detected that the host is practicing the frog hand seal. Would you like to spend 50,000 Ryo to simplify? Simplify. Frog hand seal, spicy jumping frog dish. Li Rock was momentarily speechless. Though the resources of Miamu Mountain were inexhaustible, he dared not contemplate the implications. If he were to secretly cook a frog, the entire Miamu Mountain would undoubtedly demand an explanation from him tomorrow. Focus, youngly. Bang. Shinzaku delivered a swift punch, sending Li Rock flying into a stone frog. The pain was genuine. He decided to continue training normally and address the matter upon returning to Konoha. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Rock panted heavily. His sage mode could only be maintained for 5 minutes at a time, after which he needed to gather chakra anew or summon a shadow clone. Let us call it a day. I'm tired. In a bit, you can wake them for dinner at my place. Shinzaku's silhouette stretched long beneath the sunset. Li Rock, genuinely famished, had discarded the worm bread he had hastily sealed away with the Flying Thunder God technique into the toad oil pool. He would rather starve than consume that. He glanced at Shinzaku's shadow, imagining how splendid it would be if frog legs were truly that lengthy. Bang! Unable to contain himself, Li Rock turned and struck Ten awake. What is it? Ten groaned, dazed. Ten, hand over all the food you brought. And give me the summoning scroll for the sleeping bag too. I have urgent use for it. Oh, here you go. Li Rock accepted the scroll. Bang! He unfurled the scroll and summoned a sumptuous dish. This was his favorite, a sweet and sour pork dish. He began devouring it ravenously. Culinary delights in the world of Hokage were rather scarce. This dish, prepared by his own hand during leisure time, had garnered high praise from Kai, Niji, and Ten. Tomorrow, we shall feast on Buddha jumps over the wall. After finishing, Niji and Kai awakened in succession. Niji's Byakugan had begun to manifest facial patterns. It was evident that in a few days, he would successfully master celestial chakra. Meanwhile, Ten and Kai still had some way to go. Lord Shinzaku has invited us to his home for dinner, Li Rock informed them. He paused briefly. I've just eaten and plan to continue training. You all go ahead. Niji, Kai, and Ten thought little of it. They had indeed seen Li Rock devouring his meal with fervor moments before. Li, remember to eat well in the future. Dining is also a way to fuel youth. Kai exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Li Rock nodded vigorously. Indeed, Teacher Kai? Let us show them our youth at Lord Shinzaku's dinner table. Right. Kai's enthusiasm ignited as he led Niji and Ten toward Shinzaku's residence. Li Rock watched their retreating figures with sympathy. There was no choice. Declining Lord Shinzaku's generous invitation would be impolite. Someone had to partake in this evening's feast. Alas, where is the tranquility of life? It is merely Kai-sensei, Ningji, and Tian trudging forward under the weight of burdens. Li Rock let out a sigh. After burying the insect-infested bread smeared with toad oil in the ground, he quietly sat cross-legged. The long night stretched endlessly before him as Li Rock devoted himself to the arduous practice of celestial arts. Miaomu Mountain Celestial Arts, 1000 beginner. Upon seeing this initial proficiency panel of 1000, his face turned pale. Damn it. I will need to endure over 300 years of sleepless nights to reach perfection. Chapter 35. Departure from Myobokuzen. Li Rock seated himself in a lotus position, meticulously calculating the proficiency required for the various levels of celestial arts. 1000 for the novice, 10,000 for the intermediate, and a staggering 100,000 for the perfected form. Such techniques, he mused, might as well remain untouched. A twitch of annoyance flickered at the corner of his eye. This was akin to the cursed corpse sealing technique. Both were perilous to one's life. Shadow clone. With a resounding pop, 3 shadow clones materialized. An idea struck him. Could he exploit the shadow clones to bypass the arduous training? Myobokuzen Celestial Arts, 1000, useful. With another swift hand sign, he summoned forth 17 additional clones. Myobokuzen Celestial Arts, 21,000. Alas, the limits of his chakra became evident. 20 shadow clones represented his utmost capacity. A twinge of envy surfaced as he thought of the prince's abundant chakra reserves. Come, brothers, let us endure the night together. The shadow clones grumbled in response. Who are you calling brothers? You hardly regard us as equals. Even cattle are treated better. Chuckling bitterly, Li Rock realized he had overlooked the fact that shadow clones possessed independent consciousness. Brothers, I am truly in a bind. Lend me your strength, and afterward, I shall treat you all to a feast in Shortbook Street. Deal? Reluctantly, the 20 shadow clones acquiesced and began their nocturnal vigil. The following morning, Kai, Niji, and Ten arrived at the Toad Oil Waterfall, discovering Li Rock deep in slumber, his sleeping bag adorned with the skewers of tricolored dango. Let us equip him with this celestial wood armor, Kai instructed, a gift they had received from Shinsuke, designed to provide some resistance against physical attacks. Kai turned his gaze toward Niji, who shared a solemn expression. I understand, Niji replied, extending his hands. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With a rapid flurry, his fist struck Li Rock, but it proved insufficient. Is this truly the way to ignite his youth? Kai interjected. Is that so? Niji inhaled deeply. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams. 128 palms. Li Rock, still ensnared in his dreams, felt as though he were soaring through the heavens. Surely, I have not yet awakened. After a moment, he began to sense a growing soreness throughout his body. His expression shifted as he instinctively sought to evade Niji's relentless strikes. This is the time to ignite my youth. The 8 gates, 3rd gate, open. Kai delivered a powerful kick. Leaf gale. Bang. An hour later, Li Rock lay beneath the stone toad, his body riddled with shuriken and bruised. Before he could catch his breath, Shinsuke appeared at his side. These are mere flesh wounds. They won't hinder you. Now, let us practice Toad Sage Fist. Li Rock, utterly depleted, could only groan in response. Tomorrow. Tomorrow? There are many tomorrows. Rise, practice. As a strict mentor, Shinsuke commenced a sparring session with Li Rock. Upon completion, Shinsuke had Li Rock sign a contract with Myobokuzen, a prospect that Li Rock did not oppose. This would eliminate the need for repeated visits, as a single reverse summoning technique would suffice. At noon, Lilac could no longer endure. With poor nourishment and rest, he felt he would soon collapse. Just then, Jiraiya and Naruto arrived at Myobokuzen. Before the temple, Naruto inquired curiously, "Perverted sage, where is this place?" "This is Myobokuzen. Remain here and do not wander off. I shall return shortly." "All right." Jiraiya entered the temple. "Great Toad Sage, you summon me?" Toad Maru looked down at Jiraiya. "I have found him. I am certain it is he." "Indeed," Jiraiya affirmed. Toad Maru produced a crystal ball, displaying Naruto's likeness outside the temple. He bears some resemblance, but that is not the crucial matter at hand. Jiraiya felt a tremor. It was the first time he had seen Toad Maru so grave. Moreover, there was something more significant than the prophesied child. Not the prophesied child. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. He had searched tirelessly for this so-called prophesied child, only to discover that another could bring greater peace to the ninja world. Both are destined to bring peace, yet who surpasses the other? "I cannot ascertain." Toad Maru handed the crystal ball to Jiraiya. "They are the figures I beheld in my dreams, though I cannot discern which amongst them." At that moment, Gigi could not restrain himself. "You know nothing, old fool." Toad Maru took no offense. He was accustomed to Gigi's tone. "Are these individuals your subordinates?" "Indeed." "But how did they arrive at Myobokuzen?" Jiraiya pondered, his expression one of confusion. "From here on, they are in your care, along with young Naruto. I am uncertain what the future holds for the ninja world." Jiraiya exited the temple and led Naruto to the Toad Oil waterfall. Bang! Jiraiya struck Kai, causing him to stagger, a sharp pain coursing through his head. Lord Jiraiya. Kai rubbed his forehead, a look of respect etched across his face. In both Konoha and the ninja world, Jiraiya's reputation and prowess far surpassed that of Might Guy. "Tsunade thought you had led Team 3 to defect. You didn't even inform the Hokage. It's utterly I'm sorry." Kai immediately apologized. Jiraiya sighed. Aware that Kai could never become a rogue ninja, and understanding his nature, he chose not to dwell on the matter. "How did you learn of Myobokuzen?" Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at Kai. "Little Lee stumbled upon Myobokuzen during his training and learned its location. He brought us here." Jiraiya gazed at Lilac, who was immersed in his training. He was unlike the informant, and the possibility of transformation could not be ruled out. "That child has already mastered celestial arts, hasn't he?" Jiraiya asked softly. "Indeed, he has been practicing Toad Sage Fist with Shinsuke for several days." Jiraiya pondered for a moment, then looked at Naruto. "You should stay here and train in celestial arts with them." "Celestial arts?" "Indeed. Shinsuke will explain the specifics to you shortly." Jiraiya roused Lilac from his slumber. Upon seeing Jiraiya, a flicker of surprise crossed Lilac's eyes, soon replaced by sheer astonishment. "Lord Jiraiya?" "Indeed. You may return to Konoha. There is a mission requiring your presence." "Wonderful." Lilac felt a wave of relief wash over him. The notion of learning the two-life technique had lost its allure. He promptly gathered his belongings and departed from Myobokuzen. Jiraiya noticed the fleeting glimmer of emotion in Lilac's eyes, though it vanished almost instantly. "This Lilac is indeed the information peddler. Who exactly are you?" Jiraiya chose not to make a scene. He intended to quietly observe Lilac. Chapter 36. Mission invitation from Konoha. Within the Hokage's office, Tsunade perused the newly drafted mission document. A knock echoed through the room. "Come in." Kakashi and Jiraiya entered simultaneously. "Jiraiya?" Tsunade expressed her surprise. "Aren't you supposed to be training Naruto in sage arts?" She turned her gaze toward Jiraiya, who produced a dossier and handed it to her. "Are you familiar with this individual?" Jiraiya placed the open file on the desk, revealing none other than Rock Lee. "Rock Lee?" Tsunade's memory sparked. "That boy must be 17 now." She glanced at Kakashi, who pondered for a moment. This was Kakashi's initial assessment. The events surrounding the Ninja Academy and the subsequent betrayal of the Suzuki family were closely tied to Rock Lee. The third Hokage had been quite familiar with him, even inviting him to join the Umbu, suggesting he posed no issues for Konoha. Kakashi affirmed. Jiraiya, hearing this, felt a sense of relief. That old man, the third. I still have faith in him. I encountered an information broker in Short Book Street who provided intel on the leader of the Akatsuki, Jiraiya recalled. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Yes, but I have no solid proof, merely suspicion, Jiraiya clarified. That boy is Guy's disciple. He shouldn't pose any problems, Kakashi interjected. In the Hokage's office, the three were arguably Konoha's most formidable forces. Should anything happen to the Hokage, the other two would undoubtedly take up the mantle. Faced with differing opinions from Kakashi and Jiraiya, Tsunade chose to remain silent. She had known Jiraiya since childhood and had fought alongside him through wars. Their bond was deep. Jiraiya's doubts hinted at significant concerns. It was nearly certain that Rock Lee was the information broker in Short Book Street. Kakashi had indeed facilitated Lee's promotion to Genin, which posed no issues. Yet, why would a young man with an impeccable background possess intel on the enigmatic leader of the Akatsuki? Tsunade pondered. Kakashi, regarding this search mission, I suggest we include one more person. She handed the mission document to Kakashi. Kakashi glanced through the document. The personnel listed were all highly skilled in reconnaissance. Is there any issue with the personnel? Are we adding Rock Lee? he inquired. Precisely, Tsunade confirmed. Understood, Kakashi nodded, grasping her intent to have him monitor and assess whether Lee had any affiliations with Orochimaru or the Akatsuki. Kakashi departed the office, leaving Tsunade and Jiraiya alone. Nagato? Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, those eyes are unparalleled throughout the ninja world. What could his intentions be? Jiraiya pondered, falling into silence for a moment. I am uncertain. I will continue my investigation. If necessary, I can verify this personally. He cast a meaningful glance at Tsunade but ultimately refrained from expressing his deeper thoughts. I must take my leave. The next time I visit, it will be in 2 months, he stated. In front of a dilapidated wooden house, Rock Lee gathered an array of ingredients. He meticulously prepared each item. Heat the oil. Boom. The gas ignited, flames flickering. Lee sought the ingredients, ultimately adding water to simmer. After cooking, he fished out the frog legs, adding dried chili and drizzling hot oil over them. A fragrant spicy dish was complete. Jumping frog dish. 1000, beginner. Let it cool a bit before serving. Lee gazed at the meal before him, reflecting, thank goodness this isn't at Myoboka Mountain. Otherwise, serving this dish would surely incite a riot among those frogs. At that moment, he contemplated the arduous training still taking place at Myoboka Mountain, where Niji and Guy were laboring. Alas, I shall bear the brunt of their complaints. Lee sighed, realizing that in his fervor to master sage arts, he had somewhat neglected his forbidden techniques. Seizing this moment, he began hurling shuriken at a distant tree. Flying Thunder God Technique, 65 1000 beginner. Flying Thunder God Technique, 68 1000 beginner. Flying Thunder God Technique, 75 1000 beginner. He affixed explosive tags to the shuriken, thereby enhancing his proficiency with the explosive seals as well. Pulling stickers from his pocket, he attached them to the shuriken. Thud! The shuriken embedded itself in the tree trunk. In the shadows, Kakashi utilized his stealth technique to observe Lee. For a ninja, the foundational skill of shuriken throwing should have been mastered long ago at the academy. A flicker of astonishment crossed Kakashi's eyes. In the distance, after throwing the shuriken, Lee's form vanished from the wooden house's front. In the next instant, he reappeared at the shuriken's landing point. Swish! In a breath's time, Lee was back at the wooden house. Boom! He formed a one-handed seal. Bang! The stickers on the shuriken ignited, leading to a series of explosions. While the blast lacked the potency of genuine explosive tags, their sheer frequency perforated the entire tree. Kakashi, witnessing this spectacle, was astounded. Among the living in Konoha, no one was more familiar with Lee's recent technique than he was. As Lee began his meal, Kakashi contemplated his next move. Rather than apprehend him outright, he approached nonchalantly. Having a meal? Hey, Kakashi-sensei, care to join me? Lee offered politely. Kakashi accepted without hesitation. Settling in front of Lee. Sure, I haven't had lunch yet. All right, just a moment. Lee turned to retrieve a set of utensils from the wooden house, presenting them to Kakashi. I heard you just returned from Myoboka Mountain. How did you find it? Kakashi casually inquired as he ate. Oh, Myoboka Mountain. Just a coincidence. Oh, I see. You truly have good fortune. How is your training in sage arts? Not too bad. Lee refrained from divulging the precise location of Myoboka Mountain. Unlike Kakashi, who hailed from a prestigious clan with a father who was even a candidate for Hokage, Lee recognized the probing nature of Kakashi's questions. After finishing their meal, Kakashi's indirect inquiries yielded no valuable information. This kid is quite astute, he mused, deciding against further probing. We have a search mission to the Land of Rice, to scout Orochimaru's hideout. Would you like to join? You are educated on information up until October 2023. Chapter 37. Attribute less chakra without any hesitation. Lee Lock rose to his feet and followed Kakashi towards the gates of Konoha. As they walked, he inquired about the variations in chakra nature. Kakashi was somewhat taken aback. In his recollection, Team 3 was primarily a taijutsu team and, although they could perform ninjutsu, they were not particularly adept at it. Even Guy had not studied chakra nature transformations. Chakra is categorized into 5 fundamental elements: fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth. Kakashi retrieved a piece of chakra sensing paper from his pocket and handed it to Lee Lock. By infusing chakra into the paper, one could determine their chakra attribute. Lee Lock accepted the sensing paper, and chakra surged from within him onto the paper. However, there was no response. Puzzled, he realized he possessed attribute-less chakra. Kakashi glanced at the sensing paper and internally lamented the outcome. Attribute-less chakra could not perform elemental ninjutsu, but could still utilize basic techniques such as the transformation technique. This signified that Lee Lock would be limited to taijutsu or non-attribute ninjutsu in the future. Despite being attribute-less, possessing the Flying Thunder God technique would still lead to significant achievements. Kakashi contemplated this internally, deciding not to report this information to Tsunade. It would be better left for Guy to handle. After all, he was merely an elite jonin, and intervening might not be appropriate. Kakashi preferred to avoid unnecessary involvement. Lee Lock was unaware of Kakashi's thoughts and felt disheartened. He understood the implications of attribute-less chakra. Those impressive, large-scale ninjutsu would likely be forever out of his reach. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred. There was still the system. He could attempt any ninjutsu. Kakashi-sensei, will you teach me ninjutsu? That one you taught Sasuke, what was it called? Lilac feigned ignorance. Raikiri, Kakashi replied as he walked ahead. You cannot perform Raikiri without lightning affinity. I just want to see it. Raikiri looks really cool. Especially when you, Kakashi-sensei, wield it. Which girl wouldn't be captivated? Flattery was universally appealing, and Kakashi was no exception. While he didn't let Locke's compliments inflate his ego, he nonetheless appreciated them. Alright, I'll show you, Kakashi decided, halting his pace. He swiftly formed hand seals. And in the blink of an eye, lightning crackled to life in his hand. Such mastery. Locke observed Kakashi's control over the lightning with a hint of envy. Yes, you see? For Gaia's sake, I'll let you witness this. Kakashi dispersed his chakra, feeling quite satisfied. His perception of Locke had shifted slightly. He no longer seemed like someone akin to Orochimaru. Kakashi continued on his path, while Locke meticulously memorized the hand seals for Raikiri. He didn't need to gather chakra, merely performing the seals would suffice. Kakashi-sensei, ninjutsu is truly impressive. Can you demonstrate a few more? I've heard from Naruto that you are a master of ninjutsu, even surpassing the third Hokage. Water release, fire release, earth release, all at your fingertips. Indeed. You have surpassed the third. That's not what I meant. Under Locke's relentless praises, Kakashi ultimately succumbed. Fine. The poor kid will never be able to perform elemental ninjutsu, so it's quite pitiful. I might as well show him. Kakashi rapidly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Earth release, earth wall. Wind release, vacuum sphere. One by one, Kakashi showcased 4 elemental techniques. He refrained from displaying another ice release technique he possessed, as the chakra expenditure had already been substantial. Kakashi-sensei truly lives up to the title of genius. A true master of ninjutsu. Locke continued to praise him while internally noting the hand seals for the 4 elemental techniques. These are quite simple techniques. There are even more powerful ones, but they are not suitable for demonstration here. The two conversed as they walked, with Kakashi detailing the specifics of their mission. Locke listened intently, fully aware of the task at hand. Although they were headed to investigate a suspected base of Orochimaru, they would ultimately confront the Three Tails. Later, Shizune and others would arrive to seal the beast. My 4-symbol seal has reached perfection. Combined with sage techniques, it is sufficient to perform the 8-trigram seal. A glimmer of determination flickered in Locke's eyes. The Three Tails belonged to him. No one else could claim it. Soon, they arrived at the gates of Konoha, where Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Akamaru, and Yamanaka Shino awaited them. Kakashi-sensei, Lee? Yes, by the Hokage's orders, we are adding another member. You are all aware of the mission details, correct? Understood. Let us go. The 5 of them swiftly made their way towards the land of rice. Along the journey, Locke observed Yamanaka Shino. He was one of the less conspicuous members of Team 12, yet his intellect and analytical skills rivaled those of Shikamaru and Kakashi. Possessing the potential to become a pillar of strength, coupled with his unique scouting abilities, Locke held him in high regard. Don't you recognize me? Shino inquired. The Yamanaka clan is quite renowned in Konoha. Locke quickly approached. Although this is our first meeting, I sincerely hope we can become comrades, Yamanaka Shino. Shino was momentarily taken aback. Behind his dark glasses, his gaze met Locke's. Pleasure to meet you. Their exchange was brief, yet meaningful. 3 days later, Locke and his companions first located the site where a member of Konoha Esambu had perished while conveying information. They subsequently discovered a cave suspected to be Orochimaru's hideout. At this moment, Locke held no interest in Orochimaru. He understood that even with strength at the level of a Kage, Orochimaru remained unkillable. After all, he had a piece of him hidden within his own neck. A map appeared in Locke's mind. Having spent some time in the land of rice, he had carefully gathered information about its topography. The land of rice boasted 24 lakes, and currently, within a 5-kilometer radius, there was only one lake. He could ascertain the hiding place of the Three Tails. Locke gazed toward the north. Kakashi, noticing his direction, asked, "Have you discovered something?" He felt that Locke was concealing his true thoughts. Kakashi found it difficult to read the intentions of this boy who was 13 years his junior. Nothing much. Let us continue searching. Yamanaka Shino's expression shifted. There is an abundance of unfamiliar chakra ahead. The group hastily followed Shino forward. It's gone, he remarked. The crowd gathered at the site where the chakra had vanished. At that moment, the night was eerily silent, with pink crystals drifting beneath the starry sky, evoking a dreamlike quality, yet emanating an air of foreboding. Was it earth release? Or perhaps a transformation resulting from the amalgamation of 2 elemental natures? I had never encountered such a jutsu before. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, contemplating summoning his ninja hounds to transport the collected crystals back to Konoha for further research before proceeding. However, Rock Lee was unwilling to wait. He sensed that if they delayed any longer, the members of the Akatsuki would soon arrive. To avert an unnecessary confrontation, Rock Lee picked up a crystal from the ground. This was Crystal Release, a bloodline limit. Chapter 38. The decision of the Hyuga clan. Kakashi firmly crushed the pink crystal, allowing its fragments to scatter in the wind. What capabilities does this bloodline limit possess? He inquired. It can crystallize a person. A mere touch would result in their shattering, ultimately reducing them to dust, Lee recalled. However, This crystal release cannot crystallize chakra. When you encounter it, you can envelop your body in chakra to prevent an instant demise. How do you know so much about it? Kakashi pressed. During my solitary training, I once passed through the land of rice and witnessed this individual clashing with a warrior from that land. Lee provided a vague explanation. Kakashi ceased his inquiries, recognizing that one reason sufficed. Further questioning would be impolite and unhelpful given the current situation. As long as they were aware of the ability and remained cautious, the issue could be managed. Kakashi turned his gaze towards the others. Continue the investigation. At that moment, Shino and Kiba sensed an unsettling presence. That chakra is terrifying, Kiba remarked, looking at Lee. There is an unknown, abnormal chakra ahead. Its quantity is immense, far exceeding the chakra of Lee when he opens the sixth gate. Go investigate, but prepare for battle and act with caution, Kakashi commanded. The group advanced toward the source. Lee observed ahead as the mist thickened. This is the fog released by the Three Tails, which has hallucinatory effects. If one is unprepared while inside, they may fall victim to an illusion. However, Lee refrained from warning the others. The members of the team were all exceptional sensory ninjas, possessing Byakugan and Sharingan, which counter illusions. Thus, it would not affect them. I need an opportunity to separate from them. Otherwise, my forbidden techniques will be exposed during the battle with the Three Tails. The Three Tails was still a formidable adversary for Lee. Without sage techniques and a few forbidden jutsus, he would not dare confront the beast alone. Suddenly, a mass of smoke appeared ahead. It is the people from the Akatsuki, Lee noted as he gazed at the cloud. The smoke was produced by Girin's smoke bombs. Kakashi signaled for the team to halt and quickly assess the situation. Lee, you and Hinata circumvent the smoke and proceed to the center of the lake to ascertain the nature of that chakra. Shino and Kiba, stay with me and restrain the enemy. Understood. Lee had no objections. He had been waiting for this opportunity to separate. Let us move. Lee and Hinata headed towards the lake's center, Lee moving at an incredible speed, while Hinata struggled to keep pace. Yes, I understand. Lee was astonished at how the higher-ups of the Hyuga clan feared the branch family so much. Once Neji mastered sage techniques, his strength would completely eclipse that of the branch family. In such a scenario, Neji had only two choices, either to eliminate the entire clan on a full moon night or discreetly assassinate Hinata and Hanabi. However, Neji's disposition was not so reckless. He leaned towards rationality, making such actions unlikely. Thus, only one path remained, to flee. Lee cast a sidelong glance at Hinata, a murderous intent beginning to stir within him. To run away and never return to Konoha would be a torment for Neji. Yet, returning to Konoha would inevitably subject him to the scrutiny of the Hyuga higher-ups. Now was a prime opportunity to act. Lee contemplated whether he should first eliminate Hinata, then seek an opportunity to deal with Hanabi. Hinata shivered, sensing the horrific killing intent emanating from Lee, yet she remained silent. Lee, too, was quiet, but his pace gradually slowed. Hinata trembled, feeling as if a terrifying monster had locked its gaze upon her. Let us quicken our pace, Lee declared, accelerating towards the lake center. Ultimately, he dismissed the idea of killing Hinata. Should he eliminate her and pin it on Orochimaru, it would be difficult to conceal from the higher-ups of Konoha, especially since she was the main family's heiress. At present, there were only two individuals. Hinata's death would inevitably place Lee under the scrutiny of all Konoha and under interrogation. He doubted he could withstand it. Even if he managed to escape, Neji and the entirety of Konoha would stand against him. The cost of such an action was unacceptable to Lee at this moment. Yes, Hinata noticed that Lee seemed to retract his killing intent, and she breathed a sigh of relief, gradually falling behind him while cautiously maintaining a distance. Lee observed this without comment, merely increasing his speed to distance himself from Hinata. She possessed Byakugan. As long as she actively avoided confrontation, she would not meet her demise. Lee pressed on with even greater speed. At the center of the deep water lake, Kabuto, Girin, and Kyuka stood on a small boat. It worked. Kyuka has controlled the Three Tails, Kabuto exclaimed with excitement. However, it was unfortunate that Kyuka could not hold on any longer. Once he collapsed and lost consciousness, Girin began to engage the Three Tails in battle. The situation was somewhat different. Lee concealed himself in the shadows, spotting Obito perched on a nearby tree. The Akatsuki's arrival had come swifter than he anticipated. Naruto was learning sage techniques, and currently, there was no one to organize Kyuka. Girin's subordinates would be unable to hold off Kakashi. Lee chose not to reveal himself. If he exposed all his cards and fought the Three Tails, he would surely be seen by Konoha's ninja and ultimately be claimed by the Akatsuki. Moreover, if his identity were discovered by the Akatsuki, it could implicate the bank, as Kakuzu was still more fearful of pain. It seemed he must first deal with these two members of the Akatsuki. Lee did not directly attack Obito. He was waiting for Kakashi to arrive. With Kakashi present, Obito would not dare to reveal his identity. Otherwise, his so-called grand scheme would be altered entirely. Soon, the battle in the deep water lake approached its conclusion. Girin was wholly outmatched by the Three Tails. In the distance, Uchiha Obito also caught sight of Lee, yet he refrained from making a move. Behind Lee, Kakashi and Hinata emerged. Lee, what is the situation? Kakashi inquired after dispatching Girin's subordinates, glancing towards the ongoing battle in the lake. Orochimaru's subordinates are fighting the Three Tails and are on the brink of defeat. The Three Tails seems poised to sink to the depths, Lee reported, casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi. Kakashi instantly grasped Lee's intent. Hinata. Yes. Hinata did not inform Kakashi about the prior events, uncertain if Lee's killing intent was directed at her or perhaps someone else. Especially since it involved the higher-ups of the Hyuga clan, which she could not disclose to Kakashi. Byakugan. Hinata activated her Byakugan and spotted Obito hidden in the distance. She nodded at Kakashi, indicating her understanding. Just as Kakashi was about to make a move, Obito stood up, dusted himself off, and hurriedly ran away. This is bad. This is bad. Senpai, Konoha's ninja is about to kill. Chapter 39. The sealing of the Three Tails, had it been discovered? Kakashi's figure vanished in an instant. Lee. Deal with Orochimaru's subordinates. I will intercept the members of Akatsuki. Hinata, Kiba, Shino, remain vigilant to prevent the emergence of the Three Tails. Understood. Obito sprinted into the distance. Casting a glance over his shoulder. Kakashi. Obito's heart was a tumult of emotions. Again, the Three Tails, and again, Kakashi. Memories of that night surged forth. Rin, Kakashi. You are both illusions. Wait for me. I shall create a true world, a world where everyone exists. Above, Deidara rode his winged bird, observing Obito's frantic escape. You are a senior. Why the panic? This is utterly embarrassing. He turned his gaze towards Kakashi, who was pursuing Obito. Let me show you the allure of art. Meanwhile, Rock Lee's heart brimmed with excitement. This opportunity was rare. With Kakashi absent and only 3 relatively weak sensory types remaining, it was the perfect moment to seal the Three Tails. Shino, help me fend off Orochimaru's subordinates, particularly that female ninja skilled in crystal release. Without waiting for Shino's response, Lee charged toward Kabuto. In Kabuto's arms lay the Ghost Lantern, the only means to summon the Three Tails. Lee had no desire to plunge into deep waters and battle the Three Tails. That would be tantamount to suicide. Kabuto, hand over the Ghost Lantern, and I will spare your life. Lee activated the second gate and instantly arrived at the lake. Kabuto's expression shifted. How did I encounter this brat? He was all too aware of Lee's prowess. Withdraw immediately. Otherwise, I shall destroy the Ghost Lantern, and no one will summon the Three Tails. Kabuto declared coldly. He believed he stood no chance against Lee, but did not wish to abandon his mission so easily. You have but one chance. I shall repeat myself. Place the Ghost Lantern down, and you may leave. Lee's right hand rested upon the narrow blade at his waist. Kabuto sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Such an astonishing presence. In just a few short years, this boy's killing intent rivaled that of Lord Orochimaru. Without further hesitation, he tossed the unconscious Ghost Lantern to Lee. Your strength is astonishing. You seem to have outpaced even Sasuke's growth. I wonder if Lord Orochimaru will regret this. Kabuto and Amp, Appo's figure gradually faded from the water and Amp, Appo's surface. Lee did not pursue him. His target was the Three Tails. Time was of the essence. There was no need to squander it on Kabuto. As far as Lee knew, Kabuto was also difficult to kill at present. Now, Ghost Lantern awaken. Lee grasped the Ghost Lantern and submerged it in the water. Before long, the nearly suffocated Ghost Lantern stirred from his stupor. He saw Honglian engaged in combat with Shino and felt a tightness in his chest. Do not be alarmed. Our aim is not you or Honglian. Simply summon the Three Tails. And you may depart with Honglian. Lee spoke softly. The Ghost Lantern still hesitated. With a swift motion, Lee unsheathed his blade, a flash of light sweeping through, shattering all of Honglian and Appo's crystals. Hurry, delay any longer, and I shall change my mind. Lee threatened. The Ghost Lantern, recognizing the urgency, immediately began to call forth the Three Tails. The water's surface erupted violently as a colossal tortoise, adorned with sharp spikes and encased in a hard shell, slowly emerged from the depths. It's here. Lee and Amp, Appo's heart raced with exhilaration. This was the tailed beast he had longed for. With this creature, he would no longer fear running out of chakra. All right, cease, Lee commanded, his hands vibrating. The Ghost Lantern snapped to attention, his eyes reflecting a hint of fear. Do not be afraid. Instruct Honglian to leave this place. Lee wished to eliminate any hindrance posed by the woman. He activated the second gate and seized the Minotaur from the water. Leave with him and that woman, or I shall kill you all. The terrifying aura made the Minotaur tremble. Memories of fear dominated by Orochimaru flooded back. The Minotaur wasted no time, pulling the Ghost Lantern towards Honglian. Shino, seeing this, immediately retreated. Honglian still wished to fight, to eliminate the Leaf Village ninja and capture the Three Tails. Go. The Minotaur and Ghost Lantern urged. Honglian, undeterred, persisted. Witnessing this, Lee no longer hesitated. If you do not leave, you shall perish. With that, Lee unleashed a flurry of blade strikes, each one sharp enough to shatter every crystal in sight, hurtling towards Honglian. Crystal release. One line of light. Honglian was taken aback. Regret washed over her as she expended all her energy to cast a defensive jutsu. A beam of light shot from the center of the large crystal, neutralizing the blade strikes. What? As the blade strikes dissipated, a multitude of shurikens emerged. Honglian barely evaded the shurikens, breathing a sigh of relief. Hiraishin no jutsu. Lee and Amp, Appo's figure materialized behind Honglian. Leave. With a mighty kick, he sent Honglian flying. Damn it. Lee cursed under his breath. This woman was a significant nuisance. Had he not feared the ghost lantern going berserk, he would have eliminated Honglian long ago. In the lake, within mere moments, the three tails, now uncontrolled by the ghost lantern, began to lash out wildly. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba distanced themselves. The area is clear. Now, come forth, three tails. I have long desired you. Lee's gaze towards the three tails was filled with yearning. He clasped his hands together in a series of intricate seals, mirroring the hand signs Kakashi used for Raikiri. Detected that the host is practicing Raikiri. Would you like to spend 50,000 Ryo for simplification? Simplify. Raikiri, 1,000 beginner. Raikiri, 1,000 beginner. Raikiri, 1,1000 beginner. The power of Raikiri was insufficient. While it could strike a person effectively, it lacked the potency to confront the well-defended three tails. Lee clapped his hands together, instantly entering Sage mode. Sage Art. Thunder Punishment. With the amplification of Sage techniques, Lee unleashed the full might of lightning, subtly summoning the thunder from the heavens. The three tails felt an instinctive fear. It turned to escape into the water, but Lee would not permit its flight. Crack! A thunderous explosion resonated through the sky. Lightning tore through the air like a colossal dragon, descending with cataclysmic force. Under the thunder punishment, all beings trembled. As the lightning struck the lake, the three tails wailed in agony. Now, Lee knew his Sage mode would only last 5 minutes. He had to seal the three tails in one decisive effort. With a swift motion, Lee opened the fifth gate, amplifying his speed. He appeared instantaneously behind the three tails. 8 trigrams sealing. Lee formed a series of complex hand signs, a massive barrier materializing before him, inscribed with intricate and arcane symbols. Roar. The three tails sensed Lee and Appo's intent. Though it harbored resentment, it was powerless to resist the onslaught of divine retribution. Fear not, for henceforth, you shall be my most exquisite power source. With a thunderous crash, Lee Locke placed his palm upon the form of the three tails. In an instant, the three tails transformed into an ethereal entity, soaring into Lee Locke and Appo's being. He gasped, feeling the fury of the three tails resonate within him. Humph! Lee Locke and Appo's consciousness materialized before the seal. Within the barrier, the three tails roared in rage. Its gaze fixed upon Lee Locke, brimming with hatred and murderous intent. Divine retribution. Thunderous booms echoed as colossal lightning manifested above the sealing barrier, yet it remained dormant. The three tails, upon witnessing the tempest, dared not unleash its fury. Rest assured, I shall confine you for a mere decade. Once the 10 years elapse, I will release you. Of course, should I meet an untimely demise during this span, your fate will be sealed as well, Lee Locke declared. At these words, the three tails gradually calmed. A decade, in the realm of tailed beasts, was trivial. The agony of rebirth after death, however, was far more prolonged and torturous. A fate the three tails wished to avoid experiencing for a third time. Lee Locke departed from the spatial barrier. The carrot and stick approach proved equally effective on tailed beasts. This success was partly due to the three tails and Appo's straightforward nature. Had it been the 8 tails or 9 tails, the outcome would have been far less effortless. The three tails temporarily submitted, allowing Lee Locke to exhale in relief. In the distance, the sound of explosions reverberated. Deidara? Lee Locke turned his gaze toward the commotion. He resolved to investigate. I still wish to marry the Shadow of Legs. This brother-in-law must not sacrifice himself for art just yet. Chapter 40. An in-depth discussion on art in the forest. Deidara soared away on his clay-winged bird. Below him was Kakashi, adept in lightning techniques and possessing the Mangeki Sharingan. Deidara felt unfortunate. He was biting down on his severed right arm, recently twisted off by Kakashi and Appo's Kamui. He deduced that Kakashi and Appo's ocular technique could only be employed once or twice. Resolutely, he prepared to counterattack. However, Deidara and Appo's efforts were extinguished as the lightning nature neutralized his clay explosion, transforming his meticulously crafted art into Kakashi and Appo's mere experience. Fortunately, Kakashi could not use his technique again. Otherwise, he would have been trapped here for good. Observing Kakashi and Appo's relentless pursuit, Deidara halted. Kakashi, noticing Deidara and Appo's pause, grew alert and cautious. The abilities of any member of the Akatsuki should not be underestimated. Deidara turned to face Kakashi, gazing into his left eye, the Sharingan. Kakashi, do you understand art? Deidara inquired suddenly. Kakashi was taken aback, puzzled by the question. If you mean explosions, then that cannot be considered art. Things that instill fear in everyone are merely despised. He replied. Silence. Just silence. Deidara retorted fiercely. Indeed, those with the Sharingan were the most intolerable. Deidara continued to consume clay, dismissing the notion of art as merely the domain of those devoid of artistic sensibility. I shall send you on your way, along with that group of fools from Konoha. Just wait. He was interrupted by a sudden disappearance of the terrifying chakra belonging to the three-tailed beast in the lake. What is happening? Deidara gazed into the distance, sensing someone hastening towards them. With Akatsuki and Appo's leader gone, it must be someone from Konoha. Deidara frowned and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, allow me to showcase my ultimate art. His body began to swell gradually. Behold, art is an explosion. With a thunderous boom, a colossal explosion engulfed the surroundings. Kakashi and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. It seems I must resort to my final Kamui, he sighed, directing his left eye toward the explosive shockwave. Kamui, huh? A flicker of shock crossed Kakashi and Appo's eyes. This is a sealing technique. Before him, a shadowy figure clad in black stood firm, hands weaving intricate seals. As a barrier completely consumed the fiery explosion. This is my Master S4 sealing technique. No, the hand seals are a diversion. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi and Appo's vision blurred. Is it Lee? He strained to discern the identity of the figure. Am I late? Rock Lee turned around. Feeling that his black attire somewhat contradicted his image, yet he found his words undeniably cool. The vast barrier redirected Deidara and Appo's self-exploding clone to the lake and Appo's surface. Kakashi sighed with relief. You arrived just in time. Kakashi relaxed, collapsing onto the ground. He hadn't and Appo's anticipated that the Akatsuki member would resort to self-destruction. He had miscalculated. No, Lee shook his head. Kakashi-sensei, your Sharingan also has its blind spots, such as... With that, Lee unsheathed his blade, slashing diagonally into the distance. The blade and Appo's aura traveled dozens of meters. In the distance, Deidara utilized the Earth Dragon technique to escape. He reveled in the warmth generated by the explosion, thrilled. Those who do not comprehend the essence of art ought to perish within the blast. He bit down on his severed right hand, contemplating returning to the organization to have Kakuzu reattach his arm. The Sharingan possesses not only Jinjutsu, but other unique ocular techniques. Next time, he vowed to be more cautious. Suddenly, a jolt ran through him. A terrifying blade aura whizzed past. He attempted to flee further when Lee and Appo's voice echoed behind him. With the next strike, your luck will run out. Konoha and Appo's ninjas? Deidara revealed himself, his gaze resolute. It appears I want to be returning today. As for your Akatsuki organization, I wanted Appo's allow you to leave, but you may find other places to go. Lee sheathed his blade, seemingly unwilling to slay Deidara. Humph, heading to Konoha is unnecessary. It is time to dedicate myself to art. Deidara scoffed. Unwilling to become a captive of Konoha. You misunderstand. My intention is not to capture you for Konoha, but to let you go. Huh? Deidara was perplexed, as was Kakashi. Lee, this man is from Akatsuki. We absolutely cannot let him go. Capturing him could reveal valuable information about the organization, perhaps even aid Konoha. Kakashi and Appo's words were cut short by Lee and Appo's interruption. Kakashi-sensei, please allow me to handle this, Lee stated firmly without turning back. Kakashi fell silent, recalling how Lee had previously redirected the explosion with the Flying Thunder God technique. He nodded. Very well, I leave this to you. Although he spoke thus, he did not depart. Deidara observed the dynamic between Lee and Kakashi, sensing a tension that suggested a lack of hierarchy. Neither capturing me nor releasing me. What is your intent? Deidara was reluctant to engage further. Based on the earlier blade aura, he sensed Lee was formidable, and with Kakashi watching closely, he doubted his chances of victory. What do you consider art? Lee inquired, leaving Deidara momentarily speechless. In the past, it had always been Deidara posing the questions. Now, someone was turning the tables. What is art? Very well, let me enlighten you poor souls from Konoha. Deidara sneered, recognizing Lee as yet another ninja destined to sacrifice himself for art. To die beneath my art would leave you without regrets. Next, I shall perform my ultimate. Wait, Lee and Appo's expression shifted. The explosive power of that ultimate art could not be easily redirected, even by the Flying Thunder God. He could escape, but Kakashi, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba would suffer the consequences. I have come to seek guidance from you, Deidara-sama. May I ask what is art? This question rendered Deidara speechless. If I am not mistaken, you are from Konoha, correct? Deidara was uncertain of Lee's intentions, observing that Lee had yet to attack and genuinely wished to discuss art. His tone softened slightly. Art knows no boundaries, Lee proclaimed with righteous fervor, sitting down on the ground. Oh, Deidara and Appo's regard for Lee surged dramatically. Indeed, art knows no boundaries. You are far superior to those foolish individuals from the Hidden Leaf. Deidara sat upon the ground, engaging in a profound discourse about the nuances of art with Rock Lee. The two seemed like long-lost friends, their connection palpable. Kakashi bore a look of astonishment as he listened to their conversations regarding the so-called essence of art. As time flowed by, their discussions delved deeper into more profound reflections and insights. Kakashi even heard Rock Lee share his thoughts on explosions, contemplating their breadth and intensity. To him, this was undeniably unsettling. Something was amiss. This simply did not feel right. Kakashi recalled Jiraiya and Appo's judgment and began to feel a sense of unease. Chapter 41. Your art, above me. Kakashi felt a twinge of anxiety. Gradually, it seemed that Rock Lee and Deidara had developed a divergence of opinions. Art cannot stagnate. It must evolve with the times. Moreover, art must not be overly grotesque. Rock Lee continuously expressed his views on art. Some of these perspectives were not in agreement with Deidara and Appo's ideals. Nevertheless, he was immensely pleased. To encounter a like-minded individual in this place was indeed a surprise. Deidara excitedly consumed a mouthful of clay. Indeed, perhaps it is better to return to the hidden stone, Rockley suggested. Return to listen to that old man and Appo's incessant ramblings? How dull. It would be far more thrilling for you to join me in the Akatsuki, and together we shall make the entire shinobi world acknowledge the beauty of art. This notion led to a severe disagreement between the two. Upon realizing the rapport had reached its zenith, Rockley rose to his feet. Deidara, behold my art, he declared, preparing to demonstrate a form of art that could surpass Deidara and Appo's. He retrieved a scroll left behind by Tintin, capable of summoning countless ninja tools at any moment. Bang! Twin rising dragons. The scroll unfurled, and a multitude of ninja tools burst forth from it. Rockley activated the second gate, his form darting rapidly. Each tool was adorned with explosive tags, accurately striking a nearby tree trunk. Once he observed that the tools had been launched a sufficient distance, he formed a hand seal. Break. Boom. The explosive tags detonated, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Deidara and Appo's eyes filled with confusion. This art seemed rather rudimentary. He scoffed. Such a level of explosion is hardly worthy of the name. It is merely child and Appo's play. I suggest you. Suddenly, countless explosive tags flew toward Deidara, densely packed, numbering at least 100,000. This was the price Rockley paid for nearly emptying half a bank. Now, please enjoy this feast of art. Rockley gazed at the swirling explosive tags, clutching Kakashi and instantaneously retreating. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted, annihilating all in their path. Even those far away, such as Ino, Hinata, and Kiba, witnessed the terrifying spectacle. As the flames subsided, Rock Lee appeared in the distance and scathed. Deidara, however, was left in a state of disarray. His red cloud cloak tattered, revealing his inner armor. Rock Lee approached him. What, then, is the secret to true art? It is explosion, he inquired of Deidara. And what constitutes courage? Maintaining elegance in the face of explosion. Rock Lee paused, gently brushing off the ashes from his shoulder. He turned to survey the devastation within several kilometers. He laughed heartily. Kakashi gazed in shock at the scene before him. Nearly 10 kilometers of forest had vanished, replaced by a massive crater. Deidara stared in astonishment at the flattened woods. Such a display of art was indeed worthy of comparison to his ultimate creation. This truly is a feast of explosions, Deidara exclaimed, not in anger, but in joyous laughter. In that moment, he felt as giddy as a child. Your art surpasses mine. Deidara looked at Rock Lee. I shall heed your words and return to the hidden stone. When we meet again, I shall strive to surpass your art. Agreed. The two reached an understanding and parted ways. Rock Lee approached Kakashi, demonstrating 2 forbidden techniques before him. This was something that could not be tolerated in Konoha. Kakashi remained silent, as did Rock Lee. The embers from the burning trees scattered in the wind toward the two. Let us return to Konoha. My eyesight has deteriorated. Kakashi responded. He seemed to recall something. The matter of the 3 tails, you must bear it yourself. Kakashi had already deduced that the 3 tails resided within Rock Lee, and this matter could not be concealed from the higher-ups of Konoha. No problem, Rock Lee nodded, assisting Kakashi as they made their way back to Konoha. Along the way, they encountered Hinata and others who had come to meet them. The members of Team 8 assumed that the earlier explosion was the result of a confrontation with Akatsuki members. Kakashi offered no explanation, merely stating that his vision was impaired and that Rock Lee had handled everything. The 3 ceased their inquiries upon hearing this. Upon returning to Konoha, Tsunade entered the hospital. Kakashi, how's that Rock Lee? She inquired directly. He and Appo's a good person, albeit a bit excessively obsessed with art, Kakashi replied helplessly. Is that so? Tsunade did not press further. Kakashi and Appo's response had been sufficiently clear. A good person, yet with peculiar inclinations. This was understandable, as the 5th Hokage. She too occasionally felt the itch to take a gamble. Tsunade chatted with Kakashi for a bit before leaving the hospital. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade perused the mission report submitted by Rock Lee. It detailed the events of the mission. He managed to hold his own against 2 members of the Akatsuki. No wonder Kakashi endorsed him. In the mission report, Rock Lee concealed the details of his explosive feast, instead framing it as a battle against the 2 Akatsuki members, ultimately persuading one to retreat while the other fled. A knock sounded at the door. Enter. Tsunade did not lift her head, continuing to examine the mission report. Rock Lee entered the office, observing Tsunade with her head bowed. Although I have no particular fixation on breasts, they are indeed quite ample. Rock Lee could not help but glance at what he ought not to see. This did not escape Tsunade and Appo's notice. At his age, it was quite normal. Tsunade turned to Rock Lee. You mentioned sealing the 3 tails within yourself using the 8 trigram sealing technique. Where did you obtain this technique? Tsunade inquired sharply. The air seemed to thicken with tension, an oppressive aura saturating every inch of space. Suddenly, this oppressive sensation dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Tsunade regarded Rock Lee with a pleasant demeanor. No worries. This is not an interrogation. I am merely conversing with you as an elder. If you clarify this with me, the interrogation department will no longer pursue you, Tsunade stated. Rock Lee internally scoffed. Such tactics were outdated. He feigned gratitude. Thank you, Lady Hokage. I discovered the 8-trigram sealing technique while training alone at the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. Rock Lee attributed everything to the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools, as he had with the previous location of Myaboka Mountain. Tsunade pondered for a moment before gently nodding. Very well, there are no further issues. However, there is one more matter I need you to attend to. Rock Lee was taken aback. Having just returned from a mission, he thought it would be time to rest. Do not misunderstand. This is not a mission, but the Chunin exams, Tsunade clarified. The Chunin exams? Rock Lee recalled the circumstances surrounding the previous Chunin exams. Indeed. This is the mess you have left behind. During the previous Nin exams, the Jinchuriki of One Tail went berserk, prompting the village to reseal the beast. Currently, Gaara remains under the watchful eye of Konoha and Appos, Umbu. Tsunade secured the mission report within her locked drawer. The higher-ups have no intention of returning the Jinchuriki to Sunagakure. Faced with the prospect of not reclaiming their Jinchuriki, Sunagakure has decided to treat him as a token of reconciliation between the two villages. Tsunade clasped her hands on her desk, glancing towards Rock Lee. The location for this Nin exam is set in the Land of Earth, specifically in Iwagakure. Chapter 42. 2 methods to free the caged bird in front of the dilapidated wooden house. Rock Lee tirelessly practiced the 8 gates technique. With a proficiency level of 846. 541, he was nearing the coveted 1 billion mark. As mealtime approached, he heated oil in a pot. An hour later, a feast was prepared. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Lee opened the door to find Kankuro, Tintin, and Niji standing outside. Rebel Ninja, greetings. Tintin said coldly as she pushed past Lee into the house. Kankuro and Appos' eyes sparkled with determination. Lee could only smile wryly. Having left Myaboku Mountain early to avoid a diet of insects, he had earned the label of a rebel ninja from Kankuro. Today, we shall make this rebel ninja understand our suffering, Niji declared fiercely. The 3 entered, drawn by the enticing aroma of the dishes, and made their way to the kitchen to indulge. The dining table was adorned with a variety of culinary delights: sweet and sour fish, sweet and sour pork, mapo tofu, spicy frog, braised pork knuckle, Buddha jumps over the wall, braised pork belly, and many other signature dishes. Lee and Appos' culinary skills were exceptional. Kankuro transformed visibly from a state of being unburnt to one of fervent enthusiasm. Life on Myaboka Mountain is unbearable, he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he bit into a pork knuckle. Niji Byakugan sparkled with renewed vigor. Indeed, I have never tasted anything so awful in my life. Niji, don't say that. Ugh. Tintin grimaced at the thought of the insect-based meals from Myaboka Mountain. Fortunately, she had stashed away some food within her summoning scroll, but the 3 of them had to eat discreetly. If Sage Shima discovered their secret indulgence, she would not say much, but Sage Fukasaku would be deeply disappointed. If Fukasaku lost interest in cooking, it would sap Shima and Appos' energy to guide them in their training, severely hindering their progress. Every day spent on Myaboka Mountain felt like a descent into despair for the trio. Delicious. Another bowl of rice, please, Kankuro urged. Me too. Lee filled their bowls with rice. After the meal, the 3 finally forgave Lee. Fine, this time I, Tintin, will represent Team 3 and forgive you, Rebel Ninja. She sighed. Niji turned to Lee. Who is leading us for the Chunin exams? He inquired. Having returned from their training on Myaboka Mountain, they had received news about the upcoming exams. Shikamaru, Lee replied. Of course, we are still Jinin. He is a Chunin. If he doesn't lead, who will? Niji nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lee recalled Hinata's words. Niji, I received news from Hinata that the Hyuga clan's main family seems to have changed their attitude towards you. Lee cautioned, not shying away from Kankuro and Tintin. Ever since Lee had passed on the Flying Thunder God technique to Niji and Tintin, the secrets within Team 3 could no longer be kept hidden. The main family of the Hyuga clan. Niji fell silent, fully aware of his inability to resist their authority. There was only one path before him, to leave Konohagakure. This notion was unacceptable for Kankuro and Tintin. Tintin grasped Niji and Appos' hand earnestly. Don't rush. There should still be room for negotiation. I will speak with Lord Hokage. You two should not act rashly, Kankuro insisted. He then turned to Lee. And regarding your situation, Lee, as a Jounin of Konoha, I cannot keep this hidden. It's all right, Kankuro-sensei. I leave everything in your hands. Lee nodded. He watched Kankuro depart without saying a word. Compared to the exposure of his forbidden techniques, Lee valued Kankuro and Appos' friendship more. The current state of Konoha was grim. Tsunade was isolated and vulnerable, with Danzo lurking ominously, posing a constant threat. In the past, as a mere commoner, Lee could never hope to surpass someone like Kankuro, who wielded the family's 8 gates technique. Tsunade might not have regarded Lee highly, but the situation had changed. Lee was now the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails. The significance of a Jinchuriki was something Tsunade understood all too well. This was why she had refrained from passing Li and Amp, Oppos, S information to the Umbu and Torture Division. Moreover, with Li almost inseparably linked to Kankuro and Niji, any disturbance would be troublesome to address. It was better to suppress everything. This way, Li could win over Kankuro, an elite Jounin, and the Hyuga clan. Li turned to Niji. I have 2 methods to attempt to free the caged bird, he said slowly. Boom. Niji and Amp, Oppos, S chakra erupted within him as he heard these words. He was profoundly shaken. The caged bird was his inner turmoil. 2 methods. Niji felt a mix of anticipation and disbelief. The caged bird was thought to be unsolvable, yet Li had 2 potential solutions. Although Li had mentioned attempting, trying was far better than resigning to fate. Indeed, Li pondered for a moment. Both methods carry uncertainty. The first involves extensively transplanting cells from the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Take-Dorai clans, and then collecting the Byakugan from dying members of the Hyuga clan. This could potentially unlock the ultimate form of the Byakugan. Li continued. After Li and Amp, Oppos, S explanation, Niji fell deep into thought. One method was exceedingly demanding, while the other's success rate was uncertain. Wait until your swordsmanship reaches its pinnacle, Niji affirmed. The first method was indeed too challenging. As a branch member of the Hyuga clan, how could he procure cells from the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, or Take-Dorai clans? The Senju clan's descendants were now Hokage. Tsunade would never allow a Hyuga to receive Senju cells. The other clans and Amp, Oppos, cells were equally difficult to obtain. If he were to attempt this privately, the main family of the Hyuga clan would likely eliminate him before the other clans could intervene. Li did not press further. Niji was not Orochimaru. He still had some principles. However, Li bore no psychological burden and planned to gather the cells of the Otsutsuki clan's descendants once his own strength grew. Then let us wait, Li said. He glanced at the proficiency panel. The skill level of the Bagua sword had already reached perfection. He was nearing the pinnacle of swordsmanship. But breaking through to the realm of sword intent would be exceedingly difficult. Last night, Li had discovered a method. By unlocking Sage Mode, his swordsmanship had seen some improvement, and he had faintly touched upon the level of sword intent. However, this level of sword intent was still far from adequate. Li intended to wait until after the Chunin exams to find a way to elevate his swordsmanship further. In the evening, Kankuro returned to the dilapidated wooden house. Niji, your matter has been personally addressed by Lady Tsunade with the Hyuga clan. Niji breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade's position was sufficiently esteemed. As long as she remained the Hokage, the Hyuga clan would not act overtly against him. Thank you, Kankuro-sensei. Niji expressed his gratitude. Kankuro sighed. Chapter 43, Arrival at Awagakure. Land of Earth. This ancient and profound land seems to be nature's most resolute stroke, sketching magnificent and grandiose scrolls across the vast expanse of the earth. Shikamaru gazed at the faint outline of Awagakure emerging in the distance. What a hassle, he muttered. Kakashi trailed behind the group, engrossed in reading Paradise of Affection. Utterly oblivious to the matters at hand, every decision fell upon him. Shikamaru sighed. This time, Konoha was the guest in the CH-NIN exams, while IW and NIN held the home advantage. In away games, if one overshadows the home team, it can lead to unfavorable outcomes. He glanced back at Rock Lee, Niji, Tenten, and Naruto. In his mind, these 4 were formidable powers, and this was the root of his troubles. Have you 4 learned sage techniques? Shikamaru inquired. Naruto nodded. Indeed. Last time, that thick-browed guy disrupted the exam. This time, I must advance to CH-NIN. Naruto then turned to Niji. You, too, have learned sage techniques. Let us see who is stronger this time. Niji completely ignored Naruto. Back at my Bokuzen, Naruto had issued a challenge to him. Were it not for the concern of leaving a bad impression on Shinjaku, Niji would have already dealt a severe blow to Naruto. Hey, what's with your attitude? Naruto shouted from the side. Shikamaru felt an increasing headache. Hey, Naruto, let us discuss everything after the exam. I'm leading the team this time. Can you be a bit quieter? Shikamaru tilted his head. Fine, but I will definitely seek justice for Hinata after the exam. Naruto pounded his chest as he spoke. Hinata, at the back of the group, turned even redder. Rock Lee watched this all with great interest. This is youthful exuberance. Compared to the Konoha crowd, he felt a touch less youthful spirit. Such beautiful moments are fleeting. Last night, Rock Lee received intel from Kakuzu. The Akatsuki organization has begun to target the tailed beasts. Kakuzu will soon leave the bank to capture the tailed beasts. Rock Lee simply sent Kakuzu a reply. The letter contained but a single line. Don't kill Konoha's people. Otherwise, your 5 lives will not be enough. Rock Lee did not know whether Kakuzu would heed his words. However, he had given the necessary warnings. Kakuzu had, after all, meddled with Konoha's bounty. That was self-inflicted. Soon, the group beheld Awagakure. In front of Awagakure, numerous shinobi from various villages had gathered. The Sunanin were also present. Temari and Kankuro glanced at the Konoha people with a hint of animosity. However, upon spotting Rock Lee among the crowd, that animosity was swiftly concealed. Rock Lee's fearsome reputation had left a profound impression on the younger generation of Sunanin. In their minds, Rock Lee was almost like a human-tailed beast. The Sunanin. Shikamaru was about to greet them when Naruto stepped forward. What was his name again? Naruto intended to ease the tension with Suna, but he momentarily forgot the name of the puppet wielder. Rock Lee kindly reminded him. I believe he is called Kankuro. Niji shook his head. No. It's Kankuro. Enough. You too. Kankuro's expression was devoid of emotion, but the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. You Konoha bastards. I'll kill you. Naturally, this was Kankuro's inner thought, which he dared not voice. The previous incident had also seen Suna manipulated by Orochimaru, and the damage inflicted upon Konoha was genuinely regrettable. Tamari patted Kankuro's shoulder, suppressing his fury. Both our sides have suffered greatly. I hope we can put aside past grievances and not give Orochimaru any opportunity to exploit. Shikamaru hurriedly interjected, crossing over Naruto. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. If Lee, Naruto, Niji, and the others continued their banter, the Sunanin would surely lose their composure. Indeed, Tamari had a good impression of Shikamaru. He was certainly much better than those behind him who couldn't even remember Kankuro's name. Why are the 4 great shinobi villages gathered here and not entering Iwagakure? Shikamaru asked Tamari. She shook her head. She was also unclear about the specifics. The 2 IWNin guarding the entrance merely stated that entry was temporarily prohibited and did not specify how long the wait would be. The shinobi from the 4 great villages were all waiting. They had traveled far and wide. They couldn't just leave without understanding the situation, as that would be unacceptable. Rock Lee gazed toward Iwagakure. A jolt ran through him. It couldn't be that Deidara returned to the village and created some ultimate art. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Deidara leisurely stepping out of Iwagakure in his battle attire. If I hadn't said the Akatsuki was about to fall apart and return to IWA to hide, I would have fled long ago. That old man actually appointed me as the chief examiner. I genuinely want the candidates from the 4 great villages to experience what true art is. Deidara wore an impatient expression. He wasn't certain whether Rock Lee would come. As he walked, he lifted his head and happened to see Rock Lee in the crowd. Lee, over here. Deidara's face lit up with excitement. Rock Lee's arrival finally brought a hint of amusement to the tedious exam. Shikamaru looked at Rock Lee. Do you know the IWNin? Yes, we met by coincidence. Shikamaru found this explanation hard to believe. He observed Deidara and Rock Lee chummily discussing art, which hardly seemed like a mere coincidence, but rather a premeditated encounter. Shikamaru approached. Why can't we enter the village right now? He asked. Lee. My art has once again reached new heights, but alas, as the chief examiner of the CH-NIN exams, I cannot display it. Deidara didn't even glance at Shikamaru. This only heightened Shikamaru's sense of trouble. It seemed that this IWA examiner, like Naruto, was equally oblivious to what the Tsuchikage was thinking. Shikamaru found it difficult to interject. Thankfully, Rock Lee still recognized the gravity of the situation. He turned to Deidara. By the way, Deidara, what happened to Iwagakure? Why can't we enter? Deidara surveyed his surroundings. He gestured for Rock Lee to lean in closer. The Akatsuki has been to Iwagakure. Deidara continued. The 4 tails and 5 tails have been captured. The IWA higher-ups are in turmoil, and the old man is cleaning up the aftermath. He is a man who values his reputation, hence the temporary village closure. However, Deidara patted Rock Lee on the shoulder. With me here, I'll take you in to explore the village. It's far better than sitting here in the dirt. Thank you, Deidara. Being artists, no need for pleasantries. Rock Lee glanced back. By the way, I have a few friends. I wonder if they can join us. Deidara waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. As long as they are your friends. They're my friends. Let us go in together. I'll show you where you'll stay. To the astonishment of everyone, Rock Lee and Deidara boldly entered Iwagakure one after the other. Behind them, the inhabitants of Konoha followed the 2 individuals into the village. The 2 gatekeepers. Rock Ninja not only refrained from obstructing them but also smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Hey, why are they allowed entry? Aren't and Appos, are they from Konoha? Is there some clandestine arrangement between the Rock Ninja and Konoha? The 2 Rock Ninja, unfazed by the crowd and Appos' discontent, responded indifferently. Lord Deidara is the chief examiner. Whoever he permits may enter. Lee Rock is a friend of Lord Deidara. They scoffed. So, are you also friends of Lord Deidara? The crowd fell silent. Some had indeed heard of Deidara, and as the news spread, they were astounded that Lee Rock could forge a friendship with such a figure. After witnessing the Konoha individuals enter the Rock Ninja village, Kanjiro and Appos' eyes glinted with malice. Sister, aside from Lee Rock, eliminate all other Konoha participants in the exam. Chapter 44. Learning the 5 nature transformations within the Rock Ninja village, Lee Rock ambled along the path, his thoughts stirring. The Akatsuki had made their presence known, and both the 4 tails and 5 tails had been captured, while Deidara, a defector of the organization, remained unscathed. This peculiar situation raised suspicions in Lee Rock and Appos' mind. He speculated that the information regarding the tailed beast had been sold to the Akatsuki by the cunning Inoki. As he understood it, the 4 tails Jinchuriki had a disagreement with Inoki and had left the village, while the 5 tails seemed to share a similar disdain for the old leader. Perhaps Inoki had traded the Jinchuriki and Appos' information for Deidara and Appos' return, achieving 2 objectives at once. However, Lee Rock shook his head. Once the Akatsuki acquired the 4 tails and 5 tails, they would inevitably turn their attention to the hidden leaf village, which at that time boasted 3 Jinchuriki. This would serve to weaken the strength of both the leaf and the cloud, a trifecta of advantages for Inoki. It was no wonder he had maintained such power over the rock ninja for so long, leading them to unprecedented prosperity. Soon, Deara led the leaf members to their temporary residence. Lee Rock gazed at the building before him. Constructed from earth and stone, it took on a cylindrical shape, featuring few and small windows. The architectural style appeared to blend the advantages of both towers and fortresses, minimizing friction with the mountain winds and protecting against sand erosion, while accommodating the temperature fluctuations between day and night. The land of earth referred to such structures as tower houses. Lee Rock and Appo's gaze drifted beyond the tower house to the rest of the village, where similar structures stood in an aesthetically pleasing arrangement, varying in height. Due to the mountainous terrain of the land of earth, the elevation differences necessitated connecting bridges between the tower houses for ease of movement. It was no wonder that Inoki was always contemplating a surprise attack on the Leaf Village. In comparison, the environment of the Land of Fire was vastly superior to that of the other 4 great nations. Lee Rock recalled that the Third Great Ninja War had not originally encompassed such a wide area. As the conflict between the Leaf and Cloud reached its climax, both sides were nearing exhaustion and considering peace. Yet, Inoki and Appo's sudden ambush had provided an opportunity for the Cloud to drag the Leaf further into the fray, leading to the fateful battle at the Kanabi Bridge, where Obito was saved by Madara, laying the groundwork for future conflicts. As everyone entered the tower house, the interior space proved ample. One by one, they found their respective rooms, including Lee Rock and Deidara. By the way, where and Appo's the leg shadow? Lee Rock inquired suddenly, his mind consumed by thoughts of the leg shadow. This was his purpose for visiting the Rock Ninja Village, to win the leg shadow and amp Appo's heart. With his brother-in-law already taken care of, all he needed was to conquer the leg shadow and deal with the old man Inoki, achieving a grand success. Akatsuki and Appo's Black Soil Girl is likely hiding somewhere, secretly honing her jutsu, preparing to enhance the village and Appo's reputation for the Chunin exams, Deidara remarked casually. Oh, is that so? Lee Rock acknowledged. He realized he might not see the leg shadow for a while, but that was fine. He was already at her doorstep, and she couldn't and Appo's escape. By the way, I and Appo's invented a new form of art, though the expression is somewhat abstract. I will showcase it to you during the Chunin exams, Lee Rock said, his expression shrouded in mystery. Deidara raised an eyebrow, surprised that while his own artistic endeavors had stagnated, Lee Rock had already conceived a new form of art. Oh, a new art? I look forward to it. After exchanging thoughts on art, Deidara received a summons from Inoki for a discussion and departed. With Deidara gone, Lee Rock did not remain idle. He knocked on Kakashi and Appo's door. Kakashi opened the door, his right eye betraying irritation. What do you want this time? Don and Appo's disturbed me while I and Appo's watching and Appo's intimate paradise and Appo's. Apologies, Kakashi-sensei, but could you teach me the 5 nature transformations? The more, the better. Lee Rock stood at the threshold, aware that his various forbidden techniques and physical skills were indeed formidable, yet they bore a critical flaw. They lacked flair. In battle, powerful techniques were undoubtedly practical, but for the upcoming Chunin exams, it was the flashy 5 nature transformations that Lee Rock longed to master. Aside from the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi was the most suitable teacher for this endeavor. You possess no elemental affinity. What use is it to learn this? Focus on honing your physical skills, Kakashi replied, attempting to close the door, clearly dismissing Lee Rock. Intimate Paradise, the sequel, and amp Appo's Intimate Violence, and amp Appo's. What? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, questioning further. I have exclusive information regarding the sequel, and I propose a trade. This for your teachings on the 5 nature transformations, Lee Rock suggested. Come in. Please, do come in. Kakashi immediately opened the door wider for Lee Rock to enter. Clearing his throat, he asked, how come I and Appo's never heard of a sequel to and Appo's Intimate Paradise and Appo's? Did you get this from Lord Jiraiya? Kakashi-sensei, do you think you can extract information from me? Lee Rock replied with a light chuckle as he settled into a chair. Kakashi muttered a curse under his breath, then adopted a serious demeanor. Inside the room, he began to weave hand signs while Lee Rock diligently took notes. Whenever he struggled to remember a sequence, he requested Kakashi to repeat it, and Kakashi patiently obliged, demonstrating the hand seals until nightfall. By the time darkness enveloped the village, Kakashi and amp Appo's hands felt sore. All right, that and amp Appo's enough for now. I and amp Appo's taught you over 1,000 forms of the 5 nature transformations, he said wearily. Lee Rock retained most of the techniques but still had some sequences that eluded him. He chose not to press further, grateful for what he had learned. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Just as Lee Rock was about to leave, Kakashi stopped him. Wait, when will you provide me with the sequel of and amp Appo's Intimate Paradise and amp Appo's? Kakashi and amp Appo's eyes narrowed. After spending half a day teaching the boy, he was adamant that Lee Rock deliver on his end of the bargain. lest he experience the full might of Kakashi and Appo's ultimate physical techniques. Lee Rock reassured him. Kakashi remained skeptical but eventually allowed Lee Rock to depart. Upon returning to his room, Lee Rock swiftly began to practice. 1 second, 32 hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. A water dragon materialized out of thin air, its roar echoing through the room. Detected that the host is practicing water release. Would you like to spend 30,000 Ryo to simplify? Yes, simplify. Water release, spit water. Spit. Lee Rock spat out a mouthful of water. Water release, 1/100, beginner, boom. A searing fireball erupted, shooting toward the window, illuminating the night sky before dissipating. Detected that the host is practicing fire release. Would you like to spend 30,000 Ryo to simplify? Yes, simplify. Fire release, eat chili. Lee Rock wasn't particularly fond of spicy food. He proceeded to simplify the other transformations. Earth release, raise dust. Wind release, wave a fan. Gazing at the simplification panel, he took a flashlight and exited his room. Passing by the village shops, he casually purchased a fan and several chili peppers. In the night, Lee Rock ventured into a nearby mountain hollow, scooping up a handful of sand and tossing it into the air. Earth release, 1/100, beginner. Lee Rock found himself perplexed by the significance of this rudimentary level. However, he believed that the system and Appo's provision of a panel must possess its own rationale. Thus, he languidly seated himself upon the ground, oscillating a folding fan while scattering sand, simultaneously indulging in spicy peppers and expectorating. He repeatedly toggled a flashlight on and off, engaging in the simultaneous practice of fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water ninjutsu. After all, the Chunin exam would not commence until the day after tomorrow, granting him an entire day to dedicate to his training. Not far from his position, a dark-eyed kunoichi with a delicate visage was diligently honing her ninjutsu. Dressed in the combat attire of the rock village above and black mesh leggings below, her long, fair thighs were truly captivating. For heaven and Appo's sake, who dares to illuminate this place with such bright light at night, while incessantly spitting? Black earth furrowed her brow. With her eyes narrowed, she approached the source of the light. Chapter 45. The Chunin exams commenced. The night breeze whispered softly. Hey, you from Konoha. I've been tolerating you for quite a while. Are you out of your mind? Kuratsuchi approached Rock Lee, who had just been contemplating how to maximize the power of her lava release technique when her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by him. Lee was practicing the 5 nature transformations when he turned his head and was captivated by her long, slender legs. What beautiful legs! He exclaimed, biting into a chili pepper. Kuratsuchi was momentarily taken aback before stepping closer to Lee. With a swift motion, she stomped down hard, pinning him beneath her foot. How and Appo's that for you? She said coldly. As the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, she had never encountered someone bold enough to speak so flippantly in her presence. She pressed down harder on Lee's face. Despite the predicament, Lee remained focused on his training. He noticed his proficiency in water release had increased before finally looking up at Kuratsuchi. He gazed upward through the fishing net, which seemed to stretch infinitely. Kuratsuchi's eyes narrowed, realizing he might be a masochist. Grabbing Lee by his collar, she remarked, "You smell delightful." Lee inhaled deeply, noting the scent of sweat from Kuratsuchi, a result of her rigorous training and battles, but her unique fragrance startled him. Hey, I and Appo's, am talking to you. What and Appo's, with that expression? Kuratsuchi said, adopting a rough demeanor. Gradually, solid rocks began to form in her hand. I'm going to clear out some of Konoha and Appo's trash in this Chunin exam. With a powerful punch aimed at Lee, she stepped forward, the wind from her fist howling as it descended upon him. What? Kuratsuchi gasped in surprise as Lee merely raised his left hand to catch her rock fist technique. You underestimate the people of Konoha. Lee shook his head, sighing. Her determination only intensified. Is that so? Then how about this? Recognizing Lee's formidable strength, Kuratsuchi felt a sense of ease. Earth release, ultra-heavy rock technique. Her right fist surged with power and speed as she struck again. This time, Lee withdrew his left hand and raised his right, extending a finger to block her punch. Your punch lacks speed and ferocity. With a flick of his finger, he sent Kuratsuchi hurtling away, slamming against a mountain peak. In an instant, he appeared before her. Watch closely. This is a serious punch. He lifted his right fist and struck her. Boom. His fist collided with the right side of Kuratsuchi's head, leveling the mountains behind her. The sheer force left her in shock. Remember this. I am Rock Lee from Konoha. After the Chunin exams, I shall come to propose. With that, he vanished into the night, leaving Kuratsuchi dazed among the rubble. By the time the Umbu and explosive core of the stone village arrived, Kuratsuchi had regained her composure. Did the Akatsuki strike? Deidara and Kuratsuchi's comrade, observed her disheveled state. No, this was merely a result of my recent training. She replied nonchalantly, unwilling to admit that Lee had nearly knocked her out with a single punch. That's a relief, sighed. Deidara, however, began to complain. Why cause trouble at such a late hour? You know nothing of art. Who understands your so-called art besides you? Kuratsuchi retorted. Upon hearing her mention Konoha, a thought struck her. Rock Lee. Deidara's words sent a shiver through her. It was indeed Lee again. Apart from his exceptional physical prowess, He had also surpassed Deidara in explosive techniques. Among the Konoha participants, he was undoubtedly the strongest. Indeed, Karatsuchi and her companions slowly faded into the shadows of the night. Inside the tower, Rock Lee returned to his room, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. The duration of his sage mode had expired. Although he had seemed formidable earlier, effortlessly demolishing a mountain, it was all due to the effects of sage mode. Now, with its duration ended, he was laid bare. Panting heavily, Lee felt a twinge of regret. He had wanted to gaze upon those legs a bit longer, but sage mode only lasted 5 minutes. He lay on his bed, succumbing to slumber within the dreamscape of legs. The following day, the stone village finally opened its gates. The other 4 great ninja villages entered amidst murmurs of discontent. The stone village made an effort to calm the crowd. Now, I officially declare the first round of the Chunin exams to commence. Lee groggily emerged from his room, roused by Shikamaru's nudging. What is going on? Didn't it start tomorrow? He grumbled as he followed Shikamaru to the Tsuchiki's building. At the building's entrance stood Inoki, flanked by Karatsuchi and Akatsuchi, looking down at the young generation from the 5 great ninja villages. Before Inoki could utter more than a few words, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Here, let me handle this, Akatsuchi said, his robust physique commanding attention. I'm pleased to welcome you all to the Stone Village for this Chunin exam. Now, I shall announce the rules. Scanning the crowd, he continued. For the first challenge, you must travel to the rock waterfall ruins, locate the sun catcher, and return it here within 3 days to pass. With a flourish, he produced a white jade stone that shimmered in the sunlight, transforming into a kaleidoscope of colors. The people of the Earth Country had named this stone the sun catcher. Now, let the Chunin exams officially begin. Whoosh. Shadows darted as countless figures sped towards the rock waterfall ruins. Shikamaru addressed the Konoha participants. Form your original teams. Team 7 and Team 10 will temporarily ally. Go. Let us move, Lee. We need to return quickly. I think I see some Hyuga members in the distance, Niji remarked, gazing into the mountains. Oh? The Hyuga clan arrived so soon? Lee responded as they approached the rock waterfall ruins, where everyone halted in their tracks. What is this? Why does this waterfall obstruct ninjutsu? The young ninjas from the 5 great villages halted before the ruins, bewildered. Humph, with such skills. You dare represent your village in this exam? Kankuro, with his puppets, traversed the crowd effortlessly. Utilizing his ninjutsu, he swiftly crossed to the other side of the waterfall. Following him, Tamari, Karatsuchi, Karui, and others employed their own techniques to breach the waterfall. This challenge was designed to eliminate ordinary ninjas without secret techniques. Lee, Niji, and Tenen exchanged glances before entering the waterfall themselves. Chapter 46, Natural Disasters, Rock Snow, The Ruins of Rock Falls. The mountains towered majestically, their layers resembling ancient and solemn guardians, tightly embracing a vast expanse of russet forest. This rendered a significant portion of the ruins of Rock Falls nestled within a forest basin. Lee Loaka turned to Niji. What do you think? Can you see anything? Niji shook his head, activating his Byakugan to survey a 3-kilometer radius, finding no distinctive stones, only uniform brown rocks. Not a single sun catcher in sight. This was peculiar. Was their luck truly so dire? Tion summoned 3 rice balls from her scroll, offering them to Niji and Lee Loaka. No, perhaps it's not merely bad luck. Niji took a bite of his rice ball. I spotted 2 teams ahead, the Mist and Cloud teams, and they too have found nothing. Surely, there can't be a single sun catcher in the ruins of Rock Falls? IWA Ninja Village wouldn't joke about this, would they? Tion felt a twinge of confusion as well. Niji turned to Lee Loaka. What are your thoughts, little Lee? Lee Loaka casually remarked, I suspect there is something amiss. A colossal secret must lie behind the ruins of Rock Falls. Though jesting, Lee Loaka pondered seriously. Currently, the only challenge within the ruins of Rock Falls was the initial waterfall. Once inside, they encountered no venomous creatures or ferocious beasts. Moreover, due to the terrain of the Land of Earth, teams from the 5 great ninja villages rarely crossed paths, making it easy to obtain a sun catcher and exit safely back to the Tsuchikage building. Lee Loaka looked at Niji and Tion. If that is the case, why impose a 3-day time limit for the first test, which presents no difficulty? The problem lay here. There was no conflict, and the danger level was far below that of the Death Forest of Konoha. Could it be that the sun catchers are concealed in some obscure location, scarce in number, requiring combat to obtain? Tion speculated. Perhaps there is merit to that. Let us broaden our search area, each of us investigating while marking our paths, and reconvene here before nightfall, Lee Loaka suggested. Agreed. Niji and Tion nodded in unison. The trio dispersed. Lee Loaka searched towards the northwest. Along the way, he encountered several sand ninjas, who, after a friendly exchange, expressed they too had seen no sun catchers. As night fell, Lee Loaka returned to the gathering point. Niji was the first to arrive, followed closely by Tion. They exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. My hypothesis was incorrect. There are other possibilities, Tion remarked. A chilling mountain breeze swept through, sending shivers even through Lee Loaka, a seasoned athlete. Is it truly this cold in the Land of Earth at night? Lee Loaka complained. IWA Ninja Village was already situated in the southern part of the Land of Earth. He could only imagine how frigid towns further north must be. Bang! Tion unfurled a scroll and summoned 3 prepared winter coats. Ah, this is delightful. Such ninjutsu is marvelous. Liluaka felt a pang of envy. He had attempted summoning techniques himself, managing only to conjure 2 small frogs, utterly useless. With Tion's talent, even with his system, he could not replicate her abilities. Survival was a challenge, but thankfully Tion was present. Liluaka wrapped himself snugly in his coat. The campfire before him had long been extinguished by the fierce mountain winds. Niji gazed at Liluaka, now clad in his coat, and a sudden thought struck him. The unique terrain of the ruins of rock falls could retain the northern chill, and many mountain tops likely bore snow. Niji opened the map. Could it be that the first test is focused on survival? Liluaka looked up at the sky. The night sky was leaden, clouds hung low. And the moonlight was obscured. With the howling night winds, it seemed an intense snowstorm was imminent. Indeed, this hypothesis seems quite plausible, Liluaka nodded. Niji and Appo's conjecture bore considerable weight. However, Liluaka was not troubled. With Tion, the mobile doryman, survival was no cause for concern. Tion, we rely on you. Niji said, looking at her. Tion nodded, scattering a dozen scrolls before her. Bang! As the smoke dissipated, various materials emerged from the scrolls, wooden planks, moisture-proof materials, and several tools, previously stuffed into Tion and Appo's scroll by Liluaka for training during missions. He had not anticipated their utility during the Chunin exams. The trio divided tasks and swiftly constructed a wooden shelter. The fireplace ignited within, bringing a welcome warmth. I and Appo's ventured further north to the land of snow, which seemed less frigid than the ruins of rock falls. Niji expressed concern, sensing the climate here was rather unusual. Do not fret. Even if the blizzard persists for 3 days, the reinforcing materials in my scroll will suffice, Tion reassured. Inside the wooden shelter, the trio dined and gradually succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, fresh snow began to fall. Boom, 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 accompanied by the swirling snowflakes. Cries of distress echoed intermittently. Such commotion startled both Liluaka and Niji awake. Tion, who was on watch, entered through the door. What happened? Liluaka inquired. The snowflakes are unusual. Just as Tion finished speaking, a hole was smashed into the roof of the wooden shelter by the falling snow. Rock snow. This calamity was a consequence of the unique topography of the ruins of rock falls. In the night sky, the snow intensified, transforming into a veritable blizzard. The speed of the falling snow was tremendous, and the force with which it struck the ground caused cracks to form beneath. Return. A surge of chakra erupted within Niji, safeguarding the wooden shelter. The shelter cannot withstand this. Niji shouted. Let us flee northward. There are mountains there. Liluaka and Appo's voice rang out. The 3 abandoned the wooden shelter and began sprinting northward. Along the way, many ninjas who had entered the ruins of rock falls were also frantically racing northward, employing a myriad of defensive ninjutsu. Inside the Tsuchikage building, several young individuals seemed to have grasped the purpose of this test. Those from Konoha and the Sand. How intriguing. Anoki observed the monitoring screen with interest. However, they appeared oblivious to the terror of the ruins of rock falls. It seemed the young ones were in for a rude awakening. Dayara shared this sentiment with Anoki, rare as it was. Haha, I wonder how long you can run. Alas. If only the rock snow could be mixed with some clay, it would be even more entertaining. Anoki nodded, feeling some discomfort in his waist. Lust assisted Anoki in leaving the monitoring room. Inside the monitoring room, Ao from the Mist Village, Maki from the Sand, and Tito from the Cloud looked grim. Their village suffered the most significant losses within the ruins of rock falls. Shikamaru turned to glance back. Kakashi remained engrossed in the paradise of affection, utterly unconcerned about the Chunin exams. Teacher Kakashi, should we withdraw Konoha from this examination? It poses an excessive danger. Ninjas are utterly powerless in the face of natural disasters. As he finished speaking, Kakashi slowly turned a page of his book, Ika Paradise, without lifting his gaze. He trusted Rock Lee. Chapter 47. The Rescue Lee Rock? Nara Shikamaru sighed with a bitter smile. He was most concerned about him. Shikamaru recalled the intelligence that Tsunade had provided. The report contained a detailed analysis of Lee Rock and Appo's character and abilities. In terms of personality, Lee Rock was rated as a C, cold-hearted and emotionally reserved. Shikamaru had encountered a similar evaluation in another report. Uchiha Sasuke, the last individual with such an assessment, had already become a rogue ninja. Although Shikamaru believed that the likelihood of Lee Rock turning rogue was slim, he did not expect him to rescue their comrades from Konoha in times of peril. Kakashi turned a page in the book Ika Paradise before raising his gaze towards Shikamaru. Do not worry. Though he appears deep in thought, he is quite good to his companions. Kakashi glanced at the monitor, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. He is actually using Earth style? Shikamaru looked at the monitor. On the screen, Lee Rock was forming hand seals with remarkable speed, completing them in just a second. Earth style. Earth flow wave. The ground transformed into a thick river of earth, enveloping Lee Rock along with Niji and Tintin, moving forward. Boom, boom, boom. The falling snow struck the earth and stones, creating a resonating sound. Occasionally, some snowflakes breached their defenses, only to be cleared away by Niji and Amp, Apos, S. Heavenly Spin. Ahead, Niji and Apos, S. Byakugan detected three figures struggling against the rocky snow. Who are they? Ten inquired. Niji remained silent. Lee Rock quickly deduced the identities of those ahead. It was Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Shino, desperately holding their ground. All three possessed sensory abilities, while they could still fight against other enemies. Shino was renowned as an undefeated warrior. However, faced with such a natural disaster, they felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Hinata also noticed Niji, who was moving steadily. She remained silent, gritting her teeth as she unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms to withstand the rocky snow. Should they save them? Lee Rock reinforced the gap in the earth flow wave once more. This was an excellent opportunity to eliminate Hinata. Dying in this natural disaster during the Nin exams in the Rock Village would elicit no sympathy. Not even the Hokage could voice any objections. In such a calamity, self-preservation was paramount, and no one had the capacity to provide support. Niji understood Lee Rock and Apos' intentions. After a long hesitation, he finally sighed. Let us save them. Lee Rock steered the earth flow wave towards teammate. Get in. The two words resonated in Hinata, Kiba, and Shino and Apos' ears like a celestial melody. They immediately stepped within the protective embrace of the earth flow wave. Phew. Thank goodness you arrived. If you were any later, I would have been unable to hold on. Kiba sighed in relief as he observed the weak Akamaru. Rest assured, we are comrades. Mutual assistance is only natural, Lee Rock replied. Mutual assistance must have value. Iwuden and Apos' spare a glance at those insignificant ninjas. Yet, faced with the rocky snow, his circumstances were not particularly optimistic. Taijutsu was inferior to ninjutsu when confronting such a calamity. Lee Rock was grateful for having learned the 5 nature transformations in advance. Within the protective barrier of the earth flow wave, Niji and Hinata remained silent. Their sibling conflict remained unresolved. Only one could survive. Sensing the tension, Ten initiated casual conversation with Hinata. Their discussion occasionally drifted to Naruto, gradually reviving Hinata and Apos' spirit. Gathering her courage, Hinata spoke. Niji glanced ahead. The mention of brother softening his heart slightly. It has nothing to do with you. I do not blame you. Thank you, Niji brother. After a while, familiar faces began to appear in greater numbers. Naruto, Sakura, along with Choji and Ino, were also facing difficulties. Naruto and Apos' sage art had already been depleted, yet the storm showed no signs of abating. Each falling rocky snowflake bore tremendous weight. Niji felt indifferent towards Naruto, and since he was not well acquainted with the others, he remained silent. Ten also kept quiet. The earth flow wave was severely damaged, and Lee Rock and Apos' chakra reserves were dwindling. However, Hinata was genuinely worried about Naruto. Before she could voice her concern, Lee Rock preemptively stated, "Do not ask. The answer is to save." Lee Rock believed that the prince was destined for greatness. Even if he did not intervene, Naruto could not perish here. It would be better to save him and enhance their rapport. Thank you, Lee. Hinata expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. We are comrades. Yet, saving them was contingent upon sufficient chakra. Lee Rock felt helpless. His consciousness reached the barrier. Hey, old turtle. It and Apos, as time to pay the rent. Roar. The three tails bellowed in displeasure. It had never intended to reside there. This was Lee Rock and Apos' unilateral demand. Its 3 shell-covered tails flailed, and a powerful surge of chakra flowed continuously into Lee Rock and Apos' body. Thanks. I'll reduce your rent by 7 days. Lee Rock and Apos' consciousness faded away. The 3 tails could no longer contain itself. What rent? This is a sentence. Generally reticent, the 3 tails had finally spoken out of frustration. Regardless of its complaints, the chakra supply did not cease. In the ruins of the rock falls, a powerful chakra surged within Lee Rock. Boom. Earth style. Earth flow wave. This time, the earth flow wave expanded, enveloping Naruto and the others as well. Thank you, Course. Shut up. If you call me and Apos, Course brows and Apos, again, I'll kick you out. Naruto promptly fell silent. He gazed at the swirling rocky snow. The terror of the natural disaster far exceeded his imagination. Had Lee Rock not timely employed his ninjutsu to rescue them, he too would have faced peril. In the air, rocky snow danced about, showing no signs of cessation. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the earth barrier mountain. 8 trigrams arrows. Niji slapped a scroll, and a crimson longbow materialized in his hands. Chakra formed an arrow that shot forth suddenly. Boom. The mountain trembled, enveloped in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the mountain had merely cracked slightly. Niji's 8 trigrams arrows were almost the strongest attack among them. With such a strike, the mountain rock should have shattered. Yet, the mountain before them only exhibited superficial cracks, not crumbling. Rasengan. Naruto conjured a sphere of blue chakra, charging towards the mountain, while the earth flow wave loomed above him. Boom. The cracks increased, but the change was minimal. Don't waste your effort. This must be a special type of rock that can negate chakra. Niji, try using taijutsu. Lee Rock surveyed the surroundings. Many had approached the vicinity of the earth barrier mountain amidst the assaults of rocky snow. Yet they did not enter the cave, but instead ran about outside. This indicated that the mountain was difficult to shatter, making it impossible to form a cave. This was likely a unique type of rock within the ruins of the rock falls. I and Appos, LL give it a try. Niji activated his Byakugan, identifying the mountain and Appos' weakest point. 8th gate of the 8 gates, open. A surge of chakra flooded Niji's body. Sage art. Dragon and Appos' roar. The sound of the dragon and Appos' roar reverberated through the heavens. Niji unleashed a powerful strike, transforming into a colossal white dragon that crashed violently against the mountainside. Boom. The mountain and the ground trembled incessantly. Sighing, Niji shook his head. This was insufficient. As the dust settled, the cracks expanded further. Yet, his celestial technique could only deliver this one blow. By the time a cavern was formed, the Chunin exams would likely have concluded. Rock Lee furrowed his brow. Niji and Appos' earlier strike was nearly on par with his own 7th gate activation. He could not discern whether it was merely his imagination, yet from the moment he approached the Earth Barrier Mountain, he had felt an inexplicable pressure. This sensation was neither hostility nor the result of other ninjas and Appos' presence. Rock Lee struggled to identify the source of this pressure. Time could not be squandered. Delays could lead to unforeseen consequences. There had to be alternative methods. He glanced around, observing the various ninjas from different villages fleeing in haste. Wait. The IWA ninja were conspicuously absent from this chaos. Chapter 48. The wind and snow gradually ceased gravity. A sudden realization struck Lilac. He finally discerned the source of the immense pressure. The earth. He felt an increasing weight upon his body. It seemed as if a force of gravity was emanating from the ground, intensifying with each passing moment. This was not right. There must be a natural cave nearby. A note of urgency crept into Lilac and Appos' voice. I will search for it. Ningxi stepped out of the range of the earth flow wave. Taken aback by the urgency in Lilac and Appos' tone. Return. Ningxi had been maintaining the return technique, scanning the surroundings. Yet, he found no sign of a cave. Haven and Appos, he found anything yet? Lilac was still searching. Not only he felt the peculiarities of the ground, but others too began to sense it. Naruto felt a resistance even in lifting his feet. Ningxi and Hinata surveyed the area relentlessly, but remained empty-handed. Ningxi felt the strain beneath his feet, casting anxious glances around. They were deep within the Earth Barrier mountain range. Taking a deep breath, Ningxi realized he had only about a minute left of his sage technique. Stay calm. Lilac trusted his instincts. If there were no caves, where could the rock ninja have hidden? He had previously attempted to merge into the mountains using the Earth Dragon hidden technique, but found it utterly ineffective. The mountain and Appos' structure seemed to suppress chakra significantly. Suddenly, everyone felt a profound sinking sensation. Apart from Lilac and Ningxi, the others struggled even to take a step. What if this was not the limit of the gravity? Lilac pondered. Was the Earth Barrier Mountain a trap? Where were the rock ninja hiding? Ningxi, Hinata, search for the thickest parts of every mountain. Lilac commanded immediately. Ningxi and Hinata had no time to think. The inexplicable gravity intensified, making it difficult for Ningxi to maintain his sage technique, while the remaining leaf villagers could hardly straighten their waists. Found it. Ningxi pointed ahead. Lilac manipulated the earth flow wave and surged forward. With his Byakugan, he could see the flow of chakra. Even if the rock ninja utilized illusions or transformations, Ningxi and Hinata would be able to detect them. Yet, they had not found anything. Lilac contemplated a possibility. The rock ninja might have blocked the cave and Appos' entrance with stone. Such an act would inevitably cause some stones to overlap, which the Byakugan could detect. Before a massive mountain deep within the Earth Barrier mountain range. The mountain stood tall and imposing, with no visible cracks or damage, resembling a flawless jade stone, as if meticulously sculpted without a single imperfection. Rock ninja, my leaf comrades seek refuge from the blizzard. May we? Lilac and Appos' voice resonated, echoing through the mountains. Suddenly, a tremor erupted at the mountain and Appos' base. Akatsuchi pushed aside a boulder, revealing a hidden nook. You may, Akatsuchi responded curtly, stepping aside. Lilac led the leaf villagers into the cave. The cave was modest, barely accommodating 20 or 30 individuals. Besides the rock ninja, members from the other 4 great ninja villages were present, including several familiar faces. Naruto was deep in thought. Tamari's eye twitched. Her temper was more explosive than Kankaros, and had she been able, she would have already unleashed a wind blade by now. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Those who NT found the cave. Ningxi shook his head. His Byakugan revealed the truth. Outside the cave, no ninja had escaped unscathed. Most were severely injured. ISN and AMP. Appos, this a bit excessive, rock ninja? Ningxi spoke coldly. The Chunin exams were merely a performance, a formality for the aristocratic clans to ascend. Everyone understood this unspoken truth. Yet now, the rock ninja seemed intent on playing for real. Huh? Byakugan boy, what did you say? Hey, I didn't end Appos. Catch that. Akatsuchi spat, her expression growing increasingly menacing. As the granddaughter of Inoki, her status surpassed even Ningxi's. Yet, she bore none of the grace typically expected of a young lady, instead resembling a street tough. This left Ningxi and the leaf villagers momentarily taken aback. In contrast, Hinata embodied the image of the Tsuchikage and Appos' granddaughter. Alright, We are all family now. Let us keep the peace. Suncatcher. Boom. Just as Li Lok attempted to mediate, he was flung back by Akatsuchi and Appos, as punch against the wall. Huh? Who are you calling family? Akatsuchi defiantly raised her middle finger. This left Ningxi, Dingji, Shino, Hinata, and others in shock, as signs of noble families. They could never resort to such gestures or tones. Cough, cough. Everyone, don't get too worked up. Once the exams are over, I'll marry her. Let us get acquainted. By the way, remember to use your legs next time. Li Lok dusted himself off and stood up. Before he could finish, he was kicked away again. Upon hearing Li Lok and Appos' words, the Leaf villagers' attitudes towards Akatsuchi shifted. So she is a sister-in-law. Ningxi thought of softening the relations. But the next moment, he too was flung aside. With this, the first trial could be considered passed. Once the rock and snow settled, they would obtain the sun catchers. Akatsuchi was candid with her information, stating it outright. However, the number of sun catchers was limited. How many were there? 10? 3? Perhaps even just one. Following this statement, the atmosphere within the cave became peculiar. The night passed in silence. The next day, the heavy snowfall ceased. Yet, the weight of gravity persisted. Li Lok activated the fifth gate, attempting to step out of the cave. Boom. A tremendous gravitational force bore down upon him, nearly bringing him to his knees. This gravity was unbearable even for the fifth gate. Li Lok returned to the cave's mouth, now understanding why Akatsuchi remained unperturbed. The rock ninja possessed the super light heavy rock technique, capable of counteracting this gravity. Have you noticed? Akatsuchi approached the entrance, patting Li Lok on the shoulder. The snow had stopped, and the clouds dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky. Sunlight cascaded down, gradually dissipating the lingering chill in the air. A rainbow appeared on the horizon, arching across the sky, bringing a sense of tranquility. Li Lok gazed at the rainbow. It was not merely a rainbow. It was the arc formed by dozens of sun catchers reflecting in the sky. So, the sun catchers are airborne. Behind Akatsuchi, 5 rock ninja approached. Let us begin, Akatsuchi declared. The 5 nodded in unison. Earth release. Super light heavy rock technique. 5 techniques enveloped Akatsuchi, who began forming seals herself. This is a technique developed by the second Suchikage. Prepare to witness it. Ignoring gravity, Akatsuchi soared into the air. She produced a scroll inscribed with sealing techniques. Apologies. But I shall be taking all these sun catchers. With a swift motion, Akatsuchi aimed to activate the sealing technique and seize all the sun catchers. Wait, this is marital property. Li Lok's figure unexpectedly appeared in midair, and he swiftly grasped the hand of Karatsuchi, which was poised to cover the scroll. Chapter 49. The official matches commenced. Li Lok felt the softness in his palm. It is often said that a girl's hand is cool, smooth, and soft. Regrettably, he had only experienced this in dreams. Li Lok jested, yet his hands remained unwavering in their actions. He too possessed a scroll, an ever-reliable temporal scroll. Bang! The scroll activated, and the sun catchers cascaded into its depths. Black Earth delivered a punch, but alas, it was futile. Li Lok had invoked his mystical arts and opened the 5 gates. For a brief 5 minutes, he was invincible. Do not struggle. I must thank you for teaching me the technique of super lightweight heavy rock, he thought. Li Lok, endowed with a system, observed Black Earth unceremoniously forming seals at the cave entrance. He memorized her hand signs and, simplified through the enhancement of his mystical arts, transcended gravity to float effortlessly. You, Black Earth exclaimed, witnessing the sun catchers fall entirely into Li Lok's scroll. She spat out lime and unleashed a water technique, lime solidification jutsu. Black Earth activated her bloodline limit. Regrettably, it was of no consequence to Li Lok in this moment. Wind release. The air currents danced wildly. This technique inflicted minimal damage, yet with the aid of his mystical arts, the chaotic winds expanded greatly, dispersing the lime Black Earth had exhaled. In but a fleeting instant, the airborne sun catchers were swept away by Li Lok. He counted roughly 20 pieces. Let us proceed. With a flick of his wrist, a tremendous force surged from his palm towards Black Earth. Black Earth's body weakened, nearly plummeting from the sky. Fortunately, Li Lok swiftly executed a princess carry. She attempted to cast another jutsu, but Li Lok had already seized her hands. To those observing from below, this scene took on a different flavor. In their eyes, it appeared as though Li Lok had taken Black Earth's hand, followed by her leaning into his embrace. And then he lifted her, descending from the heavens. While Niji and the Leaf villagers remained composed, the 5 rock ninjas were left in shock. This cannot be. How could anyone possibly hold affection for a lady of noble birth? Upon landing, Li Lok entered the cave, gently setting Black Earth down. Her cheeks flushed slightly. His hands were remarkably strong, leaving her no room for resistance. Boom. As the rainbow in the sky faded, the gravitational force on the ground vanished. The individuals within the cave began to emerge, some tending to their wounded comrades, while others sought to establish connections. Before long, Ino approached Li Lok. Little Li, could you spare me another sun catcher? She inquired directly. She already possessed one, a gift from Li Lok, ensuring each Leaf villager had one. You're inquiring on behalf of the Sand Ninjas, aren't you? Lee Rock deduced. Indeed. Realizing she could not deceive Lee Rock, confessed openly. Lee Rock pondered momentarily. Very well, but it will cost 500,000 Rio each. Agreed. Produced 10 100,000 Rio bills and handed them to Lee Rock, surprising him. She did not consult the Sand Ninjas but rather purchased them outright. Such a close relationship? Are you covering 1,000,000 Rio? Lee Rock mused as he handed over 2 sun catchers, marveling at the wealth of the elite, where 100,000 Rio was mere pocket change. Before long, Black Earth approached him. She was inquiring on behalf of the Mist Ninjas. Since my wife has spoken, I shall give you what you desire without charge. You may consider it a gift. Lee Rock presented her with the remaining sun catchers. Black Earth's forehead twitched with tension. Accepting meant being dubbed wife. Declining risked elimination for her and several close allies from the Mist. Very well, wait for me. In the upcoming official matches, I shall give my utmost. Should you defeat me, I shall concede. She offered herself an escape, pocketed the sun catchers, and walked away. Then I can declare that this engagement is settled. Lee Rock thought to himself. Once everyone had acquired their necessities, they proceeded to the Tsuchikage building. Along the way, Temari and Kankuro learned that the Mist Ninjas had taken the sun catchers without payment, causing them considerable distress. 50,000,000 Rio. Kankuro lamented. Fear not, we have ample funds. Ascending to Chunin is paramount, Temari reassured him. At the Tsuchikage building, Inoki watched the surveillance footage, his expression darkening. He had witnessed Lee Rock's recent actions in their entirety. I shall not approve of this engagement. Inoki seethed internally. Crack. Ouch. My back. Inoki cried out, rubbing his back as he turned to Kakashi. Who is that boy with the dark attire and thick brows? Kakashi lifted his gaze upon hearing the Tsuchikage's inquiry. Upon his words, Inoki's expression shifted again. A mere commoner, daring to dream of marrying the Tsuchikage's granddaughter, a frog does not even dare to envision such a dream. With a cold demeanor, Inoki departed the surveillance room. Outside the building, the lower ninjas from various villages who had retrieved the sun catchers had already arrived. Inoki straightened up, addressing the assembly below. Congratulations on passing the first trial. The official matches will commence next in the arena. After his announcement, Lus led everyone to the arena. Within the arena, Deidara waited in the center. Little Lee, you've arrived too late. I've grown quite bored waiting. Deidara complained. I'm keen to see your latest artistic invention. Fear not, I shall ensure you are thoroughly amazed. Lee Rock replied, casting a mysterious glance at Deidara, whispering. The order of battle is settled? Yes? Rest assured, I have made all necessary arrangements and guarantee your satisfaction. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Inoki furrowed his brow, observing Lee Rock and Deidara's lively exchange. Ahem. Inoki approached. Deidara, it is time to announce the examination rules. Understood, understood, Deidara replied dismissively. Hey, you brat. Take this seriously. Inoki admonished, sighing internally. Deidara's reputation, talent, and intellect were beyond reproach. He was initially Inoki's choice for the next Tsuchikage. Unfortunately, Deidara's obsession with art and his association with the Akatsuki had disqualified him from that position. Yet, Inoki still held Deidara in high regard, knowing that Black Earth would need to keep him in check. Otherwise, he feared for her safety. As he observed Deidara announcing the examination rules from a distance, Inoki contemplated his plans to unite Black Earth and Deidara. Meanwhile, Deidara completed the announcement of the official match rules. The official matches had begun, and the electronic banner began to rotate. First match, Hyuga Neji versus Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's gaze was resolute. This time, I will absolutely defeat you. Neji scoffed coldly, while Hinata watched the two with deep concern, uncertain of what to say. Chapter 50, The Collision of Will and Ideals in the Arena. The confrontation between Naruto and Neji Hyuga undoubtedly stands as one of the highlights of the entire event. The prodigy of the Hyuga clan and the young Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki clan. I have heard whispers that both of them seem to have mastered a certain form of sage jutsu. I am eagerly anticipating the clash between the Hyuga and Uzumaki clans. The Rock Ninja Village appears to be quite familiar with the Uzumaki name, as several older ninjas recount tales of how formidable the Whirlpool Village once was. In those days, the Uzumaki clan and Appo's powerful sealing techniques instilled fear throughout the entire ninja world. The crest on Naruto and Appo's attire evokes memories of the Uzumaki clan in them. Hinata is filled with concern. After much hesitation, she ultimately seeks out Rock Lee. Lee is currently engaged in light-hearted banter with Temari, who, while slightly annoyed, does not harbor any ill feelings towards him. In terms of strength, emotional intelligence, intellect, combat experience, and overall perspective, Temari has witnessed Lee and Appo's prowess during the first test of the Chunin exams. This man is truly exceptional, and she finds herself quite fond of his bushy eyebrows. Your little admirer has come to find you, Temari points out, indicating Hinata. Hinata and Appo's cheeks flush with a rosy hue. Why do you turn red at the sight of anyone? Lee waves his hands dismissively, gesturing towards Naruto in the arena. That guy is Naruto's wife. At this revelation, Hinata faints on the spot. Temari breathes a sigh of relief as she helps Hinata back to her feet. Are you all right? Temari gently inquires. Hinata glances at Lee and asks, can I win? Lee responds firmly, not a chance. But you need not worry too much. Your brother-in-law will not go too hard on your husband, so rest easy. Hearing the terms and Appos, brother-in-law and Appos, and Appos, husband and Appos, sends Hinata into another faint. In the arena, Naruto activates Sage Mode. Shadows appear at the corners of his eyes. There it is. The Sage technique of Konoha. The chakra and pressure emanating from him are nearly on par with the Tsuchikichi. He possesses power at the level of a Kage. Surely that boy from the Hyuga clan can use Sage techniques as well. Niji and Appos' eyes also reflect shadows. Both are perfect sages. During their training in Maiboka Mountain, only Lee, Naruto, and Niji achieved perfect mastery of Sage techniques, harnessing natural energy. Naruto and Appos' training speed surpasses Niji and Appos' by a considerable margin. In terms of Sage techniques, Naruto and Appos' fast chakra reserves indeed confer a significant advantage. However, Niji has his own methods. He harmonizes the natural energy within his body with his physical energy according to the principles of Tai Chi, thus entering Sage Mode. I firmly believe that fate cannot be altered, Niji states calmly. His ideals stand in stark contrast to Naruto and Appos'. Their discord is irreconcilable, with no room for compromise. Naruto and Appos' verbal jutsu has failed. If that is the case, then I shall shatter fate, Naruto declares, forming hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 shadow clones gather chakra in their hands. The technique in Naruto's hands has materialized into a highly concentrated shuriken, astonishing all present. Sage Art. Wind Release. Raisin Shuriken. Naruto hurls the spiraling shuriken from his right hand. The wind-imbued Raisin Shuriken spins rapidly through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Naruto does not employ any means to hinder Niji, nor does he utilize illusions. He understands that Niji will not evade. Niji will confront him head-on. Both must decisively overcome each other to realize their respective ninja paths. This match is not merely a contest of ninjutsu versus taijutsu. It is a clash of wills and ideals. Niji gazes at the rapidly approaching Raisin Shuriken. He takes a deep breath. Lee's presence has, to some extent, altered the trajectory of his destined path. Yet, Niji still believes that fate remains immutable. From the moment one is born, their future is predetermined. The son of a noble will become a noble, the son of a general will become a general, and the son of the Hokage will inevitably follow in his father's footsteps. However, what is different this time is that the branch family's son will no longer perish merely to protect the main family's heiress. Fate is like Tai Chi, perpetually cycling, unbreakable. Nevertheless, Niji retrieves a scroll. I shall transcend fate and gain absolute control over it. This is my true objective. With a resounding thud, the scroll unfurls, revealing a dark black bow in Niji and Appos' grasp. He channels chakra, gripping the arrow tightly, closing his eyes to sense the subtle fluctuations of chakra within him. Suddenly, Niji and Appos' eyes snap open, radiating brilliance as chakra coalesces into an arrow, transforming into a roaring silver dragon. The bowstring vibrates. Sage Art. 8 trigrams Dragon Roar Arrow. With a single shot, the dragon roars forth, the 8 trigrams manifesting. The chakra arrow, imbued with draconic might, soars through the air, shaking the heavens and earth, displaying the power of the 8 trigrams in the dragon. Boom. The 8 trigrams Dragon Roar Arrow collides with the Raisin Shuriken in the arena. An ear-splitting sound reverberates, shaking the ground, while chaotic chakra swirls around them, both techniques eroding each other, indistinguishable in their might. Under the impact of these 2 terrifying chakra forces, the surrounding space begins to warp and distort, as if time itself has been suspended. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, both forces dissipate into the void, leaving behind a scene of devastation and lingering waves of shock that reverberate through every onlooker present. As the dust settles, both Niji and Naruto are left panting heavily. They are acutely aware of one another's condition. The 8 trigrams Dragon Roar Arrow, you can't possibly fire a second one, can you? Naruto chuckles. Niji, feeling equally drained, retorts, neither can you. The two stand in the arena, no longer exchanging words, silently gathering their strength. In the viewing area, Naruto really has the worst luck, Shikamaru remarks lazily, glancing down. Kakashi, having set aside his book, opens his Sharingan and begins to focus on the unfolding battle. Not necessarily, Kakashi replies, looking at Naruto. As his student, after mastering sage techniques, Kakashi only has one method left to teach him, to communicate with the Nine Tails and become the perfect Jinchuriki. To this end, Kakashi has specifically sought out Tsunade to borrow Yamato from the Umbu. Let us hope he doesn't go berserk, Kakashi observes cautiously, his gaze fixed on Naruto. Shikamaru shakes his head. Kakashi-sensei, I understand Naruto's uniqueness, which is why I said that. But you seem to have overlooked something. Shikamaru and Appos' intelligence has garnered unanimous praise from the higher-ups, and he has gradually begun to access core secrets, having seen some hidden information. Oh? Kakashi is taken aback, not quite grasping the implication. Look over there. With him present, how could Naruto possibly win? Shikamaru gestures for Kakashi to look to the right. Clad in black, Lee stands not with Konoha but within the Rock Ninja team, seemingly unconcerned with the outcome of his comrades. Kakashi and Appos' pupils constrict in realization. I completely forgot about that. In the arena, you wretched fox, it's time to pay the rent. Naruto channels the chakra of the Nine Tails. He has not yet given up. This is the unwavering path he has chosen. His right hand aches with muscle pain, rendering him unable to use the Raisin Shuriken again. Similarly, Niji cannot employ the Sage Art 8 Trigrams Dragon Roar arrow any longer. However, his chakra far surpasses Niji and Amp, Appo's, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed hand seals, and thousands of clones materialized within the arena. How about that, Niji? You have lost. The chorus of thousands of Naruto and Appo's voices reverberated throughout the Colosseum as they surged forward. To the onlookers, it seemed that the countless Sage-enhanced shadow clones of Naruto could easily overwhelm Niji. Shadow clones, you say? Niji gazed at the approaching Narutos and activated his Byakugan. Unfortunately, Niji shook his head. The Taijutsu phase was his domain. 8 gates released. 5th gate. Open. Chapter 51. The ultimate secret of Niji and Appo's Taijutsu, the terrifying chakra erupts once more. Reversal. No matter how many shadow clones you conjure, colliding with the reversal executed with Sage Chakra will lead to their utter destruction. Bang, 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 bang. The reversal concludes. Niji transforms into a fleeting phantom within the arena, his movements so swift that they are nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Spectators can only witness Naruto's vanishing shadow clones. Unexpectedly, he has managed to open the 5th gate, proving that Gai's disciples are indeed prodigies in taijutsu. In the stands, Kakashi gazes in astonishment at Niji below. With the 8th gate combined with Sage Technique, Kakashi feels a hint of helplessness. He contemplates his own ambitions for Sage Technique. Previously, he had given up on mastering it due to insufficient chakra, but witnessing Niji's mastery ignites a flicker of hope within him. In the duel arena, all of Naruto and Appo's shadow clones are ultimately extinguished. Behind him, a 3rd Crimson Chakra tail gradually materializes. Is it the 3 tails? No, this malevolence it is the 9 tails. This scene leaves everyone in awe. Some watching ninjas have already begun to prepare for an escape, having heard tales of the 9 tails rampage. Yet Naruto maintains his composure, summoning countless shadow clones once more. Sage Art. Supermassive Rasengan. Each shadow clone harnesses a colossal Rasengan. Niji. Naruto charges forward once again. Faced with the Rasengan, Niji refrains from using reversal. He has never encountered the supermassive Rasengan before, but during routine training, Rock Lee had exhibited a standard Rasengan. After his reversal was defeated by that technique, Niji devised a countermeasure shortly thereafter. With arms relaxed, Niji unfolds the 8 trigrams field. A mysterious aura envelopes him. Imbued with profound principles, ethereal as a Taiji diagram amidst the morning mist, with yin and yang interwoven and ever-changing. This embodies the ultimate secret of taijutsu that Niji has comprehended. Sage Art. The ultimate secret of taijutsu. Infinity. Niji strikes forth with a palm. In his hand, the Taiji spins, a black and white intertwining, as if the universe itself were unfolding, all creation and destruction contained within his grasp. This move was originally meant for Lee. Boom. Infinity collides with the supermassive Rasengan. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Niji's hands dance, each palm radiating the spinning Taiji, relentlessly eradicating Naruto's supermassive Rasengan. Eventually, only one Naruto remains in the arena. All shadow clones have been vanquished. Naruto cannot fathom that his countless clones and supermassive Rasengan have been defeated. Impossible. A sense of doubt begins to creep in. The seal within him loosens slightly. The voice of the 9 tails whispers temptingly, destiny can be shattered. Come Naruto, tear off the seal, and I will help you conquer him. Naruto's gaze grows hazy as a 4th tail emerges behind him. A colossal and terrifying chakra storm erupts. Everyone feels a wave of pressure. This is bad. Kakashi produces a sealing talisman, specifically designed to contain the 9 tails chakra. He prepares to act, but within the arena, Niji moves faster than Kakashi. Swish. With the opening of the 5th gate, Niji's speed is extraordinary, and in the blink of an eye, he stands before Naruto. For symbol seal, Niji's palm presses against Naruto's abdomen, and a barrier emerges. The 9 tails seal is fortified once more. Deprived of the 9 tails power, Naruto collapses, completely unconscious. In the distance, members of the Hyuga clan are left astonished by this spectacle. What technique is this? That boy is indeed a genius. He has developed a brand new technique never before seen in the Hyuga clan. The secrets of taijutsu, we are no match for him. We must report to the clan head immediately. The 3 vanish. Anoki glances over. The Hyuga clan members have retreated. As the Tsuchikage, he is acutely aware of the situation near the rock village. He deliberately refrained from intervening with those Hyuga members, intending to observe the spectacle. However, it appears the main house has been surpassed by the branch house. Anoki gazes at Niji and Naruto in the arena, his eyes filled with murderous intent, mingled with a hint of envy. The 2 young ninjas from Konoha possess such power that I dare not claim I could withstand even one of their Rasengans. In the essence of Niji's taijutsu, Anoki squints. This battle has lasted less than 5 minutes. The 2 Konoha genin have unleashed techniques in taijutsu at a level akin to that of a Kage. He recognizes the Rasengan. It is the technique of the 4th Hokage. famed during the Third Great Ninja War for its brilliance. What truly astonishes Onoki is Niji's technique, a self-created taijutsu, an exceedingly powerful A-rank technique, augmented by the Byakugan. Even without sage technique, Niji has already embodied the presence and depth of a Kage. Onoki recalls Niji's infinity and 8 trigrams, Dragon Roar. The Dragon Roar resembles the Rasengan, and Onoki is not surprised that Niji could develop such a technique, as it stands on the shoulders of giants. What truly captivates Onoki's attention is the essence of taijutsu, infinity. This technique transcends his understanding, appearing to share similarities with his dust release. A taijutsu version of dust release? Onoki never imagined that anyone could achieve the effects of dust release through taijutsu. This means that in terms of talent, the Rock Village's younger generation pales in comparison to even a mere child from Konoha. Reflecting on this, he casts another glance at the jovial Rock Lee beside Akatsuchi. Onoki cannot help but sigh inwardly. Konoha consistently produces exceptional talent. When will my Rock Village stand tall as the greatest village in the ninja world? In his heart, he muses that among the current generation of rock ninjas, disregarding the yet-to-be-seen Lee, both Naruto and Niji could single-handedly dominate the entire young generation of rock ninjas. The youth of the Rock Village are not merely dwindling. They have never emerged at all. Deidara is the strongest among the young rock ninjas, yet after this battle, Onoki doubts that Deidara could triumph over Niji or Naruto. Unbeknownst to Onoki, Deidara is unconcerned with his thoughts. He only cares about art. Deidara wishes for the battles to conclude swiftly, his mind preoccupied with the new art that Rock Lee has conceived. In the stands, Temari flashes into the arena. She glances upwards at Tenten. Upon hearing Deidara announce the name Konoha, a wave of panic washes over her. Temari prays fervently that it is not Rock Lee from Konoha. When Tenten's name is finally called, Temari breathes a sigh of relief. She silently rejoices, for Tenten is the weakest among the Konoha group. During the last Chunin exam in Konoha, she had outright chosen to forfeit. Just forfeit, my wind release is perfectly suited to counter you. There is no need yet before Temari can finish her thought. Tenten has already appeared in the arena. Though it may seem impolite, I must say. Tenten lifts her head and gazes directly at Temari. Surrender now. Your wind techniques are perfectly countered by my skills. And there is no need for you to inflict harm upon yourself. What? Ri, upon hearing these words, was momentarily taken aback. The once meek opponent who had readily capitulated last time now dares to utter such audacious claims. You heard me correctly. I have no desire to harm you. With that, Tenten hurled a shuriken at Ri, signifying the official commencement of their battle. Chapter 52 with a resounding clap of her hands. Temari evaded the kunai with effortless grace, her head slightly tilted as if it were a mundane occurrence. No matter how many times you throw such an object, it would yield no results. Fine, then I shall throw it 1,000 times. Every day, she unfurled the scroll in her hands. Twin rising dragons. The scroll transformed into 2 shimmering arcs of silver, converging in the air like colossal dragons entwined in a majestic dance. Bang! Countless ninja tools burst forth from the scroll, radiating a chilling glimmer. A flicker of anger crossed Temari and Appo's face. I have already told you, such things are futile no matter how many times they are thrown. Can you not comprehend that? Suddenly, Temari unfurled her 3-star fan. Wind release. Great Scythe Weasel. In an instant, a fierce gale erupted, morphing into terrifying blades of wind that surged toward Tenten. Each blade was remarkably precise, as if imbued with life, weaving an impenetrable net of tempestuous wind in the air. The entire arena transformed into a hunting ground for the howling winds, with Tenten as the prey. The multitude of ninja tools summoned by Tenten were scattered like toys, blown away and strewn across the ground. In the spectator and Appo's area, Shikamaru inquired, Hey, Niji, are you not going to intervene? Tenten is clearly no match for that sand ninja. Niji, having just concluded his own battle, leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. Upon hearing Shikamaru and Appo's question, he did not open his eyes. Tenten is strong. I have faith in her, just as she believes I will prevail. If you are concerned about that sand ninja, you may call for a halt to the match. The truth is, this battle was decided from the very beginning. Shikamaru, observing Niji and Appo's rigid demeanor, was unperturbed. He understood Niji and Appo's disposition, and indeed, Niji and Appo's prowess warranted such an attitude. Shikamaru and Appo's gaze shifted back to the arena, where he began to discern a crucial difference. Amidst the storm generated by Temari and Appo's great side weasel, Tenten stood resolute, not retreating even an inch. Ah, I see. A glimmer of enlightenment flickered in Shikamaru and Appo's eyes. He comprehended Niji and Appo's implication. The match had concluded long before it began. Within the arena, Tenten remained steadfast in the raging winds. The slicing wind tore at her clothing, revealing faint traces of blood upon her exposed skin. A hint of resignation appeared in Tenten and Appo's eyes. There was no choice. Evidently, the limitations of standard ninja tools were insufficient. With a heavy sigh, she acknowledged this truth. Temari, catching the sound of Tenten and Appo's sigh, turned her attention toward her. Just give up. Dawn and Appos, T make it too embarrassing, she shouted. In that moment, her pupils dilated in surprise. Tintin had vanished from her sight. The next instant, Temari felt an icy sensation at her neck. Behind her, Tintin emerged, orange-yellow eyeshadow accentuating her fierce gaze. A kunai poised against Temari and Appos' throat. I see now. Temari caught sight of the kunai she had initially thrown, etched with intricate seals. No, this is Konoha and Appos' time-space ninjutsu. Tintin replied. Give up. You and Appos, not my match. Tintin echoed her earlier words in defiance. Temari and Appos' body relaxed. I concede, she declared with conviction. Without resorting to sage techniques, Tintin had bested her. Once sage mode was activated, victory would be utterly unattainable. Tintin cast a glance at Shikamaru in the spectators' area, who was visibly concerned. Before retracting her kunai, prior to the match, Rock Lee had mentioned that Shikamaru seemingly harbored feelings for Temari, advising her to go easy, lest it become embarrassing for him. In a swift motion, Tintin approached the spectator and Appos' area, standing beside Niji. Niji opened his eyes. You were slower than I anticipated, he murmured. I wanted to see if I could win without relying on Flying Thunder God or sage techniques, but it seems that was not meant to be. The two engaged in quiet conversation, while Shikamaru sighed in relief, having nearly invoked his authority to halt the match. Tintin and Appos' understanding of social dynamics surpassed Niji and Appos'. It appeared that any future dealings with Niji would necessitate a conversation with Tintin first, Shikamaru reflected. Meanwhile, in the arena, other matches were underway. Konoha's other 12 young talents took turns competing, with a generally favorable outcome. Notably, the Sand Ninja's luck seemed rather poor, as Kankuro faced Konoha's undefeated champion, Shino Aburame. The battle lasted a mere 10 minutes, concluding with Kankuro and Appos' defeat. On Konoha and Appos' side, the two losses were sustained by Shikamaru and Appos' teammates. Choji fell to the Cloud Ninja Darui, and Ino was defeated by Omoi. The Cloud Ninja and Appos' strength was not to be underestimated. Onlookers observed with growing concern. The elder Tsuchikage, Inoki, lamented silently. In this Chunin exam, held in the Rock Ninja and Appos' home territory, not a single Rock Ninja had managed to pass thus far. All reduced to mere experience fodder for the other 4 great shinobi villages. How infuriating. Inoki seethed, turning his gaze to the final Rock Ninja, Kuratsuchi, his own granddaughter. Why must the matchups be like this? Inoki struck his lower back in frustration. In the final match of this Chunin exam, Kuratsuchi took the stage. Undoubtedly the most unfortunate of all, for her opponent was none other than the strongest of Konoha and Appos' new generation, Rock Lee. In the arena, Rock Lee stood confidently, gazing up at Kuratsuchi. Darling, come down and take your beating. His words nearly shattered the composure of the crowd. Wait, is Konoha planning to ally with the Rock Ninja? Why is this monumental news absent from our ears? One spectator murmured. Did you not see them holding hands during their last challenge? Another chimed in. In the spectator and Appos' area, Kuratsuchi felt her temples throbbing, anger building within her. All right. Before Deidara could announce the match, Kuratsuchi sprang into action. Water release, water trumpet technique. She maintained her use of super lightweight rock technique, floating cautiously in the air while keeping her distance from Rock Lee. She dared not engage him in a physical confrontation, haunted by the memory of his terrifying punch from that fateful night. Lava release, quicklime congealing technique. Kuratsuchi spat out quicklime, combining it with water to create cement. Intending to ensnare Rock Lee, Lee remained stationary, allowing Kuratsuchi to cast her ninjutsu, thereby entrapping herself. Water release combined with lava release, is it? Lee mused. Glancing at the display panel. Water release, 10,000 perfected. He clapped his hands together. Water release, water surge wave. Upon mastering the water release to perfection, Lee achieved a state where whatever he called forth materialized instantly. In a heartbeat, a torrent of water erupted from thin air, swirling like a tornado, before bursting forth into an expansive river, drenching even the spectators in the stands. To perform such a degree of water release in the arid land of Earth is truly remarkable. Kakashi exclaimed in awe. This is no mere water release. He formed hand seals, summoning Earth release, Earth barrier to shield himself from Lee and Appos' water surge wave. This is the second Hokage and Appos' sea release, Kakashi observed, his gaze fixed on Lee in the arena, remaining unfazed by the spectacle. After all, being a Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, it is understandable that he possesses some mastery over water techniques. However, what transpired next shattered the perceptions of everyone present. Lee Rock scooped up a handful of lime from the ground and flung it into the air. Black Earth, perplexed by the significance of Lee Rock and Appos' actions, maintained a cautious distance from him. As long as she kept her distance, even such an exaggerated water technique could not pose a threat to her. Just as Black Earth finished her thought, a cold voice echoed in her ears. Lee Rock clapped his hands together. Earth release. Rockfall. Chapter 53. The ultimate body technique of Rock Lee. Rock Lee gazed at the panel. Earth release. 10,000 perfected. Upon achieving perfection in Earth Release, one could attain the realm of summoning whatever one wished with a mere clap of the hands. Rock Lee clapped his hands together. Earth Release. Rock Fall. Within the arena, no rocks descended from the sky, leaving the spectators bewildered. Kuro, on the other hand, employed the Earth Prison technique to defend against Rock Lee and Appos, as anticipated rock fall. However, after a moment, she discerned that Rock Lee's Earth Release did not possess the terrifying potency of Water Release. It appeared that his mastery over Earth Release was not as refined as his command over Water Release. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, fixating intently on the scene. A surge of excitement coursed through him. The level of proficiency displayed by Rock Lee in executing techniques with a clap was undeniably alluring. However, it seemed that this method of casting jutsu was somewhat unstable. Kakashi and Appos' fervor gradually waned. Fortunately, it appeared to be a failed technique. Through the Earth Prison, Kuro observed Rock Lee below and breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, she had yet to conceive an effective strategy to overcome Rock Lee. Admitting defeat felt too humiliating. After all, this was the home turf of the Rock Village, and she was the last of the Rock Ninjas. She had to put up a fight. Suddenly, a panicked roar erupted from Inoki. Kuro, surrender. Inoki, visibly shaken, gazed upwards. Is that Earth Release? His astonishment was palpable. The scale of the Earth Release was indeed extraordinary. Having served as the Tsuchikage for a lifetime, he had never witnessed such an exaggerated display of Earth Release. Gradually, Kakashi began to sense something unusual. His Sharingan turned towards the sky. Lee, have you lost your mind? In an instant, everyone looked upward. Boom. The arena and Appos' roof shattered violently. A boulder the size of a meteor plummeted, tearing through the heavens, with each second of its descent striking terror into the hearts of onlookers, crushing their hopes one by one. Among the crowd, despair and shock surged like a tidal wave, their gazes reflecting an unprecedented emptiness and helplessness, as though the apocalypse had descended, leaving no one to escape. Surely, this is not a technique within the realm of humanity. That Leaf Village ninja intends to annihilate us all. How dare they? Is Konoha seeking to ignite a war among the ninja world? Faced with such apocalyptic imagery, Inoki could no longer remain passive. Everyone, flee the arena at once. Upon hearing Inoki and Appos' voice, the crowd snapped back to reality, frantically seeking escape. Now, I shall attempt to thwart this jutsu. Just as Inoki was about to move, Kuro appeared in the sky. Do not underestimate me. Kuro formed hand seals. Rock fist technique. Super light heavy rock technique. Her fists relentlessly struck the colossal boulder above. Simultaneously, she employed the super light heavy rock technique on the rock. Boom. The massive boulder shattered, with half crashing towards the audience and the other half plummeting into the arena. Kuro managed to destroy the portion heading towards the arena, while Inoki raised his hands to catch the half that was headed towards the spectators. His aging body did not permit him to shatter the boulder as Kuro had. He couldn't and Appos' help but reflect on the advantages of youth. With both hands supporting the boulder, he ascended towards the open ground outside the arena. Within the arena, countless scattered rocks fell, sending dust and debris into the air, throwing the entire arena into chaos. Kuro fixed her gaze on Rock Lee. Is this all you can muster? Panting, her words were a mere facade of bravado. At that moment, she could barely maintain the super light heavy rock technique and could only collapse to the ground. Rock Lee, unfazed, slightly trembled his legs and freed himself from the concrete. Having withstood that Earth Release, I acknowledge your strength. I concede that you are a worthy opponent. He casually stretched his limbs. Now, as a gesture of respect, I shall unveil my ultimate body technique, a true art that belongs solely to you. Rock Lee surveyed the chaotic arena. Amidst the turmoil, ordinary ninjas fled, but several figures remained, intently focused on Rock Lee. These were the elite and masters from various ninja villages: Kakashi, Niji, Tintin, Maki, Durui, Kankuro, Chuji, and others, all fixated on Rock Lee. They had initially intended to leave, but upon hearing Rock Lee and Appos' declaration of his ultimate body technique, they halted in their tracks. Memories of the first battle surfaced, where Niji had unleashed his ultimate body technique capable of erasing all, leaving many inspired. What kind of body technique could the strongest of Konoha and Appos' younger generation, adept in martial arts, possibly unveil? His ninjutsu was already formidable. They were eager to witness his body techniques, hoping to glean insights, especially for Deidara, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. After waiting so long, this is for Lee's art. Come, show me your newly invented ultimate art. In the duel arena, Rock Lee and Appos' eyes darkened at the corners. 8th gate, open. With Sage Mode combined with the 8 gates and the chakra of the tailed beasts, merely standing there, Rock Lee radiated a terrifying aura. You still have time to concede. Afterward, you may marry me, become a dutiful spouse, and live peacefully at home. Otherwise, Rock Lee spoke softly. Kuro had been preparing to concede. The overwhelming chakra nearly unbalanced her, extinguishing any thought of resistance. Yet upon hearing Rock Lee and Appos' flippant remarks, a surge of anger welled within her. That lifestyle was not what she desired. Rather than that, I would sooner perish here, Kuro proclaimed, standing tall. As the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, I shall never concede, not even in death. Bring it on. Kuro formed hand seals. Earth release. Hardening technique. Earth release. Earth spear. Her entire being encased in a hard shell, she expelled a mouthful of clay. Earth release. Great clay technique. A colossal clay giant suddenly materialized. Kuro gazed at Rock Lee, determined to test the extent of the gap between them and the renowned ninja from Konoha. Come on, Lee. Rock Lee nodded. He appreciated Kuro and Appo's character and background. Such a disposition would prove to be a true asset rather than a mere ornament or a resentful figure in his life. Is that so? Rock Lee reached into his pocket, retrieving an explosive tag and rolling it up. Then, he produced 2 flash bombs. Bang, bang. Some individuals, caught off guard, were instantly blinded by the flash bombs, their surroundings turning a vivid yellow. Yellow flash? Is that flying thunder god combined with Rasengan? Kakashi was the first to react. He recognized that yellow flash all too well. It was the signature technique of his mentor, Minato Namikaze. In the duel arena, Rock Lee and Appo's voice resonated. Now be prepared. No one can withstand this strike. Swish. Rock Lee and Appo's figure vanished from everyone in Appo's sight. He formed the Tiger Seal. Konoha and Appo's secret body technique. Ultimate secret technique. 1000-year kill. Lee Rock's finger pressed against an unspeakable part of the clay giant. Next comes the advanced version. The explosive tag on Lee Rock's finger suddenly ignited. I shall refer to this as the mutual amplification golden finger. Chapter 54. You have polluted the rock ninja boom. The sound of explosions reverberated through the arena. On the spectators' stands, Kakashi hastily withdrew. He felt too embarrassed to continue watching, fearing that this technique might be associated with the Hatake clan. Shikamaru. I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Kakashi vanished, cursing Rock Lee in his heart for daring to steal and recklessly employ techniques. What would become of Lee after this Nin exam? Kakashi could not tell, but he, Hatake Kakashi, had certainly made it onto the Rock Ninja's blacklist. This move had once caused a stir during the Second Shinobi World War, and many from the Rock Village who had survived to this day were present. To think there was even an advanced version. Kakashi's ire notwithstanding, he still regarded Lee as a prodigy. The advanced version of the technique could indeed be deemed a supreme art. With the enhancement of the yellow flash bomb, all could only perceive the moment when Lee extended his finger, which indeed appeared to be a golden touch. Coupled with the explosive power of the detonating tags, Kakashi felt a stirring within himself, though it was somewhat taxing on the fingers. Bang! Kakashi and Appo's figure vanished before Shikamaru and Appo's eyes. Shikamaru scratched his head, while Niji, Tenten, Maki, Durui, Kankuro, CHG, and AO, the representatives of the 5 great ninja villages, all trembled. They felt a chilling sensation creeping up their spines. Who was that person in the arena? Niji asked earnestly, glaring with his Byakugan. Tenten replied with equal seriousness, I don't know. He is definitely not from our Konoha. Niji, let us go. The two departed the arena, pretending not to recognize Lee. The remaining representatives from the other 4 great villages could only chuckle helplessly before leaving the arena themselves. Even Deidara could not help but retreat. In the entire arena, only Inoki, who had just dealt with a massive boulder, remained in the stands. His expression was grim. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the fishnet armor on Kuratsuchi's legs lay in tatters, revealing large swathes of pale skin and hinting at her long, fair legs. Meanwhile, Lee's finger was positioned between Kuratsuchi's legs at an unspeakable location. The scene felt as though time itself had frozen. Kuratsuchi's face flushed with embarrassment. You. Her mind went blank, her body stiffening. After a long pause, she exclaimed, I can't get married now. You'll have to take responsibility. With that, Kuratsuchi covered her face and fled the arena. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility, Lee shouted, still lost in the memory of the exquisite sight of her legs. At that moment, a voice rang out from the stands. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Inoki, channeling chakra in his hands, thrust them forward. A transparent cubic barrier emerged, seemingly brimming with destructive power. You, the wicked little taijutsu brat of Konoha, have polluted the rock ninja. I shall sever this source of contamination, Inoki declared coldly as the barrier surged towards Lee. Swish. The cubic barrier enveloped Lee. You may be strong, Konoha brat, but you are foolish. You should not have given me a legitimate reason to eliminate you. Inoki sneered. Suspecting that Lee was being cultivated in secret as a shadow and Appo's assistant within Konoha, he believed that among the current generation in Konoha, Lee was undoubtedly the most exceptional. In fact, across the entire shinobi world, there might be no one among the youth who could surpass Lee. Such a formidable power gap reminded him of a certain figure from Konoha's early years. If allowed to grow unimpeded, Lee might one day rival even Uchiha Madara without the Sharingan. Inoki clasped his hands together, and Lee's figure vanished within the cubic barrier. Fortunately, you insulted the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. This is a diplomatic affront, providing me ample justification to eliminate you. Even Konoha cannot protest. Inoki turned and left the arena, sighing inwardly. He felt a twinge of regret at the thought of extinguishing such remarkable talent. Alas, you are not a rock ninja, not necessarily, if I marry your granddaughter. Wouldn't he that make me half a rock ninja? Lee's figure suddenly appeared behind Inoki, his palm gently resting on the elder's shoulder. What? Inoki jolted, startled. Flying Thunder God technique? When was this inscription? He suddenly recalled the solar catcher that Kuratsuchi had gifted him after the first round of examinations. All the solar catchers had passed through Lee's hands during that trial. You little brat. You began plotting from that moment. Inoki stared in shock at Lee. Indeed. So, do I have the qualifications to marry Kuratsuchi? Lee replied earnestly, having activated Sage Mode and opened all 8 gates, feeling somewhat weakened. You little brat. Have you exhausted all your methods? Inoki remarked, not turning to face Lee, his tone indifferent. Not necessarily. Upon hearing Inoki and Appo's words, Lee and Appo's left hand moved towards the long knife at his waist. Inoki suddenly felt an icy chill creeping up his back, as if a raging sea was concealed behind him, ready to topple the world with the slightest movement. This left Inoki alarmed, rendering him hesitant to act recklessly. Is it a blade technique? Inoki finally turned to face Lee. He caught a glimpse of Lee standing quietly, his eyes deep as the night. The oppressive aura emanating from Lee made Inoki's heart tremble, as if he faced not Lee, but an unparalleled divine sword capable of upheaving the very heavens. The intensity of Lee's presence caused Inoki to change color. You little brat, I acknowledge your strength. Inoki pivoted, no longer intending to attack, and slowly walked towards the exit of the arena. I consent to this union, but with one condition. Inoki paused at the entrance of the arena. You must become a rock ninja. As long as you agree to the identity, I will negotiate with Tsunade. Lee fell silent. This was impossible. Becoming a rock ninja sounded appealing, but in truth, it meant being a consort, a mere suitor. Once he agreed, Inoki would undoubtedly assign someone to monitor him closely, forbidding any further ties with Konoha, and Konoha would never accept their strongest youth defecting to another ninja village. Even if Tsunade sought peace and refrained from provoking the Rock, she would undoubtedly dispatch assassins to eliminate Lee in secret. Konoha and the Rock could only choose one. This was the dilemma Inoki presented to Lee. Kakashi, outside the arena, also heard these words. He refrained from intervening. This dilemma required Lee to make a choice. Once he chose one side, the other would have to devise a countermeasure. Soon, Lee envisioned a perfect solution to this conundrum. Choose one of two? He wished for neither. As for the issue of identity, Lee chuckled softly. Chapter 55, The Past of the Feudal Lord in the Hidden Village. A few days later, news arrived of a visit from the feudal lord of the Land of Rice. The feudal lord of the Land of Earth personally engaged in friendly discourse with his counterpart from the Land of Rice. In the Rock Village, Inoki gazed at the orders issued by the feudal lord, rendered momentarily speechless. He picked up the intelligence regarding the feudal lord of the Land of Rice and scrutinized it meticulously. After a while, he raised his gaze towards Rock Lee in the office. With a resounding clap, Inoki forcefully slammed the intelligence report onto the desk. You are the biological brother of the feudal lord of the Land of Rice. Inoki straightened his posture, staring incredulously at the photograph portraying the feudal lord, Tatsu, whose head was heavily bandaged, then glanced back at Lee. Are you truly brothers? Speak the truth to me. Inoki was beside himself with frustration, presenting Lee with a dilemma of choices. However, Lee chose neither, instead invoking the identity of the Tatsu family from the Land of Rice to intimidate the Tsuchikage. This identity was formidable enough that even the combined might of the 5 Kages would be diminished in comparison. The feudal lord held dominion over the Kage. Lee had previously found this situation peculiar, but upon Tatsu and Appo's ascension to the role of feudal lord, he had acquired a wealth of intelligence regarding him. The existence of the feudal lord was steeped in antiquity, having persisted since ancient times. This lineage, passed down through generations, had deeply entrenched itself in the hearts of the people, who inherently acknowledged the feudal lord's status. At the inception of the ninja villages, there existed an individual capable of altering this dynamic, the first Hokage of Konohagakure, Hashirama Senju, devoted to peace and unskilled in the art of political maneuvering. He contrasted sharply with his brother Tobarama, who excelled in such tactics. Regrettably, neither of the brothers possessed an understanding of economics. During this period, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire recognized the terrifying military prowess of the Senju brothers and extended an invitation, offering to assist in managing the economy of the ninja village in exchange for military support for the expansion of the Land of Fire. This arrangement was mutually beneficial. Initially, the relationship between the ninja village and the feudal lord was one of cooperation, even when the feudal lord subsequently gained complete control over economic affairs. The partnership with the ninja village continued without the oppressive dynamics seen in later times. However, this equilibrium shifted as the feudal lord began to regard Hashirama with trepidation. Hashirama, though not adept in political stratagems, was perceptive enough to recognize the emerging threat posed by the expanding power of the feudal lord. Yet, he found himself powerless. If the shinobi remained preoccupied with reclaiming the feudal lord and Appo's authority and managing the economy, they would inevitably become ensnared in a vortex of power struggles, stalling their capabilities. and leading to Kanahagakure's potential obliteration in the next Great War. After much effort, Hashirama finally saw the ninja village on a stable path, only for Uchiha Madara to instigate chaos once more. Following the Valley of the End battle, Hashirama lacked the bandwidth to address the feudal lord and Appo's issues, leaving him to witness the feudal lord and Appo's continued ascension. By the time of the second Hokage, Tobirama was preoccupied with numerous matters and dismissed the feudal lord as inconsequential. In his perspective, only the malevolent Uchiha posed a genuine threat. All else was trivial. During this period, the feudal lord consolidated and integrated the economic power at his disposal, forming a complete economic system. By the time of the third Hokage, his strength was not as formidable as that of his predecessors. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership, the feudal lord had already risen to a position of dominance over the ninja village. The third Hokage lacked the capability to effect change, ultimately relegating the ninja village to a mere military resource under the feudal lord's authority. It wasn't until the Fourth Shinobi World War that another individual emerged, one capable of reshaping this paradigm. Regrettably, the seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, was also a proponent of peace, disinterested in political machinations, and lacking economic acumen. Indeed, I can have my brother Tatsu come. This is indisputable, Lee stated, his expression unyielding. The land of rice belonged to him. He simply lacked the time to assume the role of feudal lord. Upon uttering these words, Inoki slumped helplessly into his chair. I am truly getting old, he sighed, waving his hand dismissively. You may leave now, but do not return to Awagakure. Otherwise, I shall unleash all my forces to pursue you relentlessly, day and night. Nearby, Kuratsuchi was taken aback, astonished by Lee's influence and connections. The fact that he could maintain such relations with the feudal lord of the land of rice compelled even her normally unyielding grandfather to concede. Lee exited the office, opting not to return to Kanahagakure alongside Kakashi and Shikamaru. Within the tower, you want me to become the Minister of Finance? Deidara questioned incredulously. The role required managing the economy. While he excelled in manipulating explosives, economic management was an entirely different matter. Wouldn't the situation collapse within days? Precisely, Lee affirmed. I need someone like you who can dismantle the economy of the land of earth. Tatsu, the feudal lord of the land of rice, had already sent word that he had bribed the feudal lord of the land of earth and secured a position as a financial minister's aide. Boring, Deidara retorted, expressing reluctance. Lee anticipated this response, his expression turning enigmatic as he addressed Deidara. If you can collapse the economy of the land of earth without leaving a trace, I shall teach you the art of explosive claim manipulation. This proposition ignited Deidara's interest. The ultimate technique that obliterated an entire forest had indeed left a lasting impression on him. All right, Deidara agreed, and only then did Lee depart from Awagakure. This marked the initiation of his preparations to take action against the great nations. The economic condition of the land of earth was neither dire nor thriving. It could be classified as average among the 5 great nations. Had it not been for geographical constraints, its economic standing might have been even better. This also subtly indicated that the feudal lord's administration was not inept. There were indeed individuals proficiently managing the economy. Take a shot in the dark, was Lee's mindset. He did not believe that a lunatic like Deidara could truly dismantle the economy of the land of earth. It was likely that Deidara would struggle to even approach the central power of the feudal lord. However, with Kakuzu preoccupied with capturing tailed beasts and with few capable individuals at his side, Lee had no choice but to let Deidara take the lead for the time being. Days later, as Lee prepared to leave the land of earth, he received a message from Jiraiya. Thank you for providing me with the intelligence on pain. I have confirmed its accuracy. However, my mission now is to persuade Nagato to return. This is my duty. The final words on the back of the letter read, You and Naruto will ultimately be the ones to transform the ninja world. I have always believed this. With a sigh, Lee acknowledged that even after forewarning Jiraiya about pain, he chose to confront his former disciple directly. Checking the map, he noted that the land of rain lay nestled between the land of earth and the land of fire. Since it and Appo's on the way, I might as well pay a visit, he mused, folding the map. Encountering Jiraiya was a bittersweet prospect. If he had the chance to save him, he would. Despite not yet being a match for pain, Lee was confident he could escape if necessary. I hope it's not too late, he thought as he set off towards the land of rain. Half a day later, Lee crossed the borders of the land of earth. Just 2 kilometers ahead lay the land of rain. Pain? The land of rain was presently enveloped in a continuous drizzle. Lee Locke was acutely aware that it was Pain's rain tiger technique. The moment he set foot in the land of rain, he would be immediately detected by Pain. He decided to leave a mark here, just in case. Lee Locke withdrew a kunai and plunged it forcefully into the trunk of a nearby tree. Satisfied that everything was in order, he then proceeded into the land of rain. Chapter 56. The Rescue of Jiraiya in the Land of Rain. This is a forsaken land, perpetually shrouded in a curtain of rain, where even the downpour cannot cleanse the scars and gloom that linger. Lee Rock stepped into the border of the land of rain. In the distance, beneath the veil of rain, a village flickered into view. Could it be Amigakure? Rock donned a conical hat and strolled slowly through the village. He acutely sensed something was amiss in Amigakure. It diverged from his recollections of a village ravaged by internal strife, where Hanzo the Salamander's inept governance left the villagers in dire poverty. Yet, the current Amigakure bore no semblance of ruin. Instead, it exuded a subtle vitality. Something was not right. Lee Rock observed the shops and passers-by lining the streets. The villagers wore blank expressions, hastily walking with their heads down, rarely lingering before the shops, their eyes flickering with fear and submission. Under the rain, Rock perceived a pervasive atmosphere of oppression and melancholy. The fine drizzle seemed to carry an immense burden, silently proclaiming the peril of Amigakure's high-pressure regime. The villagers' inner voices were swallowed by the rain, leaving only the sound of footsteps and the occasional low commands from afar, forming a unique melody for this village. Walking beneath the rain, Lee Rock blended in with the locals, clad in a hat and cloak, hurrying through the downpour. After a cursory investigation, he discerned the source of this oppression. Here, only one voice was permitted, the glorification of pain. The will of a god? Lee Rock gazed up at the somber, gray sky. The rain tiger's free technique, capable of manipulating the weather, what extraordinary power. He could not help but exclaim. He knew he had been detected, yet he did not retreat. He had come this far, and moreover, Pain had no time to regard a 17-year-old whose name was scarcely known. It was Jiraiya who deserved his attention as a formidable adversary. He lifted his gaze. Ahead stood a tavern named Paradise of Affection. He entered. Good day. What would you like to drink? The server inquired. Though the menu displayed images of women rather than beverages, Rock scanned the room and pointed to a voluptuous woman. That's her. Very well, please wait a moment. Soon, she approached. Her ample bosom indeed rivaled Tsunade's. You're quite young to be here, she remarked, astonished. This was her first encounter with such a youthful patron. What? Am I not allowed? Rock raised an eyebrow. Of course, but I'm worried you might not be able to handle it, she chuckled nervously. It was not the boy she feared would lose control, but rather that he might lack the means to pay. How much do you make in a day? Rock suddenly inquired. The woman lifted a glass of wine. Depending on the drinks and tips, I can earn up to 100,000 Rio on good days, and at least 3,000 on slower ones. She raised her glass to him. Rock did not drink. He retrieved 10 bundles of 10,000 Rio each from his wallet. Today, I'll take you. He placed the money on her thigh. She stared at the million Rio on her lap, her heart racing. Ah, a big spender. What would you like to do? She asked eagerly, wrapping her arms around Rock's. I enjoy playing the part of a minotaur. Under the rain. Rock and the woman donned raincoats and headed to a nearby residence. Once inside, she removed her coat. Welcome, this is my home. That deadbeat hasn't returned from his mission yet. Her clothing gradually diminished. Rock felt a surge of discomfort, yet his expression remained unchanged. Wait, he halted her. What is the matter? She queried, bewildered. This boy was unexpectedly calm, contrary to her expectations. Rock sat on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Upon hearing this, her expression darkened. Aren't you risking discovery by my husband? This makes things quite difficult for me. Her tone grew increasingly irate. A slap. Rock struck her with a bundle of cash across her face. She hurriedly collected the scattered money, glancing at it. Another 100,000 Rio. Oh dear. What would you like to do? I'll comply with your wishes, even in front of my husband. Now, put on some clothes and send a message to your husband, stating there is an urgent matter at home. Rock looked out the window. The rain had ceased, indicating that Jiraiya had begun his confrontation with Pain. All right, just a moment. She swiftly sent the message. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man entered the residence, curiosity etched on his face. Before Rock could speak, the woman collapsed into his arms. This is my new master, she whispered, breathy against Rock's ear. A swift motion. Rock struck her again. Get off. He instantly moved behind the middle-aged man. Lead me to the location where Lord Angel is currently battling. Otherwise, you shall die. Rock pressed a blade against the man's throat. I will not take you there. Crack. Rock stomped down, shattering the man's toe. You have 9 chances to answer. After that, you will no longer need to walk. The middle-aged man was no hardened warrior, and upon witnessing Rock's ruthlessness, he abandoned all hope of resistance. He led Rock away from the residence. Just before Rock closed the door, he turned to see the woman as terrified face. In Amigakure, at a pond, Jiraiya discovered Pain's true identity. So it is like this. Boom. Below the water, the Azura path suddenly seized Jiraiya by the throat. Unfortunately, you realized too late. In the air, Pain's 6 paths launched their assault, their black rods aimed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya lost an arm, and his sage mode had expired, leaving him unable to continue. Is this the end? Memories of the past flooded his mind. Naruto, I entrust the future of the ninja world to you. Boom. Jiraiya's body crashed heavily to the ground, his gaze becoming vacant. Jiraiya-sensei, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. The Deva Path of Pain looked down at the severely wounded Jiraiya, plunging the black rod downward. Crack. What? Who is it? The Deva Path stared at the broken rod in his hand. A figure clad in black stood before him. Konoha's Lee Rock. Both Jiraiya and Fukasaku's pupils widened in shock. Upon seeing Lee Rock, Jiraiya had intended to relay information to him, but his throat was incapacitated, leaving him voiceless. Fukasaku glanced at Lee Rock, his heart racing. Shall Lee? These pains are. I am aware. I possess a wealth of information. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Shinsaka fell silent. Li locked gazed at the gravely injured Jiraiya lying on the ground. He let out a sigh. Even though we have not shared much in common, I still hold deep admiration for your deeds. Chapter 57. The first encounter with pain. Li looked upon the unconscious Jiraiya, a true hero. As the guide of the prophesied child, he relinquished the power and status of Hokage to embark on a journey in search of the prophesied one, secretly contributing immensely to Konoha and Tsunade. In Li's heart, he did not agree with Jiraiya's choice to sacrifice himself for Naruto's growth. Yet this did not diminish his admiration for Jiraiya. Turning his gaze to Fukasaku, Li implored, Master Fukasaku, I entrust Jiraiya to you. Fukasaku nodded and dispelled the summoning technique. Soon, the unconscious Jiraiya vanished from the sight of Li and Pain, who did not intervene, his expression indifferent. Li, is it? Pain's Rinnegan, adorned with swirling patterns, fixed its gaze upon him, sending a tremor through Li's being. Indeed, the Rinnegan was the second strongest ability in the ninja world. The pressure emanating from Pain's gaze was overwhelming, a sensation Li had not encountered since mastering Sage Mode. I recall you, Kakuzu mentioned you, the leader of the bank organization. To my surprise, you are also the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Pain had no intention of engaging in battle, for he still required Li's bank for the Akatsuki's purposes. However, upon witnessing the tailed beast within Li, he recognized the potential threat. Rest assured, I am here solely to rescue Jiraiya and do not wish to confront you. Li, noting that Pain was willing to engage in conversation, sought to test his verbal prowess. In truth, I find your ideals of peace quite agreeable. But before he could finish his thought, a black rod and a missile surged toward him. You may understand Pain, but Pain extended his right hand. My suffering eclipses yours. Universal pull. Li's form was instantly drawn toward Pain, while the other Pains prepared to strike. This is utterly insane, he thought. Instead of resisting the universal pull, he allowed himself to be drawn closer. As he approached Pain, with mere feet separating them, Li angled his narrow blade, activating Sage Mode. He relaxed his body, relinquishing his fear of death. With a swift motion, he swung the blade, unleashing a brilliant flash of light. A surge of murderous intent erupted from the blade, slicing through existence itself. Pain's eyes widened in shock. Is something stirring within you? It feels like food. After 4 days, I have finally found sustenance. How delightful. A rain-soaked night resurfaced memories of loss, the night he became an orphan. Pain's pupils quivered as he revisited the anguish of losing his parents. Nagato, who had wandered alone, starving, encountered Konan and Yahiko just before succumbing to hunger. No. Pain's visage contorted with despair. On another dreary rainy day, Yahiko had willingly sacrificed himself beneath his friend's kunai to save Konan, collapsing in Nagato's arms. The beautiful future Yahiko envisioned could never be realized. Overwhelmed by grief, Nagato shed tears. Pain felt the weight of this sorrow as well. In a flash, Li's blade cleaved through Pain's form before he could unleash his divine technique, severing him in two. This was the essence of Li's nascent blade intent, cutting through the past. A furious wail erupted from Pain's lips. Witnessing Li's strike upon Yahiko's remains, Nagato clapped his hands together, invoking earth, explosion, stars, unforgivable. Pain's resolve hardened. His intent to kill ignited. He cared little for Jiraiya and Appo's fate, knowing he would eventually submit to the divine. Thus, he did not stop Fukasaku from performing the reverse summoning technique. But Li's actions had transgressed. Desecrating Yahiko's corpse was a sin beyond forgiveness. A divine retribution awaited. A dense, black sphere of chakra materialized in the air, drawing immense gravitational force from the ground. The remaining 5 Pains unleashed their ultimate technique, vowing to annihilate Li in one fell swoop. I intended to engage in a meaningful conversation, but alas, Li soared upward, sighing. Recognizing he was no match for Pain. Perhaps we shall meet again, Nagato. In an instant, Li vanished. Where is he? Nagato roared in frenzied anger, directing his gaze at Konan. Find him. Help me track him down. Having lost all reason, Nagato was calmed by Konan and Appo's gentle reassurance. She had sensed the entirety of the Rain Village, discovering no trace of Li. He must have utilized some form of space-time ninjutsu to escape. As Konan soothed Nagato, he gradually regained composure and dispelled the earth explosion stars, gasping for breath. We must convene. We need to accelerate the capture of the tailed beasts. Additionally, Konan, prepare a location for me. I shall personally visit Konoha. Nagato cast a glance at Yahiko and Appo's severed body. Summon Kakuzu back. I need him to stitch Yahiko and Appo's body. Understood, Konan replied. Her fingers weaving a jutsu that transformed a sheet of paper into a bird, which took flight toward the horizon. Outside the Rain Village, Li gasped for air. A kunai at his feet inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, a contingency plan he had set before his hasty departure. This technique had drained all the sage chakra from his body. Not daring to linger, he activated the 8 gates. Second gate, open. He raced toward the border of the Land of Rain. 2 days later, having finally exited the territory of the Rain Country, Li exhaled in relief. He stepped onto the soil of the Land of Fire, gradually making his way toward Konoha. He surmised that Jiraiya should have been returned to Konoha by the sage of Mount Myaboku. With the 3 tails now within him, Li knew he would inevitably find himself in opposition to the Akatsuki. Based on Kakuzu and Appo's intelligence, the organization had successfully sealed the 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails. Their next target would likely be the Cloud Village, whose overall strength paled in comparison to Konoha. The Akatsuki would first eliminate the weaker threats before turning their sights on Konoha. Time was not on Lee and Appo's side. Blade Intent is merely basic. This technique can only catch one by surprise. Should I use it again in a direct confrontation, Pain would surely anticipate it, and his divine technique could counter it. Lee realized he had but one path, to diligently cultivate his Blade Intent. Only by refining it to an intermediate or even perfected level before Pain and Appo's invasion of Konoha could he hope to slay the 6 paths of Pain. Days later, Lee returned to Konoha, entering the dilapidated wooden house. He lay upon the bed, for once allowing his mind to rest. He had spent an entire day in repose. Niji and Tintin, after the conclusion of the Chunin exams, had not returned to Konoha but had journeyed to the land of rice. Meanwhile, Konoha continued too. Lee Rock had only 2 acquaintances, Guy and Kakashi. It seemed there was another acquaintance as well. The following day, Lee Rock visited the Konoha hospital to pay a visit to Jiraiya. Chapter 58. Interstitial cells at Konoha Hospital. Jiraiya remained in a state of unconsciousness. According to Tsunade and Appo's diagnosis, he was out of danger. Awakening was merely a matter of time. Naruto sat beside the hospital bed, engulfed in confusion and despondency. His defeat in the Chunin exams at the hands of Niji had instigated his first wavering of resolve regarding his ninja path. Just as he grappled with his uncertain future, he received the distressing news of Jiraiya and Appo's severe injuries. He gazed at Jiraiya, a figure he held in profound respect, who had taught him ninjutsu and accompanied him through training, nurturing a familial bond that had quietly blossomed within his heart. To Naruto, Jiraiya was more than a mentor, he was akin to a father. Jiraiya provided a form of companionship that felt deeply familial, embodying both paternal and mentor-like qualities. Naruto raised his eyes to Jiraiya and Appo's empty left sleeve. A profound sorrow reflected in his gaze. The last time he had lost a highly esteemed elder, the 3rd Hokage, in battle had unveiled the harsh realities of the ninja world. This time felt even more significant. Memories from the past 3 years of training flooded Naruto and Appo's mind, revealing the burdens that his seemingly frivolous and lecherous mentor bore. He fought back tears, nearly losing this father figure. The door creaked open. Rock Lee entered, carrying flowers and fruit. How is he? I heard he is out of danger, Lee said softly. Upon seeing Lee, Naruto rose and bowed slightly. Thank you for saving Teacher Jiraiya. It's nothing. A hero like him should witness your moment of becoming Hokage, Lee replied casually. Upon hearing the title of Hokage, Naruto and Appo's pupils dilated, followed by an overwhelming sense of confusion. Observing this, Lee suggested, shall we step outside for a moment? He placed the flowers and fruit beside the bed and turned to leave. Naruto hesitated but inexplicably followed Lee outside. On the hospital rooftop, the setting sun poured like molten gold across the horizon, painting the sky in gentle shades of orange and red. The leaves shimmered in the sunlight, their edges gilded, appearing even more vibrant. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying refreshing coolness and the earthy scent of soil. Lee gazed at this scene, his heart filled with a quiet appreciation for the beauty of time. Is destiny truly unbreakable? Naruto and Appo's voice broke the silence behind Lee, laced with uncertainty about the past and confusion regarding the future. It can be, Lee replied affirmatively. Can it? Yes, it can, he reiterated, provided one possesses sufficient strength. Naruto stepped beside Lee, following his gaze to the dreamlike vista ahead. They stood in silence, savoring the unique tranquility and pleasure of dusk. At that moment, everything on the rooftop seemed harmonious and beautiful, as if time had slowed, allowing them to forget their daily worries and chaos. Gradually, Naruto and Appo's inner turmoil and anxiety began to subside. If only it could always be like this, he murmured. Lee shook his head. Peace is fleeting, war is eternal. I will ensure peace in the ninja world. Naruto and Appo's wavering resolve reignited with determination. How will you do that? I will make it happen. What is the specific plan? I will accomplish it. Though Naruto was uncertain of how he would achieve this, he firmly believed in his capability. This was Naruto and Appo's essence. Lee opened his mouth but remained silent, his thoughts unvoiced, ultimately exhaling a sigh. Such a pure heart is indeed rare. Sometimes, this stubbornness is also admirable. I have faith in you. When you become Hokage, do remember to treat me to ramen. With that, Lee and Appo's figure faded from the rooftop. A smile crept onto Naruto and Appo's lips. All right, Ichiraku ramen, I'll treat you. Confidence radiated from his face as he descended from the rooftop. Back in his humble abode, Lee had a simple dinner. He did not contest Naruto's aspirations. It was futile to argue with someone so single-minded. Only reality serves as the best teacher. Hokage, that goal is still too small. Lee adjusted his rapport with Naruto, who was almost destined to become Hokage, while Lee and Appo's own ambitions could never compete with those of the elite offspring. His aspirations transcended mere Hokage. The ninja world is vast, The world itself is expansive. By leveraging his resources and connections, Lee aimed to consolidate all power under one banner. This was his ultimate goal. Currently, the land of rice and the land of iron had entirely succumbed to Lee and Apos' influence. The land of earth was under siege. The sand ninja had become a mere shadow of its former self, and the harsh environment there deterred Lee from immediate action. His priority was to conquer the land of earth completely, using its stature to absorb surrounding smaller nations before turning his sights to the wind and lightning countries. As for Konoha and the land of fire, that formidable stronghold would be the final target. Days passed. Lee returned to the hospital to visit Jiraiya, who had awakened. He was eyeing the nurse with a glint in his eye. "Excuse me, Miss Nurse, do you have some time lately? I'd like you to accompany me outside." "No, your body requires 6 months of rest. That is Lady Tsunade and Apos' order." After saying this, the nurse left the room with a displeased expression. "Honestly, the nurses in Konoha are not very warm," Jiraiya grumbled. "This is a hospital, not a pleasure house. Why would the nurses be overly friendly?" Lee entered the room. Jiraiya nodded at him. "You're right. Just thinking about how I wanted Apos to be able to step outside for another 6 months makes me feel miserable." "You could send a shadow clone out for a stroll," Lee suggested. Jiraiya sighed. "I can end Apos. Tsunade said she needs to transplant Hashirama and Apos' cells into my arm. I can end Apos use ninjutsu for the next 6 months." He gestured to his empty left sleeve. Lee felt a stirring in his heart. This was the reason he had persistently sought out Jiraiya. He surmised that Tsunade would not allow Jiraiya to remain without an arm and would undoubtedly use Hashirama and Apos' cells. Hashirama and Apos' cells? Lee hesitated to broach the subject. This was something even the higher-ups in Konoha were not permitted to touch. It belonged to the Senju clan. Without the Senju and Apos' consent, no one could acquire it. Of course, the notorious Orochimaru could obtain it, given his unique relationship with Tsunade, along with the connections with Danzo and the third Hokage, allowing him to conduct his research without scrutiny. But for Lee, it remained an unreachable aspiration. Jiraiya and Apos' expression darkened. "Do you desire it too?" A man of his caliber, both mind and means, Jiraiya discerned through Lee and Apos' repeated visits and his interest in Hashirama and Apos' cells. "Haha. If I said I didn't want it, would you believe me?" Lee retorted. "Honestly, I do not believe you," Jiraiya responded, biting into an apple. "I want to know what you intend to do with Hashirama and Apos' cells." Jiraiya felt immense gratitude toward Lee for saving his life. Yet, in Lee Rock, he always perceives the shadow of a familiar old acquaintance, the traitorous ninja, Orochimaru. Chapter 59. Journey to the land of craftsmen. Jiraiya and Apos' unwavering principle was the protection of Konoha. Anyone posing a threat to the village could be eliminated, even if that individual was his beloved Tsunade, his dear friend Orochimaru, or even Naruto. Konoha was his absolute boundary. He sought to discern the intentions of Rock Lee and whether he posed any danger to Konoha. "I have 2 objectives," Lee pondered. "First, in preparation for the impending Akatsuki organization, as I am the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, they will undoubtedly pursue me. I require any means to enhance my strength. Second, I wish to procure a sample of Lord Hashirama and Apos' cells for my friend Niji, to see if it can free him from his cage." Lee spoke truthfully. Lying before a person of Jiraiya and Apos' caliber would be easily seen through. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lee for a moment before sighing. "Next time, I shall mention this to Tsunade. As for whether she will agree, that is beyond my control." "Thank you," Lee expressed gratefully as he rose to leave the room. "Do not thank me yet. I must remind you that should you ever act against Konoha in the future, I will not hesitate to eliminate you," Jiraiya warned. As Lee exited the hospital room, he reassured, "Rest assured, I am not like Orochimaru. I have my principles." Jiraiya watched Lee depart, contemplating the implications of Lee and Apos' first objective, which he initially intended to refuse. Yet, the second objective concerning Niji was the very reason for Jiraiya and Apos' consent. It seemed the Hyuga clan was on the brink of significant turmoil. A few days later, Tsunade visited Jiraiya. "I am overwhelmed. This Hokage position should be yours. I am utterly exhausted," she lamented upon entering the room, shedding her usual authoritative demeanor. However, within the room, Jiraiya was caught in a moment of playful banter with a nurse, which Tsunade observed with growing irritation. The nurse, upon noticing Tsunade, hastily bowed and exited the room. Tsunade and Apos' temper flared as she struggled to maintain her composure. "My temper is outrageous. Listen to me. There and Apos' something important I need to discuss with you. Wait for me in the Pure Land. After I die, we can discuss things at length," she exclaimed. "Wait a moment. This is a hospital. Your punch could disturb the other patients." Bang. Ultimately, Tsunade and Apos' temper subsided as she lightly punched Jiraiya on the head, instantly causing a bump to form. "If not for the fear of disturbing the other patients, you would be in serious trouble today, so be grateful," she stated coldly while sitting beside his bed. "Thank you for your mercy, Lady Tsunade," Jiraiya replied with a grin. They engaged in casual conversation, with Tsunade expressing her frustrations about the burdensome duties of Hokage. Jiraiya offered words of comfort and encouragement, suggesting that if she were to resign, he would take her place, though he dreaded the myriad of responsibilities that came with it. By the way, what about the cells of Lord Hashirama? He inquired. It will take some time. Do you have an urgent matter? Tsunade asked curiously. She had received intelligence indicating that the Akatsuki organization was attempting to capture tailed beasts in the Land of Clouds. The Raikage, had always been a hardliner, not seeking assistance, leaving Tsunade with no choice but to send a warning to prepare for possible threats. While it appeared that the 2 Tails and 8 Tails were currently safe. In the meantime, Konoha had not faced any significant turmoil. I am not in a hurry. A few days ago, Rock Lee visited and inquired about the Hashirama cells. Jiraiya hesitated before revealing Lee and Appo's intentions. Oh, he seeks my grandfather and Appo's cells? Well, I just wanted to inform you. Whether I agree depends on you, she replied calmly. It's a bit troublesome. I have no time to seek him out. Just tell him to wait when he next visits, Tsunade stated with composure. Jiraiya was taken aback. The cells of Hashirama were incredibly valuable, and this was Tsunade's grandfather. While it was acceptable to share them with Lee given their long-standing friendship and the recent warmth in their relationship, Lee was still an outsider, an enigmatic one at that. What are your thoughts on Rock Lee? Jiraiya asked. I find him inscrutable, Tsunade replied. However, I can assert one thing. She examined Jiraiya's condition before putting away her stethoscope. He is not another Orochimaru. He has many people who care for him. Guy, Neji, Kakashi, Naruto, and others hold him in high regard, which is enough. Indeed. You have a point, Jiraiya laughed as they reminisced about Orochimaru. Sunlight filtered through the half-drawn curtains, casting a warm glow in the pristine hospital room. Tsunade picked up a book from the bedside, engaging in conversation with Jiraiya, her gaze softening as it occasionally drifted over his face. They exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken sentiments flowing through the shared silence. In the hospital, the only sounds were the gentle hum of medical equipment and their soft conversation, weaving a tender and heartwarming melody. The next day, in the wooden cabin, Lee received word from Jiraiya. He felt immense joy. He had not anticipated Tsunade and Appo's swift agreement. With the Hashirama cells secured, he wondered if they could be simplified. Lee held little hope for that. The system could only simplify ninjutsu and taijutsu. Cells were a physical augmentation, and the system might not be effective. Lee prepared a simple dinner, and after eating, he gently opened the door. 8 gates, 9948914 100 million, 7th gate. In another 6 months, he would be able to open the 8th gate. Time flew by, and a month passed. Lee sat outside the cabin, carefully polishing his narrow blade, which bore countless tiny nicks. This blade had withstood many battles alongside Lee and had yet to break, proving to be a fine weapon. However, it had reached its limit. Lee swung the blade lightly, feeling an unprecedented bottleneck in his technique, as if he had encountered an invisible barrier preventing further progress. Unfortunately, this advancement could not be rushed. He would have to wait for the Hashirama cells. Is something the matter? Lee inquired softly. From the depths of the forest, Shikamaru and Hinata emerged. There is a mission issued by the Hokage that requires your assistance. Will you join us? Shikamaru explained, having personally selected the team for this task. As the de facto leader, he needed a strong sensory-type ninja. While he initially considered Neji, he learned that Neji and Tenten had not returned to the village after the Chunin exams. As a result, he turned to Hinata. But he still required a competent and reliable ally, leading him to think of Lee first. What is the mission? Lee asked. There are spies from the land of craftsmen infiltrating Konoha, seemingly in search of tailed beasts. The Hokage has tasked me with investigating, Shikamaru replied. The land of craftsmen? Lee recalled that it was a small nation known for crafting ninja tools. He sheathed the narrow blade. Let us depart. Chapter 60. Performance as the trio of Shikamaru, Hinata, and Rock Lee ambled toward the gate. Hinata glanced at Lee. Father has sent someone to search for Neji and Appo's whereabouts. She then turned her gaze to Lee. I must check on Naruto. I and Appo's. Am concerned he might act recklessly if left alone. No sooner had Shikamaru spoken than he quickened his pace, swiftly distancing himself from Hinata and Lee. He had no desire to be entangled in the private matters of the Hyuga clan. Lee chuckled softly at Shikamaru and Appo's retreat. He is a reliable companion. However, he has one flaw, his aversion to trouble. Rest assured, Neji is safe, he reassured her. Is that so? Hinata still harbored some anxiety, but chose not to voice it further. Before long, they arrived at the gates of Konoha. There, they found Inuzuka Kiba, Choji, Naruto, Sakura, Ino, and Shino awaiting them. To Lee and Appo's surprise, the Sand siblings were also present. Gaara has been captured, and for reasons unknown, the higher-ups have decided to return him, which is why they notified the Sand ninja this time, Shikamaru explained. Lee remained non-committal. The strength of the Sand duo had diminished significantly, posing no threat to him. Instead, he was more intrigued by Shikamaru and Appo's mention of Gaara and Appo's return. What is Danzo up to? Since Tsunade became Hokage, the upper echelons of Konoha had fallen under Danzo and Appo's complete control, becoming a monolithic authority. The idea of returning Gaara to the sand was undoubtedly Danzo and Appo's initiative. Moreover, the four heavenly symbols, while strong in a small nation, were merely mediocre in Konoha, where formidable opponents abounded. It was astonishing that such individuals could abduct Gaara. The AMBU must be slacking off. Lee found himself perplexed by Danzo and Appo's machinations. The sand duo, sensing Lee and Appo's lack of hostility, breathed a sigh of relief. Shikamaru exhaled deeply. This is too troublesome. It seems none of these people are reliable. Yet, I must depend on them to complete the mission. Well, as long as we accomplish our objective, the rest is not my concern. He turned to the group. Our task is to retrieve Gaara and investigate the intentions of the four heavenly symbols. If we discover any threat to Konoha, we must eliminate it. Shikamaru paused, locking eyes with Sakura. You are the only medical ninja in the team. If anyone gets injured, we will need your assistance. Of course. Sakura responded enthusiastically. Does anyone have any questions? If not, let us set forth. The group dashed toward the village outskirts. Lee examined the map. The four heavenly symbols had departed from the land of fire and were heading toward the land of river. Their strength was not particularly impressive. He recalled the situation in the land of crafts. The four heavenly symbols intended to use Gaara and Appo's tail beast chakra to resurrect the ancestor Saimai. Resurrecting the ancestor of the land of crafts? Lee mused, his right hand resting on the hilt of his narrow blade, rubbing it gently. He did not intend to thwart the four heavenly symbols. Rather, he contemplated the possibility of occasionally hindering his teammates to prevent them from intercepting the four heavenly symbols and disrupting Saimai and Appo's resurrection. Lee gazed ahead. Since Saimai was the ancestor of the land of crafts, his craftsmanship must be unparalleled. It is time to upgrade my narrow blade. In the forests of the land of river, the four heavenly symbols pressed onward. In half a day, we shall reach our destination, Balgoe proclaimed, glancing back at the unconscious Gaara nestled within their tools. ISN and Appo's, this going a bit too smoothly? Balgoe felt something was amiss. They had infiltrated the ANBU of the leading nation, the land of fire, and successfully abducted a tailed beast without incident. Everything seemed too effortless. These five great nations have fallen. Even Konoha and Appo's ANBU is so easily overwhelmed. One can only imagine the weakness of the other four ninja villages. It is time for the land of crafts to rise. They were unaware of the power of their tools. You need not worry. Once we resurrect the ancestor Saimai, the five great nations will surely perish, Balgoe asserted, and his companion nodded. Regardless, the one-tailed beast, Gaara, is indeed in our possession. Coupled with the ancestor Saimai, what can the five ninja villages do? Suddenly, the four heavenly symbols noticed Konoha's pursuers closing in. I will hold them off, Longyan declared. Water Tiger, you go with Longyan. Balgoe instructed. Understood. At the rear, Lee sensed that two members of the four heavenly symbols had stayed behind to block their advance, and he felt a sense of foreboding. This was a formidable group, including the 12 young ninjas and the Sand siblings. The two adversaries ahead would likely not last 5 minutes. Naruto, can you handle this? Shikamaru inquired. He was aware of Naruto and Appo's strength when utilizing Sage Mode. The terrifying Raisin Shuriken during the Chunin exams had left a lasting impression. Though I cannot use that technique again, I can deal with them. Leave it to me. Naruto charged forward. Shikamaru nodded. Hinata, Ino, support Naruto. The rest of you continue to pursue the enemy. Understood. Hinata and Ino stayed back to assist Naruto. Lee mingled with the group, feeling an urgency, not out of concern for his teammates and Appo's safety, but rather apprehension about not reaching Saimai and Appo's resurrection in time. I must devise a plan, he thought. This one and Appo's do. An hour later, Peacock, one of the four heavenly symbols, halted, intending to impede Konoha and Appo's advance. Lee suddenly let out a chilling scream, crashing down from a tree. Thud. His body fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. This scene left Shikamaru aghast. Run. Everyone, flee immediately. Abandon the mission. Shikamaru ordered decisively. The others were bewildered. Hey, Shikamaru, what? And Appo's wrong. What happened? Was it an enemy technique? They questioned, glancing at him. Don and Appo's asked. Just run. Split up and regroup at the border of the land of fire. Although they were confused, they complied with Shikamaru and Appo's cautious command and scattered. Shikamaru cautiously eyed Peacock not far ahead and approached Lee, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Is the enemy and Appo's strength truly this formidable? Even Lee has fallen so quickly. In Shikamaru's mind, Lee was undoubtedly the strongest of the younger generation, capable of single-handedly confronting their group. Now, with the mightiest among them downed in an instant, he dared not contemplate the outcome should the enemy truly strike. What happened? Shikamaru pressed urgently. Lee clutched his neck. His face contorted in agony as he gritted his teeth. Is it an illusion? Shikamaru recalled that Lee had not trained in Genjutsu. He moved his fingers. Release. Yet, Lee's condition showed no signs of improvement. The neck? Shikamaru suddenly realized. This time, it was not an attack from the enemy. The situation has become even more troublesome. Chapter 61. My wounds are severe in the forest. The peacock gazed ahead, perplexed. Why have the Leaf Village members fled? With her twin swords firmly in hand. She felt somewhat at a loss. After observing for a while, it appeared that the Leaf Shinobi were not merely acting. She resolved to test them. Wind release. Spiraling wind. A powerful whirlwind erupted from the ground, sweeping toward Rock Lee and Shikamaru. Whoosh. Instantly, both were engulfed by the gale, their bodies marred with several fresh wounds. The peacock erupted into laughter at the sight of them. Indeed, the leaf is comprised of such weaklings. How amusing that the tortoise is worried. It seems the 5 great ninja villages have fallen to this extent. Laughing heartily, she declared, today, you shall serve as the first sacrifices for the resurrection of the land of crafts. With her swords crossed, she unleashed another attack. Wind release. Wind slash. A formidable whirlwind, imbued with wind-infused cutting force, lunged toward Lee and Shikamaru. Meanwhile, Lee lay unconscious, while Shikamaru remained on high alert, not out of concern for the peacock, but for the potential presence of Orochimaru nearby. That must be a cursed mark. It was noted in Sasuke's intelligence reports that he had experienced such a condition. This was Shikamaru's greatest fear. According to the information he had reviewed, Sasuke and Orochimaru's whereabouts had always been shrouded in secrecy. No one knew where they were or what they were scheming. Lee seemed to regain some consciousness, managing to speak. Hey, are you okay, Lee? Ugh. Before Shikamaru could inquire further, Lee fainted once more. Whoosh. The fierce winds battered Shikamaru as the wind sliced through him, causing several gashes to erupt. Pain coursed through his body. Wind release. I should have asked her to stay behind. It's all wind release. Who knows who is stronger? Shikamaru mused. Another wind slash came at him, and in frustration, he kicked the unconscious Lee behind a massive boulder, pushing himself closer to the peacock. It's futile. You leave trash. Blame your misfortune for being in the wrong place. The peacock unleashed a barrage of wind slashes, leaving Shikamaru with no escape. The shadow imitation technique lacks the necessary distance. He thought, sensing peril. Whoosh. A gust of wind struck from behind, neutralizing the peacock's wind slash. You're so weak, Temari exclaimed, her 3-star fan in hand. Smiling at Shikamaru. Wind release truly is my nemesis. Shikamaru felt helpless. The opponent had discerned the limitations of his technique and continued to attack from a distance using wind release. Upon hearing the term wind release, Temari's interest peaked. What brings you back? Shikamaru inquired. A bug flitted past Temari's fan. It was one of your bugs that warned me of your peril, she replied. Shino? Shikamaru recalled Shino's meticulous nature. What? Are you starting to flirt now? You seem to be misunderstanding the situation, the peacock coldly remarked. This statement made Temari feel somewhat uncomfortable, as she indeed harbored certain feelings for Shikamaru. He, on the other hand, merely thought that Temari was not as troublesome as he had imagined. Silence. What is your true intention? Temari retorted sharply. The peacock chuckled softly. We seek to resurrect the founder of the land of crafts, Saimai. He will forge powerful ninja tools to end the dominion of the 5 great nations. Her laughter echoed. Now I understand. It seems we must take this more seriously. Shikamaru said, eyeing the waterfall behind the peacock. He moved closer to Temari and whispered in her ear, can you increase the flow of that waterfall? Temari felt a strange warmth at his breath, but the sensation quickly extinguished in her mind. As the princess of Suna, she had always been taught rigorously. As a ninja, emotions were a liability. In the tumultuous ninja world, even if fortunate enough to bond with another, one could not guarantee a favorable outcome. Often, couples from opposing factions would ruthlessly drive their kunai into one another due to differing allegiances. Such was the brutal reality of the ninja realm. Having grown up with 2 troublesome younger brothers, she had always held herself to high standards. Love was particularly taboo for her. Can you do it? Shikamaru's question snapped her back to reality. I can. Temari nodded, her response straightforward. Wind release. Wind cutter. A blade of air shot toward the peacock. The peacock sneered. Wind release? Huh. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my ninja tools. She swung her sword against the wind blade. Whoosh. The wind release rebounded, now aimed at Temari. Can it truly rebound a wind release? Temari's face turned pale. In a panic, she furiously fanned her 3-star fan, unleashing a volley of wind blades in a chaotic flurry. In the peacock's eyes, they appeared to be erratically aimed. Have you lost your composure? She chuckled, swiftly evading several wind blades. Suddenly, the peacock found herself immobilized. Shikamaru sighed in relief. His shadow imitation technique had succeeded. Temari, seeing this, bit her finger and smeared it across her fan. With her heart unsteady, she refrained from letting the peacock utter any more words of affection or burial. Summoning. Side dance. She summoned a white weasel wielding a large scythe. The weasel swung the scythe fiercely, its sweeping strikes devastating trees and boulders alike. The peacock was struck by the assault, plummeting into the lake. Only then did Temari and Shikamaru take a moment to rest atop a tree. A bug flew from the treetop into the distance. After a while, everyone gathered around Shikamaru once more. Hey, Shikamaru, what just happened? Kiba complained. With a resigned expression, Shikamaru pointed at the still unconscious Lee, providing a brief explanation. After hearing this, the group fell silent. Shikamaru's decision to remain behind for their safety was commendable. My bug is still tracking them, Shino remarked, gazing ahead. They seemed to have halted before the valley. Once Shino finished speaking, everyone turned to Shikamaru. Sakura, Lee is in your hands. Shino, leave one bug behind. If anything goes awry, Sakura, have the bug alert us immediately. The rest continue the pursuit. Understood. The group departed, leaving only Sakura and Lee in the ravaged forest. Sakura moved forward to tend to Lee's wounds, channeling chakra through her hands. Medical ninjutsu. She placed her hands on Lee's chest, her eyes widening in astonishment. Lee opened his eyes, his pupils dark and profound, as if an abyss had suddenly unfurled, emanating an aura of terror and lethality. I am gravely injured. I apologize for the trouble. His calm tone added an indescribable weight of authority. Sakura involuntarily recalled Lee's frenzied demeanor in the Forest of Death and the rumors circulating among the rock shinobi. A shiver coursed through her. Chapter 62. The Elder wishes to scatter explosive seals into your eyes within the valley. The radiant sword in the hands of the Tortoise Grandmaster shifted. Summoning the Peacock twin swords, the Dragon Eye's dark blade, and the infinite steel armor from afar. Beside him, a semicircular iron cage stood ominously, enclosing Gaara, who writhed in agony. Futile struggles indeed. Quickly, transform into Shikaku. The Tortoise Grandmaster laughed heartily, sensing the chakra within him nearing its peak. Boom. A surge of chakra erupted from the cage, shattering stones. From the rubble, an iron coffin emerged. The lid flew open, revealing a decayed corpse. It was time to witness a miracle. In the shadows, the notion of resurrecting the dead seemed absurd. Shikamaru, concealed, did not rush into action. The chakra radiating from the Tortoise Grandmaster was overwhelmingly formidable, creating a tempest that kept them at bay. This chakra rivaled that of Lee when he opened the fifth gate. Did it not? Naruto stared in astonishment at the Tortoise Grandmaster, while Temari and Kankuro remained indifferent to whether the corpse would rise again. Their focus solely on the iron cage beside him. Hey, Shikamaru, if that monster within Gaara emerges. Shikamaru formed hand seals. Shadow mimicry jutsu. A dark shadow darted swiftly from beneath his feet toward the Tortoise Grandmaster. Heh, unable to restrain yourself, are you, Leaf Village Rat? The Tortoise Grandmaster leaped backward. I have heard of the Leaf Shadow techniques. He formed seals with his hands. Let me show you the ultimate ninja tools created by Lord Saimai, the founder of our craft ninja village. He laughed boisterously. Lord Saimai, grant me your power. Rise again, Lord Saimai. The Tortoise Grandmaster and Appo's form dissipated into bubbles, replaced by the visible resurrection of Saimai and Appo's decayed corpse within the iron coffin. The founder of Craft Ninja Village stepped forth. This technique of reviving the dead was a first for the onlookers, who were awestruck by Saimai's appearance. I am Saimai, after a century. I manifest as the ultimate ninja tool of Craft Ninja Village in the ninja world. A blinding light enveloped him, clad in infinite steel armor. Bearing the Dragon Eye's dark blade on his back, a luminous sword protruding from his abdomen, and wielding the Peacock twin swords in both hands. An even more bizarre and potent chakra surged forth. My long-held wish has finally come to fruition. The dominance of the 5 great shinobi nations is about to end. From this moment on, Craft Ninja Village shall reign supreme, standing atop the ninja hierarchy. Saimai laughed, feeling the immense power coursing through him. You are but mere ants. As a god, I shall. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted from behind him. Are you skilled in forging ninja tools? Rock Lee had awaited Saimai's resurrection, having delayed his actions to feign weakness. Nanny, Saimai exclaimed, startled. The chakra surrounding him was dense, almost tangible, yet someone dared to approach him. Rock Lee grasped Saimai by the neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Silence, clown. Lee had not even activated Sage Mode or the 8 gates. The power of the 3 tails alone was sufficient to overpower this founder of Craft Ninja Village. With a flick of his left hand, the ninja tools adorning Saimai shattered instantly. Nanny, Saimai and Appo's pupils dilated, astonished that his ultimate ninja tools could be so easily destroyed. Thus, I call you a clown. You truly believe yourself to be at the pinnacle of the ninja world. How naive. Rock Lee released Saimai, who fell to the ground, bewildered. Nearby, the iron cage confining Gaara also collapsed. Gaara had partially transformed into his tailed beast form, yet retained a sliver of consciousness. Lee, die? Gaara was still haunted by the events of the Chunin exams. Boom. A fierce wind swept through, destabilizing the others. Step back. I will handle this. Rock Lee commanded Shikamaru and the others. It must be done. Everyone retreat except Naruto. The power of the one tail was excessively daunting for them. Shikamaru led the retreat. Naruto approached Rock Lee. Lee, how do we deal with this guy? Leave him be. He is of use to me. Rock Lee glanced at Saimai. Understand? An obsolete relic of the past. Now, if you wish to avoid returning to your coffin, forge me a fine blade. He unfastened the short sword at his waist and tossed it to Saimai. You claim to excel in crafting ninja tools. Now prove it. Rock Lee exuded an aura of terrifying intimidation that made Saimai tremble. Monster. You are also a monster. Saimai cried out in fear. Heh, you speak the truth. 3 tails. Show him your might. Boom. A colossal, fearsome turtle materialized before Saimai, causing him to stagger backward in fright. Rock Lee released his tailed beast transformation and approached Saimai. Do not waste my time any further. If you cannot forge a satisfactory ninja blade today, I shall sever your limbs and hang you at the entrance of Craft Ninja Village. Rock Lee's voice was cold. Upon hearing this, Saimai fully capitulated. As the founder of Craft Ninja Village, to be hanged at its gates would be an unbearable disgrace. Meanwhile, Gaara succumbed entirely to the technique of false slumber. Fully revealing his tailed beast form, the wind release and sealing techniques still posed a headache for Naruto. Haha, I am finally free, Shikaku exclaimed, his voice resonating as the winds howled. What is happening? To emerge only to encounter the 3 tails and 9 tails is truly unfortunate. Shikaku complained incessantly. I, too, find this unfortunate. Allow me to send you back. Rock Lee clapped his hands, entering Sage mode. Sage Art. Lightning Release. Thunder Punishment. The skies darkened ominously, and countless bolts of lightning cascaded down. Lightning Release was particularly effective against sand, and the strikes caused Shikaku immense pain, eliciting cries of distress. Is that how the 3 tails operates? Shikaku realized why Rock Lee possessed the 3 tails. Forming a shield of sand around himself, Shikaku prepared to deflect the incoming thunder. Die. Wind Release. Sand Scatterbomb. Shikaku roared. Naruto, standing by, felt utterly helpless, finally comprehending the vast chasm between himself and Rock Lee, who also possessed sage techniques. Take Saimai and go. I'll handle things here. Rock Lee instructed Naruto. Alright. Naruto seized Saimai, sprinting away, opening the second gate of the 8 gates. Rock Lee enhanced his speed, dodging the sand scatterbomb and hurling a kunai. The kunai struck the sand shield that defended Shikaku from the thunder. Swish. Using the flying thunder god technique, Rock Lee instantly appeared above Shikaku. Chapter 63. My favor cannot be easily repaid. Boom. The mighty roar of Shikaku echoed in fury. Sensing an imminent threat, Rock Lee clapped his hands together, summoning a colossal sealing barrier in the air. Shikaku gasped in shock. The seal within Gaara was weak, established by the Sand Shinobi, allowing for a potential escape. However, the sealing barrier created by Rock Lee was an entirely different matter. Shikaku, adept in sealing techniques, could feel the formidable strength of Lee and Amp, Appo's seal. No Shikaku attempted to articulate further. Suddenly, an explosive tag fluttered out from Lee and Amp, Appo's long sleeve, adhering to the corner of Shikaku's eye. Boom. The explosive tag ignited, leading to a violent explosion. Shikaku writhed in agony on the ground. 8 trigram sealing technique. Seal. A massive sealing barrier enveloped Shikaku and Appo's form, binding him instantaneously within Gaara and Appo's body. Rock Lee seized the unconscious Gaara and made his departure. In the distance, onlookers witnessed the colossal form vanish, understanding that Rock Lee had intervened. To what extent has his power grown? Shikamaru murmured. I have no idea. That immense sealing barrier. I cannot discern what technique it was. The ability to seal a tailed beast is something even Kakashi-sensei might struggle with. Perhaps, with the activation of Sage Mode, he has attained the strength of a Kaga-level ninja. Coupled with that terrifying sealing technique, it could be. The group fell silent, feeling the vast chasm of power that separated them. While Naruto had also learned Sage Mode, it remained within the realm of his comprehension. However, Rock Lee was on an entirely different tier of ninja, an unfathomable strength. Nearby, Kiyomi listened to the conversations, realizing the magnitude of her previous miscalculations. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Her earlier proclamations of ending the era of the 5 great nations and standing atop the ninja hierarchy were laughable. According to those around her, there were still several individuals of Rock Lee's caliber among the 5 great nations. Kiyomi dared not ponder further. She felt fortunate that Rock Lee had shattered her imperial dreams. Otherwise, donning that ultimate ninja gear to challenge the 5 great nations would have resulted in her utter defeat. In a flash, Rock Lee appeared. Gaara. Temari's gaze shifted, spotting Rock Lee carrying the unconscious Gaara upon his shoulder. She hesitated to demand Gaara's return, feeling helpless. Ultimately, she turned to Shikamaru. Shikamaru sighed. Lee. The Hokage and Appo's orders have nothing to do with me. Rock Lee replied resolutely. He just tried to kill me. I have a principle. Anyone who attacks me will be mercilessly crushed, to the extent of annihilating their entire clan. I care not for the Hokage's orders, nor the Daime's. Rock Lee articulated these words with a calm demeanor, yet they brimmed with lethal intent. His prowess indeed justified such declarations. Temari fell silent, unnerved. This is troublesome. Shikamaru shrugged. Consider it a favor, Odio. That and Appo's, right? You and Appo's, real wise man, your favor outweighs the tailed beast. This was Rock Lee and Appo's intention. He was indifferent to Gaara and Appo's fate. Yet controlling Gaara meant controlling Temari. Their sibling bond made this the perfect opportunity for Temari to retrieve Gaara. If this chance were missed, it might never come again. As long as Rock Lee remained resolute, Temari would have no choice but to plead with Shikamaru. Rock Lee anticipated this. Shikamaru was astute enough to grasp Lee's meaning. The person is in your hands. Rock Lee shook his shoulder, sending the unconscious Gaara flying toward Temari. She caught Gaara and promptly expressed her gratitude. I must take my leave now. Thank you once more. Temari glanced at Shikamaru before hastily departing with Kankuro and the unconscious Gaara, fearful that Rock Lee might suddenly retract his concession. Wait. Temari and Kankuro froze at the sound. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to remind you that I have reinforced the seal. In the future, without Gaara's consent, Shikaku cannot emerge. Remember to be wary of the Akatsuki organization. Thank you for the warning. Temari and Kankuro fled without daring to look back. Rock Lee observed the departing Sand Shinobi before turning his gaze to Kiyomi, who trembled at his presence. She realized that among these individuals, Shikamaru was the nominal leader, but Rock Lee was the true decision-maker. Have you contemplated how to forge this blade? Rock Lee inquired calmly. Yet, his tranquility only heightened Kiyomi's fear. In her mind, Rock Lee was a capricious monster, ready to kill at the slightest provocation. She collapsed to the ground, furtively glancing at Rock Lee, stammering. Speak your mind. Delay, and you may never have the chance again. Kiyomi hastily replied. Very well, return to the Tool Ninja Village. I will send someone to keep an eye on you. All right. Thank you for sparing my life. Kiyomi hurriedly fled toward the land of crafts, racing at breakneck speed, even planning to craft a means of escape in case of future encounters. Rock Lee and the others made their way toward Konoha. Lee, I and Appos, am not taking responsibility for this. You should speak to the Hokage yourself. It's too troublesome, Shikamaru remarked casually. Kiyomi's intentions to attack Konoha and the 5 great nations, though lacking the strength to pose any real threat, were still deemed a grave offense. The proper procedure would be to bring Kiyomi back to Konoha for the Hokage's judgment. Rock Lee had acted outside his authority, and the Hokage might take issue with it. Shikamaru did not wish to bear the blame. Rest assured, I will explain to the Hokage. This matter does not concern you. Rock Lee chuckled lightly. Shikamaru was clearly reluctant to become embroiled in any trouble. Shikamaru's pace gradually slowed, separating from the group. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Shikamaru asked, somewhat perplexed. Rock Lee remained silent. You intentionally delayed me with the curse mark on your neck to allow Kiyomi to revive, correct? Haha, I see it now. You truly are remarkable. Rock Lee jested. Shikamaru fell into silence, his brow furrowing. Soon, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He felt that Rock Lee was unfathomable, not only in strength but also in intellect. Recalling the situation when Rock Lee's curse mark activated, Shikamaru initially found no suspicions. But then he remembered Rock Lee's words amidst his panic. It's not Orochimaru. Rock Lee had said that intentionally. He concluded that once the curse mark activated, Shikamaru would undoubtedly distance everyone. When Shikamaru found himself in a fierce battle, wary of the potential presence of Orochimaru, Rock Lee had timely reminded him not to be too restrained. The extent to which Rock Lee had calculated everything, including Shikamaru's thoughts, was nothing short of astounding. Shikamaru was deeply shaken. He had only witnessed such insight in his father, Shikaku, and the third Hokage completely seen through, with no secrets to conceal. I have noted your favor. You should be aware that my favors do not come easily, Rock Lee remarked with a smile. Is there anything you require assistance with? Although I doubt I can be of much help. This is precisely the source of Shikamaru's vexation. In terms of strength and intellect, Rock Lee surpasses him. As for connections, to Shikamaru and Appos' knowledge, Kakashi, Naruto, Jiraiya, and even the Hokage share a good rapport with Rock Lee. There seems to be no area in which assistance is needed. Yet, it is precisely for this favor that Rock Lee has devised a scheme against him. Merely for this favor. How troublesome. Chapter 64. The journey in the Hokage's office in Konoha. Tsunade perused the mission handbook submitted by Shikamaru. Clarity? Within the handbook, Shikamaru provided detailed intelligence. In the column for strength evaluation, only 8 words appeared. Ninja tools are acceptable, but the individual is too weak. Tsunade turned to Shizune. Send someone to take over the artisan ninja village. But Lady Tsunade, the artisan ninja village has always maintained a neutral stance. If we break this unwritten rule, we may provoke discontent among other ninja villages. Shizune expressed her concerns. With a gentle swivel of her office chair, Tsunade gazed out the window. Now is the opportune moment. The rock ninja are unable to intervene. The mist ninja's Mizukage has just assumed power and is unstable, leaving them unable to attend to surrounding forces. The sand ninja are too weak to compete with us. And as for the cloud village, Tsunade had received whispers of news. The cloud ninja were fully occupied with safeguarding their Jinchuriki against the Akatsuki. The Raikage likely would not concern himself with a small place like the artisan ninja village. Understood. Shizune felt a wave of relief wash over her as she exited the office. It seemed the world was undergoing a peculiar transformation, an occurrence unseen for centuries. Tsunade felt a twinge of apprehension about the future. With that thought, she too left the office. In a dim chamber of Konoha Hospital, within a towering cabinet of culture dishes, Hashirama's cellular samples floated in nutrient solution. The cabinet was connected via pipes to a temperature control system, ensuring optimal growth conditions for the cells. Tsunade entered the chamber, surveying the walls adorned with scrolls and charts, meticulous records of her research. Only a month remains until completion, she mused, glancing at her experimental logs. In the cabinet, one arm had begun to take shape. All data feedback appeared satisfactory for transplantation. However, the other two would require additional time. Tsunade disconnected the pipes surrounding the first culture cabinet and retrieved the initial arm. Call Jiraiya to come here. Yes. Two Umbu members outside promptly vanished. After a while, Jiraiya entered the dim room. Was it necessary to rush? He chuckled. Some issues have arisen in the artisan ninja village, presenting Konoha with the best opportunity to take control. I require your assistance. To govern a ninja village, one cannot do so without high-level combat power, Tsunade stated, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Currently, there were scarcely a handful of individuals within the village capable of independently overseeing a ninja village. Artisan ninja village? Jiraiya nodded. If we wish to completely take over the artisan ninja village, you truly need me. In contrast, for other ninja villages, sending a few Chunin and Jonin would suffice. However, the artisan ninja village is different. The 5 great ninja villages all covet it, as it continuously supplies ninja tools, significantly bolstering the strength of lower-ranking ninjas. Without a powerful and reputable expert overseeing it, the other 4 major villages would undoubtedly stir trouble. Presently, the only person with such capabilities, whom Tsunade also trusts, is me. Then let us commence. Jiraiya stepped onto the operating table, and Tsunade, along with 2 nurses, began the procedure. Half a day later, Jiraiya emerged from the dim chamber. Stretching his arm, it appeared he could swiftly activate Sage Mode, and the potency of his other techniques had also increased. Jiraiya recalled Rock Lee. No wonder that lad was envious of the first Hokage's cells. As he made his way toward the village exit, the sun began to set. Outside the gate of Konoha, Rock Lee sat on a bench. Oh, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow upon spotting Lee waiting nearby. What brings you here? Lee nodded. I am heading to the artisan ninja village as well. The two set off together toward the artisan ninja village. Along the way, Jiraiya couldn't and Amp, Oppos, T help but inquire. How did you come across such extensive intelligence? His curiosity about Lee deepened. As a commoner with previously modest strength, how could he acquire detailed information about pain? And later about Hashirama's cells? Jiraiya was genuinely astonished by Lee's intelligence-gathering methods. I am not a pawn of Danzo, so rest assured, Lee replied, sidestepping the question. However, he provided Jiraiya with a sense of reassurance. Jiraiya, adept at probing for information, continued. Most 17 or 18-year-olds would have revealed their hand by now. Is that so? What are your thoughts on Danzo? Lee was taken aback by Jiraiya and Amp, Oppos' question. After a moment of contemplation, he offered his assessment. Jiraiya squinted slightly, remaining silent. Lee's evaluation was strikingly accurate, mirroring Jiraiya's own impressions of Danzo. Your trip to the artisan ninja village must have some purpose, Jiraiya casually remarked. I need a blade. A weapon with which I can constantly fight and slay. The artisan, Saimai, excels in forging ninja tools, which is precisely why I wish for his revival, Lee explained. He surmised that Shikamaru had undoubtedly reported all details to Tsunade regarding Saimai and Amp, Oppos' revival, and that Shikamaru would not conceal any pertinent information. Lee feigned a curse mark activation to stall others, leading to Saimai and Amp, Oppos' revival. This detail would certainly appear in the mission report. Jiraiya's inquiry likely stemmed from Tsunade mentioning this matter. Thus, Lee candidly acknowledged it. Lord Jiraiya, I find our conversation somewhat exhausting. While we are not strangers, our relationship is not particularly close either. If you have something to ask, please do so directly, without all the circumlocution. Lee sighed in exasperation. Jiraiya and Amp, Oppos' probing methods resembled those of elite intelligence agencies from a previous life, superficially casual, asking seemingly irrelevant questions, yet always extracting the answers he sought from the responses given. Haha, you think too much. You're not acting like a young man. Naruto is nothing like you. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Actually, I have nothing more to ask. By the way, I heard that the Hyuga clan has been experiencing some unrest recently. Before Jiraiya could finish, Lee sighed deeply. Don't bother trying to extract information. I am completely unaware of Niji's whereabouts. Even if I did know, I couldn't possibly share it with you or Tsunade. Lee's tone was resolute as he gazed ahead at Jiraiya. In my heart, Niji, Tintin, and Teacher Guy are my mentors and friends. Holding a significance that surpasses even that of Konoha, Jiraiya did not turn his head but continued to walk slowly forward. Is that so? He paused briefly, turning slightly to cast a sidelong glance at Lee. If, in the future, an irreconcilable conflict arises between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan, and Konoha sides with the main family, what will you do? Upon hearing this, Lee halted in his tracks. He stood still, his gaze sharp and piercing, an aura of chilling intensity and unspoken menace enveloping him, silencing the birds and insects in the forest. If Konoha is your bottom line, then Niji, Tintin, and Teacher Guy are mine. This declaration undoubtedly signified Lee and Oppos' steadfast resolve. Is that so? It seems that Tsunade and Danzo are faced with a choice, Jiraiya mused inwardly. Chapter 65. The terrifying Black Blade in the village of Craft Shinobi. Jiraiya and Rock Lee arrived at the entrance of the village. Lord Jiraiya, 2ch Nin, adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protectors, stood guard at the gate and bowed respectfully upon seeing him. Has anything unusual occurred recently? Jiraiya inquired. Nothing significant. However, the Hidden Mist village sent someone, but after hearing that the Leaf village had taken control of Craft Shinobi, there has been no further news, the Ch-Nin replied. That is to be expected, Jiraiya nodded. It is normal for the Hidden Mist to send someone. Given their proximity, they must always seek opportunities. Alas, the Hidden Mist and Appos' information was delayed. Tsunade has already dispatched personnel to secure Craft Shinobi, and the village leader, Kiyomi, had no objections. Seeing no openings to exploit, the Hidden Mist retreated. One of the guards led Jiraiya and Rock Lee inside. Lord Jiraiya, this is where Kiyomi usually resides, the Ch-Nin explained. Very well. You may return to your post, Jiraiya instructed. Yes. The Ch-Nin departed, and Jiraiya turned to Rock Lee. I have heard that the blade Kiyomi forged for you is nearing completion. I too eagerly await that blade, Rock Lee responded as they approached the residence. They gently knocked on the door. It is Jiraiya and Rock Lee from the Leaf Village here to pay a visit, Jiraiya announced. Despite the Leaf Village being the de facto authority over Craft Shinobi, they still observed the necessary courtesies to avoid inciting Kiyomi and Appos' resentment. They waited for a moment, but there was no sound from within. Jiraiya frowned. They had shown proper respect, yet Kiyomi had failed to reciprocate. He could not be blamed for feeling displeased. He looked at Rock Lee, who nodded in agreement. Body flicker technique. His form became translucent, allowing him to pass through the door and enter the dwelling. Boom. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura of killing intent erupted. What is happening? Jiraiya exclaimed, alarmed. The sheer ferocity of the killing intent that seeped through the door sent shivers down his spine. Orochimaru, pain. Jiraiya shattered the door with a swift strike. Before him stood Rock Lee, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, and before him lay a narrow, pitch-black blade. Boom. Jiraiya and Appos' mere glance was enough for the endless killing intent to engulf him. The world around him transformed instantly. On the battlefield, the sky was shrouded in heavy, ominous clouds, blocking out the sun. Only the occasional flash of lightning cut through the endless darkness like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Blood flowed like a river across the earth, its repugnant stench mingling with the mournful cries of the dying. In the distance, mountains of corpses piled high, stark white bones gleaming in the dim light. Severed limbs lay scattered, mingling with ninja tools and blood, creating a horrifying tapestry of hell. Whispers of the wind carried lamentations, thick with the scent of death and the lingering vibrations of chakra. What a terrifying sight. Jiraiya had experienced the Second Shinobi World War, yet in his memory, that conflict paled in comparison to the horror unfolding before him. The despair and terror born by this battlefield were indelibly etched into Jiraiya and Appos' heart, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Boom. The world before Jiraiya shifted once more. Inside the residence, the black blade lay still, its cold light subdued yet unable to conceal the overwhelming killing intent it radiated. The blade trembled slightly, and the surrounding air seemed to warp under an invisible force, forming dark whirlpools that devoured the faintest glimmers of light. The killing intent, thick as ink, coiled around it, emanating a chilling malevolence and madness that seemed capable of eroding one and Appos' very soul, igniting an insatiable thirst for slaughter. Jiraiya quickly closed his eyes, unwilling to behold the blade's lethal brilliance. He grasped Rock Lee, who was ensnared by its influence, and pulled him away from the dwelling. Outside, the crimson in Rock Lee and Appos' eyes gradually faded. What just happened? He trembled, cold sweat trickling down his back. It was the killing intent emitted by that blade. Jiraiya inhaled deeply. This is the first time I have encountered such a terrifying weapon. The 7 ninja swords pale in comparison to this black blade. Rock Lee had also been engulfed in the boundless battlefield. Unlike Jiraiya, he found himself as a member of the allied shinobi forces. Before them stood a figure cloaked in black, their features obscured. Upon catching a glimpse, Rock Lee felt a sharp pain in his eyes. The black-clad ninja wielded a blood-spattered narrow blade, and with each step he took, foes fell before him. The blade, like the scythe of death, mercilessly reaped all in its path. In an instant, the battlefield became a hellscape. The blood of the allied shinobi forces flowed like a river, dyeing the earth a blinding red, as countless souls struggled within, ultimately becoming one with the ocean of blood. Rock Lee fought with all his might, employing every technique at his disposal, even resorting to the Reaper Death Seal, a last-ditch effort. Yet, with a single swing, the Grim Reaper would have chosen to avoid the blade and Appos' edge. The eyes of the black-clad ninja held no mercy, only a chilling malice and an insatiable thirst for power. The air was thick with the scent of blood and death, and despair enveloped Rock Lee. Ultimately, as he too fell beneath the blade, the battlefield fell silent. Rock Lee gasped for breath, laughing joyously. This is the blade I desire. An unparalleled weapon, its killing intent is like an ocean. You cannot wield such a blade, Jiraiya cautioned. Rock Lee fell silent. Jiraiya spoke the truth. He wondered how Kiyomi had forged such a blade, capable of encapsulating such terrifying killing intent, an intensity that Rock Lee could not hope to control. At that moment, Kiyomi approached from a distance. You have arrived earlier than expected. The intel indicated you would not be here until tomorrow, he remarked calmly. However, This statement caused Jiraiya to raise an eyebrow in suspicion. Rock Lee too sensed something was amiss. The Nin who had guarded the gate was not right. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, his body moving as he swiftly dashed toward the entrance of Craft Shinobi. Rock Lee chose to remain behind. Such matters were best handled by Jiraiya. Kiyomi, is that blade in the house your creation? Rock Lee queried. Kiyomi nodded. Then how did you manage to enter and exit the residence? Rock Lee wondered, perplexed. Kiyomi and Appo's abilities did not seem to match even that of a Leaf Nin, and Rock Lee doubted Kiyomi could withstand the blade and Appo's killing intent. Oh, I wear this when I enter and exit, Kiyomi explained, producing a palm-sized jade stone from his pocket. I plan to carve this stone, inscribed with seals, into the hilt to suppress the blade and Appo's killing intent. A few days ago, a small meteorite fell into the sea south of the land of crafts. It contained a chilling chakra, and near the meteorite, I discovered this jade stone. Oh, right. There was also an eye beside the jade stone. It seems related to the Leaf Village. Kiyomi revealed a wooden box from his possession. As he opened the box, a Byakugan appeared before Rock Lee. Chapter 66. The intent to transplant the Byakugan. Lee Rock was taken aback. He recalled Qing Ming and Appo's recent mention of the meteorite from beyond the heavens and the jade inscribed with incantations. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon? Lee Rock pondered. Noticing Lee Rock and Appo's gaze fixed on the Byakugan in the box, Qing Ming handed it to him. Here you go. The Byakugan from Konoha is quite a hot potato, Qing Ming chuckled. Having just allied with Konoha, if anyone were to discover he possessed the eyes of Konoha and Appo's strongest clan, it would provide Konoha an opportunity to eliminate him. All right, I shall explain it to Lord Jiraiya, Lee Rock stated as he tucked the Byakugan away. This item was likely the eyes of a branch family of the Otsutsuki clan from the moon. Yes, I'll be counting on you. I shall devote myself to forging that ninja sword. For the next 7 days, I shall remain undisturbed in my room, Qing Ming articulated. Crafting high-level ninja tools requires utmost concentration. A single misstep could significantly diminish their power. He explained his reasoning to Lee Rock, who nodded in agreement. During this time, I will guard the front of the house. Good, Qing Ming replied before entering the residence. The door closed behind him. Lee Rock took a few steps and then sat down on the ground, guarding the front of the house. He held the wooden box close to him, waiting in silence. After a while, Jiraiya and Appo's silhouette appeared from a distance. How did it go? Lee Rock inquired. It was a Nin from the mist. I just captured that gatekeeper using the toad mouth binding technique and obtained some intelligence from him. Jiraiya explained as he settled beside Lee Rock. It seems the Mist Village does not intend to relinquish the Craftsman Village. More precisely, they are unwilling to give up the Byakugan, which relates to the meteorite that fell a few days ago. I am curious. What connection does the meteorite have with the Byakugan? Jiraiya mused aloud, though his peripheral gaze remained fixed on Lee Rock. Lee Rock remained silent, hesitating momentarily. Ultimately, he reached into his robe and produced the wooden box containing the Byakugan. This is the Byakugan brought by the meteorite. Qing Ming handed it to me. The Byakugan was widely recognized as belonging to the Konoha clan, and given the resources obtained by the leader of the Craftsman Village, they rightfully belonged to Konoha. Lee Rock should have handed the Byakugan to Jiraiya, yet he merely opened the box for a brief moment before closing it and returning it to his robe. For he knew that once surrendered, it would be sent straight to the Hyuga clan and would never return to him. Oh, Jiraiya appeared unconcerned. The Byakugan is of little consequence. My relationship with the Hyuga clan is not particularly strong. I am merely curious whether there are other Byakugan clans elsewhere. This was the crux of Jiraiya's concern. He had a hunch that Lee Rock was well aware of the origins of this Byakugan. I cannot say for certain, but I can assure you that there is only one Hyuga clan in the ninja world, and this Byakugan has no ties to them, Lee Rock replied, withholding information about the Otsutsuki clan from the moon. Revealing such details would undoubtedly raise Jiraiya and Appo's suspicions, while the intelligence of the ninja world could be overlooked. The fact that Lee Rock was aware of lunar matters would incite further intrigue. I see. Regarding this Byakugan, what are your plans? Jiraiya queried. I intend to transplant it, Lee Rock declared, gazing into the distance, his resolve firm. The Byakugan could greatly enhance his strength, and combined with the cells of Hashirama, he might even attempt to unlock the Rinnegan in the future. This would provide significant assurance of survival in the impending Fourth Great Ninja War. Once he activated the Rinnegan, he might truly dance on the battlefield of the Fourth War. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly, inhaling sharply. This boy possesses remarkable audacity. To transplant the Byakugan is tantamount to openly declaring war on the Hyuga clan. Although they may not voice their grievances publicly, they will undoubtedly exert every effort to assassinate you and ensure the Byakugan does not leak out. Moreover, the higher-ups in Konoha would not only refrain from stopping this, but would also encourage it to gain favor with the Hyuga clan. Even Tsunade and I would have to publicly condemn your actions. Jiraiya reflected inwardly. At 18, he would not have dared to openly oppose the entirety of Konoha. Do you understand what this represents? Jiraiya reiterated. I understand clearly, Lee Rock affirmed resolutely. Well, regarding the Byakugan transplant, you must seek someone else to perform it. Neither Tsunade nor I can assist you with that, Jiraiya clarified. Yes, I will find someone, Lee Rock replied softly. He already had someone in mind for the procedure. The two fell into silence. After a while, Jiraiya spoke again. If you find yourself with nowhere to go, you can return to Konoha. Tsunade and I can grant you a position in the Umbu. That is the most we can do within our authority. Lee Rock faced a choice between the Hyuga clan and returning to Konoha. Tsunade and the higher-ups would undoubtedly choose the Hyuga clan. Jiraiya could only provide Lee Rock with a means to hide as a member of the Umbu when he found himself in dire straits. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Lee Rock expressed his gratitude. Achieving this much was already an acknowledgement of him. Umbu, huh? Lee Rock had no intention of going. The world was vast. Where could he not go? He did not wish to be like Kakashi, who, due to the struggle for Hokage, was confined to the Umbu for 10 years, only to be reinstated once the third Hokage secured his position a decade later. Such precious time wasted in the shadows was something Lee Rock adamantly wished to avoid. Moreover, he felt that after transplanting the Byakugan, he should confront the Hyuga clan alongside Neji. By the way, Lord Jiraiya, is that mist ninja still in the toad's mouth? Lee Rock suddenly asked. Jiraiya paused, surprised that Lee Rock was aware of his secret technique. What are you planning here? Jiraiya clapped his hands, and the surroundings transformed into the stomach wall of the rock-shelled toad. On the stomach wall, a middle-aged ninja, wearing a mist headband, was struggling incessantly. Give up. You cannot escape, Jiraiya remarked casually. You Don and Amp, Oppos, fear the repercussions of violating the alliance treaty among the 5 great nations? The mist Nin shouted angrily. Though his bravado was merely a fade, the alliance treaty was little more than a worthless piece of paper. Once in the hands of another, death would cast them into the sea, and even if the daimyo of the land of water himself came, there would be no recourse. However, he did not anticipate that Lee Rock would be frightened. I see, Lord Jiraiya. Although our relationship with the mist is not particularly strong, it is not bad either. The 2 great ninja villages have maintained a friendly relationship. Our actions here are inappropriate, Lee Rock proclaimed with righteous indignation, patting his chest emphatically. Jiraiya and Amp, Oppos' face darkened with anger. What? Are you defying my orders? I am in charge here. Humph. You foolishly underestimate the situation. Jiraiya snorted coldly. The gastric wall of the rock-sheltering toad surged forth, ensnaring Lee Rock as well. Humph. You, a mere commoner, truly believe yourself to be of significance? Were it not for the plea from the Hyuga clan, I would never have brought you to this artisan ninja training. A cold indifference washed over Jiraiya and Amp, Oppos' face. I shall leave you here to reflect alongside this infiltrator. There are myriad matters awaiting my attention in the artisan ninja village. How vexing it is to squander time on you. Jiraiya formed hand seals and vanished before Lee Rock. Chapter 67. The plot of the Mist Clan. Are you alright? The Mist Ninja, witnessing Jiraiya and Amp, Oppos' departure, Kuden and Amp, Oppos' help but inquire. Lee Rock shook his head. I and Amp, Oppos, am fine. I apologize. Our 2 great ninja villages should be allies. I will certainly persuade Lord Jiraiya, Lee Rock asserted earnestly, with his youthful and sincere countenance. The Mist Ninja and Amp, Oppos' remaining doubts began to dissipate gradually. By the way, I am Lee Rock, a genin from the Hidden Leaf. I am not yet aware of your name. I am Mitani Onari, a chunin of the mist. Mitani Onari replied softly. Rest assured, Brother Mitani, I will ensure your safe return. Indeed, Mitani Onari did not believe Lee Rock had any means to sway Jiraiya. He had witnessed Jiraiya's prowess, a renowned member of the legendary 3 ninjas. I have heard that the land of water, situated above the sea, must possess breathtaking scenery, Lee Rock remarked, his face alight with longing. Mitani Onari nodded repeatedly. Indeed, many people, after enjoying the hot springs in the land of hot water, choose to visit the land of water next. The views are splendid. How wonderful. Once we are free, Brother Mitani must take me to explore the land of water. The 2 continued to chat amiably, unaware of the implications of their conversation regarding the ninja villages. Within the belly of the toad, time seemed to lose meaning. They chatted until fatigue began to set in. I cannot match your youthful vigor. I am feeling somewhat weary and will rest for a while. Mitani Onari admitted, fatigue evident in his tone. Lee Rock nodded with a smile, gradually succumbing to slumber as well. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Jiraiya reappeared within the toad and Oppos' belly. This is a lesson for you. Will you dare to defy me again? Jiraiya bellowed. I won tea. I was wrong. It was the Mist Ninja who invaded our territory first. My fault. Lee Rock conceded repeatedly. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction, leading Lee Rock out of the toad and Oppos' belly, leaving a disappointed Mitani Onari behind. It seems I cannot return. Mitani Onari, having gone a long time without nourishment, felt his vision blurring. Gradually, he lost consciousness. When he awakened, the aroma of food wafted through the air. As his vision cleared, he saw Lee Rock holding food before him. Here are some breads, Brother Mitani. Please make do with this. Mitani Onari, starved and indifferent to the nature of the food, devoured the bread. After a few bites, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Brother Mitani, do not worry. I will surely rescue you, for I await your guidance to explore the land of water, Lee Rock declared. Indeed. Mitani Onari nodded. Yet internally, he harbored no hope. I have come here at Lord Jiraiya and Appo's behest to interrogate you. Do you possess any trivial intelligence? Lee Rock spoke quickly. Upon hearing this, Mitani Onari felt a chill within. So everything was merely to extract information. Heh, trivial intelligence, you say? I indeed have something. Mitani Onari pondered deeply. Lord Ao places great importance on that Byakugan. Thank you, brother Mitani. Rest assured, I will rescue you. Lee Rock exclaimed, giving a thumbs up with a fervent smile. Mitani Onari did not respond this time, having relinquished any hope of survival. Time passed once more, and Lee Rock appeared again within the Toad and Appo's belly. Mitani Onari, now severely famished, lacked the strength to lift his head. Lee Rock fed him a small amount of food. Brother Mitani, the opportunity has arrived. Lord Jiraiya is currently engaged in battle with the Mist Ninja. Lee Rock formed hand seals, albeit clumsily and slowly. Yet, Mitani Onari distinctly felt his body separating from the belly wall. Let us go. Lee Rock lifted the weakened Mitani Onari and vanished from the belly. The scenery before Mitani Onari transformed dramatically. The sea breeze swept in, gently caressing his cheeks, imbued with a hint of salt and freedom, while the sound of waves lapping at the shore resonated in his ears, akin to the most enchanting symphony in existence. Brother Mitani, you are free, Lee Rock exclaimed joyfully, as if he himself were liberated. This smile, along with the surrounding scenery, moved Mitani Onari deeply, tears welling in his eyes. Mitani Onari bowed in gratitude. Lee Rock helped him up. It and Appo's. It's all right, brother Mitani. Trust is essential among people. I hope that in the future, the Hidden Leaf and the Mist can share the same bond as we do, akin to brothers. Lee Rock proclaimed fervently. As he spoke with increasing passion, he suddenly tripped over a branch at his feet. The wooden box he was carrying tumbled out, breaking open to reveal the Byakugan within. Mitani Onari and Appo's heart raced. His mission in infiltrating the Craft Ninja village was to ascertain the location of the Byakugan. Little did he expect to stumble upon it so effortlessly. Cough, cough. Lee Rock hastily gathered the box. Brother, you must safeguard this item well. If others catch sight of it, it could spark ill intentions. Mitani Onari replied earnestly. Thank you for the reminder. I will keep it close and ensure it remains hidden from others. As for you, brother Mitani, you are no outsider. Lee Rock nodded vigorously, his expression earnest as he clutched the box tightly. Indeed. Mitani Onari wished to say more, but distant voices interrupted. Retreat. It's the legendary three ninjas. We are not their match. As long as we reach the waters of the Land of Water, even the three ninjas would not dare to openly attack us Mist Ninja. Ah, help me. The sounds of intense combat erupted nearby, a terrifying chakra unleashed. Brother Mitani, quickly escape. If Lord Jiraiya captures you again, I want to be able to save you. Lee Rock urged with urgency. Understood. Mitani Onari, not pausing to contemplate, thanked Lee Rock once more before plunging into the water, disappearing from sight. Safe travels, brother Mitani. Lee Rock waved vigorously. After a while, Lee Rock and Appo's smile faded. In a flash, he returned to the Craft Ninja village. These past few days of acting have exhausted me. Lee Rock sighed. Haha, was this not your idea in the first place? Jiraiya chuckled heartily from the side. Everything that transpired had been a ruse, with one singular objective, to allow Mitani Onari to witness the Byakugan in Lee Rock and Appo's possession. Are you so certain that the Mist Ninja will take the bait? Jiraiya inquired. Fear not. That Mist Ninja possesses a Byakugan. He understands its capabilities better than anyone. During peacetime, he would not dare invade the Hidden Leaf, but now, a wild Byakugan lies before him. Lee Rock declared with confidence. I find it hard to believe he would remain unmoved. In the Land of Water, within the Mist Ninja village, Ao gazed at the returning Mitani Onari. Are you certain that the Byakugan resides within that genin named Rock Lee? Ao fixed his gaze intently upon Mitaka Inari. Mitaka Inari promptly nodded in affirmation. Indeed. I witnessed it myself. That lad appears to be a passionate fool, not only freeing me, but inadvertently revealing the Byakugan he possesses. Very well, I understand now. You may leave. Understood. Ao furrowed his brow, discerning that this was a ploy of self-sacrifice, merely a baiting tactic. He did not consider him a match for Jiraiya. Thus, an idea began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 68. The appearance of Kisame and Itachi in the village of Takumi. Rock Lee stood guard before a residence. Meanwhile, Jiraiya busied himself with the village's affairs, a realm in which he felt utterly inept, leaving him overwhelmed with responsibilities. In a stroke of misfortune, Shikamaru was dispatched from Konoha to aid Jiraiya in managing daily operations. The internal atmosphere of Takumi village had stabilized. The villagers, inherently averse to conflict, had initially harbored fears regarding Konoha's complete takeover. However, upon observing Jiraiya's moderation and the unscathed status of their former leader, Saimai, the villagers gradually resumed their daily lives. From a distance, Lee could hear Shikamaru's complaints. On the sun-drenched lawn, Lee reclined peacefully, eyes closed, basking in the serenity of nature. Beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds, a gentle sea breeze caressed him, accompanied by the melodic chirping of birds, creating a harmonious blend with the tranquility of the moment. Shikamaru approached, lying down beside him. Expressing envy, I wish I could just lie here and gaze at the clouds all day without a care in the world. Shikamaru squinted at the drifting clouds, pondering. In terms of governance, Lord Jiraiya is essentially akin to that fool Naruto, isn't? Lee chuckled in response, best not to speak too freely. Shikamaru, being a scion of the Nara clan, was aware of his family's pivotal role within Konoha's medical system, especially after Tsunade's ascent, which had only elevated their status further. Seemingly on par with the Hyuga clan. As a member of a prominent family, Shikamaru refrained from openly criticizing Jiraiya, despite his private thoughts suggesting otherwise. Jiraiya was indeed more competent than Naruto in administrative matters, though not by a significant margin. To ascend to high office, one must bear the weight of responsibility, Lee mused. Your future burdens will be far heavier. To lounge about, one must first rise above the rest. Shikamaru contemplated Lee's words. It appeared that there were movements from the Mist Village. He placed an intelligence scroll beside Lee, revealing not only the arrival of Kisame from the mist, but also that of the Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei? Lee opened the scroll and scanned its contents. The feudal lord of the water country, upon learning of Konoha's takeover of Takumi village, had sent the Mizukage in person to extend congratulations. Accompanied by bodyguards Ao and Chjr. It seems Lord Jiraiya will likely be detained by the Mizukage. This is a beauty trap, Shikamaru remarked, glancing at Lee, who appeared unfazed by the situation. Ao was notably powerful, possessing the Byakugan, and according to Jiraiya's intelligence, the Mist had seemingly hired a member of the Akatsuki. Shikamaru rose, aware that his leisure time was at an end. He had a multitude of tasks to assist Jiraiya with in the afternoon. There seems to be someone in Konoha relaying information to the Akatsuki. You, as a Jinchuriki, leave the village, and immediately Akatsuki members are dispatched by the Mist. Shikamaru warned. Don and Appos, do you think you can use this information to repay me? I know more than you realize. The visitors include Kisame, one of the original 7 ninja swordsmen, and our old acquaintance, Itachi Uchiha. Lee, I still closed, maintained his tranquil demeanor. He had already received intelligence from Kakuzu about this mission involving the Akatsuki's Kisame and Itachi. Despite the seemingly strict management of the Akatsuki, each member operated with their own network, sharing information internally while also trading it externally. For instance, Kakuzu had a cadre of formidable ninja handling affairs for him. Scorpion and Kisame were no different. When they defected from their respective villages, they had their subordinates, which explained why the defection of a jonin could inflict severe damage on a village. Itachi also had his unique sources of intelligence, which Lee speculated likely stemmed from the higher echelons of Konoha. The Akatsuki was indeed a complex coalition of factions, with no opposition to individual power development, save for the eccentric Deidara and Haiden, who remained solitary within the organization. What a bother, Shikamaru noted, realizing Lee already possessed more detailed intelligence, thus thwarting his intention to collect a favor. He departed hastily while he gazed ahead at the residence, patiently awaiting the moment when the black blade would be completed. Among the swordsmen, who was truly the strongest? Lee murmured, his voice carried away by the sea breeze. 2 days later, Mizukage Terumi Mei and her entourage arrived in the land of Takumi. Jiraiya and Shikamaru personally welcomed her. I never expected the Mizukage to be so young, her stature rivaling that of Tsunade. Shikamaru coughed discreetly, prompting Jiraiya to adopt an awkward smile. It is an honor to be compared with Princess Tsunade. Terumi Mei replied with a radiant smile, though internally she wished to incinerate Jiraiya with boiling water. Please, have a seat, Jiraiya gestured invitingly. I've heard that Konoha has taken over Takumi village. Will the subsequent sales of ninja tools to the other 4 great ninja villages be priced higher? Terumi Mei inquired directly. If it were that old man Inoki, I would certainly inflate the prices tenfold. But for you, Mizukage, I can offer an 8% discount. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Shikamaru felt resigned. Money does not appear from thin air, and the economy of the Fire Country was no different. The amount paid to the feudal lord each month must not diminish. Thus, giving the Mizukage an 8% discount would inevitably require increasing prices for other villages by 20%. Shikamaru thought wryly. Ha ha ha. I truly appreciate Lord Jiraiya's generosity. It feels like we have an instant rapport. As night falls, why don't we find a place to converse intimately? Terumi Mei's collar seemed to dip even lower, which only excited Jiraiya further as he eagerly nodded. Absolutely, that suits me perfectly. He completely disregarded Shikamaru's subtle warnings and led Terumi Mei to his residence. This is becoming increasingly troublesome, Shikamaru sighed, glancing at Ao and Chjr in the office. I apologize. Shall I take you 2 on a tour of Takumi village? He proposed. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Chjr. Why don't you accompany Shikamaru for the tour? It's your first outing. It would be beneficial to broaden your horizons, Ao suggested to Chjr, who appeared somewhat anxious. Why yes, Chjr stammered. Shikamaru noticed his nervousness and initiated a conversation, gradually easing into a dialogue while they toured the factory where ninja tools were crafted. Meanwhile, Ao returned to his room, waiting in silence. Moments later, a bird alighted at the window. Ao retrieved a message from the bird's leg, sent by Mitsuya Inari. Lord Ao, Lee Rock is currently alone in front of the residence of Saimai, the former leader of Takumi. AO incinerated the message, cleared his throat, and two Nin guards entered the room. Now is the perfect opportunity, AO thought, eyeing the two. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the two dispelled their transformation jutsu. Kisame and Itachi exchanged knowing nods. We each take what we need. The Byakugan for you. The Jinchuriki for us, Kisame reiterated. No objections. The hidden mist has no interest in the Jinchuriki. Very well. Let us depart, Kisame. It is time to capture the Three Tails vessel. Under the shroud of night. Itachi and Kisame vanished into the shadows. Chapter 69. Acquiring the second Byakugan under the cover of night, Rock Lee stepped out of the tent. To his surprise, it was Brother Mitsutani. Lee greeted him with exuberance. Haha, I didn't expect to see you so soon, little Lee. Mitsutani responded with a hollow smile. His true intention to delay Lee until the assassination was complete. Success in this task would elevate him to the rank of Special Jonin, a tantalizing prospect indeed. This visit concludes. And Brother Mitsutani will take me on a tour of the Land of Water, Lee said cheerfully. No problem, in a few days. I'll show you the 8 lakes of the hidden mist. The scenery there is quite splendid. Thank you so much, Lee replied. No need, after all. You'll be dead soon, what? Brother Mitsutani, what do you mean by that? From behind Lee, Kisame's figure emerged from the shadows, swiftly severing Lee's head with a single stroke. I heard he is the brother of the daimyo of the Land of Rice and the grandson-in-law of the Tsuchikage. Is this all he amounts to? Kisame mused, taken aback by the ease of his victory. Setting aside those identities, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails should not have been so easily vanquished. Kisame remained vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Lee's decapitated body transformed into a cloud of smoke, leaving no trace. What? Shadow clone. Kisame exclaimed, scanning the area. The anticipated attack never materialized. Mr. Itachi, can you see where that guy is? Kisame inquired. Uchiha Itachi gazed into the residence of the craft ninja leader, Saimai. The atmosphere within was thick with chaotic and murderous intent, almost palpable. A mere glance left him uneasy. It must be some kind of ninja tool. But that does not concern us. Capturing the Three Tails is our priority, Itachi stated. Itachi's gaze fell upon Mitsutani, who had become entranced by the Sharingan. After a moment, Mitsutani's eyes glazed over, his body collapsing lifelessly onto the grass. How is it? Kisame asked. According to my intel, this mist ninja was unaware that Lee was a shadow clone. If I am not mistaken, the real Lee should be with Saimai now. Itachi looked into the distance. It seems we have been outmaneuvered. At that moment, within Saimai's abode, he lay on his bed, restless, his body trembling slightly. Saimai's heart raced with excitement. It was this Byakugan that had granted him such power, elevating him from a mere commoner to a prominent figure within the hidden mist. With 2 Byakugan, I shall become the leader of the Hyuga clan in the hidden mist. Saimai fantasized about the glorious future that awaited him. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from afar. Saimai couldn't help but rise to investigate. It appears the Akatsuki has made their move. The explosion originated from the location where Lee was reported to be. Moments later, Kisame appeared in the room. Did you find anything? Saimai asked, suppressing his excitement. Kisame nodded, tossing Saimai a wooden box before vanishing. Eagerly, Saimai opened the box, revealing a Byakugan. Haha, excellent. My long-held wish. In a flash, a shadow swept across Saimai's neck, leaving a line of blood. His pupils dilated in shock as he noticed a minuscule seal inscribed on the bottom of the box. Saimai's consciousness faded. Lee reached out, preparing to extract the Byakugan from Saimai's right eye, but the sealing tags hanging from his ears instantly obstructed his fingers. Humph. With a swift motion, Lee severed Saimai's ears and removed the Byakugan, disappearing from the room. After a while, Kisame and Itachi reappeared in Saimai's chamber. It seems his intention was to acquire the Byakugan. Where might he be now? Kisame inquired. Itachi shook his head. He has secured the Byakugan. He will likely conceal himself next. Itachi's gaze was fixed on a corner of the room, and he spoke softly. This mission has failed. Let us depart. Capturing the Jinchuriki of Konoha is a formidable task. If we delay further, Jiraiya will arrive, and he is not easily dealt with. Itachi's figure gradually faded away. Next time, Pain will personally go to Konoha for the capture. Let us go, Kisame. Kisame's form also slowly disappeared. An hour later, Lee's figure emerged from the corner of the room. He had been present all along, while Kisame may have been oblivious to Lee's existence. Uchiha Itachi was fully aware. However, Itachi chose not to alert anyone, instead discreetly relaying some information to Lee, confirming Lee's suspicions that Itachi was a double agent. Yet, his communication line had been severed, leaving him no choice but to divulge intel to Lee. It appeared that the third Hokage was Itachi's contact. Maintaining a singular line of communication, Lee did not vacate Saimai and Appo's room. He clapped his hands together. Transformation Jutsu. Lee transformed into Kisame's likeness and boldly strode towards Jiraiya and Appo's quarters. Inside the room, Jiraiya wore a lecherous expression, engaged in a negotiation with Tsunade. They had progressed from discussing an 8% discount on ninja tools to a 50% discount. Suddenly, both Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions shifted. Who goes there? Boom. Water style. Great waterfall technique. A torrent of water erupted, demolishing Jiraiya's room. Jiraiya and Tsunade found themselves atop the water's surface. Members of the Akatsuki? Jiraiya frowned. You've come here to capture the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, haven't you? The Three-Tails Jinchuriki? No, you misunderstand. The Three-Tails belong to Pain. We have other objectives, Kisame retorted. His hands swiftly forming seals. Water style. Great shark bullet technique. A massive water shark surged towards Jiraiya and Tsunade. Water style. Water dragon bullet technique. Tsunade countered with her own jutsu, blocking Kisame's attack. She turned to Jiraiya. This Akatsuki member was once part of our hidden mist. Leave this to me, Jiraiya-sama. You go protect the Three-Tails. Jiraiya hesitated but eventually nodded and vanished from sight. Kisame continued unleashing water-style techniques, engaging Tsunade from a distance. Is this all the progress you've made over the years? Tsunade challenged. With a clap of her hands, she expelled a large quantity of corrosive acid, ensnaring Kisame. Impressive, Mizukiage, but my task is already accomplished. Mr. Itachi should have succeeded, and it is time to bid farewell to my dear Mizukiage. Wait, boom. Kisame's figure vanished in an instant, leaving Tsunade bewildered. If he is not after the Three-Tails, then what was his mission? Tsunade pondered, lost in thought. In the distance, a cry interrupted her reverie. Mizukiage. Saimahi after Nagatu and Shikamaru completed their visit, they returned to their room. As they passed by Ao and Appo's chamber, they were met with a pungent scent of blood. Upon entering, they discovered that Ao had met his demise, and the Byakugan was nowhere to be found. Was Ao's death part of Hoshigaki Kisame's mission to seize the Byakugan? Terumi Mei swiftly made her way toward Ao's room. Chapter 70. Destiny within the tower. Mizukiage Terumi Mei gazed upon the lifeless form of Ching, a flicker of sorrow glimmering in her eyes. Though she was not particularly close to Ching, she recognized the immense effort he had put forth to secure his position within the mist. The Akatsuki. Behind her, Jur and the bodyguards seethed with indignation. Condolences? Jiraiya approached, his demeanor shifting from frivolity to gravity. This was our oversight. We failed to safeguard properly. From now on, all ninja tools from the mist will be sold at a 40% discount. His words brought a measure of comfort to Terumi Mei. After a moment of silence, she lifted her gaze to Jiraiya. Not enough, it must be 30. Very well. Terumi Mei and Appo's fists clenched tightly. She instructed her guards to collect Ching and Appo's remains and exchanged brief pleasantries with Jiraiya before departing from the village of craftsmen that very night. The visit had been swift, arriving and departing like a fleeting shadow. Once the Mist Shinobi had left, Rock Lee and Shikamaru emerged. Did you acquire it? Jiraiya inquired. Indeed. Lee opened a wooden box revealing 2 Byakugan eyes within. Jiraiya nodded, previously skeptical that a ploy could deceive the mist. Yet Lee was resolute that Ching would indeed come to the village of craftsmen. It seemed that Terumi Mei was unaware of the Akatsuki and Appo's machinations. It was possible that Ching had forged a covert alliance with them, or perhaps Terumi Mei was merely playing the fool. Lee recounted his transformation into Kisame and their ensuing battle, noting that Terumi Mei appeared oblivious to the Akatsuki and Appo's existence. That woman is not as simple as she seems. She must understand. At that moment, on the vast expanse of the ocean, a great ship sailed eastward. Bang! Terumi Mei's fist struck the mast. Jur questioned her, but she replied, no need. Taking a deep breath, she maintained her composure, though a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. Konoha is also involved in this matter. Konoha? Jur exclaimed, astonished. Terumi Mei stepped onto the deck, her gaze fixed upon the limitless sea, silent. The ocean breeze tousled her hair. Byakugan, the Hyuga clan. As night enveloped the world, the waters churned darkly, unfathomable in depth. Innocent men bear the burden of wealth. Let this matter cease here. And do not speak of it again. The mist, embroiled as it is with the Akatsuki or Konoha, cannot afford further strife. Terumi Mei and Appo's eyelid twitched slightly. But remember, Konoha and the Akatsuki will one day show their weaknesses. Ching's life must have an explanation. Understood. The ship sailed eastward, gradually fading into the night. The following day in the village of craftsmen, Rock Lee stood vigil outside a residence. Jiraiya and Shikamaru approached. Today should be the day, right? Jiraiya asked. Indeed, Lee affirmed. 7 days have passed. The black blade will be forged today. I too am eager to see the extent of its power. Suddenly, Jiraiya and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. The ground trembled violently. Boom. A frigid, piercing aura erupted from within the residence, draining the natural energy within a 100-mile radius. What is this? Jiraiya, Lee, and Shikamaru could not help but turn their gazes toward the house. A realm of darkness enveloped it, seemingly blocking all light from penetrating. After a brief moment, whoosh, the entire dark domain vanished and Kiyoshi emerged, wielding a slender black blade. Mission accomplished. Kiyoshi was drenched in sweat, visibly satisfied with the black blade. Lee took the blade, channeling chakra into it. Buzz. A terrifying aura of killing intent surged forth, rippling around the blade, warping the very space itself. The chakra Li infused mixed with the murderous intent, forming a dark domain that instilled fear in all who beheld it. A fine blade. Li gazed at the black sword that floated silently before him. The dark mist of chakra intertwined with light, as if a king were descending, awaiting its master to inscribe future legends. Li stepped forward, extending his right hand to grasp the black blade. Its name is Destiny. Buzz. The black blade quivered, and Li swung it towards Jiraiya. Haha, a fine strike. Jiraiya clapped his hands, activating his sage technique. In an instant, he formed hand seals. Summoning. 5 Phoenix Gate. Boom. 5 colossal gates materialized, adorned with grotesque beasts and twisted specters, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of a gateway to the underworld. Come. Let us see how formidable your blade truly is. Jiraiya smiled at the advancing Li. Nearby, Shikamaru was awestruck by the spectacle. The immense 5 Phoenix Gates made him feel insignificantly small, leaving him devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Li. Shikamaru glanced at Li, who exhibited no fear. Sage art. Open. Li and Appo's eyes glimmered with determination, confidence radiating from his being. This strike can sever even the depths of the abyss. As his words fell, Li swung the black blade through the air, unleashing a darkness that resembled a mighty emperor or a celestial being, imbued with an unstoppable force as he struck forward. Whoosh. Boom. The blade sliced through the 4 gates, finally halting at the 5th. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. After all, this was an ancient defensive technique. He had only recently managed to grasp it after transplanting Hashirama and Appo's cells. What a terrifying blade and Appo's aura. This was merely a standard strike. The blade and Appo's glow formed from sage chakra shattered 4 gates. Upon opening the 8 gates, I should be able to break the 5th. Jiraiya mused. Li approached him. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama, for allowing me to test my blade. Not at all, Jiraiya waved his hand. He too was eager to discover the extent of his newfound strength after the transplant. Days later, a group of ninjas arrived with an array of medical instruments. These supplies were extensive, covering various needs, ostensibly to support the construction of the village of craftsmen. In truth, they contained surgical tools prepared by Tsunade for Li. Shikamaru deciphered the coded message, selecting the necessary medical supplies for Li. Li entered the office. Next. I would like to ask for your assistance, Jiraiya-sama. He sheathed the destiny blade. Your requests are quite troublesome, Jiraiya sighed, yet he did not refuse. Li had saved his life. Such a debt was not easily repaid. I wish to transplant the Byakugan, and I have already chosen the surgeon. Li's left hand moved toward his neck. Jiraiya's eyelid twitched. Wait, it can't be that person, can it? Chapter 71. The transplant of the Byakugan in a room near the seaside, filled with an array of medical instruments secretly transported from Konoha by Tsunade. Rock Lee gently caressed the cursed seal on his neck. Revive. Orochimaru. He first inscribed the sealing technique for banishing evil. After successfully sealing it, Rock Lee raised his left hand. Released the banishment. He then formed the reverse hand seals, a surge of agony radiating from his neck. Gasping for breath, he endured the pain, awaiting the transformation of the cursed seal. Moments later, the seal began to shift. Orochimaru's form gradually emerged from the cursed seal, astonishing Jiraiya, who stood nearby. His expression was complex. Orochimaru, who had slain his master and sought the destruction of Konoha, was simultaneously his companion, sharing countless life and death moments. That bond lingered in his heart, rendering him unable to feel purely joyful or angry at the resurrection of this old acquaintance. Jiraiya, we meet again. Orochimaru and Appo's voice dripped with darkness. Jiraiya remained silent for a while before finally responding. Indeed, you are quite difficult to kill. He sighed, realizing that their reunion was one of both adversaries and allies. The future held the likelihood of Orochimaru once again attempting to annihilate Konoha, with he and Tsunade striving to thwart him. It seems that Child has something to discuss with you. We shall address our matters afterward, Jiraiya stated calmly. Orochimaru turned to see the weakened Rock Lee. I didn't end Appo's. Do you expect it to be you? I thought Sasuke would be the one to revive me. Orochimaru licked his lips with intrigue. Do not dwell on Sasuke. He is currently on a path of vengeance, and once it concludes, you will be no match for him. Rock Lee, gasping for air, found the pain in his neck unbearable. He gently touched the area, and the cursed seal vanished. I need your assistance to transplant the Byakugan. He produced a wooden box from his robes. Oh, the Byakugan? Orochimaru opened the box, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. This ocular ability has its limitations. Unlike the Sharingan. How about this? The 3 of us will collaborate. Jiraiya and I will take on 7 enemies while you handle Sasuke. Once accomplished, I shall assist you with the transplant. You will not escape today. Spare your efforts and proceed with the transplant. Rock Lee formed a hand seal, enveloping the room in a massive barrier. He reclined on the surgical table, a barrier of the 4 symbols sealing technique. Orochimaru sensed the sealing arts, surprised by Lee's mastery of forbidden techniques. I never imagined you could learn such arts. It seems you have changed as well, Jiraiya, he remarked with a smile, refraining from further commentary as he began the transplant. Days later, Rock Lee opened his eyes. Before him, he could see Orochimaru and Appo's chakra pathways and the flow of chakra in vivid detail. He lifted his head and gazed out the window. From a kilometer away, every scene was laid bare before him, the patterns of insects' wings vividly discernible. Is this the Byakugan? Rock Lee rose. Thank you, he expressed with about Orochimaru. Are you not afraid I might tamper with the procedure and eliminate you? Orochimaru suddenly inquired, observing Rock Lee on the table. Only science should remain untainted. You are not the protagonist. Toppling everything is easy. Anyone can do it, be it you, Tsunade, or Pain. But after the fall, whether one can devise an effective means of reconstruction is paramount. As Rock Lee rose and headed toward the door, he offered Orochimaru one final piece of advice. Rather than riding the winds, it is better to watch them rise. Orochimaru fell silent. The assertion about science remained unheeded. He was indifferent to the world around him. However, Rock Lee and Appo's words stirred something deep within him. Orochimaru possessed his own pride. After witnessing the darkness and decay within the upper echelons of Konoha, he resolved to enact change. To transform, one must dismantle everything and start anew, a challenge to the very order of the shinobi world. Yet, every step Orochimaru took proved successful. He believed that the world was populated by mediocrity, unable to perceive destiny, futilely struggling until they became mere dust in the annals of history. Only he, Orochimaru, was the destined one, the individual fated to alter the course of the shinobi world, until he was ultimately slain by Sasuke, awakening him to the realization that he too was merely one amongst the ordinary. As he cast a detached glance at Rock Lee and Appo's retreating figure, he thought, then, I wish to see your methods. With Rock Lee's exit, the barrier of the four symbols sealing technique dissipated. It seems it is time to reminisce, Jiraiya. Boom. The room shook violently, soon followed by the appearance of a multitude of snakes in the toad gamabunta. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Their reunion was rather unique. Rock Lee lay on the grass, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. Giant Rasengan, Triple Rashomon, Ninja Art, Needle Earth God, Serpent Domain, Sage Art, Eight-Headed Serpent. Their clash stretched from day into dusk, culminating in Jiraiya activating Sage Mode, barely managing to gain the upper hand over Orochimaru. Do you concede? Jiraiya grasped Orochimaru by the throat, relishing the moment. I concede, Orochimaru admitted, accepting his defeat. Do you still wish to destroy Konoha? Indeed. Orochimaru responded earnestly. Boom. The battle reignited. Feeling a pang of hunger, Rock Lee departed from the seaside, returning to the village of the craftsmen. Shikamaru, busy with administrative duties, noticed his approach. It seems things are finally on track here. By the way, what are your plans? Will you return to IWA, or to the land of rice? Shikamaru looked up, his gaze falling on Rock Lee and Appo's Byakugan, feeling an odd sensation. I plan to head back to Konoha for a visit. The Hashirama cell Tsunade has been cultivating should be nearing completion, Rock Lee replied. Recent intelligence indicates that the hidden cloud is struggling. The Raikage has requested assistance from Konoha. Shikamaru accurately sifted through a pile of documents to extract the information regarding Konoha. Oh, I did not anticipate the Raikage would seek aid, Rock Lee remarked. Besides me, who else is going for support? Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru replied. Has Sasuke appeared? Indeed, Shikamaru sighed, still grappling with disbelief that Rock Lee had audaciously provoked Konoha and Appo's foremost clan. News of your Byakugan has already reached Konoha. You should prepare yourself, as assassination attempts could come at any time, Shikamaru warned. Indeed, I have long been prepared for this. Lilac maintained a calm demeanor. After acquiring the Byakugan, he had completely aligned himself against the Hyuga clan. At that moment, Jiraiya entered the office, followed closely by Orochimaru. I suppose I must accompany you as well, Jiraiya remarked. Honestly, this complicates matters further. How am I to compose this intelligence report? Shikamaru exclaimed, slapping his forehead in exasperation. Chapter 72. The conflicts of the Hyuga clan in the Hyuga residence. Within the main house, Hyuga Hizashi gently lifted the steaming tea from the table, casting a glance at Niji before him. Niji, I am unable to alter the traditions of our clan. Once the caged bird is marked, it cannot be undone. I truly regret this matter, he spoke, his previously stern demeanor softening, resembling a wise elder imparting guidance to a younger relative. From now on, you shall remain here. I shall consider you as my own son. We, the Hyuga clan, must not allow outsiders to mock us. Niji remained silent, his lips sealed. He had been confined within the depths of the Hyuga estate, under constant surveillance, rendering him too fearful to voice any dissent. Hizashi and Appo's tone continued to be remarkably gentle. He recognized Niji and Appo's understanding of the profound essence of their martial arts, which is why he had refrained from activating the caged bird seal to eliminate him. This situation had become the talk of the entire Hidden Leaf village, and everyone awaited the spectacle of their embarrassment. During this time, we should set aside past grievances and reconcile, demonstrating the strength of the Hyuga clan to those who would belittle us. Eventually, Niji exhaled a resigned sigh. Yes, head of the clan. Ah, splendid. You need not worry about that girl named Tintin. Hinata has already taken her away from the dungeon and is currently living with her. Hizashi waved his hand dismissively. He thought it more prudent to assign personnel to monitor Tintin rather than Niji. It sufficed to keep Tintin under control. For Niji was merely a branch family member whose life could be extinguished at any moment. Niji inhaled deeply and nodded. Understood. Good. In the future, You may participate in the family meetings of the Hyuga clan. Hisashi finally placed the cup of tea down on the table. He was indifferent to whether Niji truly pledged his allegiance. In truth, Niji and Appo's life or death was of little consequence to him. What mattered most was Niji's mastery of the martial arts. With a gentle smile, Hisashi exited the room, envisioning the bright future of the Hyuga clan. After his departure, Niji trembled, his fists clenched tightly. After a moment, he managed to suppress the fury boiling within him. Outside the door, Hinata and Appo's voice called softly, "Niji, brother." Niji rose and stepped out of the room. "Miss," he replied coldly, his tone as frigid as ice, causing Hinata to shiver and avert her gaze. Hinata had just heard about the past from other clan members, leaving her feeling deeply guilty, yet unsure how to express it. "No need for that. I shall teach you the martial arts instead," Niji declared, aware that Tintin was likely surrounded by watchers. He had no chance to see her. With a swift motion, he began demonstrating Tai Chi, meticulously explaining the intricacies of the technique and the art of exerting force. After completing his demonstration, he noticed Hinata remained motionless, standing there in silence. Believing she had not grasped it, he demonstrated once more. "Is there anything you do not understand, miss? Feel free to ask me." Hinata glanced around, confirming the absence of any observers, and approached Niji. "Niji, brother, tonight, take Tintin and leave from the back mountain. I can help you." "Miss, you have misunderstood. I do not intend to leave the clan." Niji stepped back, distancing himself from her. Hinata stood there, bewildered and at a loss. "Miss, is there anything unclear about Tai Chi?" Niji inquired again. Hinata, unable to find a way to assist him, continued practicing the movements of Tai Chi as night fell. Niji returned to his room, illuminating it with a flick of the light. In a fit of rage, he struck the wooden table before him, shattering it into pieces. "Damn it." He glared at his reflection in the mirror, the mark of the caged bird glaring back at him. "I have been too optimistic," he reproached himself. Since joining the third squad, his days had been filled with ease and enjoyment. The mark upon his forehead gradually faded from his mind, especially during this time in the land of rice. He had even forgotten about the caged bird's existence until the main family sent assassins to his door, seizing Tintin in his absence. That night, a figure appeared at Niji's store. "The clan head has a task for you," the person outside stated. "Understood. Please leave the task scroll at the door," Niji replied, donning his loose robes and reattaching his forehead protector to conceal the mark of the caged bird. The person outside did not depart. "You must personally take the task scroll," came the voice again. Niji peered outside, noticing the individual activating their Byakugan, peering into his room. "Really?" Niji's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the Hyuga clan would treat him with such disdain, daring to use their Byakugan to invade his privacy. This was strictly prohibited within their clan, yet the individual displayed no concern for that rule. Niji struggled to restrain his anger. "Do you enjoy inspecting my room, Staker, so much? Come in." With a rustle, the sliding door opened, and a middle-aged man entered, activating his Byakugan. He gently closed the door behind him. "Here's the task scroll. Please review it," he said, handing it over. Niji accepted the scroll. But when he noticed the man lingering, his anger boiled over. "Enough. Do you think my patience is limitless?" The man remained expressionless. "Open the scroll and see." Niji's curse was left unspoken as the scroll unfurled in his hand. The scroll bore the character for summoning. Bang! Tintin, battered and bruised, emerged from the scroll. "Tintin?" Niji rushed to examine her injuries. "I'm fine, Niji," Tintin weakly replied, leaning against him for reassurance. "What happened? Who are you?" Niji turned to the middle-aged man. "It's Lee," Tintin whispered softly. "Lee? That's impossible," Niji repeated, verifying his identity. The man was indeed a member of his clan, and those Byakugan eyes could see through anything. "It's really me. Who else would take such risks to rescue someone from the Hyuga estate?" Lee Rock dispelled his transformation technique, revealing his true appearance. "Why have you become so negative?" Lee had intended to joke with Niji, but his temper seemed to have escalated. He had no choice but to open the scroll and summon Tintin. "I cannot maintain a positive mindset." Niji sighed heavily, eyeing Lee's Byakugan. "Where did you obtain your Byakugan?" Niji knew well that Lee's Byakugan did not originate from the Hyuga clan. Upon the death of a branch family member, the caged bird would immediately destroy the Byakugan to prevent its leakage. As for the main family's Byakugan, while there might be instances of leakage, the Hyuga clan held significant power in the hidden leaf. Should a member of the main family fall into enemy hands, it would not require the Hyuga clan to intervene. The village would pressure the enemy to return the Byakugan. There exists a situation where the other party simply refuses to return a glance. Consequently, Konoha will publicly declare an endless pursuit against that individual. One is a remnant from the moon, while the other was obtained from the body of Aoi from the hidden mist village. Rock Lee did not conceal the truth. The news of Aoi's demise, along with the events that transpired in the crafting ninja village, will be reported accurately by Shikamaru and Jiraiya. The intelligence dossier has already been prepared, albeit currently withheld from submission. This was a request made by Rock Lee. He wished to wait until the matter of the caged bird was resolved for Niji before dispatching the information, thereby easing his burden significantly. I have come this time to assist you in resolving the caged bird issue, Rockley stated. Chapter 73. The bird in the cage cut by a blade in the dead of night. At the Hyuga estate, Niji's pupils widened in shock. His heart raced uncontrollably. The bird in the cage had always been his tormentor, an affliction without remedy. With Tintin being abducted, he had initially contemplated unleashing a torrent of vengeance. However, the curse of the bird in the cage, marked upon his forehead, forbade such a course of action. As long as he remained in Konoha, members of the main branch could activate the curse. The only reason they had not eliminated him thus far was his mastery of taijutsu, which they coveted. Once Hinata mastered the unlimited, it would herald Niji's demise. Even now, as he held Tenten, he dared not flee. The Hyuga clan was rife with Byakugan, and any hint of escape would invite immediate retribution from the main branch. Are you certain you can help me eliminate the bird in the cage? Niji asked, his voice trembling with urgency as he removed his forehead protector, revealing the cursed mark. Rockley pondered for a moment. I cannot guarantee success. It may fail and could potentially inflict harm upon you. I ask you again, are you sure you wish for me to attempt this? Absolutely, Niji replied without a moment's hesitation. He was well acquainted with Lee's cautious nature. Whenever embarking on a mission, Lee often mentioned the word risk, which denoted a 50% chance of success. If he had expressed confidence, it would imply an 80% likelihood of success, while a mere 2 words would signify total assurance. Niji inhaled deeply. Regardless of whether I suffer harm, I will not hold you accountable. Give it your all. He gently laid Tintin upon the bed and turned to Lee. Let us begin. Time is of the essence. The main branch must have already sensed Tintin's absence. Lee nodded and retrieved 4 scrolls, which soared to each corner of the room. These had been prepared in advance. For purple yang formation. For violet pillars of light ascended, enveloping the dwelling. What is that? Someone inquired. For purple yang formation. Have we received any notifications? None. Inform the clan head. We have an intruder. The Hyuga clan members began to converge towards the formation. Deep within the estate, in a separate building, Hyuga Hayashi's expression darkened. A living person had vanished. And within the confines of the Hyuga estate no less. Below, a clan member reported, Tintin is missing. Hayashi understood that she had undoubtedly been taken, and the delayed news was likely due to Hinata's concealment. Were it not for Hinata being his daughter, he would have struck her down on the spot. Useless. If one cannot cultivate properly, they only sow chaos. Hayashi cursed inwardly. Before he could dispatch someone to search, another disturbance arose within the estate. For purple yang formation. Who dares? Hayashi glared toward the formation, a murderous intent evident in his gaze. He formed a single-handed seal. Kill. He activated the bird in the cage. Yet, to his dismay, it failed. A sealing technique. Hayashi mused, a plan forming in his mind. Spread the word. Niji has betrayed the clan, colluding with outsiders to murder his kin and bestow the Byakugan upon them. All Hyuga members, encircle the 4 purple yang formation. Once the formation dissipates, execute all within without mercy. Understood. The clan members began to relay his orders. Hayashi donned his Jonin armor. Is Byakugan now a weapon against his own kin? Niji's strength posed a direct threat to the main branch's status, especially with Hinata as the next clan head. Hinata was not known for her ruthlessness, and should Niji harbor treacherous intentions, the main branch could suffer dire consequences. Moreover, Rockley's ambiguous nature added another layer of complexity. Together, they could incite a rebellion. He now had the perfect justification. Hinata, do not blame me. This is merely Niji's fate. Clad in battle attire, he swiftly approached Niji's room. Father. The person inside seems formidable. Hanabi, though young, possessed considerable strength, even surpassing Hinata to some extent. Hayashi nodded. With the Byakugan, he could see clearly what transpired within the room. What is his objective? Suddenly, a powerful chakra erupted, obliterating the entire building. Niji and Lee emerged before the gathered Hyuga clan members. Sage mode, activated. Natural energy surged into Lee as he reached for his waist. With a swift motion, the Destiny Black blade was drawn. A tremendous aura of killing intent engulfed the 4 purple yang formation. My blade can sever causality. Lee activated his Byakugan. Directing his gaze at Niji, 2 colossal threads of causality pierced the heavens above Niji's head, one red and one green. The red thread was thick, dominating half the formation. The immense red causality line, sensing the threat from the blade's intent, transformed into a giant avian creature, lunging toward Lee with the intent to ensnare him within the cage. Indeed, this is the bird in the cage. Lee recognized the weight of causality. He caressed the blade. 8 gates. 7th gate, open. Terrifying chakra materialized, filling the formation and merging with the killing intent, creating a formidable dark domain. The avian construct was repelled from the domain, screeching in fury. Lee raised his head. Sever causality. Chakra surged from the destiny blade, transforming into an intangible blade that sliced toward the massive bird. With a mournful cry, the avian creature collapsed. Snap. The red causality line above Niji's head shattered completely. Niji could not perceive the causality lines, but he instinctively touched his forehead. It was gone. The mark of the bird in the cage gradually faded from his brow. Outside the 4 purple yang formation, all members of the Hyuga clan witnessed the vanishing mark upon Niji's forehead, including those from the branch family. They stood in stunned silence, gazing at the formation. The bird in the cage was an inescapable curse, a concept ingrained in their very being. Now it had been shattered. What had that cloaked figure done? I don't know. It seems to be that sword. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. They could not see the causality lines or the intangible blade forged from the blade's intent. They merely observed Lee drawing his sword and sheathing it again, without a single strike being delivered. Yet, the bird in the cage upon Niji and Appo's forehead had dissipated. Amidst the clan's astonishment, Hayashi felt the most profound shock. He could hardly believe it. Hayashi's complexion paled. He had lost control over Niji's fate. Within the four purple young formation, Niji took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Hayashi amidst the crowd. Chapter 74. Tien and Appo's appearance at the High-GA estate. The four purple flame formation is dispelled. Niji, Rock Lee, and Tintin find themselves surrounded by hundreds of individuals, among whom are not only members of the High-GA clan but also other affiliated families. Despite the daunting situation, the trio remains unfazed. Rock Lee sits atop the ruins, gently caressing his destiny blade. Niji, do you require my assistance? He inquires. No need, Lee. Just look after Tintin, Niji replies. Understood, Lee nods, a sense of relief washing over him. Standing amidst the debris, Niji gazes calmly at the throng below. Many among them are familiar faces, relatives from both the main and branch families. Ladies and gentlemen, today's matter is my personal grievance, and it concerns none of you, Niji declares. Stepping forward towards High-GA Hayashi, his presence growing increasingly formidable. Niji High-GA has betrayed the clan. Kill him. High-GA Hayashi bellows. Niji halts, a murderous intent radiating from him. Anyone daring to act will find no mercy. To his surprise, however, members of the High-GA clan part the crowd, creating a pathway directly to High-GA Hayashi. You traitors. Hayashi and Appo's face darkens. Your methods are formidable. The discord between the main and branch families has festered for decades, allowing the High-GA clan to flourish during this time. But such conflicts cannot be suppressed indefinitely. Niji strides forward, his pace quickening. None wish to become the next branch family member. With a resounding boom, Niji appears before High-GA Hayashi in an instant, his speed astonishing. The 8 trigrams field unfurls. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Niji and Appo's palms strike out in rapid succession, creating a curtain of palm shadows that seals off all escape routes for High-GA Hayashi. The gusts from his strikes carry an exotic blend of heat and cold, amplifying the power of his gentle fist technique tenfold, with each strike causing the very air to tremble in response. By merging the conflicting chakra elements of water and fire into his gentle fist, Niji's power reaches unprecedented heights. High-GA Hayashi and Appo's eyes widen in alarm. His nephew and Appo's prowess has surpassed that of the main family, edging ever closer to his own strength. This boy truly lives up to his reputation as a genius. Return to heaven. High-GA Hayashi realizes that he cannot match Niji in the art of the gentle fist. And with his retreat options closed off, he resorts to his strongest defensive technique. Niji squints slightly, standing firm against the oncoming return to heaven. You have made no progress. It is time for you to relinquish your position. Suddenly, Niji and Appo's palms come to a sudden halt. He shifts his stance, compressing all his chakra into the tip of his fist. The way of Tai Chi, harmonizing hardness and softness. The chakra on Niji and Appo's fist turns black, appearing motionless yet swirling continuously, exponentially increasing the power of his strike. This is a technique I learned from that fool Naruto. With a single, powerful punch, he strikes down. Steel fist. Boom. The so-called strongest defensive technique, return to heaven, is instantly breached, a gaping hole appearing in its wake. Niji swiftly moves before High-GA Hayashi. What? Hayashi gasps, astonished at Niji and Appo's formidable strength. Even without tapping into Sage Mode, Niji has shattered Return to Heaven, combining the opposing attributes of water and fire. Return to Heaven. Niji activates his technique. Its range is limited, accommodating only 2 individuals. Your time is up. Niji forms a sword-like gesture with his fingers, aiming directly at High-GA Hayashi and Appo's heart. Young man, do not be so impetuous. Just as Niji and Appo's fingers are about to make contact, a figure effortlessly shatters Niji and Appo's Return to Heaven, grasping his fingers with a bandaged right hand, relying solely on his left. This is, in the distance. Atop the ruins, Rock Lee opens his eyes, focusing on the newcomer. Tien. With a swift motion, he appears beside Niji. Tien's strength is not to be underestimated, leaving Lee feeling somewhat uneasy. Oh? Tien glances at Lee with his slightly narrowed left eye, his eyelids relaxed. Are you planning to bully this 69-year-old man? A commotion arises in the crowd as high-ranking members of Konoha, including Root and Umbu, begin to appear around the High-GA estate. This ends here. Mito Gate In and TNSH Core step forward from the throng, addressing Lee and Niji. Have you had your fun? This is Konoha, not a stage for your antics. Disperse. TNSH Core and Appo's light-hearted words only serve to intensify the rage in Niji and Appo's eyes. Antics? Since the age of 3. I have been caged like a bird. Konoha has never intervened. Now, with Hige Hayashi and Amp, Appos, impending demise, the higher-ups of Konoha choose to appear. Mito Gate sighs softly, casting a glance at the surrounding Umbu and Root members. The implications are clear. Should Niji and Lee dare to strike, they would be labeled as rogue ninjas. And Konoha would spare no effort to eliminate them and quell this disturbance. Niji, no matter what you decide, I stand by your side, Lee declares, brandishing his blade with unwavering resolve. Tenten also appears beside Niji. Niji, I and Amp, Appos, am here too. You need not worry, my strength is sufficient to handle ordinary Umbu. Niji feels a surge of gratitude. To have friends like these in his life is a blessing beyond measure. Then today, I shall take a stand. Just as Niji and Amp, Appos' murderous intent solidifies, he catches sight of Hinata in the distance, her face etched with pain and tears. In the end, Niji exhales deeply, retracting his hand. Hige Hayashi collapses, slumping before Niji. You have a good daughter, Niji states before turning to leave. Rock Lee and Tenten follow suit. Departing from the Hige estate, Tien and the Konoha higher-ups make no attempt to intervene. Young man, quite impressive, you understand. Silence, old dog. Speak another word, and I shall await you at your doorstep tonight, ready to slay your son and grandson, Lee retorts, cutting Midogate in short. Youth. Midogate adopts a facade of indifference, yet a hint of trepidation lingers within him. Lee is unlike Niji. No matter the circumstances, Niji would never harm the innocent. Lee, however, is a wild card. Morality, benevolence, all are irrelevant. If one crosses him, he is capable of anything. Midogate genuinely fears Lee might come for his family, prompting him to consider dispatching Umbu to bolster security around his home. Very well. Let us all return to our duties. Anyone who spreads word of today's events beyond Konoha shall be deemed a rogue ninja. Gradually, the Hige estate begins to return to normalcy, yet Tien and Amp, Appos' gaze remains fixed on the direction in which Lee and Niji departed. A profound contemplation evident in his eyes. Perhaps I should enhance my arm with a touch of Byakugan. Chapter 75. Niji invites the clan head to death in the village of Konoha. Rock Lee, Niji, and Tenten prepared to depart. This journey would mark their irreversible farewell. Tenten felt a tinge of nostalgia. Should we wait for Sensei Guy to return before we say goodbye? She inquired, having learned from Hinata that Guy would be back today. Never mind, Lee replied with a shake of his head. The trio was, in essence, branded as traitors, though without the Hokage and Amp, Appos' directive. No one would utter such words or pursue them. Guy remained loyal to Konoha. Should his students defect, it would pose a great dilemma for him. Lee is right. Let us proceed, Niji sighed. The three left the village. As night fell, the denizens of Konoha began to pursue them. Niji and Amp, Appos' Byakugan could perceive further than Lee and Amp, Appos' 2 kilometers away. A joint team composed of Umbu and the Hyuga clan raced through the darkness toward them. Lee furrowed his brow. ISN and Amp, Appos, this a bit excessive? A terrifying killing intent erupted from him as he swiftly charged backward. Niji did not intervene. He was not inclined to fight against his own kin. The recognition of his own clan made it impossible for him to strike down a fellow Hyuga. However, Lee bore no such reservations. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed through the forest as dozens of Umbu and Hyuga members were slain. Only one Hyuga remained. His face a mask of fear as he gazed at Lee. The Hyuga stammered, I understand. Lee's tone was calm as he swiftly broke the man's neck. Thereafter, he caught up with Niji and Tenten. No more running. We must return to Konoha. Leaving in this manner will surely invite relentless pursuit. A glint of mockery shone in Lee and Appos' eyes. Among their pursuers were not only the Hyuga clan, but also the Umbu. Hinata Hizashi was incapable of mobilizing the Umbu. Since Hizashi and Danzo wished to play their games, Lee was more than willing to indulge them. After all, who lacked the means to play? Days passed. The feudal lord of the Land of Water issued a bounty. The Konoha Hyuga clan, disregarding the peace of the ninja world, brazenly murdered the mist Jaemin Ao and seized his Byakugan. A bounty of 100,000 ryo was placed on any Hyuga member. This was merely the surface of the bounty. Lee had even transformed and visited the underground exchange to investigate. The bounty on Hizashi Hyuga reached an astounding 50 million ryo, surpassing that of Kakashi and rivaling Asuma Saratobi. Even the Akatsuki could not help but send their congratulations. Lee halted their excitement. Niji was also listed with a bounty of 40 million ryo, second only to the Hyuga clan leader. I merely informed Terumi may have a method for avenging Ao. And she hastened to act. Terumi may believe that Konoha and the Akatsuki had conspired to eliminate Ao. Thus, when Lee and Amp, Appos' envoy informed her that they could set the two factions against each other, she wasted no time in alerting the feudal lord of the Land of Earth, issuing a proclamation. Simultaneously, the feudal lord of the Land of Earth expressed his outrage, condemning the actions of the Hyuga clan. In the surrounding lands of rice, iron, tea, and snow, feudal lords united in their declarations. The Land of Lightning and Appos' Cloud Village, seeing an opportunity, joined forces with the Land of Earth to exert pressure on Konoha. Only the Land of Wind remained silent. This entire affair caught the feudal lord of the Land of Fire off guard, intensifying his sense of urgency. Should this matter be mishandled, it could ignite the Fourth Great Ninja War, with the Land of Fire facing off against the other three great nations and surrounding smaller lands. In the Hokage and Appo's office, the feudal lord thundered, "What in the world are you doing?" He arrived at Konoha under the cover of night, vehemently denouncing Konoha and Appo's actions. Tsunade, confronted with the lord and Appo's fury, lacked the resolute demeanor of her grandfather. "I apologize. I will handle this matter. Please grant me 3 days." "1 day?" The feudal lord interrupted her. "You have only 1 day. If this is not resolved, I shall sever all economic ties with Konoha." With that, he stormed from the office. Bang! Tsunade's fist shattered the desk. "Lee, you troublesome brat. You've caused me immense trouble," she roared. She had received messages from Shikamaru and Jiraiya. She was acutely aware that the incident involving the Byakugan was instigated by Lee. However, now the ninja world was abuzz with claims that the Hyuga clan had seized Ao's Byakugan. Tsunade realized that Lee was the architect of this chaos. This young rascal. The collective of nations, even if the Byakugan was not taken by the Hyuga, would have to accept it begrudgingly. This transcended the matter of the Byakugan. Several nations were clearly poised for action. If Konoha failed to manage the situation, it would serve as a pretext for war. This was a calculated maneuver. Moreover, what incensed Tsunade the most was that the Akatsuki had not even orchestrated this incident. However, as news spread, the Akatsuki was busy capturing tailed beasts in the Cloud Village while simultaneously issuing statements claiming responsibility for the incident. They also confirmed Konoha's involvement, leaving the village no opportunity to refute the allegations. The Akatsuki swiftly quashed any dissent. The Mist Village provided complete evidence that Ao had indeed fallen in the hands of Konoha and Appo's control over the Carpenter Ninja Village. The three great nations' ire also partly stemmed from Konoha's acquisition of Carpenter Ninja Village, as they feared Konoha's growing power. "My hands are itching." Tsunade and Appo's eyes glimmered with determination. The current situation presented a choice. Opting for the Hyuga clan meant revealing the intelligence and casting Lee out to take the blame, rendering him an enemy of the entire ninja world. Choosing Lee, however, would require burying the relevant intelligence, allowing the Hyuga clan to address the matter independently. This was a gamble forcing Tsunade into a high-stakes wager. All in, this was her typical style. She placed her faith in Jiraiya and in Lee and Appo's potential to transform the entire ninja world. Tsunade approached the shattered desk and retrieved the intelligence regarding the Byakugan sent by Shikamaru. With a flick of her lighter, she burned the documents. "This time, I shall wager on you, you little rascal." After confirming the destruction of the intelligence, she made her way to the upper echelons of Konoha to discuss the matter. Within 2 hours, Tsunade and the Konoha leadership reached a consensus. The Hyuga clan must take a stand on this issue. As evening descended, dark clouds loomed overhead, and thunder rumbled ominously. In the Hyuga estate, Hizashi faced a daunting decision. Before him stood Hinata and Hanabi. Konoha demanded that the Hyuga clan surrender the culprit. The term culprit was rather ambiguous. Konoha merely referred to the perpetrator without specifying who it was, allowing Hizashi to make his own choice. Those from the branch family were certainly out of the question. They could not quell the three nations and Appo's pretext. The culprit must be someone of great importance within the Hyuga clan. Hinata and Hanabi were present in the room. Hanabi, being young, was oblivious to the impending events, but Hinata sensed her father's troubled thoughts. "Father." Sighing, Hizashi contemplated. "Forgive me, Hanabi. Your talent is exceptional, and you are more suited to inherit the Hyuga legacy." Crack. A flash of lightning illuminated the entire room. Hinata and Appo's countenance turned ashen in an instant, her body trembling slightly. This was her first encounter with the ruthless nature of aristocratic families. For the sake of familial interests, even a biological daughter could be sacrificed. Hyuga Hayashi departed the room with Hanabi, leaving Hinata in a state of stunned bewilderment. "Father." Hinata sat vacantly within the confines of the room. Inside the estate, Hayashi returned to his chamber, his eyes filled with sorrow. He let out a heavy sigh. "Forgive me. I had no choice." At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the door. "No, you still have a choice." Thunder rumbled, following the sound. Torrential rain poured down, cascading like a waterfall. Niji stood outside, drenched by the downpour, his expression calm. Niji implores the head of the family to embrace death. Chapter 76. The new head of the Hyuga clan Konoha, Hyuga Manor, Family Conference Hall. Hyuga Hizashi occupied the seat of honor. Below him, to his left sat a venerable elder of the clan, while to his right stood the stalwarts of the younger generation. "Clan leader, we can simply defect from Konoha. If even the prominent clans within the village cannot guarantee our safety, why should we exert ourselves? What shall we do then?" Hyuga Hizashi regarded the clamorous assembly of clansmen below. He inwardly sighed. Their uproar was intense, yet not a single soul dared to step forward to sacrifice for the clan. Even the young stalwarts were lacking in courage, and the elderly members of the main family were gripped by fear of death. "Enough," Hizashi admonished softly. Instantly, the tumultuous voices subsided, with all eyes turning to him. They understood that Hisashi had made a resolute decision. An announcement was imminent. "I am the perpetrator of this incident." Gasps echoed through the hall. "Clan leader, allow me to go," cried an elderly member of the main family. "You are still young. I, an old relic, have lived long enough. Let me seize this chance to shine." "Very well," Hisashi nodded. At this, the elderly clansman froze in embarrassment. Not everyone possesses the courage to embrace death. "Clan leader, are you not going?" The elderly member inquired awkwardly. "Knowing I am going, return to your seat. If anyone dares to speak out again, I shall expel them to face the consequences." The elderly clansman reluctantly retreated to his seat. Silence enveloped the hall. "Next, we must decide who shall inherit the position of clan leader. Who do you deem suitable?" Hisashi inquired. "I believe Lady Hinata is appropriate." The elderly clansman on the left nodded in agreement, advocating for the elder over the younger. On the right, young stalwarts voiced, "I consider Lady Hanabi more suitable." They favored her talent and combat prowess, having fought for the Hyuga clan. The two factions exchanged glances, falling silent as they awaited Hisashi's verdict. From his elevated position, Hisashi surveyed the expressions of the clansmen. A glint of greed flickered in the eyes of most, the allure of power irresistible. His two daughters, Hinata timid and Hanabi still young, would be vulnerable if he perished. This assembly would undoubtedly undermine the rightful heir and resort to more sordid means to seize the leadership. Such murky secrets were not uncommon among the noble families, save for those with a direct lineage. Hyuga Hisashi sighed softly. "Now, I shall announce the individual who will succeed me as the new clan leader." He clapped his hands. At that moment, Niji arrived, clad in white. "The next clan leader is Hyuga Niji," Hisashi declared. Below, both factions were momentarily united in their dissent. "No, he is a traitor, disrespectful to his elders. How could such a person become clan leader? This boy is far too young to bear such responsibility. Under his leadership, the Hyuga clan shall descend into ruin. Indeed, this boy is unworthy." I see rebellion in his eyes. Voices erupted in scornful condemnation. Niji remained unfazed, calmly taking a seat beside Hisashi. "In terms of strength, is there anyone present who surpasses me?" Niji addressed the young stalwarts of the Hyuga clan, rendering them speechless. His formidable combat prowess had left them in awe just days prior. Niji then turned to the elder faction. "In terms of experience and status, I have just been appointed as an elite jounin by the Hokage. Is that qualification sufficient?" He brandished the appointment scroll, thrusting it into the face of the elder who had been the loudest in opposition. The elder quivered at the sight. A flicker of disdain crossed Niji's eyes as he rose and surveyed the assembly. "Now, I am the clan leader. Who is in favor, and who is against?" Silence reigned. Niji's strength was sufficient to stifle any dissent, especially with the backing of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Hyuga Hisashi's expression grew complex. Only Niji could command respect among this assembly. Hinata and Hanabi would have been ineffective in this role. The previous night, Niji's words, "Please let the clan head sacrifice himself," had profoundly shaken Hisashi. He recalled his brother, Hyuga Hayashi, who had willingly stepped forth to take his place. Now, it was his turn. "Hyuga clan is entrusted to you. I am without worry," Hisashi stated, stepping towards the exit. Under Niji's leadership, the clan would fare no worse than during his tenure, and both his daughters, Hinata and Hanabi, shared a good rapport with Niji. As Hisashi stepped outside, the setting sun cast a golden glow. Clad in his flowing robes, he bore a smile, his eyes devoid of fear or sorrow. "After my death, there shall be no more distinctions between the main and branch families." With a swift motion, Hisashi drew a kunai, a line of blood splattering against the conference hall door. His body collapsed heavily. "Clan leader!" The assembly cried in despair. Niji gazed upon Hisashi's sacrifice, letting out a soft sigh. All grievances dissipated with Hisashi's passing. "Retrieve the clan leader's body. The Hyuga clan must provide an explanation to the ninja world," Niji commanded. Outside, individuals began to collect Hisashi's remains. In the distance, Rock Lee and Tintin observed the scene. Behind them stood the weeping Hinata and Hanabi. Father though Hinata had nearly been thrust forward to take the blame. Witnessing her father's demise left her heartbroken. Such familial bonds are unbreakable. Throughout the annals of time, countless pioneers transform into countless stars, illuminating the path for future generations. Rock Lee consoled. Hinata and Hanabi found a measure of solace in his words. At the very least, their father had died a heroic death. Rock Lee glanced at Tintin, signaling her to watch over Hinata and Hanabi. She nodded, and Rock Lee stepped away. Within the conference hall, Niji proclaimed, "From this day forth, there shall be no more distinctions between the main and branch families. I shall sever the chains that bind the bird in the cage." Outside, the branch family members were filled with excitement. They longed to escape the shackles of oppression, no longer willing to remain subservient for generations. Rock Lee began to sever the bonds that held the branch family members captive. As the cage birds gradually faded away, grateful gazes began to fill the hall. In response, Rock Lee merely smiled, attributing the initiative to Niji. The former branch family members were even more appreciative of Niji. Niji surveyed the multitude gathered outside. He announced his first decree as clan leader. "In the future, there shall be significant changes. In the Hyuga clan, merit shall dictate position. Only those with talent shall ascend to high ranks within the clan. He detailed the criteria for merit and reassigned roles based on the various skills of the clansmen. After the Hinata clan lost their patriarch, they managed to stabilize within a single day. This prompted the upper echelons of Konoha and other prominent clans to take notice. Inside a house, Danzo narrowed his elongated left eye. He perceived the Hinata clan as exceedingly perilous. News spread that the Byakugan possessed by Rock Lee was obtained from the hands of a mist-hidden ninja. Indeed. Chapter 77, Kakashi and Amp, Appo's aspiration to master sage techniques in the Hyuga estate. Rock Lee recently experienced the life of a young master of a prestigious family. Clothes were provided at his beck and call, meals were served without effort. Any dissatisfaction was promptly addressed. This was the epitome of comfort, Lee marveled. However, such leisurely days did not last long. A piece of news swept through the ninja world. Rock Lee, a chunin of Konoha, son-in-law of the Tsuchikage, and brother of the daimyo of the land of Rice, possessed the Byakugan. The origin of this information remained a mystery. But the ripples it created were far greater than the previous stir caused by the Hyuga clan. From the land of water, Terumi May even issued an announcement. Personally traveling to Konoha for confirmation, the other nations collectively declared their interest. Have you heard the news? Niji, who was occupied with clan affairs, immediately sought out Rock Lee upon receiving the intelligence. Lee responded with nonchalance, "What's the fuss? It's just a minor issue." "What?" Niji was momentarily taken aback. "You are the head of the Hyuga clan. Just issue a statement to the three great nations, clarifying that my Byakugan is a transplant from the Hyuga clan. And they will quiet down," Lee suggested effortlessly. He had his suspicions about the source of this information leak. Niji slapped his forehead. As the head of the Hyuga clan, his word held immense weight. How could I have overlooked such a simple explanation? He chuckled. After some light conversation with Rock Lee, Niji returned to his chambers. After a while, a notice was released from Konoha confirming that Rock Lee and Amp, Appo's Byakugan originated from a member of the Hyuga clan, personally affirmed by the clan leader. Following this announcement, the three great nations ceased any further disputes. The next day, Kakashi and Guy arrived at the Hyuga estate. Niji instructed the servants to prepare a feast. "It's been a while, Guy," Niji remarked as he and Tintin set aside their family matters to join Rock Lee, Kakashi, and Guy. "You've all grown quite a bit. Niji, you've even become the head of the Hyuga clan," Guy observed, watching the constant flow of dishes being served. "Fortune has favored us," Niji recounted the recent events. Omitting Lee and Amp, Appo's involvement and only mentioning the incident with Lee and Amp, Appo's decisive blow against the bird in the cage, something Lee had requested to keep private. "I never imagined you would become this strong. Lee, do you feel the fire of youth burning within you?" "Indeed," Lee replied weakly, turning to Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, weren't you on a mission in the Land of Clouds?" 2 weeks prior, the Land of Clouds had been in turmoil. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, had slain the Akatsuki scorpion, and Haiden had escaped. Enraged, the Akatsuki mobilized everyone except Pain to the Land of Clouds, resulting in Killer Bee and Amp, Appo's capture. The Akatsuki was seeking the whereabouts of the two wooden figures. Unable to withstand the pressure, the Land of Clouds requested assistance from Konoha. Kakashi, along with Naruto and Sakura, was among the first to respond. "It's been reassigned," Kakashi said lazily. "They switched your group in. It seems to be a directive from the higher-ups. The task confirmation should arrive in a few days." Upon hearing this, not only Rock Lee but also Niji, Tintin, and even Guy were astonished. "Hey, Kakashi, why wasn't I informed about this?" Guy, an elite jonin and the mission leader, fell out of the loop. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, scanning the surroundings to ensure privacy before addressing the group with a mysterious expression. "This matter is still under deliberation. It appears there is some contention among the higher-ups. However, I suspect the outcome will likely be that your group will replace us in the Land of Clouds." As a former Umbu member, Kakashi had a notable edge in gathering intelligence compared to Guy, who was less informed. He took a few bites of the grilled mackerel, grimacing at its inadequacy. The fish had been over-marinated, and the grilling lacked intensity, leaving much to be desired. "By the way, you all can discuss this later. Where are my things?" Kakashi extended his hand toward Rock Lee. "What?" Lee looked perplexed. "The manuscript? Didn't you just return from the Craft Ninja Village? What about the manuscript for Jiraiya-sama and Amp, Appo's continuation of Amp, Appo's The Paradise of Affection, and Amp, Appo's?" Kakashi sat upright, fixing an intense gaze on Lee. "Oh no, I completely forgot." Lee panicked, momentarily halting his chopsticks. "You paused just now, didn't you?" "Huh. No, I didn't. Have you forgotten?" A thunderous sound erupted as Kakashi activated his Raikiri, clearly unconvinced by Lee's excuse. Kakashi was on the verge of a breakdown. "Hey, Kakashi, there's no need to be so serious. Lee might die here." Guy attempted to intercede, but Kakashi remained unmoved. Niji also offered a token protest, but his words were directed at Lee. "Lee, you should run for it." Tintin nodded earnestly at Lee, suggesting, "If all else fails, you could use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape." Lee felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had forgotten about this matter entirely. He had used the manuscript to persuade Kakashi to teach him the 5 elemental ninjutsu. After spending so much time with Jiraiya in the craft ninja village, this crucial detail had slipped his mind. Kakashi, upon hearing this, retracted his Raikiri. The agreement is for next time. However, you must compensate me this time. He picked up his chopsticks again, savoring the taste of the miso eggplant. This time, he was quite pleased. The sauce had penetrated the eggplant beautifully, resulting in a delightful flavor. I wish to attempt mastering sage techniques, Kakashi declared. He had learned from Naruto about the location of Mount Myaboku, but Jiraiya had previously warned him that insufficient chakra would hinder the practice of sage techniques. Therefore, Kakashi turned his thoughts to Rock Lee, who previously lacked a tailed beast and had minimal chakra, just like Niji and Tenten. Yet, they had all managed to learn sage techniques. Kakashi believed there had to be a secret to their success. Kakashi-sensei. Rock Lee hesitated. Oh, Tai Chi. Kakashi inquired with curiosity. Indeed, that's the martial art, Lee confirmed, glancing at Niji. Correct, it's this technique, Niji stated, standing to demonstrate it for Kakashi. Though Niji had focused solely on Tai Chi, he had surpassed Lee in this discipline. I've noted it down, thank you. Kakashi activated his Sharingan and quickly memorized the Tai Chi movements. This was the very foundation required to master sage techniques. Once you grasp the essence of the martial art, Kakashi-sensei, you can proceed to Mount Myaboku. You can register with my name. Lee took a piece of paper and sketched a map of Mount Myaboku, handing it to Kakashi. Chapter 78. Enhancing Oil Girl Shino in the Hokage office of Konoha, Tsunade, Danzo, Mito Gate-un, and Tsurin Koha sat across from one another. The third team has been dispatched to assist the Hidden Cloud? Tsunade, alone on the left side of the sofa, questioned. Danzo, Mito Gate-un, and Tsurin Koha occupied the right side, clearly indicating a 3-to-1 dynamic. They were here to inform Tsunade of the situation. Indeed, the host of the Hidden Cloud was in grave danger. With a loud crash, Tsunade stood up, forcefully overturning the sofa. If the host of the Hidden Cloud is in peril, does that mean our host in Konoha is safe? Tsunade unleashed her formidable strength, crushing the sofa beneath her foot. The sound of splintering would made Mito Gate-in and Tsurin Koha's eyes widen in shock. They were already opposed to this course of action. However, Danzo had too many secrets on them, leaving them little choice but to acquiesce. Fortunately, this matter posed minimal risk to the village. Moreover, following Niji and Appo's ascension as clan head, the Hyuga clan had almost entirely aligned themselves with Hokage Tsunade, significantly diminishing Danzo and Appo's influence within the village. This situation was mutually beneficial. After some contemplation, Mito Gate-in and Tsurin Koha consented to Danzo's proposal. Yet, they were taken aback when Tsunade brazenly overturned the sofa, asserting her authority as Hokage. Mito Gate-in, feeling the pressure, spoke up, reminiscing about the days of the fourth Hokage. The fourth, Minato Namikaze, had a tenuous foundation and a lower status. Their words held weight akin to imperial edicts, as even Minato had to provide a reasonable explanation to decline. But now, Tsunade and Appo's status was unparalleled. As the Hokage and a direct descendant of the first, no one in Konoha could claim a more prestigious position than hers, leaving Mito Gate-in and Tsurin Koha at a distinct disadvantage. Let this be clear. As long as I hold the Hokage position, this order will not be issued, Tsunade declared resolutely. She turned her gaze to the door. Shizune, relay my message. The support team for the Hidden Cloud shall not be recalled for the time being. With Kakashi continuing as their captain. Yes, came Shizune and Appo's response from outside. Danzo sighed and finally stood up. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Do not let the door hit you on the way out, Tsunade replied coldly. Chuckling softly, Danzo leaned on his cane and exited the Hokage office. As he walked away, Mito Gate-in and Tsurin Koha did not follow him. The position of Hokage is truly enviable. Suddenly, Danzo and Appo's cane splintered into pieces. His expression darkened. Very well, I shall assume the reins myself. Upon returning to the base of the root organization, he summoned Yamanaka to his side. Contact the Daime and inform him that the Hokage maintains ties with the rogue ninja Orochimaru, and they are engaged in clandestine activities in the craftsman village alongside Jiraiya. Understood. Yamanaka vanished swiftly. Danzo then called for Oil Girl Shino. I require you to accomplish a task. Danzo and Appo's voice bore an air of gravity. Shino knelt. Please give your orders. Chief, I shall fulfill them at any cost. Good. Danzo nodded, his voice suddenly softening. I need you to transform into Orochimaru and assassinate the Daime. Shino and Appo's eyes widened in shock at the audacity of the command. This is too insane, something unheard of for centuries. What? Have you lost your resolve? It seems you have abandoned the will of root. Danzo and Appo's voice echoed ominously. He formed hand seals with his left hand, causing Shino to wince in pain. A shudder coursing through him. Yes, I understand. Shino lowered his head. When shall I act? Tomorrow night. Understood. Shino left the room, his expression impassive. Danzo settled into his chair, sunlight streaming through the old wooden windows. He gazed at the rays, his pupils filled with avarice for power. Hokage. The time has come for me, Shimura Danzo. Clouds obscured the sunlight, plunging the room into darkness, leaving only Danzo and Appo's maniacal laughter echoing within. Outside Konoha. In a dilapidated wooden house, Rock Lee reclined comfortably in a rocking chair. Beside him, Oil Girl Shino appeared stoic, capturing mosquitoes with precision. The sweltering summer heat had taken its toll on Lee since returning home from the Hyuga estate, tormented by the incessant insects. By chance, Shino encountered Lee while practicing alone. Lee and Appo's eyes lit up. Come help me catch these mosquitoes. Shino directed the insects while contemplating. Indeed, in my earlier years, I faced a female ninja from the Miao region. A master of insect manipulation. I nearly fell victim to her techniques, unable to leave my bed. Lee reminisced, narrating the events of their encounter with a sense of nostalgia. Who would have thought there existed a bug master more formidable than the Oil Girl clan? Aware of Lee and Appo's prowess, Shino recognized him as the strongest among the current generation, even within the 5 great ninja villages. Fascinated by Lee and Appo's tales of the past, Shino became immersed in the vivid imagery of their battle. Miao region? Shino recalled Lee mentioning the term several times. Now I understand. He nodded. Is it possible to find that master? I wish to become her apprentice. Lee shook his head. No need. That master has passed away during her lifetime. She refused to take on students, only accepting mounts. Shino felt a tinge of disappointment. Buzzing resumed as mosquitoes swarmed Lee again. No way. You're slacking in your efforts to catch these bugs. Lee coughed lightly. But I possess her methods for insect manipulation. Lee spoke truthfully. He had once ventured to the Miao region, single-handedly conquering the village, unmatched in prowess. Ultimately, the village chief, a master of insect manipulation, engaged him in battle. Their strengths matched, both exuding heroic spirit. The chief, unwilling to employ lethal techniques against Lee, chose to spare him. They shared drinks, bonding over their experiences. During the feast, the insect master revealed her dwindling time and entrusted her teachings to Lee, requesting him to take on apprentices in her stead. Lee agreed, having dabbled in the art of insect manipulation, but made little progress before abandoning it. Subsequently, before he could fulfill the chief and Appo's request, he was transported to another world by a truck. It was said that 3 most powerful insects existed: the celestial dragon insect, the Chilean ancient insect, and the divine silkworm insect. Observing Shino diligently capturing mosquitoes once more, Lee finally spoke. Be cautious. These poisonous insects must be those without legs or wings. And then, wait. What about the Chilean insect and the divine silkworm insect? Shino and Appo's face displayed rare excitement. Upon merely hearing of such a method, he felt certain that the parasitic insect must be exceedingly formidable. Well, Chapter 79. Preparing to act in the forest, Lee Luoka slowly narrated the methods for creating 2 additional types of goo insects. The process was identical. However, the Chilean goo required 9 species of venomous insects with legs but no wings, while the divine silkworm goo called for winged insects devoid of legs. Lee Luoka remarked casually that the first 2 types, the heavenly dragon goo and Chilean goo, were relatively easy to obtain. But the divine silkworm goo had long since vanished in the great Xia of his previous life, as such winged, legless insects did not exist in the world. Nevertheless, they were currently in the ninja world, and according to Lee Luoka and Appo's knowledge, several winged, legless insects resided within the death forest. Hey, keep your thoughts in mind. But don't stop swatting the mosquitoes. Lee Luoka felt the insects surrounding them once again. Oil woman Shizuna hurriedly intensified her efforts to swat the mosquitoes. Once the heavenly dragon goo was formed, it would fly with the grace of a celestial dragon, and in battle, a mere flick of the fingers would suffice to penetrate even chakra. Once it entered the enemy and Appo's body, their life and death would rest solely in the hands of the wielder. The Chilean goo, when unleashed, could devour the enemy and Appo's chakra to sustain its host, akin to the effects of the Samahata. Lee Luoka spoke softly, drawing from the descriptions found in books, stating that the divine silkworm goo was the most ferocious of all. Resembling a silkworm and thriving on silkworm leaves, hence its name. He continued, this goo was formless and intangible, capable of transforming anything, requiring a human sacrifice every 3 years. Failure to satiate its hunger would result in it turning against its master. Its power was formidable, as a mere bite could invoke a curse from afar, disregarding any distance. The methods to counter these 3 types of goo were also meticulously detailed in the texts, of which Lee Luoka was well aware. He planned to prepare countermeasures in due course. The capabilities of such insects were exceedingly treacherous. A moment and Appo's negligence could lead to death without understanding how. One must always guard against treachery. In truth, Lee Luoka had yet to disclose another type of goo to Shizuna, the fearsome 3-corpse goo, which was far more potent and lacked any known countermeasure. The method of its creation was exceedingly vile, prompting Lee Luoka to refrain from elaborating. Thank you. Henceforth, feel free to seek me out if needed. Oil woman Shizuna maintained an air of high esteem. Though he spoke little, his accomplishments were commendable, showcasing both strength and intellect of the highest caliber. Lee Luoka regarded him as a valuable ally, one he intended to recruit to counter the Akatsuki organization and the forthcoming 4th Great Ninja War. There and Appos. No need for such formality. We are all comrades of Kanahagakure. Liluaka and Appos. Eyes flickered as he gazed into the distance, where a ninja with their eyes concealed by a mask was hastening toward them. The figure bore a resemblance to Shizuna. Do you have an elder brother? What? Oil woman Shizuna, still lost in contemplation over the power of the goo, did not immediately comprehend. There is someone approaching who bears a slight resemblance to you. Liluaka recalled the individual oil woman Torian from the Root organization. What was he here for? Liluaka found himself uncertain whether Torian was coming for him or Shizuna. As they conversed, Torian and Appos' silhouette became discernible, appearing somewhat anxious. Elder brother? Oil woman Shizuna furrowed his brow. He had learned from his father that Torian had joined the Root organization, and his father had cautioned him to be wary of Torian in the future. Upon seeing Shizuna and Liluaka, Torian gradually slowed his pace to signal his lack of hostility. Shizuna, I cannot enter the oil woman clan's residence. Hearing you were out, I had no choice but to seek you. A hint of worry crossed Torian's brow as he turned to Liluaka. And this is an ally. Shizuna offered a succinct response. I see. Torian understood his brother well. Shizuna was typically taciturn, with friends limited to his insects. For him to acknowledge someone as a companion indicated extreme trust. I wish to speak with you privately. Torian said. Apologies. But I just remembered I have other matters to attend to. Liluaka was perceptive enough to recognize he was somewhat extraneous to the conversation between brothers. Thank you. Torian felt a sense of appreciation toward Liluaka for his considerate departure. After a brief moment, Torian exited the forest, heading toward the gates of Kanahagakure. Along the way, he nodded subtly at Liluaka, who responded with a smile. The two passed each other, with Torian continuing north and crossing the barrier of the village, hastening toward the Fire Country's feudal lord's estate. As night fell, he paused briefly, lighting a campfire and consuming a modest meal. He prepared to sleep. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying killing intent surged forth. Torian remained unperturbed. He interlaced his fingers and declared, release. The killing intent did not dissipate. Instead, it intensified, nearly rendering his legs immobile. What? This isn't a genjutsu. It's pure killing intent. Torian's heart raced. He had only encountered such overwhelming malice from Danzo and the third Hokage. Do not move, or you shall die. A voice, neither distinctly male nor female, emanated from behind him. A kunai was poised against his neck, leaving Torian feeling as though he were frozen in place. Any movement could indeed be fatal. What does Danzo want you to do? A long tongue slithered down, licking Shizuna's forehead. Torian's mind raced with suspicion that Shizuna had divulged information. The mission to assassinate the feudal lord disguised as Orochimaru was known only to Shizuna. Go ahead and kill me, Torian stated calmly. He was resolute in his refusal to disclose any information. Orochimaru clapped his hands together, invoking the four-symbol seal. A complex sealing technique surged forth from Torian, gradually penetrating his mouth. Ultimately, the sealing technique formed a barrier, encasing the tongue's curse mark. Speak. My patience is limited, Orochimaru said ominously. Torian remained silent, refusing to respond. Since you are Orochimaru, I cannot possibly survive this night. You should know I collaborate with Jiraiya. I may kill, but I will never slay a ninja from Kanahagakure. After all, that fool Jiraiya takes everything too seriously, Orochimaru remarked. Torian felt a slight sense of relief at this revelation. Danzo, no. Danzo intends for me to impersonate you and assassinate the feudal lord, Torian exclaimed, his tongue quivering as he spoke. Orochimaru swiftly responded with another four-symbol seal, this time targeting Torian's tongue. When Torian felt that the curse mark had not activated, he completely relaxed. He sensed the horrifying killing intent dissipating. Orochimaru sheathed his kunai and approached Torian. Is that so? Orochimaru pondered for a moment. Continue with your mission as planned. However, this time I want you to assume Danzo's appearance. Orochimaru paid no heed to Torian. He leisurely sat beside the campfire, tossing a few twigs onto the flames. If you comply, Danzo will take care of matters with me and the Hokage. If you refuse, I won't kill you. But I will return to Kanahagakure and slay your brother. Did you not promise Jiraiya? That was merely a ruse. Wyan Tsurugi was aware that Orochimaru had once been affiliated with the Root organization, and he had encountered various descriptions of Orochimaru's character, erratic and capricious. This was how Danzo had appraised him. In retrospect, Wyan Tsurugi found this assessment to be quite accurate. Taking a deep breath, he pondered, I may go, but how can I trust you? Wyan Tsurugi opted to wager his own life for that of his brother. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's form gradually melded into the ground. I have just implanted another technique beneath your tongue. Whenever I desire, you shall utter Danzo's commands. Orochimaru vanished before Wyan Tsurugi. Choose between the lives of your entire clan and your own. Chapter 80. The death of the daimyo the following day, in the land of fire, at the daimyo's residence. The entire estate was nestled against the mountains and beside the water, boasting picturesque scenery. The outer walls were fortified with towering stone ramparts, adorned with exquisite carvings that depicted the emblem of the daimyo, symbolizing the glory of the land of fire. The grand black wooden doors stood tall, with the daimyo's banner fluttering gently in the breeze. A man with long black hair and golden elongated pupils approached the daimyo's estate. Oil woman Takaru disregarded Orochimaru's proposal. Lord Danzo, I shall never betray Root nor Konoha. Years of cultivation and indoctrination had made it impossible for Takaru to betray Danzo. A barrier lay ahead. He did not rashly enter the daimyo and Appo's estate. The towering stone ramparts were enshrouded in barriers, and hidden sentinels lurked nearby. If detected, not only would he fail his mission, but his life would also be in grave danger. At that moment, a retainer arrived at the main residence, and the guards did not impede his entrance. The barrier remained dormant. The retainer hurried inside the main residence. After a while, he emerged. Oil woman Takaru employed the Earth Dragon concealment technique, hiding beneath the ground as he trailed the retainer. As night fell, the retainer returned, and the guards still did not stop him. It appeared that this retainer was highly esteemed, frequently visiting the daimyo and Appo's estate. The retainer entered the main residence. Suddenly, the massive barrier sprang to life. Who goes there? In an instant, numerous hidden presences turned their attention to the retainer who had triggered the barrier. Transformation techniques could not conceal one from the barrier and Appo's detection. Any use of ninjutsu would trigger an alert. The retainer was, in fact, Oil Woman Takaru in disguise. Have I been discovered? No matter. Takaru transformed into Orochimaru and Appo's likeness. In the distance, the daimyo, Waiichi, was startled awake. He was surrounded by 5 formidable ninja guards. Daimyo, that individual is the rogue ninja from Konoha, Orochimaru. A rogue ninja from Konoha? Waiichi and Appo's expression darkened. Konoha had been plagued by incidents lately, and now a rogue ninja had intruded upon his estate. Waiichi murmured softly as he gazed at Takaru in the guise of Orochimaru. The samurai were no match for the figure before them. They watched helplessly as Orochimaru discarded the retainer and Appo's lifeless body and fled from the main residence. Do not pursue, prioritize the protection of the daimyo. Yes. Daimyo Waiichi approached the fallen retainer. It is Kurosada Ichifu. His eyes burned with fury. A rogue ninja from Konoha had brazenly infiltrated the daimyo and Appo's estate and slain his retainer. Send word. The land of fire is to place a bounty on. Before Waiichi could finish his sentence, a sealing technique suddenly manifested on the retainer and Appo's corpse, expanding rapidly as though it were about to explode. This is bad. It's poison. The ninja guards at Waiichi's side quickly formed hand seals. Seal. A sealing technique enveloped the corpse, preventing the explosion. Get the daimyo away from here. Waiichi was shielded by the guards as they evacuated from the entrance. However, they had barely moved when an ominous shift occurred in the shadow of the retainer and Appo's body. A figure surged forth from the shadow. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. A tempest unleashed, disrupting the formation of the guards. One of the guards stood protectively in front of daimyo Waiichi, his gaze fixed warily on the emerging figure. The guard and Appo's pupils widened in shock. Shimura Danzo laughed heartily as he regarded the daimyo. The Orochimaru you just witnessed was also my disguise. I did not expect you to possess a modicum of skill. From this day forth, I shall usurp the title of daimyo. The name of Shimura Danzo shall echo throughout the land of fire. Rock Lee had been tailing Oil Woman Takaru, feeling uneasy. Indeed, Takaru ultimately complied with Danzo and Appo's orders, transforming into Orochimaru to assassinate the daimyo. Lee had concealed himself within the shadow of the retainer, waiting for Takaru to escape before transforming into Danzo to take the fall. Rebellion! Rebellion! Konoha has turned against us. Daimyo Waiichi roared in fury. Before he could issue a command, a kunai flew forth. Clang! The guard blocked it. Just as the kunai was about to veer off course, Lee and Appo's figure appeared beside the guard with a flicker of the flying thunder god technique. He lightly touched the bodies of the guard and daimyo Waiichi, channeling a sudden force into them. Flying thunder god, second stage. Lee vanished once more. Retreating from the daimyo and Appo's estate, Waiichi collapsed, utterly weakened, his gaze fixated on the spot where Lee had disappeared. In his final moments, he realized that the true Shimura Danzo would never personally undertake such an assassination. That would be utterly foolish. However, the samurai and the guards surrounding him had witnessed the scene. They knew the identity of Danzo and deemed it improbable for him to engage in such an act. Yet, the true culprit remained unknown, and no one wished to investigate further. It was a thankless task. At that moment, all that was required was to name a scapegoat to appease the various parties involved. It was Shimura Danzo of Konoha who killed the daimyo. A guard shouted. In an instant, consensus was reached. It was Danzo who had slain the daimyo. In a forest within the land of fire, Rock Lee sprinted swiftly. He needed to return to Konoha with utmost urgency. With the daimyo's death, it was likely that all ninja throughout the land of fire would be prohibited from acting. If he failed to return to Konoha now, he would undoubtedly become collateral damage. Desperate retainers and samurai would seize any ninja outside their borders. Lee did not wish to hide and evade. That would waste precious time. What remained was to see how Konoha would manage the situation. As dawn broke, Lee returned to Konoha. At the entrance, he encountered Oil Woman Takaru. Good morning. Lee greeted him. Takaru was even quicker than Lee. Unbeknownst to him, the events that had transpired were still unfolding. Out for training so early? No wonder your strength surpasses my brother and Appo's by so much. Takaru replied, though his mind was occupied with other thoughts. Ever since that night when Orochimaru had threatened him, he had not seen him again. Moreover, Orochimaru had spared his life and allowed him to continue his missions. Takaru could not shake the feeling that this situation was not in line with Orochimaru and Appo's usual conduct. Never mind that. I almost had an Appo's finished my training when I encountered Orochimaru. Thankfully, I managed to hide. He hurriedly left Konoha, muttering something about the daimyo. Lee casually remarked, the daimyo? Upon hearing the word, Takaru and Appo's heart raced. He halted abruptly, turning to Lee. Did you hear what he said in detail? Takaru asked in a low voice. Lee pretended to contemplate for a moment. Who is Tanzo? I've never heard of him. Takaru and Appo's face paled, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Chapter 81. Danzo and Appo's defection in the Land of Fire. The news of the death of the daimyo spread swiftly, reaching nearly all the 5 great nations. A tremor coursed through the world. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Tsunade's fury was palpable. Have you located Danzo's whereabouts? She demanded, her fist shattering the desk before her. This marked the 81st desk she had destroyed in her rage. The announcement of the daimyo and Appo's demise had left her in shock. By the time she set out to confront Danzo, he had already vacated the village. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade realized that Danzo had been framed, echoing the earlier plight of the Hyuga clan, an utter inability to defend themselves. The daimyo was indeed dead, and Konoha was obliged to provide an explanation. Presently, the daimyo and Appo's estate was embroiled in a struggle for succession. Before a new daimyo could be appointed, Konoha needed to assert its position. Danzo Shimura is a traitor. Anyone who encounters him is to eliminate him on the spot, Tsunade declared. On the sofa, Midogate and Nara Shikamaru sat in silence, acutely aware of the precariousness of their positions. They had always aligned with Danzo, and now they found themselves ensnared in the fallout. Besides this crisis, they also needed to secure sufficient funds, as the daimyo had severed Konoha's economic lifelines. Midogate steeled himself to speak. As advisors to Konoha, he and Shikamaru were responsible for financial decisions and managing the daimyo and Appo's funds, effectively controlling a significant portion of the village and Appo's economy. This was why Tsunade had tolerated them thus far. Now, however, with Danzo and Appo's flight, they risked being held accountable, depending solely on whether Tsunade chose to pursue the matter. A financial crisis, is it? Tsunade mused. I have a solution. From now on, the financial matters of Konoha will be overseen by Ino and Shikamaru. Ensure a smooth transition. Tsunade turned her gaze to the window. The situation regarding Danzo was already dire. If Midogate and Shikamaru were punished now, it could further tarnish her reputation. Konoha needed growth above all else. Midogate and Shikamaru exhaled in relief. Tsunade merely stripped them of their financial authority without imposing any severe penalties or public declarations, allowing them to enjoy their remaining years in peace. Thank you, Hokage-sama, they expressed as they rose to bow and exit the office. It was only at this moment that they felt the weight of their age. Upon reaching the front of the office building, they encountered Rock Lee approaching from afar. Good afternoon, esteemed advisors, he greeted. Good afternoon. We have resigned. The current advisors in the village are Shikamaru and Ino, they replied. Oh, I see. Well, take care, Lee said as he entered the building. He had been summoned by Tsunade. Upon entering the office, Tsunade was already waiting. Konoha is facing a financial crisis. I and Appo's heard that the daimyo of the Land of Rice has a good rapport with the banking organization. Could you assist me in making an introduction to the head of that organization? Of course. Who will accompany me? Lee inquired. Ino and Shikamaru, Tsunade responded. All right, but I must clarify that the daimyo cannot compel the bank. It is a profit-driven entity. If they take on debt, they will expect a substantial return, Lee cautioned. In truth, the bank was under his control. It was inconceivable that they would provide Konoha with funds without expectation. He intended to monopolize Konoha and Appo's economic sources, thereby severing ties with the daimyo and facilitating his future control over the village. That is acceptable, I understand, as long as the interest rates are reasonable, Tsunade replied. Familiar with the workings of gambling establishments, her threshold for interest was simply that it must remain below exorbitant levels. Very well. I will take Shikamaru and Ino to negotiate with the Land of Rice, Lee stated. Go ahead, Tsunade affirmed, feeling reassured. With Lee's connections, the endeavor was bound to succeed. It was merely a matter of the final interest rate. Lee departed the office and sought out Shikamaru, who was lounging on the rooftop, gazing at the drifting clouds in a state of tranquility. What a hassle, Lee remarked as he approached. Hey, focus. Ino, clad in combat attire, shouted. What mission do we have this time? Reluctantly, Shikamaru straightened up to listen to Lee and Ino. We're headed to the Land of Rice to address Konoha's financial crisis. Lee explained. Let us go then. It seems we won be fighting this time, so it shouldn't be too troublesome, Shikamaru replied, feeling little need for preparation. The trio set off from Konoha. Along the way, Lee gleaned information about the Yamanaka clan from Shikamaru. It was said that a prominent member of the root organization had returned to the Yamanaka clan, leading to a division of opinions regarding his permanence among them. Oh, Li leaped from branch to branch. How was that ultimately resolved? Given Shikamaru's esteemed lineage, news among the great clans circulated swiftly. The member decided to stay, persuaded by Shikamaru's father. I see, Li replied nonchalantly. He had been the one to encourage the Yamanaka brothers to return to their family. The Yamanaka siblings owed him a debt of gratitude. Currently, among Konoha's major clans, the Shimura clan had been completely ostracized due to Danzo's actions. With no clan acknowledging their status, and many members had scattered, the Hyuga clan largely sided with Li. The Yamanaka clan, having been guided by Li, would undoubtedly ally with him in the future. Li had nearly secured the loyalty of Konoha and Appos as prominent clans. Soon, he anticipated that the one who could wield the power to shatter the ninja world would emerge, paving the way for a complete reorganization. 3 days later, Li, Shikamaru, and Ino arrived in the land of rice. Crossing the border, they noticed a stark contrast from Li's previous visit. Even in the small villages along the border, the residents were engaged in agriculture or gathering water, their faces adorned with smiles, while children played joyfully, laughter echoing across the fields. The atmosphere was vibrant. A far cry from the desolation of Li's last visit, it seemed that Daimyo Tatsu had managed the region well. The following day, the trio arrived at Fuhua City. Daimyo Tatsu personally greeted them and led them to the bank. Inside the bank, Kakuzu was absent, and a middle-aged man was currently in charge. It was evident that he understood Li's influence over the bank. The two parties negotiated the terms of the loan. After a pretense of haggling, the middle-aged man, seeing Li's silence, agreed to a 20% annual interest rate and finalized the contract. Shikamaru and Ino parted ways to enjoy a brief sojourn in the land of rice. At that moment, a middle-aged man responsible for the bank discreetly approached Rock Lee. With utmost respect, the man conveyed, I have just received intelligence from Lord Kakuzu regarding Toby. Lee accepted the scroll of information, unfurling it to reveal the contents within. The message indicated that Toby had made his presence known in the Land of Lightning and had subsequently joined the Akatsuki organization. Lee was taken aback by Toby's swift actions and his meticulous planning for a retreat. It seemed that a journey to the hidden cloud was now inevitable. Chapter 82. Confrontation with Danzo in the Land of Lightning. Lee Rock departed from the Land of Rice and did not return to Konoha. He journeyed northeast. And upon entering the territory of the Land of Lightning, he slowed his pace. The Land of Lightning was a nation nestled among towering mountains, making the paths treacherous. According to intelligence, Danzo had yet to leave the Land of Lightning. Lee Rock moved swiftly, traversing the rugged terrain, yet ahead loomed an endless array of mountains. The intelligence indicated that the Eight Tails had been captured by Sasuke, while the Raikage was desperately trying to intervene but was besieged by the Akatsuki, who had arrived to assist. The lack of sufficient intelligence on the Akatsuki had nearly cost the Raikage his life. 2 members of the Konoha were also captured by Haiden. The Akatsuki had retreated entirely. It seemed that Killer Bee had severed his tail to survive. After scaling 5 mountains, Lee Rock paused, utterly fatigued. He sighed, realizing that he had intended to train his stamina, yet he had only completed a fraction of the journey. With determination, he clapped his hands together and executed the Earth Release, ultra-lightweight rock technique, lifting himself into the air as he soared towards the location provided by Kakuzu. As night fell over the Land of Lightning, in the city of Inazuma, Danzo ambled through the narrow streets, burdened by the presence of a wooden puppet alongside Haiden. Hey, old man, don't strain yourself. Let me carry you for a while, Haiden exclaimed from behind. Danzo's expression darkened, as a high-ranking official of Konoha. He had stooped to serve the Akatsuki and endure the incessant ramblings of this fanatic. He suspected that Tsunade had conspired with the Yamanaka clan to assassinate the daimyo and then pinned the blame on him. Fortunately, he had other sources of intelligence and had received the news of the daimyo's death in advance, allowing him to escape early. While he had fled, the vast world offered no sanctuary for a ninja who dared to assassinate a daimyo. Thus, Danzo was forced to align himself with the Akatsuki, biding his time for a change in fortune. Old man, at your age, why don't you retire in Konoha? Is the pension not enough to sustain you? Haiden continued to probe. Danzo dismissed his words. His mastery of chakra control surpassed that of Kakuzu tenfold. Old man, I hear you killed the daimyo. What gave you the audacity? Haiden incessantly questioned, growing bored when Danzo remained unfazed. You're far inferior to Kakuzu. This is tiresome, he muttered, falling silent as he trailed behind Danzo. In the main thoroughfare of the city, the flickering lights could not mask the palpable tension in the air. The moonlight bathed the stone path, casting a long shadow. Danzo halted, gazing toward the base of the mountain. Is that a Konoha ninja? He murmured, slowly approaching the figure cloaked in black. Haiden, brandishing his scythe, charged forward. Joining the cult of the evil god, are we? He laughed. Suddenly, a flash of steel sliced through the air. Haiden was taken aback, perceiving thousands of blades aimed at him. It's you, he exclaimed, evading the deadly strikes that whizzed past his neck. The last blade came at an angle, cutting through the night sky. It was slow. So slow that Haiden did not even attempt to dodge, standing frozen as memories flooded back. In the land of hot water, in his youth, he was ridiculed by his peers as a fool. Unable to bear the mockery, he rushed into confrontation, only to be overwhelmed by numbers and reduced to a laughingstock. The teachers in the ninja village did not punish those who had attacked him. Instead, they preached the virtues of peace and urged him to avoid conflict. This advice struck his young heart like a heavy blow. From that moment on, he harbored an intense loathing for peace. Must I eliminate everyone around me? He laughed maniacally. The cult of the evil god seemed tailor-made for him. I must join. However, this period of joy was fleeting. Deceived by the cultists, he became a mere experimental subject, deepening his hatred for peace. Peace is a lie. This conviction allowed him to survive the experiments and granted him the power of curses. Join the cult of the evil god, he shouted. Meanwhile, Danzo observed the blade rushing towards Haydn, who, instead of dodging, wore an expression of sheer delight. It was only upon Haydn's final exclamation that the blade cleaved through him, severing his head, which rolled to the ground, tumbling helplessly. It hurts. Haydn's vision faded, and he glanced at the approaching Lee Rock, his eyes ablaze with fury. We're old acquaintances. Must you greet me with a blade? Hey, what are you doing? Lee Rock nonchalantly pressed his foot down on Haydn's severed head, burying his face into the ground. I can't see. Hurry and call Kakuzu to stitch my head back on. Haydn mumbled helplessly. No need, Lee Rock replied, turning to Danzo. I see you have no brain. It's all the same. This remark shattered Haydn's composure. His headless form surged towards Lee Rock, wielding the scythe. With a swift kick, Lee Rock sent Haydn's body crashing into the city wall. Is this an illusion? Danzo mused, but his Sharingan did not detect any genjutsu. He had never underestimated an opponent. After the Ninja World War, he understood that even when hunting rabbits, one must exert full effort. You little brat. I sensed your danger even back in Konoha, Danzo stated as he slowly unwrapped the bandages from his right hand. He formed hand seals with haste. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo inhaled deeply, exhaling a fierce gale that coalesced into a projectile aimed at Lee Rock. Lee Rock advanced step by step, lightly swinging his blade. With a swift slash, he bisected the vacuum sphere, sending the halves soaring past him. Boom. Haydn's headless body, struggling to rise, was once again struck into the wall by the vacuum sphere. What is your objective? Danzo questioned, retreating. He had reviewed Lee Rock's intelligence. Lee Rock excelled in physical combat, and the Eight Gates technique was unrivaled. With his swordsmanship being exceptional, while he rarely employed ninjutsu, Danzo unleashed a flurry of wind-release attacks from a distance. Lee Rock effortlessly dodged several of them, casually remarking, I hardly use ninjutsu. Danzo, however, remained skeptical. He had listened to the will of fire his entire life, and he doubted such claims. If that is the case, I shall capture you and interrogate you thoroughly. With a swift motion, Lee Rock's blade sliced through the air. Danzo turned to evade, wondering, did I miss? But behind him, there was no blade. On the main road, Senju Tobarama pressed 2 fingers to the ground, sensing the approaching enemy. Surrounding him were Saratobi Hiruzen, Mito Uzumaki, Tenshin Koharu, Uchiha Kagami, and Akimichi Torafu. We need someone to hold the rear. Who will stay behind to fend off the enemy? Boom. Danzo's mind reverberated as memories long buried surged forth like a tidal wave. The intent to kill, to sever the past. Chapter 83. Acquiring Danzo's right arm. Danzo observed as Senju Tobarama utilized his sensory techniques to assess the enemy. Senju Tobarama opened his eyes to behold the elite forces of Kin and Amp. Amp, Appos, Kaku, and Jin and Amp. Amp, Appos, Kaku. Mito Minion glanced around, recognizing the dire situation that necessitated a decoy to divert the pursuers, thereby enhancing the survival chances of others. A decoy? Diverting the pursuers would surely cost a life. This question echoed in the minds of all present. A surge of resolve enveloped Danzo. As a ninja, this was the moment to safeguard those of utmost importance, a moment to sacrifice. His hands trembled as fervor coursed through him. Saratobi, you must be eager to step forward. Therefore, I cannot lag behind. Step forward. Move. Why can't I voice it? I shall hold the rear. Saratobi Hiruzen volunteered to be the decoy. For reasons unknown, Danzo felt an involuntary relief upon hearing those words. Senju Tobarama discerned Danzo and Appos' hesitation. Rising, he turned towards Saratobi. Saratobi, starting tomorrow, you shall be the new Hokage. Boom. Danzo and Appos' entire being jolted. Hesitation equated to defeat. His aspiration to become Hokage was irrevocably shattered at that moment. The bitterness of unfulfilled ambition lay deeply concealed in Danzo's gaze until the news of his old friend, the third Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen's demise, reached him. Surprisingly, he felt a flicker of relief within. There was no time to mourn for his old friend. Next came the moment of glory for Shimura Danzo to ascend as Hokage. Alas, when Tsunade stepped forth, his long-held desire once more slipped through his fingers. Fury welled within Danzo's heart. He resolved to employ any means necessary to become Hokage. This very thought led to his disdain among the 5 great nations, forcing him to serve Akatsuki. Swish. A blade flashed before Danzo's eyes. His memories, along with his life, reached their terminus. Danzo coughed up blood, his body swaying unsteadily. Rock Lee sheathed his sword. You wish to inquire why Izanagi was not activated, don't you? Lee's eyes darkened, entering sage mode as he appeared beside Danzo and gently patted his shoulder. Above Danzo, a colossal red thread of fate had now severed. This is my second layer of sword intent, having cut the ties between you and the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan upon your right arm was not innate but rather usurped. With the severance of fate, your defeat is inevitable. With a swift motion, Lee wrenched off Danzo's right arm. Bang! A scroll materialized, sealing Danzo's right arm within its confines. This was a treasure Lee had long desired. You wicked little imp. For the sake of the ninja world, for peace. Ugh, this is impossible. Danzo roared, struggling to muster his last breath to activate the four-symbol seal. However, incantations began to manifest upon his body. Danzo glared furiously at Lee. For peace? Lee turned away. Spare me your nonsense. You have always acted solely for your own gain. The tragedies you have wrought are now spreading in another guise. Had you possessed even a modicum of the will to protect the fire, you would not have met this disgraceful end. Lee picked up Haiden's severed head, sealing his mouth, and hoisted the two wooden puppets over his shoulder. Do you wish to know my assessment of you? Danzo lifted his head with effort. Despite his vision blurring, he fixed his gaze on Lee. To desire greatness while clinging to your life, to forsake righteousness for petty gains, you are neither a hero nor a tyrant. Lee's figure gradually vanished into the night. Bang! Danzo's body crashed heavily to the ground, the last flicker of light in his eyes extinguished. At the city gates, Lee held Haiden's head in one hand and his body in the other, with the two wooden puppets slung over his shoulder. He peered ahead, noticing two figures draped in red cloud cloaks approaching him. It's you two? Long time no see. Lee greeted with a smile. How annoying. Just go away. Sasuke scoffed. Sasuke did not even recall who Lee was. He was here for Danzo. You carry two wooden puppets. Where is Danzo? Sasuke asked coldly. Inside the city. Lee pointed behind him. Sasuke peered through the city gate, spotting Danzo sprawled in a pool of blood, clearly deceased. You. That guy was my rival. Swish. Sasuke activated his Manjiki Sharingan. His eyes, like twin moons in an abyss, radiated a chilling light, the unique allure of the Sharingan. In that moment, Sasuke felt as though he could perceive the essence of all things and the secrets hidden deep within their souls. Beside him, Obito soared into the air. A spectacle was about to unfold. Obito had long heard of Lee's name. The land of rice, it seemed, was under his control. Lee's actions oscillated between righteousness and villainy. He established a bank, liberating the residents of the land of rice from suffering, yet immediately turned to wage war, plunging them back into chaos. He provided Akatsuki with unrestricted funds while simultaneously aiding Konoha, such as rescuing Jiraiya and eliminating Danzo, actions that indirectly supported Konoha. Obito remained uncertain of Lee's true intentions and had doubts regarding his capabilities. Now, it was time to witness his strength. Boom. Sasuke unleashed his Susanoo. A burst of purple light erupted around him, tearing the night sky asunder. The intertwining purple radiance enveloped Sasuke, forming a divine warrior clad in armor, shimmering with purple lightning, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. The Susanoo, the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, unveiled itself before Lee in a most astonishing display. Indeed, the Susanoo was a sight to behold. Lee felt an unparalleled sense of oppression in its proximity. In terms of mere presence, Sasuke and Appo's aura at this moment overshadowed even that of Jiraiya and Orochimaru by several folds. Lee glimpsed a kilometer away, where Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sai rushed towards him. I know Itachi and Appo's whereabouts. If you wish to know as well, you must part ways with that masked man and await my message. In an instant, Lee vanished from the sight of Obito and Sasuke. Chapter 84. Tsunade and Appo's speculation in the Hokage office of Konoha. Shikamato reported on the village and Appo's recent financial status. Tsunade exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. The selection of the daimyo from the Land of Fire had been finalized. Yet there was still no mention of military funding for Konoha. Having recently assumed the role of Hokage, she had been constrained by Danzo and the higher-ups. This time, however, someone had audaciously implicated Danzo in the assassination of the daimyo, leaving Tsunade astonished by the assassin and Appo's boldness, yet simultaneously elated. With Danzo now firmly accused of the assassination, it presented Tsunade with an opportune moment to consolidate all power. The rights of both Mito Gate and Tinin had also been seized. Now, in Konoha, Tsunade was the true Hokage. However, every advantage comes with its own set of disadvantages. The assassination of the daimyo had also brought severe repercussions to Konoha, with the cessation of military funding proving nearly fatal as the Akatsuki organization closed in. Fortunately, due to Rock Lee and Appo's connections, the interest was only 20%. If they could repel the Akatsuki, the daimyo's office would surely restore financial support for Konoha, and repaying this loan would pose no issue, Shikamaru analyzed. Is there any news from the Land of Lightning regarding Lee? Tsunade inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. Economically and militarily, Rock Lee's contributions to Konoha were of strategic significance. No, Shikamaru shook his head. That guy tends to operate alone. There and Appo's no need for excessive worry. With Lee and Appo's strength and combat experience, unless confronted by the three legendary Sannin or the Akatsuki working in unison, he can easily escape any peril. In contrast to Tsunade, Shikamaru possessed a deeper understanding of Rock Lee. Having collaborated on multiple missions with him, Lee had proven to be a stabilizing force. Whenever Lee took action, Shikamaru felt assured. Requiring no elaborate strategies, brute strength was often sufficient, which alleviated much of the burden. Shikamaru had assessed Lee and Appo's capabilities and compared them to his mentor, Asuma. His conclusion was that Lee could defeat 3 Asumas. Lee possessed an array of decisive trump cards, and as long as he played them, even the worst outcomes could be navigated with ease. It appears you have quite an understanding of him, Tsunade remarked, her anxiety slightly alleviated by Shikamaru and Appo's insights. His analytical skills had always been commendable. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Hokage, we have new intelligence from the Land of Lightning. Ino rushed in, placing the documents on Tsunade and Appo's desk. Her face etched with urgency. Intelligence? Tsunade glanced at the latest report delivered by Kakashi, feeling a jolt of surprise. Danzo is dead. Tsunade meticulously perused the intelligence. Danzo had lost his right eye, and it was difficult to determine whether it was a Sharingan or a Byakugan. Most likely, it was a Sharingan, she concluded. The Hyuga clan was currently flourishing, with no one daring to brazenly seize a Byakugan. However, the Uchiha clan had a different fate. Following the massacre night, the Uchiha had fallen from grace. Without the nominal protection of Konoha, the decades of accumulated animosity and greed for the Sharingan had led to a frenzy of attacks. The exact number of Sharingan in circulation was hard to ascertain. Nevertheless, the Sharingan was strictly confined within Konoha and Appo's borders. The village would never permit outside ninjas to interfere. Within the prominent families of Konoha, many harbored a few Sharingan for the purpose of studying ocular techniques. The individuals who orchestrated the Uchiha massacre were none other than Danzo and the higher-ups. Therefore, whose Sharingan had Danzo possessed? Tsunade resolved to consult her former advisors. Before long, Midogate and Tintin entered the office, having come to assist Shikamaru and Ino with the financial transition. Here, take a look at this intelligence, Tsunade stated, revealing the report without reservation. Despite the constraints they imposed on her, Midogate and Tintin and Appo's loyalty to Konoha remained trustworthy. Mido glanced at Tintin, and they both nodded slightly. Tsunade's actions clearly indicated her intent to reassure them of her trustworthiness, while she sought to extract information from them. We cannot confirm definitively, but it is highly likely that it was Shursui SI, because we know Danzo had transplanted a Sharingan, which occurred on the eve of the massacre. Oh, I see. Tsunade responded, promptly issuing an order for Kakashi to send someone to continue tracking the whereabouts of the Two Tails. It was likely that the individual who abducted the Two Tails Jinchuriki was also the one who took Shursui SI. Understood. Ino exited the office, while Mido and Tintin proceeded to hand over the previous financial reports to Shikamaru, imparting wisdom on how to manage the finances effectively. Tsunade lowered her gaze, continuing to review the intelligence. The subsequent details within the report disclosed further information about Danzo. It stated that his right arm was suspected to have been composed of Hashirama cells, which had been violently severed and gone missing. Orochimaru. Tsunade didn't need to guess. It was undoubtedly a result of Orochimaru's experiments. Previously, Orochimaru had engaged in unspeakable activities within the Root organization. This opportunity had allowed him access to Hashirama and Appo's cells. Speaking of her grandfather and Appo's cells, the 2 petri dishes were nearing completion. She tucked the intelligence away. Besides the Akatsuki, who else could be monitoring the Jinchuriki? Tsunade turned to Shikamaru. I will be out for a few days, no more than a week. During my absence, you are responsible for all affairs within the village. Should you encounter any indecision, feel free to seek me out at Konoha Hospital, Tsunade commanded. How troublesome. Shikamaru grumbled, gazing at the thick stack of documents on the desk, letting out a sigh. This pile was likely a month's worth of accumulated administrative work. Tsunade clearly found the handling of bureaucratic matters burdensome and had opted to evade it. Shikamaru was aware of the recent turmoil within the Hyuga clan. Tsunade had sent inquiries regarding his opinion, yet his father, Shikaku, had strictly forbidden him from intervening. This matter was a delicate dance between the daimyo and Appo's office in Konoha, intertwined with the elite Hyuga clan, seemingly manipulated by unseen hands. A single misstep could lead the Nara clan into endless trouble. Thus, Shikamaru had to feign illness as an excuse not to think. Tsunade could not fault him for this. She turned her attention elsewhere, leaving Shikamaru astounded. Tsunade and Appo's governance style was in stark contrast to that of the third Hokage. In Konoha Hospital, within a concealed chamber, a vast array of tubes connected 2 enormous petri dish cabinets with nutrients flowing continuously. They are ready. Let Appo's proceed with the transplant for Hyuga Niji first. The remaining one will wait until Lee returns for surgery. Tsunade instructed the Umbu stationed outside to summon Hyuga Niji. After a while, Niji entered the chamber. Lord Hokage, he acknowledged, having taken a clear stance after assuming leadership of the Hyuga clan, pledging everlasting loyalty to Konoha and the Hokage, which greatly relieved Tsunade. The disturbances within the Hyuga clan had not caused her undue concern. Are you prepared? Yes. Chapter 85, The Strange CP Grows. The 2 wooden figures safely arrived in the land of rice. where Kakashi received intelligence and returned to Konoha to report the conclusion of the mission in the Land of Lightning. He prepared to study sage techniques. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Kakuzu stitching up Haiden and Appo's head, as the two-tailed beast and Kakuzu formed an unusual partnership, a curious CP that combined Sundara and aloofness. In the end, Rock Lee returned to the village to undergo surgery, while the Akatsuki organization launched an attack. 3 days later. Thank you, Lord Hokage. It is nothing. Strengthening Konoha in the face of the Akatsuki is certainly beneficial. Contributing to Konoha is the duty of the Hyuga clan. Niji expressed his gratitude to Tsunade before exiting the dark room. He felt his strength had grown once again. However, during this time, he repeatedly dreamed of a strange scene. It was a temple with a colossal statue of a sage standing tall. Behind the sage and Appo's stone figure, a pair of reddish-yellow eyes flickered ominously. Each time Niji attempted to see those yellow eyes clearly, he would awaken from the dream. That statue seemed familiar. And the temple was certainly not a location within the ninja world. Niji chose not to mention this to Tsunade. Believing it to be a secret of the Hyuga clan, he resolved to investigate the ancient text upon his return. Niji departed from the hospital. Tsunade instructed the nurses to maintain the operating table and instruments for future use before returning to the Hokage and Appo's office. The thick stack of documents on her desk had already vanished. Shikamaru sat in the office chair, appearing listless, as though drained of all energy. Tsunade-sama, your timing is impeccable. Shikamaru mustered a weak smile. I can end Appo's. Go on. I'm taking a 3-day leave. No one is to disturb me. Without waiting for Tsunade and Appo's response, he weakly exited the office. Tsunade remained expressionless, sitting in the chair, waiting for Shikamaru to leave. Wonderful, all the accumulated paperwork has been handled by Shikamaru. If it builds up again next month, I can say Jiraiya is facing a crisis and I'll go to rescue him, allowing Shikamaru to deal with it again. Tsunade mused internally. At that moment, Shizen entered the office. Tsunade-sama, Kakashi has returned and is currently within the borders of the Land of Fire. Oh? Tsunade glanced toward the door. Kakashi stood outside, holding an intelligence scroll. Regarding the Land of Lightning, well, it seems the mission was completed after all. Kakashi said with a light chuckle as he entered the office and handed the scroll to Tsunade. Tsunade opened the scroll, a flicker of shock crossing her eyes. Did Little Lee kill Danzo? In disbelief, Tsunade inquired. Previous reports mentioned Naruto and Sasuke clashing, leading her to suspect that Danzo and Appo's demise was likely orchestrated by either the Akatsuki or Sasuke. After all, Sasuke was a member of the Uchiha clan, and reclaiming the Sharingan was understandable. However, now that Kakashi personally delivered the intelligence, it was undoubtedly accurate. It was information sent to me by Little Lee. He is currently in the Land of Rice and will return in a few days, Kakashi explained. After encountering Sasuke in the Land of Lightning, Naruto had a brief skirmish with him before Sasuke departed. Subsequently, a ninja from the feudal lord of the Land of Rice delivered intelligence, prompting Kakashi and Appo's swift return to Konoha. And what of the two-tailed Jinchuriki? Tsunade inquired further. The report made no mention of this matter. I suspect that Little Lee took the two-tailed Jinchuriki with him. But he did not include any details in the report. Instead, the attitude from the Land of Lightning was rather ambiguous. They have abandoned support for Konoha, Kakashi speculated. Well, we shall wait for Little Lee and Appo's return to discuss it further, Tsunade concluded, knowing she could only await Lee and Appo's arrival to inquire in detail. Upon his return, he would be eligible for promotion to Jonin. No, he should be designated as an elite Jonin, Tsunade thought to herself. At that moment, Rock Lee was in the Land of Rice, receiving a report from Tor's. Inside the castle of Kazekage, Lee listened intently to Tor's and Appo's report. Currently, the economic situation in the Land of Rice is second only to that of the Land of Lightning. The Land of Lightning has imitated us by establishing a bank? Lee asked. Tor's nodded. Indeed, among the 5 great nations, all but the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire now have banks established. In the Land of Fire, Konoha is already preparing for the establishment of its own, but the Land of Lightning and the Cloud Village seem wary of us. During this time, he had continuously led Kakuzu to various banquets in his capacity as the feudal lord, allowing neighboring small country lords to become acquainted with Kakuzu. The banks were finally able to expand fully. The previous economic appeal from Konoha had also allowed the bank to establish connections, and it was only a matter of time before they successfully set up in the Land of Fire, return the two-tailed beast to the Land of Lightning, then release the news that the 8-tailed Jinchuriki has severed his tail to survive, when in fact, he is still hidden in the Cloud Village, Lee stated calmly. The damage caused by the Akatsuki and Appo's full-scale operation to capture the 8 tails was not as devastating as one might think. It barely caused any significant harm. Tors hesitated before speaking. Is that so? Lee looked at Tors intently. Tors immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Those white eyes seemed to perceive his very soul. He faltered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Kakuzu? Lee narrowed his eyes. He had entrusted Kakuzu with handling Haiden and the two-tailed Jinchuriki just days prior. As the head of the bank, Kakuzu could not afford to make a mistake. If there were problems, Lee would not hesitate to eliminate him. Feeling Lee and Appo's overwhelming killing intent, Tor's trembled. What exactly happened? Lee inquired, frowning. Did Kakuzu kill the two-tailed Jinchuriki? Speak clearly, Lee commanded. Tor's cleared his throat and stood silently at attention. Lee and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had considered various scenarios regarding Kakuzu and Appo's dealings between the Akatsuki and the bank, imagined Kakuzu killing the two-tailed Jinchuriki for the bounty, or even plotting to become a king. Yet he had never contemplated this possibility. Lee chuckled in exasperation. In the commercial district, Kakuzu and the two wooden figures were leisurely strolling about. He was unsure how he ended up in the company of the two wooden figures. Just days prior, he had hurriedly stitched up Haydn and Appo's head and sent him off. Kakuzu found talkative individuals to be the most bothersome. However, that very act of stitching Haydn and Appo's head had earned him the respect of the two wooden figures. Kakuzu flipped through the bounty manual. The two wooden figures were not listed among the bounties, suggesting they could be dealt with. The three of them began to mingle. In front of a shop selling pet cats, one of the wooden figures exclaimed, "This ragdoll cat is so adorable." Kakuzu glanced at the ragdoll cat, which was priced at 1 million ryo, nearly equivalent to a Jonin and Appo's bounty. At that moment, Kakuzu finally understood the source of this sensation. He had grown numb to the abundance of wealth he had accumulated, gradually losing his passion for money. Yet now, with the two wooden figures spending money so freely, Kakuzu rediscovered the meaning of earning. Buy it. Kakuzu spoke decisively, pulling out his money without hesitation. The banks he established across the three great nations and numerous small nations gave him the confidence to do so. I didn't mean to buy that cat. The expression of the two wooden figures immediately soured as they shot him a cold glance, stealing furtive glances at the ragdoll cat within the shop. If you insist on purchasing it, I shall reluctantly accept. Jiao Do produced the money, his expression devoid of emotion. Buy. Chapter 86. The transplant of Hashirama cells in Shursui and Appo's eyes in front of a dilapidated wooden house in Konoha. Rock Lee returned yesterday. He had visited Kakuzu and the two wooden men. Regarding this age-spanning romance, he felt at a loss for words. However, Kakuzu had developed a vulnerability opposing the Akatsuki organization, which brought Lee a sense of relief. In contrast, the situation in the Land of Lightning was not as pressing, as the news of the eight tails severing its tail to survive had already been released. Now, it was merely a matter of how Pain would respond. Lee quietly awaited news, which significantly delayed Pain and Appo's movements. Next, I must attend to this precious matter. Lee retrieved 2 scrolls. Within these scrolls, one sealed Shursui and Appo's Sharingan, while the other contained Danzo and Appo's right arm. Uncertain of how many Hashirama cells Tsunade had cultivated, he pondered if he could replace his entire body with them, potentially unlocking Sage Mode. Lee shook his head. He had leveraged Jiraiya and Appo's favor to secure Tsunade and Appo's agreement on this matter. Tsunade was unlikely to provide an abundance of Hashirama cells. With Danzo and Appo's right arm, he could unleash Izanagi. An exhilarating rush surged through Lee and Appo's heart. He glanced at the panel. 8 gates. 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 8 gate. Lee had now maxed out the 8 gates. With Izanagi at his disposal, he could open the gates 9 times. Such a trump card could be deemed the strongest. Faced with the impending arrival of Pain, Lee finally breathed a sigh of relief. A fleeting thought of mastering the Reaper Death Seal crossed his mind. He wondered if Izanagi could counter the effects of the Reaper Death Seal. Lee remained uncertain. He was hesitant to gamble. If Izanagi failed to negate the Reaper and Appo's effects, he would become a mere fool. With a sigh, he stored the scrolls away. In the distance, Kakashi approached slowly. Hokage-sama requests your presence, Kakashi stated, looking at Lee. I have nearly grasped the essence of Tai Chi, he continued, striking a nearby tree with a punch. Bang. The tree did not even tremble. Yet, with his Byakugan, Lee observed closely. The exterior of the tree was intact, but its interior had been obliterated by Kakashi and Appo's hidden strength, resembling a hollow log. Kakashi and Appo's talent surpassed even Niji and Appo's. Lee mused. Niji had taken 6 months to master hidden strength. With Lee and Appo's guidance, while Kakashi had achieved it in just 3 months, all while juggling missions without any instruction, Lee could only conclude, effort may surpass genius, but it can never outstrip the efforts of a talented genius. What do you think? Kakashi inquired. Hokage material, Lee jested. Being Hokage is too troublesome. Kakashi, much like Shikamaru, was one to avoid complications. I and Appo's am heading to Miyaboka Mountain to attempt sage training, he said as he turned to leave. Lee watched Kakashi depart, his expression complex. He recalled the time he, Guy, Niji, and Tintin had endured a worm feast in Miyaboka Mountain, having braved the rain without offering an umbrella to their teacher. Lee made his way to the Hokage building, already beginning to mourn for Kakashi in his heart. The following day, news from Tsunade arrived. Lee brought the scrolls to Konoha Hospital. Inside the underground chamber, Tsunade donned surgical attire, standing beside a massive incubator filled with Hashirama cells suspended in nutrient solution. For the next 7 days, you will need to rest here until the rejection reactions subside completely. Tsunade did not rush into surgery. She extended her hand towards Lee. You have Danzo and Amp, Appo's, S right arm and Shursui and Amp, Appo's, S eyes, correct? Hand them over. I will transplant them for you. A smile spread across Lee and Amp, Appo's, S face. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. He presented the 2 scrolls to her. Upon hearing the term sister, Tsunade chuckled lightly. Don and Appo's, T imitate Jiraiya. With a series of hand seals, she summoned forth Shursui and Amp, Appo's, S Sharingan and Danzo and Amp, Appo's, S I laid an arm. Tsunade examined the arm. Danzo certainly procured a significant amount of Grandpa and Amp, Appo's, S cells. After a moment of contemplation, she added, now, these cells combined will fill most of your body with Grandpa and Appo's, S cells. You may struggle to control them and risk being consumed. I want to end Appo's, T, Lee replied calmly. Approaching the surgical table, he lay down on it. Are you certain? Tsunade inquired again. Absolutely. Transplant everything. My chakra and physical strength are sufficient to manage these cells. Lee affirmed. This was his best opportunity to acquire Hashirama cells. Missing this chance would mean Tsunade would not transplant for him again. Lee was confident he could fully master the Sharingan and Hashirama cells. Seeing Lee and Appo's S resolve, Tsunade ceased further persuasion. The surgery will take some time, so prepare yourself. Thank you. Lee replied, closing his eyes. In the underground chamber, time passed unmeasured. When Lee finally opened his eyes, he felt a surge of immense power coursing through him. In his ordinary state, he found himself nearly as strong as in sage mode. Closing his right eye, he noted that his left eye had received Shursui and Appo's S Sharingan. However, in terms of perception, the Sharingan fell short of the Byakugan. Clapping his hands together, Lee invoked a Genjutsu. Genjutsu, Shackles technique. Nearby, the vigilant Ino frowned. Release. Ino swiftly disconnected Lee and Appo's S oxygen tube. Instantly, Lee felt excruciating pain on the left side of his body, a rejection reaction from the transplant. Why are you using Genjutsu on me? Ino coldly retorted. This Genjutsu isn't very strong, she thought, aware Lee was merely toying around. If you dare to test my resistance to Genjutsu again, it won't just be about the oxygen tube. Reattaching the tube, Ino carefully assessed Lee's condition, scribbled a diagnosis, and exited the chamber. Lee chuckled wryly. He had anticipated Ino would be less resistant to Genjutsu and had casually asked where more Hashirama cells could be found. But, alas, Ino had instantaneously dispelled the Genjutsu. This was also due to Lee's inexperience in utilizing the Sharingan for Genjutsu. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He still had the system. Detected that the host is casting a Genjutsu. Would you like to simplify it? Simplify. Simplification successful. Genjutsu, a glare. This. Lee and Appo's S thoughts faltered. A mere glare might invite considerable trouble. He still lacked sufficient Hashirama cells and needed to find a way to persuade Tsunade to yield a few more. Though he now possessed a significant amount of Hashirama cells and the Sharingan, he had yet to awaken the Rinnegan. This indicated a deficiency in some aspect. Lee quietly attuned himself to the power within, realizing he was just short of that crucial bit of Hashirama cells. The half-formed body of the interstitial cells made it difficult to speak. Jiraiya and Tsunade had exhausted their goodwill, and Rock Lee found himself at a loss for words. To persist in speaking would likely yield no favorable response from either Jiraiya or Tsunade. Thus, he began to contemplate the idea of approaching Orochimaru. Chapter 87. Discharge half a month later, at Konoha Hospital. In a dim underground chamber, Tsunade and Shizune entered. The rejection reaction had subsided. Tsunade examined Rock Lee and Appo's S condition, only to be met with a fierce glare from him. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, initially thinking she had caused him discomfort during the examination. However, Lee then turned to glare at Shizune as well, followed by a scowl directed at the 2 accompanying nurses. See, Lady Tsunade, I told you something must be amiss. Shizune remarked from the side. Throughout the past fortnight, she had frequently monitored Lee and Appo's S post-operative state, enduring his disdain each time. Initially, she suspected that her handling of the oxygen tube had been excessive, but eventually she realized something was amiss and hastily summoned Tsunade. Tsunade furrowed her brow. This should not be happening. She had personally performed the surgery. The transplantation of cells was a task she could execute with ease. She had confidence in her ability to perfectly transplant even more of Hashirama and Appo's S cells than this. Yet, it appeared that something had gone awry. Do you feel any pain or abnormalities? Tsunade inquired, looking at Lee. He shook his head. On the monitor before him, it read, Genjutsu, 21,000, beginner. It was too slow. There were too few people here. He yearned for an early discharge. Achieving mastery in Genjutsu was essential for him to master the Kodoame Tsukumi and unlock the Susanoo, which were vital for his future defenses. He needed to elevate his skills as swiftly as possible. After a thorough check, Tsunade began to ponder. What could have gone wrong? She was perplexed. Perhaps it was the rejection reaction from the Sharingan. She had noticed an irregularity in Lee and Appo's S Sharingan when he glared, along with fluctuations in his chakra. Days passed, and Tsunade and Shizun returned multiple times for examinations. This time, Lee had only glared at them once in the first couple of days, and thereafter, he had ceased. He longed to be discharged. There are no issues left. The rejection reaction has vanished, and he no longer glares at us. Discharge approved, Tsunade declared, signing the discharge papers with a flourish. She and Shizun exited the underground chamber, leaving the remaining procedures to the nurses. At last, freedom. Lee inhaled the long-awaited air as he arrived at the Hyuga residence. Inside the room, Niji set aside his tasks and turned to Lee. Little Lee, during your surgery, did you experience any peculiar dreams repeatedly? Niji had perused extensive family records and ancient texts in search of information regarding the scales of the single horn, but he had been unable to piece together a complete picture. He recalled that Lee also possessed the Byakugan and had undergone the transplantation of Hashirama and Appo's cells, prompting his inquiry. Dreams? Lee shook his head. His sleep had been undisturbed, and throughout the past half-month, he had not dreamt at all. What kind of dream? He mused internally, harboring a faint suspicion. In the starry sky, there exists a temple, within which stands a statue. I cannot discern its features, but through my Byakugan, I can see a pair of crimson-yellow eyes behind the statue, pulsating continuously. However, every time I attempt to scrutinize it closely, I awaken from the dream, Niji recounted. Indeed. Lee felt a shiver run down his spine. It seemed that after Niji had transplanted Hashirama and Appo's cells, he was on the verge of awakening the Otsutsuki bloodline. A matter entwined with the legends of Chakra and Appo's progenitor. Lee gradually recounted the tales of ancient times to Niji. That statue was likely the statue of Hagoromo, and the yellow eye behind it was probably the Rinnegan. Lee picked up a piece of pastry and placed it in his mouth. Enough of this. Our current strength cannot facilitate spatial movement. Even if we were to reach the moon, we would likely be unable to break the sealing jutsu. Niji nodded in agreement. He contemplated the Hashirama cells within him. Once he unlocked sage techniques, he could also utilize wood release, greatly enhancing his vitality. You just mentioned that if there were more first-generation cells, it might be possible to awaken the Rinnegan? Niji and Appo's heart raced. The allure of such a prospect was hard to resist. The words Rinnegan echoed persistently in his mind. However, merely possessing first-generation cells is insufficient. We also require cells from the Uchiha clan, such as the Sharingan. Lee gestured to his left eye. He pondered for a moment. But currently, only a few Uchiha remain. And each one is formidable, brimming with fortune. They are not easy to eliminate. You might consider an alternative route. Gather the Byakugan from deceased members of the Hyuga clan to coalesce the Rinnegan. This path may suit you better. Niji nodded. Before becoming the clan head, Hinata had already handed over dozens of Byakugan. For over a decade, Hinata had led the clan. Yet he had never understood the purpose of collecting these Byakugan, only knowing it was an ancestral mandate. Niji sealed those Byakugan within scrolls, preserving them meticulously. In addition to this, they required a family crest stone from the Otsutsuki clan. Lee produced a gem the size of an eyeball from his robe. This is the remnant from the celestial blade crafted by Chi-Ming. The patterns on the incomplete gem, Lee speculated, were likely the crest of the Otsutsuki clan. How many Byakugan do we need? Niji could not help but inquire. Uncertain, but the more, the better. I suggest aiming for 1,000 Byakugan before attempting, Lee advised. Niji fell silent. He possessed slightly over 700 Byakugan, inherited from the Warring States period. The Hyuga clan had suffered heavy losses during that era, resulting in the survival of so many Byakugan. Now, in times of peace, where could one find such a multitude? Do not act rashly. If you were to follow the path of the Uchiha clan, it would be a costly endeavor, Lee warned, noticing Niji and Appo's fluctuating expression. He feared that Niji might impulsively initiate a massacre of his own clan in a fit of rage to awaken the Rinnegan. Such a Niji would be impossible for Lee to trust. You misunderstand. I would not go that far, Niji replied, lifting his gaze with a flicker of intensity in his eyes. I was merely contemplating whether to disturb the graves. Wait, what? Lee exclaimed, astonished. Was this how the Byakugan clan operated? One sought to annihilate his entire clan, while the other considered grave robbing? It was a jest. Niji laughed heartily. The Byakugan of my ancestors have long been sealed within my scrolls. I was merely considering whether to arrange marriages. I may never awaken the Rinnegan in my lifetime. But if the members of my clan strive, perhaps the next generation might. This was indeed a creative solution. Lee exhaled in relief. He felt his own actions were already lacking in moral boundaries, but Niji and Appo's recent comment about disturbing graves was even more audacious, something he could hardly imagine Niji doing. He felt a pang of fear. Lee trusted Niji immensely. If Niji were to become someone who would stop at nothing to gain power, he would find it difficult to entrust more significant matters to him in the future. Enough about that. It and Appo's rather bothersome. Lee leaned against the shoji door, gazing at the fish in the pond outside. In my previous life, I was pressured excessively. In a moment of panic, I abandoned my studies to engage in underground fighting. Your relentless urging may very well incite a few rebellious spirits within the clan. Indeed, such pressure can be counterproductive. Ultimately, Niji could no longer contain himself. He forcefully slammed the intelligence manual onto the table. I was just about to inquire, why have you been glaring at me incessantly? Chapter 88. Did Kakuzu run away with the money? At the Hyuga residence, Rock Lee felt somewhat awkward. His illusion technique had been simplified to the point where it required him to glare at others. However, he couldn't just go around glaring indiscriminately. He had already raised suspicions from Tsunade and Shizune at the hospital. This is my training method. I practice illusions in this manner, Rock Lee confessed. He had specifically come to the Hyuga clan to keep an eye on Niji and Tenten. Niji raised an eyebrow. Although he was already aware that Rock Lee and Appo's training method was peculiar, his Byakugan allowed him to perceive Rock Lee and Appo's glares even while attending to clan affairs. By the way, where and Appo's Tenten? I haven't and Appo's seen her around. Rock Lee realized that fixating solely on Niji was not ideal. Tenten went out on a mission with Gai-sensei. I was quite busy, so I made an excuse. Oh, I see. What about Hinata? And Hanabi? Enough already. Niji and Appo's gaze shifted. Why Don and Appo's you shadow clones? Woon and Appo's that expedite your training? Niji and Appo's sudden idea struck Rock Lee. Right. Why didn't I think of that? He clapped his hands. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Boom. Hundreds of Rock Lee clones appeared in the room. Fortunately, the Hyuga clan and Appo's reception hall was spacious enough. What are you glaring at me for? This is a training method. Hey, why did you strike? What are you looking at? What is it to you? Boom. One of the clones even unleashed a large-scale water release technique. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bomb. Niji quickly formed hand seals, managing to contain the water within the room and thus prevent chaos. Quick, dispel the technique. Niji shouted, his Byakugan scanning the room full of Rock Lee clones. Unable to discern which was the original. Release. Bang. 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 The clones instantly dissipated. Niji seized Rock Lee by the collar. You've wrecked my family's reception hall. Arin and Appo's. You supposed to be wealthy lately? You should compensate for the damages. Niji glared at the disheveled reception area. Rock Lee felt embarrassed and hastily waved his hands. How did you activate Sage Mode? Sage Art. 8 trigrams Dragon Roar Arrow. A dragon and Appo's roar resonated. After a moment, Rock Lee and Niji departed the Hyuga estate. Are you serious? Rock Lee winced, having just received a punch from Niji in Sage Mode. You glared at me all morning. I couldn't help it, Niji calmly replied. Trailing behind Rock Lee. This was the price Rock Lee had to pay for his incessant glares. The Hokage Bank is established, and you're invited to the ribbon-cutting ceremony? Rock Lee rubbed his eyes, surprised that as the bank and Appo's hidden owner, he had not heard of such an event. Niji nodded. It was an invitation from Lady Tsunade. She has invested in the bank, and the heads of various clans will attend to show their respect for her. What? Rock Lee abruptly halted. Who permitted Tsunade to invest? Who allowed it? Panic surged within him. That was a notorious gambler. If her gambling urge is struck, wouldn't she empty the bank? What on earth is Kakuzu up to? Rock Lee frowned, realizing he had not been informed of this development, not even a notification. You didn't know? Are you the largest shareholder? Niji was taken aback. Rock Lee had mentioned this matter to him, but he was unclear about Kakuzu's intentions and decided to observe for now. The two arrived at the commercial street. The bank stood at the center, its grand entrance adorned with intricately carved golden leaf symbols, shimmering resplendently in the sunlight. Above the entrance hung a heavy plaque bearing bold, gilded characters, Bank. Outside the bank, Tsunade greeted the clan heads with a cheerful smile, nodding continuously. Oh, you all have arrived. Lee Niji. Upon seeing the two approach, she warmly called out. Hokage-sama, I wish the bank prosperity. The Hyuga clan is prepared to deposit 100 million ryo. Niji bowed respectfully. Wonderful. Tsunade and Appo's smile broadened. With the Hyuga clan leading the way, other clans would likely follow suit, not wanting to deposit less. Tsunade understood that this amount had been collectively agreed upon by the clans. Tsunade turned her gaze toward Lee, her expression implying unspoken expectations. I came empty-handed. Rock Lee hesitated. He hadn't anticipated being put on the spot. I'm just a commoner. I'll deposit 1 million ryo. As soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade and Appo's smile vanished. What? 10 million ryo. Tsunade and Appo's expression turned increasingly frosty. 50 million ryo. As expected of the young talent I've taken a liking to, coming quickly. Tsunade's cool demeanor vanished, replaced by a broad smile. Niji entered first. Inside, the hall was filled with the heads of noble clans. Without the Hyuga clan leader present, they were hesitant to make decisions. Outside, Rock Lee couldn't resist glancing at Tsunade. Hokage-sama, I recall that the person responsible for this bank should be from the land of rice, correct? Upon hearing Rock Lee and Appo's inquiry, Tsunade and Appo's face displayed surprise. What? You're unaware? What? As Tsunade's confusion became apparent, Rock Lee felt a sense of foreboding. That shouldn't be. Didn't the land of rice's daimyo inform you? Tsunade retrieved an intelligence scroll and handed it to Rock Lee. This is the latest information received from the Umbu. After passing the scroll, she resumed attending to the guests. Rock Lee stepped back a couple of paces and opened the scroll. What? Is this for real? The scroll detailed the latest intelligence from the land of Rice. The land had been invaded by the Akatsuki organization. The daimyo was gravely injured, rendering the entire residence nearly incapacitated. The bank and Oppo's representative had appeared, suspected to be affiliated with the Akatsuki, and currently, the bank's headquarters was devoid of both personnel and funds. Their whereabouts were unknown, and the Umbu speculated that the Akatsuki had seized control of the bank. Rock Lee's hands trembled, and a killing intent radiated from him. Did Kakuzu betray us and abscond with the money? He gazed at the Konoha Bank before him. This meant that the Konoha Bank had effectively fallen into Tsunade's hands. This truly was a case of years spent hunting geese only to be blinded by one. Rock Lee stowed the scroll away. What's wrong? Tsunade noticed Rock Lee's unusual demeanor. Rock Lee shook his head. I need to return to the land of Rice. After all, he is my brother. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, never regarding Rock Lee as the true brother of the land of Rice's daimyo, merely thinking he had accidentally formed a connection with him. Do you require assistance from Konoha? Not for now. Chapter 89. Sasuke returns to the village 2 days later. In the land of Rice, Rock Lee arrived at the feudal lord's estate. 2 samurai intercepted him, their presence alarming, as the estate was now a place of heightened vigilance, forbidding any approach. Who goes there? Is there a message? The samurai drew their swords, blocking Lee and Oppo's path. Lee cast a sharp glance at them. Genjutsu. The samurai stood frozen, then bowed respectfully towards Lee. Please enter. They gestured for him to proceed. Lee stepped into the estate, where he activated his invisibility technique, slipping into the main residence. The room was thick with the scent of medicine. A cat wandered restlessly by the window, its nose twitching as it sought the source of the aroma. By the bedside, Sak and Chin stood vigil over Toss. Who is it? Sak spread his arms, unleashing a wave of sound. It's me, Lee declared, dispelling his invisibility. He clapped his hands, summoning a water barrier to absorb the sound wave's impact. The samurai, hearing the commotion, rushed to knock on the door. What happened? Nothing. Just the cat making a noise. Remain vigilant outside, Sak urged. The samurai dispersed. My lord. Sak and Chin bowed respectfully to Lee. Yes, Lee acknowledged, glancing at the bed. Toss was more heavily bandaged, the wrappings soaked with blood. How is he? Lee inquired. He is no longer in danger, Chin replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. Toss had always cared for her, akin to an elder brother. Had it not been for protecting her and Sak, Toss could have easily escaped. My lord. This is the intelligence left by Kakuzu. Sak presented a scroll. Lee took it and unfurled it. The leader pain suddenly appeared. I had received no prior warning. To protect the wooden people, I had to surrender all my funds to Pain. I assure you, I will return it in full later. Moreover, it seems the Akatsuki is planning an assault on Konoha. Lee's fingers flicked, igniting the scroll in flames. So what are your plans? Lee asked, glancing at the cat by the window. What? Sak was taken aback, puzzled by Lee's question. Before he could finish, the cat spoke. How did you figure it out? The cat was the 2-tailed beast. The 3 tails informed me, Lee replied, having initially overlooked the cat until the 3 tails signaled its identity. Kakuzu has placed a sealing technique on me, which I cannot break. For now, the land of Rice is safe, and I do not wish to go to Konoha. The cat's form displayed a complex sealing technique, rendering it unable to use chakra. Even with both Byakugan and Sharingan, Lee found no anomalies. He surmised that Kakuzu, having lived long, might have mastered 1 or 2 ancient sealing techniques. Then do as you wish. Lee left behind a vial of the Nara clan's secret medicine. During this time, do not stir trouble, especially with that cat. Ensure it does not fall into the samurai's hands. Lee cautioned. If the 2-tailed beast were to be captured, it would spell disaster for Kakuzu. Initially, Lee had intended to take the 2-tailed beast to Konoha, but it appeared reluctant, and he refrained from insisting. Understood. Sak and Chin responded promptly. After briefly explaining the medicine's use, Lee departed from the feudal lord's estate. At the gates of Kazahana City, a figure awaited. Sasuke, clad in a pure white kimono emblazoned with the Uchiha clan crest, wore a purple belt at his waist, with the sacred Kusanagi sword sheathed. His expression was one of lethal intent as he observed Rock Lee approaching. Sasuke noticed the Sharingan in Lee's left eye. Lee walked steadily until he stood before Sasuke. I have no specific information on the whereabouts of the 7, he murmured. Sasuke's demeanor hardened. Is that so? Then you are of no use to me. The Kusanagi gleamed with lightning. In a flash, the bolt surged towards Lee. With a swift movement, Lee appeared behind Sasuke. Do not be hasty. Although I do not know where the 7 is, I am certain he will go to a specific place. Simply wait there. Lee's hand rested on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke, visibly losing patience, summoned Susanoo, a surge of purple chakra enveloping him. At that moment, Lee's hand shifted slightly. I told you, he will undoubtedly go there. Just wait. A powerful force erupted as Lee activated Sage Mode in the 7th gate. Cracks appeared in Sasuke's Susanoo, leaving him aghast. How is this possible? Under the pressure of Lee's power, even his Susanoo faltered. I have no reason to deceive you. Lee withdrew his hand, deactivating Sage Mode in the 7th gate. Where is he? Sasuke demanded, dropping Susanoo. Konoha. 3 days later, Lee and a wandering bard entered Konoha. As they stepped through the gates, the sensing barrier reacted, prompting a nearby jonin to investigate. Ah, it's Lee. I thought we were under attack with this immense chakra. Yamashiro Aoi exhaled in relief. Who is this? This is a bard I encountered during my travels. He wishes to gather material in Konoha. I will report this to Lady Tsunade. Understood. Yamashiro Aoi disappeared in a flash. Rock Lee and Sasuke, disguised as the bard, continued into Konoha. Who would have thought you would hold such a high position in Konoha now? Sasuke observed Aoi's demeanor, noting the respect reserved for superiors. This indicated that Lee had risen above even the jonin ranks. An elite jonin? Sasuke mused inwardly, realizing he was on par with Kakashi. By the way, is Kakashi around? Sasuke inquired. No need to worry. He has gone to Myobokuzen for training and will not return for a while, Lee reassured. Aware that Sasuke feared being recognized by Kakashi, given his status as a rogue ninja, an extremely dangerous Uchiha renegade. As they walked, no one recognized Sasuke's true identity, not even Shikamaru, who remained oblivious. Until, at that moment, Naruto emerged from Ichiraku Ramen. Hey Lee, you, huh? Who is this next to you? Naruto eyed the bard, a hint of familiarity nagging at him.